Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5004 to Chapter 5095. Lung Zixi was beautiful, so when she saw the evil look in the cultivator's eyes, Lin Feng knew what he was up to. Lung Zixi was also very sensitive, so she naturally felt the cultivator's malicious gaze. Lung Zixi was not easy to deal with. She cursed loudly, "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't dig your dog eyes out? TSK, I didn't expect a little beauty like you to be a little pepper. Not bad, not bad. This young master likes little peppers like you the most. I'll let you know how powerful this young master is later." The cultivator said sinisterly. "Who are you, you idiot? You don't look like a human or a ghost. Could it be that you're from a race in the desert?" Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and asked. When he heard Lin Feng call him an idiot, the cultivator's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Lin Feng's words were full of insults, so the cultivator was naturally extremely angry. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, I have to say that your mouth is really cheap. Later, I'll let your blood spill in the desert and your corpse turn into sand." Lin Feng said, "My mouth is cheap? I don't think so. You're an idiot. Even if my mouth is cheap, it's much better than your personality, right? I think you should just change your name. Let's call you Bitch. I don't know which genius invented the word bitch, but it's simply tailor-made for you." When she heard Lin Feng's mocking words, Lung Zixi immediately laughed. Lin Feng's ability to argue was really too good. He was simply unrivaled. It was enough to infuriate someone to death. The cultivator was so angry at Lin Feng that his whole body trembled. He said coldly, "Kid, I want your life." As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind swept through the world. The cultivator hid in the raging storm and quickly attacked Lin Feng. This person's cultivation was extremely terrifying, and he could even control sandstorms. This should be a racial ability. Lin Feng recalled that when he entered the ancient demon desert, he also encountered a sandstorm. Lin Feng felt that perhaps the sandstorm was also man-made. Perhaps the cultivator's fellow clansmen were hidden in the sandstorm. Lin Feng took out the Hui Bao and sun-slaying divine arrows. At the same time, he took out many magical arrows. It was most suitable for remote attacks right now. In terms of the power of remote attacks, was there any engineering magical equipment that was more powerful than the Hui Bao and the sun-shooting arrow? As for the ordinary arrows, they were used by Lin Feng to confuse the cultivator. The real killing move was the sun-slaying divine arrow hidden among the magical arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Feng pulled back his bow and shot out arrows as fast as lightning towards the cultivator. The power of these arrows was extremely frightening, causing others to be shocked. Even if it was just an ordinary arrow, it would still be extremely powerful after being strengthened by the Hui Bao. 9-star alignment. 7 stars piercing the sun. Lin Feng continued to attack. A dense barrage of arrows shot towards the cultivator. The cultivator's face suddenly sank. This was because he felt the terrifying power of these arrows. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. He took out a battle spear and swept it towards the arrows that were shooting towards him. Clang 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 clang, along with the sound of violent collisions, the cultivator's battle spear collided. The battle spear in the cultivator's hand collided with the magical arrows shot by Lin Feng. The cultivator was indeed very frightening. He directly destroyed the arrows shot by Lin Feng. The cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. After fighting for a while, he could finally relax. Although the magical arrows shot by Lin Feng were powerful, they were still not enough to hurt him. He was still a little worried before, but after fighting for real, his worries were all gone. "Is that all you've got? If it wasn't for that bow, perhaps you would have been trampled under my feet by now." The cultivator sneered as he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of contempt. This person naturally knew that Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, but so what? No matter how extraordinary his methods were, it still depended on who he was compared to. Compared to him, he was far inferior. Lin Feng sneered and ignored him. He continued to draw his bow and shoot. Clang 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 clang, the cultivator wielded his spear and destroyed one arrow after another. Although Lin Feng's arrows were powerful, they did not pose much of a threat to him. When he saw that Lin Feng was still shooting arrows, he was astonished. The cultivator sneered and said, "What an idiot. I really don't know how an idiot like you could cultivate to this level. He thought that he had everything under control and was filled with disdain and contempt for Lin Feng. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng was not a difficult matter. He was rapidly approaching Lin Feng. There were only 40 to 50 meters between the two of them. But Lin Feng was still shooting arrows. Clang 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 clang, sounds of collisions rang out one after another as the arrows were shattered by the cultivator. However, after he shattered a few more arrows, another arrow shot towards him. When the arrow arrived, the cultivator's expression changed slightly. This was because he discovered that the incoming arrow was completely different from the previous ones. It was unknown how many times more powerful it was than the previous magical arrows. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only brace himself and block the arrow. This magical arrow was naturally the Sunshot Divine Arrow. Lin Feng waited until the cultivator was 40 to 50 meters away from him before shooting the Sunshot Divine Arrow. Firstly, he wanted to use other magical arrows to confuse the cultivator. After all, the cultivator's cultivation was extremely terrifying and his methods were quite strange. He had to be wary of him. Secondly, he wanted to shoot the Sunshot Divine Arrow at a short distance. By the time the cultivator reacted, the Sunshot Divine Arrow would have already reached him. He would have no time to dodge the Sunshot Divine Arrow. If the distance was too far, he might have a way to dodge the Sunshot Divine Arrow's attack. Lin Feng had already calculated everything. Clang, at this moment, the cultivator's war spear fiercely swept the Sunshot Divine Arrow. However, his right hand that was holding the war spear was shattered and blood immediately flowed out. But he still could not shake off the Sunshot Divine Arrow. In fact, he could not even change the direction of the Sunshot Divine Arrow, let alone shake it off. Puff, the next moment. With a tearing sound, the Sunshot Divine Arrow pierced through the cultivator's chest. Blood immediately gushed out from his chest. The cultivator lowered his head to look at his chest, his face full of disbelief. He could not believe that he was so easily injured. Lin Feng looked at him in surprise. Under normal circumstances, once the Sunslaying Divine Arrow pierced through the body, the cultivator basically had no chance of survival. The Sunslaying Divine Arrow's power was too terrifying. When it pierced through the cultivator's body, it had already destroyed all the vitality in the cultivator's body. Therefore, the cultivator would die instantly. However, this cultivator did not die. Lin Feng could feel that the vitality in his body was still very strong. This person's vitality was too tenacious. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator mockingly and said, "Now you know who's the idiot, right? I'm calling you an idiot. You don't have any objections, do you?" The cultivator was filled with hatred. After being injured by Lin Feng to this extent and being mocked by Lin Feng, he hated Lin Feng to the core. However, his current situation was worse. Although he could not wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces, this was not the time to deal with Lin Feng. The cultivator took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Swoosh. In the next moment, he disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Then, the cultivator quickly flew into the distance, trying to escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. When he saw the cultivator running away, he could not help but smile coldly. He held the Hoi bow in his left hand and the Sunslaying Divine Arrow in his right. Then, he pulled the bow and shot the arrow. Swoosh. The Sunslaying Divine Arrow shot out with lightning-like speed and it quickly caught up to the cultivator. The cultivator was now seriously injured, so he did not dare to take the Sunslaying Divine Arrow's power head-on. When he saw the Sunslaying Divine Arrow shooting toward him, he quickly summoned a shield. The shield was a powerful defensive treasure. He wanted to use the shield to block the Sunslaying Divine Arrow's attack, but his current situation was very bad. Therefore, in his current state, it was unrealistic for him to fully unleash the shield's power. He had only activated a portion of the shield's power. However, this was not enough to block the attack of the Sunslaying Divine Arrow. The Sunslaying Divine Arrow pierced through the shield. Puff, in the next moment, with a tearing sound, the cultivator's body was pierced by the Sunslaying Divine Arrow again. "I can't accept this," he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell from the sky. Lin Feng and Ling Zishi quickly flew towards that cultivator. When they arrived at his side, they discovered that he was already dead. Lin Feng put away his storage ring, Ho Yi's bow, and sun-slaying divine arrows. He and Leng Zishi didn't stay any longer. They quickly flew off into the distance. After Lin Feng and Leng Zishi left, a grayish-brown energy overflowed from the corpse. The grayish-brown energy began to twist and turn into a soul. If Lin Feng was here, he would be very surprised. This was because Lin Feng sensed that this guy's soul had been shattered. But who would have thought that this guy would use some special means to deceive Lin Feng? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? My body! My body! The soul roared. His physical body had been destroyed. If he hadn't cultivated some powerful secret technique, his soul would have been destroyed as well. Once a cultivator lost his physical body, it would be a disaster. He naturally knew this very well. So now, the cultivator was on the verge of madness. He only had one thought now, and that was to find a way to kill Feng. Little bastard, I won't let you go. The soul roared angrily. Then, it chose a direction and flew quickly. Lin Feng naturally didn't know that the guy's soul was still alive. At this moment, he and Leng Zishi stopped in an oasis in the desert. Lin Feng took out the storage ring he obtained from the cultivator. Then, he sent his divine sense into the storage ring and carefully sensed its contents. There were many kinds of things in the storage ring, and there were even 3 true immortal artifacts. Lin Feng found a book among them. He took it out and started reading. Forgotten City. Lin Feng found 4 words written on the book. After browsing for a while, Lin Feng found out that there was a forgotten city in this desert. It was an ancient city that had been forgotten by the cultivators of the outside world. In the city lived the cultivators of the Devil Sand clan. The Devil Sand clan was an extremely ancient clan. It was said that they had been exterminated in an era before the primordial age. But in reality, this clan hadn't been exterminated. Instead, they were hidden in the ancient demon desert. The cultivator from before was from the Devil Sand clan. Lin Feng handed the book to Leng Zishi. She read it with great interest. She said, I've heard of this Devil Sand clan before. It's said that their methods are extremely strange. They are the royalty of the desert. No wonder that guy could control the sand in the desert to form an extremely powerful sandstorm. This person is from the Devil Sand clan. It's not strange that he can do this. Lin Feng nodded. He and Leng Zishi rested for a while before continuing their journey. They continued to look for a place where the magnetic field was weaker. What Lin Feng and Leng Zishi didn't expect was that along the way, they saw more than 30 cultivators besieging 5 demon race cultivators. Lin Feng didn't recognize those demon race cultivators. However, Lin Feng knew who those cultivators besieging the demon race cultivators were. Among those people, some were from the Immortal Heaven sect. Lin Feng recognized their attire. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Immortal Heaven sect and the other 4 major immortal sects had entered the ancient demon desert because they were chasing after Little Rock King. Could it be that those besieged were Little Rock King's companions? Lin Feng felt that it was possible. Let's go and save those people, Lin Feng said. Hearing that they were going to save people, Leng Zishi became excited. Her delicate and beautiful face flushed red. She shouted, you don't have to do anything later. I'll do it myself. I'll show you how powerful I am. Hearing Leng Zishi's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Leng Zishi was lively and had a strong desire to show off. She really couldn't stay still for a moment. All right. I'll leave those people for you to deal with. If you can't handle them, I'll do it again. Lin Feng said. Leng Zishi snorted, why can't I handle them? I'm powerful. If you dare to underestimate me, I'll beat you to death. Lin Feng smiled and didn't refute Leng Zishi. He and Leng Zishi quickly flew towards the battle. The besieged demon race cultivators consisted of 3 males and 2 females. The 5 of them were not particularly old and had cultivated for around 20 to 30,000 years. To the cultivators of the Undying Realm, 20 to 30,000 years was still considered a young generation of cultivators. It was just like how the cultivators of the 9 continents referred to cultivators below 3,000 years as young cultivators. This was because the cultivators of the Undying Realm belonged to a higher plane of existence. They had more powerful cultivators and higher cultivation realms. Their lifespans were also longer. Therefore, when it came to defining the younger generation of cultivators, it was naturally different from the mortal realm. As the cultivators of the immortal heaven sect and the other forces surrounded the 5 demon race cultivators, they laughed evilly. Obviously, their laughter was directed at the 2 female cultivators of the demon race. Of the 2 female cultivators of the demon race, the female cultivator in the blue dress looked noble and elegant with an outstanding temperament. The female cultivator in the red leather dress was sexy and enchanting. Her pair of long legs were exposed and she was really mesmerizing. Surrounding these 2 beauties in the ancient demon desert, the cultivators of the immortal heaven sect definitely had some evil thoughts in their minds. In the outside world, they might say that they were righteous sects and immortal Tao sects. Although they were enemies with the demon race, they would at most kill the cultivators of the demon race and not taint the female cultivators of the demon race. However, in this desolate place, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, the evil thoughts in their hearts were completely unleashed. The 5 demon race cultivators were quite powerful. However, they were outnumbered. Therefore, even though they were able to resist the attacks of the immortal heaven sect cultivators for the time being, they were not in a good situation. Perhaps they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Fairies, we'll let you know how powerful we are later. One of the cultivators from the immortal heaven sect chuckled as he glared at the 2 female cultivators of the demon race. His words were even more perverted than ever. The 2 female cultivators of the demon race had already used up a lot of their spiritual powers. Therefore, at this moment, their faces were extremely pale. After hearing the filthy words of the immortal heaven sect cultivator, their faces turned even paler. The 5 demon race cultivators did not try to negotiate with the cultivators surrounding them. This was because they knew that both parties would not rest until one of them was dead. There was definitely no possibility of negotiation. If the other party really agreed to negotiate, there would be something fishy going on. They tried to break out of the encirclement but failed. The situation was getting worse for them. Ha 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 ha, you can't escape. After we kill those 3 fellas, no one will disturb us. Another cultivator laughed. What a shameless fellow. He actually has the gall to call himself a cultivator from an immortal Tao sect. Since when has an immortal Tao sect fallen to such a state? Just then, a voice rang out. It was Xianxia, who had just flown over from afar. She was scolding the cultivators of the immortal heaven sect and the other immortal sects. These people were indeed very shameless. It was no wonder that Xianxia would scold them. Xianxia was someone who abhorred evil. If she didn't scold them, she wouldn't be Xianxia. Yo, another top-quality beauty has come. Brothers, the heavens have treated us well. If this was the outside world, we wouldn't have a share of such top-quality beauties. But now, 3 top-quality beauties have appeared here. A cultivator said excitedly after seeing immortal Tao of the immortal heaven sect. Hee, I'll go catch that girl. A skinny cultivator said. As soon as he finished speaking, that cultivator quickly flew towards immortal Tao of the immortal heaven sect. Xianxia and Lin Feng were at the same time. That cultivator was wearing the clothes of the immortal war sect. He should be a cultivator of the immortal war sect. Both of you, leave quickly. Otherwise, you will be implicated. A demon race cultivator in a green robe said in a deep voice. They did not want to drag Lin Feng and immortal Tao of the immortal heaven sect down with them. Hee, we like to fight for justice. Immortal Tao of the immortal heaven sect said with a smile. Little girl, you like to fight for justice? I like to fight for justice too. Let's fight for 300 rounds later. The skinny cultivator from the immortal war sect said with a smile. There was a hidden meaning in this guy's words. Immortal Tao of the immortal heaven sect. Xianxia was smart. How could she not understand what this cultivator meant by fight for 300 rounds? Immortal Tao of the immortal heaven sect, Xianxia said with a cold smile, who do you think you are? You actually dare to have improper thoughts about me? Are you blind? Immortal Tao of the immortal heaven sect, you're really tasty. Big brother likes to train such tasty beauties like you. The cultivator from the immortal war sect did not care about what immortal Tao of the immortal war sect said. He continued to speak in an evil tone. His evil eyes were fixed on Immortal Tao of the Immortal War sect. Go to hell and play with your ancestors. Immortal Tao of the Immortal Heaven sect. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a golden scissor-like magic treasure flew out. Lin Feng knew that this was a powerful magic treasure called the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors. It was a top-notch treasure from the era of the conferred gods. Although the treasure that Leng Zishi took out was not the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, its power was incomparably terrifying. This little girl had quite a few magic treasures on her. Lin Feng had guessed that Leng Zishi had an extraordinary background, but it was not the kind of background that Leng Zishi had described. I'm going to cut you in half. Leng Zishi shouted loudly. The scissors magic treasure quickly flew towards the cultivator from the Immortal War sect. The cultivator from the Immortal War sect laughed strangely, and slashed at Leng Zishi's scissors magic treasure with his huge sword. However, Leng Zishi's scissors magic treasure directly cut at his huge sword. Kacha. The huge sword was directly cut in half by Leng Zishi's scissors magic treasure. After seeing how powerful that treasure was, Lin Feng did not find it strange. Leng Zishi could always take out many strange and powerful magic treasures. In the next moment, the scissors magic treasure cut off the head of the cultivator from the Immortal War sect. Don't be so violent, okay? Lin Feng said. Hee, this is violent? I haven't cut this guy into 18 pieces yet. Leng Zishi said with a smile. Little girl, your magic treasure is quite powerful. Later, we will take both the person and the money. An expert from the Immortal Heaven sect quickly flew over with 4 cultivators, and then said with a smile. Why don't you go home and take care of your mother? Leng Zishi scolded. Hearing Leng Zishi's harsh words, the Immortal Heaven sect cultivator's face could not help but turn gloomy. He sneered and said, You don't know what's good for you. Later, I will make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer. The speed of this cultivator and the other 4 cultivators was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed to Leng Zishi's side and surrounded Leng Zishi. Lin Feng stood tens of meters away and watched the show. He looked at this group of people with a gloating expression, especially the cultivator in the lead. This guy actually dared to anger Leng Zishi. He must be tired of living. Scissors, you bastards! Leng Zishi suddenly shouted. Then, she manipulated her scissors Dharma treasure and attacked the 5 cultivators surrounding her. The scissors Dharma treasure actually split into 5 and quickly flew toward the 5 cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. The scissors Dharma treasure could actually split into multiple parts. What kind of ability was this? Or could it be that the scissors were formed by fusing many parts together? Lin Feng was not very clear about the specific situation, but he could imagine that the scissors were definitely extraordinary. Under Leng Zishi's control, the 5 scissors instantly flew in front of the 5 cultivators and then cut toward them. The 5 cultivators' expressions changed slightly. They originally wanted to besiege Leng Zishi, but who would have thought that Leng Zishi's Dharma treasure would split into 5 parts and attack the 5 of them separately? This situation caught them off guard. The cultivators quickly urged their Dharma treasures to block the scissors' attack, but the scissors were too powerful. They directly cut the 5 cultivators' Dharma treasures and then cut off their heads. Leng Zishi killed 6 experts in succession and immediately looked at Lin Feng proudly. Lin Feng gave Leng Zishi a thumbs up, which made Leng Zishi even happier. The 5 cultivators of the monster clan saw Leng Zishi's great power and their eyes immediately lit up. We're saved, a cultivator of the monster clan said excitedly. A demon race cultivator said emotionally. If one could live, who would want to die? It was better to live than to die. Moreover, these people had extraordinary backgrounds and talents. Their future was bright, so they naturally wanted to live even more. When they were besieged previously, although they temporarily resisted the besiegement, deep in their hearts, they were extremely desperate because they had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. In addition, their Dharma power consumption was huge. Therefore, when their Dharma power was almost exhausted, it would be their time of death. Now, they saw the hope of survival. When the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects saw this scene, their expressions became extremely ugly. They also knew that they had encountered a tough opponent today. Leng Zishi was definitely an extremely difficult existence to provoke. At this moment, The 5 cultivators of the monster clan also began to counterattack the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects. Leng Zixi rushed over and joined the battle. With Leng Zixi participation, the pressure on the 5 cultivators of the monster clan was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the 4 immortal sects suffered heavy losses. Who are you? We're from the Immortal Heaven sect, Immortal Beast sect, and Immortal Battle sect. Today's matter is between the 4 immortal sects and the monster clan. If you leave quickly, we can let bygones be bygones. If you insist on helping these cultivators of the monster clan, then we will have a feud with the 4 immortal sects. You have to think about your choice. Said Leng Zixi. Were the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects were. Leng Zixi was. Is were was. Were. Was Zixis. Are? Do you think I'm afraid of the 4 immortal sects? Today, I just can't stand looking at you guys. A bunch of shameless bastards fishing for fame. You actually have the nerve to call yourselves cultivators from the Immortal Dao sect. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Seeing that Leng Zixi's attitude was tough, the expressions of the experts of the 4 immortal sects became extremely gloomy. After Leng Zixi joined the battle, the scales of victory had tilted. Leng Zixi's Dharma treasure was really powerful. Many experts of the 4 immortal sects were killed by Leng Zixi. The cultivators of the 4 immortal sects also knew that this could not go on. Otherwise, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. It was very likely that everyone would die here. At this time, some of the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects had their eyes on Lin Feng. They saw that Lin Feng did not make a move and was still some distance away. Therefore, they guessed that Lin Feng's cultivation level was probably not high enough to participate in their battle. Some cultivators sensed Lin Feng's cultivation level and found that Lin Feng was only at the human immortal realm. They were immediately filled with contempt for Lin Feng. Although a human immortal realm cultivator was not weak, in their eyes, he was nothing. Therefore, 2 cultivators quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. They wanted to capture Lin Feng and use him to threaten Leng Zixi. Seeing the 2 cultivators rushing toward Lin Feng, Leng Zixi could not help but have an extremely strange expression on her face. Those 2 guys. Did they really think that Lin Feng was a pushover? How dare they take the initiative to rush over to die? They really did not know how to write the word death. Leng Zixi ignored the 2 cultivators and continued to attack the surrounding cultivators. Surrender, brat. The 2 cultivators quickly rushed in front of Lin Feng with a sinister smile. He looked at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. As far as they were concerned, suppressing Lin Feng was as easy as stretching out their hands. The 2 of them began to circulate their magic power, wanting to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked coldly at the 2 of them. The Eye of Death emitted the power of death. This was the special ability of the Eye of Death, death deprivation. The 2 cultivators. Before they could rush to Lin Feng's side, their lifespan was instantly taken away. In just a breath's time. From the appearance of a normal person, they turned into 2 dried corpses. Thump. Thump, the 2 cultivators' dried corpses fell to the ground. Oh my god, that person is so terrifying. The 5 demon clan cultivators naturally saw the situation here and could not help but cry out in alarm. Previously, when they saw that Lin Feng did not make a move, they thought that Lin Feng's cultivation was not strong, so he did not make a move. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng's cultivation was simply too strong. Thus, he disdained to make a move. Run, hurry up and run. There were about 20 people left, and those cultivators all cried out in fear. They did not dare to stay any longer and turned to run. Seeing the group of people running away, Leng Zixi was furious. Leng Zixi looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "Hurry up and attack, don't let those people escape." Lin Feng nodded and flicked his finger. Sword chi flew out one after another. The sword chi quickly chased after the group of cultivators. Puff. Puff. Puff, ripping sounds rang out one after another as one cultivator after another was ripped apart by the sword beams that Lin Feng sent out. Not a single one of the 20+ cultivators managed to escape. All of them were killed by Lin Feng. 7th update, looking for recommendation votes. Words couldn't describe the shock they felt because Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. Moreover, Leng Zixi was strong enough. They didn't think that Leng Zixi was only relying on a magic treasure. If she wasn't strong enough, even if she had a powerful magic treasure, she wouldn't be able to display the power of the magic treasure. However, Leng Zixi was able to do this, which was enough to show how terrifying she was. They couldn't help but be curious about Lin Feng and Leng Zixi's identities. They didn't know who Lin Feng and Leng Zixi were, and why they had chosen to help them. This puzzled them. The five came to Lin Feng and Leng Zixi's side and thanked Lin Feng and Leng Zixi. "Thank you, young master and fairy, for saving us." Lin Feng said, "You're welcome. I have something to ask you." "Please ask, young master." "If we know, we'll tell you the truth." A cultivator in green said. "Do you know the Little Rock King of the demon race?" Lin Feng asked. "Little Rock King?" They all looked surprised. The sexy female cultivator of the demon clan said, "We have indeed heard of Little Rock King. He seems to be a cultivator from the first ancestral land of the demon clan. He came from the 9 regions macro world, but we don't know him." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. It seemed that these 5 cultivators weren't from the first ancestral land of the demon race. Perhaps they were from the other 6 great ancestral lands of the demon race. Their entry into the ancient demon desert should have nothing to do with the Little Rock King. Perhaps they were exploring the ancient demon desert. After all, although the ancient demon desert was dangerous, there were also many opportunities here. Some cultivators would often take great risks to enter the ancient demon desert in search of opportunities, and those cultivators would often find some amazing opportunities. Lin Feng asked, "What's going on with the 4 major immortal sects? Why are they attacking you?" The sexy female cultivator said, "Previously, we obtained a map and went to look for some opportunities. The cultivators from the 4 major immortal sects also received the news and came in to look for opportunities. However, we found the opportunities first. So, we were besieged by the cultivators from the 4 major immortal sects. So that's how it is." Lin Feng nodded. According to the female cultivator of the demon clan, the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects who were killed should not be the same group as the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects who were chasing after the Little Rock King. Lin Feng said, "Let's say our goodbyes here. You should leave quickly. The ancient demon desert is very dangerous. You shouldn't stay here for too long." Lin Feng and Leng Zixi then bid farewell to the 5 demon race cultivators. The sexy female cultivator licked her lips and said, "I didn't dare to ask about this person's identity as I was afraid of breaking a taboo. I wonder if I can meet him again. I'm really curious about who this person is. At such a young age, he was actually so powerful. If I know who he is, I'll definitely chase after him in the future. When the time comes, I'll make him kneel before me." The other 3 male cultivators couldn't help but smile wryly. They knew the female cultivator's personality, so her words didn't seem too sudden. At this time, the female demon cultivator with an outstanding temperament said, "He's a human cultivator, very young, and at the same time, his cultivation is so strong. There aren't many young human experts like him in the Undying Realm, and this person seems to be looking for the whereabouts of the Little Rock King. I don't know if something happened to the Little Rock King. The Little Rock King came from the 9 regions and spent most of his time in seclusion in the first ancestral land of the demon race. Apart from some friends in the first ancestral land of the demon race, he has very few friends outside, but this person is a friend of the Little Rock King. This means that this person is very likely to come from the 9 regions world. If we put all these together, we can speculate about this person's identity." Speaking of which, the female cultivator's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. He was the emperor of the sinner's blood of the human clan. Naturally, she had heard of him long ago. She was very interested in this sinner's blood emperor and wanted to meet him one day to see what kind of person he was. She didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances. Originally, she wanted to get to know Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was clearly in a hurry, so she didn't say much to Lin Feng. However, he gave her a very good impression of Lin Feng. Young, handsome, powerful, and humble. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe Lin Feng in any way. "You're saying that he's the sinner's blood emperor of the human clan, Lin Feng?" The female cultivator with the sexy figure couldn't help but exclaim. Then, her beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter. The other 3 male cultivators were also extremely shocked. They carefully thought about the female cultivator's words and felt that her speculation was very correct. That person seemed to be the sinner's blood emperor of the human clan, Lin Feng. He had just arrived in the undying world not long ago, but he was able to unite the sinners against the heavenly court and destroy 3 legions in succession. Now, he had actually saved them. Moreover, Lin Feng was so young, just as young as the legends said. In fact, many people doubted Lin Feng's age when they heard about it. It was no wonder that they doubted Lin Feng's age because according to the rumors, he was only a little over 100 years old. It sounded very strange. Naturally, it was a little unbelievable. However, after seeing Lin Feng, they realized that the rumors were true. Lin Feng was indeed a little too young, but Lin Feng was also very strong, even stronger than the rumors. This made people feel very shocked. The sinner's blood emperor of the human clan is the man I want to conquer. I want to conquer him, said the female cultivator with the sexy figure. She had an expression of yearning and anticipation. The 5 of them didn't stay for long and quickly rushed outside. Lin Feng and Ling Zixi continued to look for places with weaker magnetic fields. However, such places weren't easy to find because many places had stronger magnetic fields. That night, Lin Feng and Ling Zixi rested in the desert. Lin Feng sat cross-legged while Ling Zixi leaned on Lin Feng to rest. Lin Feng took out the letter that Feng Yaoguang had sent him. Reading the contents, he couldn't help but sigh. When he entered the heaven-devouring secret realm, Lin Feng wanted to enter the reincarnation passage to find Feng Yaoguang, but he couldn't find the entrance to the reincarnation passage. Therefore, he naturally couldn't find Feng Yaoguang and didn't know how she was doing. Actually, Lin Feng had heard that there was an entrance to the reincarnation passage in the heaven-devouring secret realm. However, there were many rumors in this world that were not true. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know if the news he heard was true or false. Sometimes, there were many things that were true and false that could not be distinguished. This was also the case this time. Lin Feng did not know how to find Feng Yaoguang. He could only continue to wait and see if there were any other methods. When the bridge reaches the bow of the boat, everything will be straight. Let nature take its course. This sister will be fine. You don't have to worry too much. Ling Zixi said. Lin Feng kept Feng Yaoguang's letter. Then, he looked at Ling Zixi and said, "This is really strange. You actually know how to persuade people. Are you frantically hinting to me that you are actually interested in me? Boldly say that you love me. Since there is nothing to do in this vast desert, we can talk about love." This is also a pretty good choice. Ling Zixi looked at Lin Feng angrily and said, "Do you believe that I won't take out that pair of scissors magic treasure to deal with you? I believe that soon, there will be another eunuch surnamed Lin in this world." After hearing Ling Zixi's threat, Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. Ling Zixi, this little girl, could really say anything. In short, a valiant life did not need to be explained. The next day, Lin Feng and Ling Zixi continued to search for a place with a weaker magnetic field. This afternoon, Lin Feng and Ling Zixi really found such a place. This place was in an area filled with quicksand. That area was very dangerous. If a cultivator entered that area, they would be easily swallowed by the quicksand. After Lin Feng arrived at that place, Sacred Martin Immortal immediately flew out. When Lin Feng saw Sacred Martin Immortal fly out, he knew that the magnetic field in this place should not be able to affect Sacred Martin Immortal. Lin Feng took out the heart plate. Sacred Martin Immortal continued to control the heart plate to deduce the whereabouts of Little Rock King. In fact, although the magnetic field here was a lot weaker, it was still very strong. When I said weak, it was a kind of relative weakness. It didn't mean that the restriction here was very weak. Thus, Great Immortal Sacred Martin still did not dare to be careless in the slightest. However, this fellow still cared a lot about its reputation. The failure of the previous divination had already made the Great Sage Martin extremely angry. This time, Great Sage Martin did not want to fail again. Great Immortal Sacred Martin began chanting an incantation, but it was still an incantation that Lin Feng could not understand. Ling Zixi looked at the heart plate with interest. Leng Zishi was very interested in many things that Lin Feng had. However, she had only half-jokingly asked for an ancient demon weapon from Lin Feng. After all, Leng Zishi's background was extraordinary. So ordinary things were unable to arouse Leng Zishi's interest at all. After a series of deductions, the heart compass finally indicated a direction. Sacred Martin Immortal appeared once again. Lin Feng asked. The heart compass has already indicated a new direction. Do you think we have a high chance of success this time? Sacred Martin Immortal said. Don't worry. We won't make a mistake this time. Lin Feng and Leng Zishi set off in the direction indicated by the heart compass. Their speed was extremely fast. 10 days later, Lin Feng saw an ancient city in the desert. Yellow sand filled the sky. The ancient city stood tall amidst the yellow sand. It was unknown how many years it had weathered the wind and rain, but it still stood tall. Forgotten City. Lin Feng looked at the ancient city in shock. Although it was very far away, Lin Feng could still see the 4 words written on the plaque of the ancient city. Forgotten City. Wasn't that the place where the Devil's End clan lived? Lin Feng still remembered the Devil's End clan cultivator that he had killed before. That cultivator was extremely powerful and had grasped some terrifying methods. The reason why he had been able to kill that cultivator so easily was because that cultivator had been careless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Could it be that the little Pun King has entered Forgotten City? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Leng Zishi said. The Devil's End clan cultivators in Forgotten City are hostile to cultivators outside. Therefore, I'm guessing that the little Pun King was captured by the Devil's End clan cultivators and not entered Forgotten City himself. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng actually agreed with Leng Zishi's words. Lin Feng felt that many things must have happened after the little Pun King was chased into the ancient demon desert by the experts of the 4 great immortal sects. However, Lin Feng didn't know what exactly had happened. He didn't know how the experts of the 4 great immortal sects were doing. Leng Zishi said. If we want to save him, we need to sneak into Forgotten City. However, how to sneak into Forgotten City is a headache. Lin Feng said. Let's wait and see if we can find an opportunity to sneak into Forgotten City, City Lord's mansion. A group of people was currently sitting in the living room. The person in the lead was a middle-aged cultivator. This was a middle-aged cultivator who was imposing without being angry. This middle-aged cultivator's strength was unfathomable. Anyone who felt this middle-aged cultivator's aura would feel endless fear. This middle-aged cultivator was the current city lord of Forgotten City. In addition to this middle-aged cultivator, there were more than 20 people sitting in the living room. These people were all experts of Forgotten City. Forgotten City occupied the ancient demon desert and had been hiding here for countless years. Therefore, Forgotten City's strength was extremely powerful. In the middle of the living room, there was an illusory shadow. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this shadow. This was because this shadow looked exactly the same as the Devil Sand Clan cultivator he had killed before. This was the soul of that Devil Sand Clan cultivator. Father, my body was destroyed by a human cultivator. Please help me change my fate. This soul knelt on the ground and looked at the city lord of Forgotten City. This guy was actually the son of the city lord of Forgotten City. This was a bit surprising. Changing your fate will exhaust Father's vitality. Do you think you have the qualifications to ask Father to change your fate? I think you should dissipate on your own. If you can't even deal with people from the outside world, living will be a waste of cultivation resources. At this time, a woman opened her mouth and said. This woman was about 1.8 meters tall and was very tall. She wore a short shirt and a short skirt made of beast skin. A pair of straight and slender beautiful legs were very attractive. Her entire temperament looked very wild and untamed, with a sense of wildness. Father has the freedom to do whatever he wants. Don't forget your own identity. A lowly servant's daughter dares to order father around? Do you really think you're some big shot? The spirit body of the Immemorial clan cultivator laughed coldly, looking at the female cultivator with an indifferent expression. Fang Wushu, you dare to humiliate me? Do you believe me when I say that I can destroy your soul right now? The woman said coldly. She took a step forward, and a terrifying wave of energy emanated from her body. This woman's cultivation was absolutely terrifying. Although this guy named Feng Wuxu had always looked down on his half-sister because of her background, he was still not a match for his sister even if his physical body was still there and his combat strength was at its peak. His sister was indeed very terrifying. Not only was her bloodline powerful, but she also had some incredible means. These means even made Feng Wuxu jealous. Now that Feng Wuxu had lost his physical body and only his soul was left, he was naturally no match for his younger sister. Therefore, if his younger sister wanted to destroy him, it was too simple. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing that his sister was really going to kill him, Feng Wuxu couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, his self-esteem naturally wouldn't allow him to admit his mistake to his sister. He shouted, "Feng Yuan! What do you want? Father and the other seniors are here. Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you're strong. Even if you don't put me in your eyes, do you not put father and the other seniors in your eyes?" The female cultivator with a sexy figure was called Feng Yuan, which was quite a nice name. She sneered and said, "I have my father and the elders in my heart, but you have your mouth. I think that between you and me, it will be easy for my father and the elders to make a choice." Feng Yuan walked towards Feng Wuxu's soul step by step. Feng Yuan was very confident when she said this. The reason why she was so confident was because she was very powerful and talented. In the younger generation of the Forgotten City, no one was as talented as Feng Yuan. In fact, not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation and the middle generation cultivators were not as talented as Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's bloodline was a mutated bloodline. It was said that Feng Yuan's bloodline had mutated because she had been stung by an unknown bug in the desert when she was young. There had been people who had been stung by that unknown bug before. However, previously, all the cultivators who were stung by those unknown poisonous insects would eventually die. Only Feng Yuan survived. After she survived, her bloodline began to gradually mutate, so her talent was abnormally tyrannical. Because Feng Yuan was born of a lowly servant girl, so a person like her should not have any status. However, after Feng Yuan's talent was gradually revealed, her status in the family naturally rose as a result. Even Feng Wuxu was full of jealousy and hatred towards Feng Yuan. Especially now. Feng Wuxu had lost his physical body, and only his soul remained. Thinking about how powerful Feng Yuan's talent was, and how powerful she was, Feng Wuxu felt like going crazy. "Don't come here! Don't come here!" Feng Wuxu shouted in horror and quickly retreated. Feng Yuan's palm condensed an extremely powerful magic power. She seemed to want to attack Wuxu. At this moment, their father, the city lord of the Forgotten City, Feng Junshan, said, "Yuan, Wuxu is your elder brother after all. You have the same blood flowing in your body. How can you bear to kill your elder brother?" Hearing her father plead for mercy for Feng Wuxu, Feng Yuan raised her eyebrows. She stopped. However, she didn't say anything. She was using silent means to express her attitude. Feng Junshan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at Feng Wuxu and said angrily, "Why aren't you apologizing to your sister?" "Apologize? Lord Father wants me to apologize to her? Why should I?" Feng Wuxu wanted to say some harsh words, but after seeing his father's gloomy expression, he swallowed back his words. He didn't dare to touch his father's eyebrows at this time. "I was wrong." Feng Wuxu looked at Feng Yuan and said. When he said these words, the fists hidden in his sleeves suddenly clenched. He was incomparably furious. He had always looked down on Feng Yuan and felt that she was the daughter of a lowly servant. He had always mocked and humiliated her. Now, in front of so many people, he had actually apologized to Feng Yuan. This made him feel extremely sullen. The person that Feng Wuxu wanted to kill the most wasn't Lin Feng, but Feng Yuan. His hatred for Lin Feng came from his defeat at the hands of Lin Feng. His hatred for Feng Yuan came from his jealousy over the years. This hatred had been buried in his heart for too many years. Therefore, Feng Wuxu always wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan, his half-sister. In fact, Feng Wuxu wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan for another reason. In the history of the Forgotten City, there had been more than one female city lord. In other words, In the Forgotten City. In the City Lord's family. It didn't mean that just because you were a son, you could inherit the position of City Lord. If your talent wasn't good enough, you still wouldn't be able to inherit the position of City Lord. It might be inherited by your elder sister or younger sister. Feng Wushu's talent was actually quite terrifying, and his strength was also quite terrifying. He also had some terrifying means. For example, the destruction energy combined with the spacetime energy was extremely terrifying. However, compared to Feng Yuan, Feng Wushu couldn't compare to Feng Yuan because Feng Yuan's talent was simply too strong. Therefore, in the future, the candidate for the new City Lord would most likely be Feng Yuan and not him. Feng Wushu naturally couldn't accept this matter. So, he wanted to kill his half-sister, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Wushu indifferently and said, "I will forgive you this time for father's sake, but there won't be a next time. If you dare to disrespect me again, I will kill you. At that time, no matter who comes to beg me, I will not forgive you." After hearing Feng Yuan's words, Feng Wushu was quite angry. He originally wanted to refute, but when he thought of Feng Yuan's terrifying personality, he swallowed those words back into his stomach. He didn't dare to continue provoking Feng Yuan, because Feng Yuan might really kill him. Feng Junshan looked at Feng Wushu and said, "It will take some time to help you change your fate. During this time, you should prepare well. Also, have you figured out the background of the person who destroyed your body? I don't know where that guy came from, but he looks very young and his cultivation is only so. He was only able to destroy my body because I was careless and was injured by his magic treasure," Feng Wushu said with a gloomy expression. Feng Wushu was still furious when he thought about losing to Lin Feng because he felt that he still had many terrifying methods that he hadn't used yet. He had underestimated his opponent too much in that battle, and by the time he came back to his senses, it was already too late. In the end, his body was destroyed. If he was given another chance, Feng Wushu believed that he could definitely kill Lin Feng and wipe away his shame. Feng Wushu still had this confidence, but he was destined not to have such an opportunity. Life was a live broadcast, not a dress rehearsal. There was no chance to start over. Feng Junshan naturally wouldn't completely believe Feng Wushu's words. Even if Feng Wushu had a powerful magic treasure, if he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to activate it. It was true that Feng Wushu had a powerful magic treasure, but it was also true that he was very strong. Feng Wushu didn't want to admit that Feng Wushu was very strong because he still wanted to find an excuse for his failure. In short, Feng Wushu didn't want to admit that his failure was caused by his lack of strength. At this moment, a guard came into the hall and knelt on the ground to salute. "What's the matter?" an elder asked. The guard said, "Reporting to the City Lord, elders, a man and a woman came outside. They wandered around the city for a long time and then disappeared without a trace. We don't know where they went. It's them, it must be them, it must be that bastard couple." Feng Wushu's eyes immediately turned blood red. After hearing the guard's report, he knew that it must be the man and woman he had seen before. Feng Junshan said, "Wushu, don't be impatient." "Yes." Feng Wushu suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said. Feng Junshan asked, "Describe these two people's physical characteristics." The guard said, "They both look very young. The male cultivator is wearing black clothes and is very handsome. The woman is wearing a white dress and is extremely beautiful. She looks like a fairy who has descended from the 9 heavens. It's them, it's them. The man and the woman are wearing black clothes and white dresses respectively. The man looks like a pretty boy, and the woman is also quite beautiful. I'm sure that the two people outside are them. Father, those two people actually came to the Forgotten City and wandered around outside. I think that they definitely don't have good intentions. Why don't we immediately send some experts to capture them?" Feng Wushu immediately said. There were many experts in the Forgotten City. Lin Feng. "Alright, you go and capture those two people." Feng Junshan nodded. He was very confident in Feng Yuan's strength. Feng Yuan was strong enough to fight against the older generation of experts. Even many experts of the older generation might not necessarily be a match for Feng Yuan. From this, it could be seen how tyrannical Feng Yuan was. I'll be able to capture those two people very soon. said Fang Yuan. Then, she walked outside with her long legs. Lin Feng didn't know that his and Ling Zixi whereabouts had been exposed. At that moment, Lin Feng and Ling Zixi were wandering around the Forgotten City. They wanted to see if they could enter the Forgotten City. However, the Forgotten City was surrounded by powerful restrictive spells. It was almost impossible to enter the Forgotten City unless they could break the restrictive spells outside. During the day, they couldn't break the restrictive spells because they were too big of a target during the day. If they wanted to break the restrictive spells outside the Forgotten City, they had to wait until night time. Ah! At that moment, Ling Zixi suddenly cried out in pain. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Ling Zixi, then asked, "What's wrong?" "It seems like something bit me," said Ling Zixi. She squatted down and lifted her trousers. Lin Feng saw a red mark. An ant-like insect jumped out of Ling Zixi's trousers and into the desert, then disappeared without a trace. "Oh no, it's a fire-poison devouring insect. It's such a terrifying insect. Hurry up and seal her 8 extraordinary meridians. Otherwise, her life will be in danger." At that moment, the demon lord's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. When Lin Feng heard that, he was astonished. That insect was so small. How could it be so vicious? "I feel dizzy," said Ling Zixi. Then, she fell into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly used the 8 divine seals to seal Ling Zixi's 8 extraordinary meridians. After doing all this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng tried to wake Ling Zixi up. However, Ling Zixi didn't move. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded Ling Zixi's body. He was looking for the poison in her body. He hoped to find the poison that invaded Ling Zixi's body. However, after searching for a while, he didn't find anything. Lin Feng's face suddenly became incomparably ugly. The poison in that little insect's body was too strange. He couldn't find it. Yao Jun said, "Don't waste your energy. That poison is very terrifying and impossible to detect. Fortunately, you sealed her 8 extraordinary meridians in time to prevent the poison from spreading. At the same time, this little girl's body isn't something ordinary cultivators can compare to, so she's fine for now. However, you must find a way to detoxify her. Otherwise, it won't be long before your seal loses its effect. At that time, this little girl won't be able to escape death." After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. He asked, "How can I detoxify her?" The demon lord said, "For now, I don't know how to detoxify this poison. We need to find out more information. The white jade toad can detoxify 10,000 poisons. I wonder if the white jade toad can detoxify the poison in her body?" asked Lin Feng. The demon lord shook his head and said, "Although the white jade toad is extraordinary, it will be very difficult to detoxify the poison in her body. Unless the white jade toad can evolve a few more times, it will be able to detoxify the poison. However, the white jade toad can alleviate the poison in her body and allow her to last a little longer. This will also buy you more time to find the detoxification method." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. This was the only thing he could do for now. He sent Ling Zixi into the time-space, then let the white jade toad try to cure the poison in Ling Zixi's body. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was really an eventful time. Many things were happening at the same time. It was almost suffocating. However, this was life. Life couldn't be smooth sailing. It was full of thorns. When one encountered difficulties, they couldn't retreat. They had to face them head-on. At this moment, Fang Yuan climbed up the wall of the Forgotten City. She stood in front of a huge mirror. This mirror was called the Universal Mirror, and it could see through the whole world. In fact, the Universal Mirror was quite common. However, even though it was called the Universal Mirror, it didn't necessarily mean that it was a universal mirror. Although many universal mirrors had the same name, they couldn't see through the whole world. However, the universal mirror in front of her was extremely different. It could really see through the changes in the whole world. It was mysterious and unfathomable. This was also the reason why Lin Feng and Ling Zixi were so far away from each other. A figure appeared on the universal mirror. It was Lin Feng. Where's that woman? Fang Yuan asked. When she had arrived, Xianxia had already been poisoned and unconscious. She had been sent into the time-space to rest by Lin Feng. Therefore, she only saw Lin Feng and didn't see Xianxia. The general said, that woman seems to have been poisoned and then disappeared. It's very likely that she was taken into a small space by that kid. Okay. Fang Yuan nodded. Then, she said, send 10 experts to deal with that kid. Let's see what he's capable of. Yes. The general replied. Then, he went to give the order. Lin Feng was still wandering around outside the city. However, after Xianxia had fainted, there was no one around to talk to him. He was really not used to it. Lin Feng was waiting for night to fall. When night fell, he planned to find a place to break the restrictions and then enter the Forgotten City. However, there was also a need to pay attention to where to break the restriction. Due to the fact that the restrictions in many places were extremely powerful, it was very likely that some unexpected situations would occur if the restrictions in those places were destroyed. As a result, Lin Feng had to pay attention to this. As a result, he needed to find a place where the restrictions were relatively weaker. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He quickly rushed up to the sky. Just as Lin Feng rushed up to the sky, the sand under his feet instantly collapsed. That area formed a powerful quicksand that almost swallowed Lin Feng. Lin Feng slightly frowned. He felt that things were not so simple. There seemed to be someone below. Lin Feng said coldly. Who is it? Show yourself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, after Lin Feng's voice fell, a number of figures quickly rushed out. In total, there were 10 of them. These 10 cultivators all had khaki-colored skin and khaki-colored eyes. It looked very strange. They were the Devil Sand Clan cultivators. There was a difference between the men and women of the Devil Sand Clan. The men of the Devil Sand Clan did indeed look strange, but the women of the Devil Sand Clan were synonymous with sex appeal. Brat, you actually dare to run to our Devil Sand Clan's lair and blindly stroll around Forgotten City. Are you here to die? A cultivator coldly said. When Lin Feng saw these people, he knew that he had been discovered. The situation now was somewhat troublesome. After being discovered by the Devil Sand Clan cultivators, wanting to silently sneak into Forgotten City was no longer a realistic matter. Since he had exposed himself, Lin Feng did not need to continue hiding. Lin Feng indifferently said, Who do you think you are? You actually dare to speak to me in such a tone? When the Devil Sand Clan cultivators heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but be slightly stunned. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. This was the territory of the Devil Sand Clan. Where did Lin Feng get the courage to be so arrogant? This caused the group of Devil Sand Clan cultivators to be infuriated. Lin Feng was so arrogant that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. These people were the elites of the Devil Sand Clan. That was why they were sent to deal with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng actually dared to look down on them. This completely enraged the Devil Sand Clan cultivators. The group of people looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have already been cut into pieces by these cultivators. Why are you so angry? I'm telling the truth. You're all trash in front of me, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng indifferently said. Courting death. Kill him. Skin this brat alive. If we don't cut him into pieces, it will be difficult to vent the hatred in our hearts. The group of cultivators roared in anger. Then, these incomparably angry cultivators began to attack Lin Feng. One by one, they used extremely powerful divine abilities to deal with Lin Feng. All kinds of powerful divine abilities condensed and blasted towards Lin Feng. That kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. The group of people looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They naturally did not think that Lin Feng could withstand their attacks. It was no wonder that these cultivators would have such thoughts. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and strength, so naturally, they had great confidence in themselves. Lin Feng was alone, it was difficult to make a sound. Even if Lin Feng's cultivation was tyrannical, there were 10 of them. Which tyrannical cultivator did not have confidence in their own cultivation? Any tyrannical cultivator had great confidence in their own cultivation. Naturally, these cultivators were the same. Facing the attacks of a group of powerful cultivators, Lin Feng sneered and walked in the void. Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. The great path of destiny has already decided everyone's destiny, and I am the master of destiny. I have decided what your lives will be like. Come, river of destiny, let them all turn into dust in the river of destiny, said the great path of destiny. This was the incantation of the great art of destiny. Lin Feng controlled the 3,000 great Daos, many immortal scriptures, and many top divine abilities. He could switch between the various divine abilities at will. Lin Feng did not use this great art of destiny much, but it was ranked second among the 3,000 great Daos. The power of the great art of destiny. It was absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. Now that the great art of destiny was used by Lin Feng, a river of destiny suddenly flew out from the void. The river of destiny swept through heaven and earth. It surged towards the 10 cultivators of the Devil Sand clan. The 10 cultivators of the Devil Sand clan were instantly enveloped by the river of destiny, and their divine abilities were immediately broken. Then, they were suppressed in the river of destiny, unable to move. That's impossible. The 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators roared in disbelief. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Their strength was so tyrannical, and their joint attack was incomparably terrifying. Even so, their joint attack had been broken by Lin Feng in an instant, and then suppressed by Lin Feng. This was something they naturally couldn't accept. I've already said that you're just a bunch of trash in front of me. But you didn't believe me. Now do you believe me? Lin Feng said indifferently. The Devil Sand clan cultivators' faces were as pale as paper. Lin Feng was really too terrifying. Now that they were suppressed by Lin Feng, they felt the threat of death. Lin Feng really dared to kill them. When a person's strength reached a certain level, they could naturally do things without restraint. In the eyes of this group of cultivators, Lin Feng belonged to this kind of person. He could do things without restraint. I'll now bestow death upon you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he was about to attack. Suddenly, a gale swept through the heavens and earth, and sand filled the sky as if it was about to cover the sky. In the midst of the sand, a fiery red light quickly flew over. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a long whip. It was a flaming whip, and it ruthlessly lashed towards Lin Feng. Its power was extremely terrifying, and Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Lin Feng quickly attacked, and a fist swept towards the whip. A fist light condensed and collided with the flaming whip. The flaming whip was sent flying by Lin Feng's fist light, but Lin Feng's fist light was also shattered by the flaming whip. Lin Feng saw a woman walking over from the sandstorm. The woman was relatively tall, about 1.8 meters tall, but her figure was extremely slender. Her upper body was wearing a short shirt, and her flat stomach was exposed. Her lower body was covered in a short skirt made of animal skin, and her long legs were exposed. Generally, very few women would wear such revealing clothes. After all, the female cultivators in the world of cultivators valued their chastity more, so they tended to be more conservative. However, there were some races, such as the barbarian race, the beast race, and some other races, who didn't pay much attention to it. They paid particular attention to doing as they pleased, and lived as comfortable as they could. They didn't particularly care about other people's gazes. This hot and sexy female cultivator from the Xianxia clan in front of him might also have such a personality. With a single palm strike, the river of destiny formed by Lin Feng was instantly shattered, and the 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators trapped within the river of destiny were freed. Young mistress. The Devil Sand clan cultivators all bowed towards this sexy woman. This woman was none other than Fang Yuan. Seeing Lin Feng suppress the 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators, Fang Yuan made her move. Go back. Fang Yuan said. Yes. The 10 Devil Sand clan cultivators all replied. They didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly flew back to Forgotten City. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator from the Xianxia clan with interest. Those people called her young mistress. In other words, she should be the daughter of the Devil Sand clan city lord. Her identity was really different from the rest. Lin Feng had actually seen many different kinds of beauties, but there weren't many who were as tall as this beauty. First of all, Women were usually taller. For example, a 1.7 m tall woman and a 1.7 m tall man were standing together. Many people would have a feeling that this woman was very tall. Why was she so much taller than the man beside her? In reality, they were the same height. A woman of 1.7 meters and above was naturally considered tall. Furthermore, this woman in front of him was actually 1.8 meters and above. She really gave off an oppressive feeling. Was it you who killed Feng Wuxiu? Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He thought of the Devil Sand Clan cultivator that he had killed before. He didn't think that the Devil Sand Clan people would know about it. He also didn't know how these people knew that he was the one who killed that guy. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care too much about this matter. He said, that guy who looked quite repulsive is the Feng Wuxiu you mentioned. If it's him, then this guy was indeed killed by me. Good job. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Lin Feng was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his senses. It seemed like this woman didn't have much of an interest in that Feng Wuxiu. Although they were from the same clan, and might even be related by blood, but so what? Father and son, even brothers could turn against each other, let alone others. Lin Feng said, looks like I've gotten rid of a big problem for you, fairy. He. Fang Yuan immediately laughed and said, I'm not a fairy, I'm a witch. Are you going to obediently allow yourself to be captured, or do you want me to capture you? But let me say this first, once I make a move, I might not be able to hold back. At that time, you might be killed by me. Lin Feng said, if you want to kill me, you're still a bit lacking. However, I don't like to kill people, especially women. I won't kill beautiful women. You should be glad that you're a beautiful woman. A woman like you should be loved. Don't worry, after I capture you, I'll properly love you. Looks like you and Feng Wuxiu are jackals of the same tribe. Neither of you is a good person. Fang Yuan sneered. Lin Feng retorted, you're wrong. I'm very different from Feng Wuxiu. That guy's character is sinister and evil, and he's not a good person. I'm upright and kind. There's nothing wrong with liking beautiful women. Then should I thank you for saying that I'm a beautiful woman? Fang Yuan sneered. If you want to thank me, then submit to me. To have the chance to be favored by me is your fortune from your previous life. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was furious. She had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Where did this guy get his sense of superiority from? Moreover, Lin Feng was a human. According to Fang Yuan's knowledge, the human race was relatively weak, so cultivators kept a low profile. As for Lin Feng, as a human, he was the complete opposite of the other humans. Fang Yuan began to circulate her magic power. It was obvious that she was planning to attack Lin Feng. As she circulated her magic power, she sneered and said, I don't want to kill you now. I want to make you my male slave. Then, I'll step on you and trample on your dignity. I'll let you know how laughable you are in front of me. Lin Feng was already on guard against Fang Yuan, so when Fang Yuan attacked, he already moved. Lin Feng moved to the left. Although Fang Yuan's attack was extremely terrifying, Lin Feng still managed to dodge it. After dodging Fang Yuan's attack, Lin Feng tried to quickly approach Fang Yuan. He could feel the strength of this woman, so Lin Feng didn't want to compete with Fang Yuan in terms of sacred art and spiritual power. Instead, he wanted to use physical strength to quickly suppress Fang Yuan. After capturing Fang Yuan, he could use Fang Yuan to exchange for Little Peng's freedom. However, Fang Yuan didn't give Lin Feng a chance to fight in close combat. Seeing Lin Feng quickly rushing towards her, Fang Yuan kept the flame whip and attacked with both hands. Fang Yuan's divine ability was very strange. Basically, she didn't need to prepare much. Moreover, she could continuously attack with her palms. In addition, the attack formed by her palms was a kind of invisible attack. When other people attacked with their palms, they might condense an energy handprint. No matter how strong or weak the energy handprint was, at least this energy handprint could be seen by the naked eye. However, Fang Yuan's attack couldn't be seen, which was a little strange. In addition, she could continuously attack like this, basically not giving the opponent time to react or condense a sacred art. Once the opponent fell into Feng Yuan's rhythm, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. Therefore, Lin Feng was forced into a panic by Feng Yuan. Lin Feng rarely had this kind of feeling. He had already forgotten when was the last time he was forced into such a difficult situation. This woman was really powerful. However, Lin Feng wasn't completely without a way to restrain Feng Yuan. Lin Feng used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Fist-type sacred arts were a little special. They were somewhat different from other sacred arts. Before other sacred arts were activated, they needed to make hand seals or chant incantations. They needed a certain amount of time to prepare. However, fist-type and palm-type sacred arts didn't need this time. They only needed to circulate their spiritual power, and this spiritual power would form a large cycle in the body's specific meridians. Then, he would be able to use this kind of divine ability. There were some similarities between the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and Feng Yuan's palm technique. It could be used continuously. Moreover, as he continued to use it, the power of the stacking would become stronger and stronger. Unlike other divine abilities, there was no cooldown after using it. Even if there was no cooldown, the power of the skill would be significantly reduced. This was completely different from the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. When Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation punch collided with Feng Yuan's attack, Lin Feng's attack collided with hers. Lin Feng had locked onto Feng Yuan's aura, so no matter how formless Feng Yuan's attacks were, they could not break through Lin Feng's defense. Bang bang bang, both sides collided again and again. The more Feng Yuan fought, the more surprised she became. She discovered that she had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng's fighting strength was much stronger than what she had expected. Moreover, Feng Yuan also discovered a terrifying thing. Lin Feng's fist technique was very powerful, one punch after another, and the next punch would be much more powerful than the previous one. Now, he had already stacked 42 punches, and this fist technique was somewhat similar to her own palm technique. However, her own palm technique had already stacked 64 punches, but she was still suppressed by Lin Feng. Just now, she still had the advantage, but now, her advantage was gone. Bang! In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, Lin Feng and Feng Yuan collided once again. This time, Feng Yuan's palm technique was broken by Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Feng Yuan's entire body was sent flying. Feng Yuan's expression became extremely ugly. Ever since she started out, she had never been defeated. Although it couldn't be considered a defeat, she had suffered a small loss at the hands of Lin Feng. This caused Feng Yuan to be extremely angry. And the upper echelons of Forgotten City who were standing on the city wall watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Feng Wushu said sarcastically, "This woman has always been self-righteous. Now that she has suffered a loss, she really deserves it." Feng Wushu, shut up. Remember your own identity. At this time, an ancestor-level expert coldly reprimanded Feng Wushu. Everyone knew about the relationship between Feng Wushu and Feng Yuan, but this was a matter between the younger generation. Therefore, no matter what kind of trouble it was, these older generation experts naturally couldn't interfere. Even if someone were to ask, it would be their father who would ask about this matter. But now, Feng Yuan had suffered a small loss at the hands of Lin Feng, and Feng Wushu was here mocking and ridiculing Feng Yuan. This was something that the older generation experts could not accept. It didn't matter how much trouble they made at home. But when facing outsiders, they had to be united. United against outsiders. Only in this way would this force be able to survive for a long time. But obviously, Feng Wushu didn't seem to understand this logic. Seeing Feng Yuan suffer a loss, he mocked and ridiculed her. Wasn't this helping outsiders? How could these older generation experts tolerate such a thing happening, if it wasn't for the fact that Feng Wushu was the son of the city lord, and that he was only left with a soul body? Just now, it was not as simple as reprimanding Feng Wushu. "Ancestor, I was wrong, please punish me." Feng Wushu hurriedly said. "I'm too lazy to punish you, but remember your own identity. There are some things that you should say and some things that you shouldn't say. the ancestor-level expert said coldly. Feng Wuxi nodded and said, yes. In fact, he was extremely angry in his heart, but at this time, he didn't dare to say anything, for fear of angering the ancestor. At that time, he wouldn't be able to eat the consequences. And at this time, Lin Feng had already quickly rushed towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was repelled, which was a great opportunity to defeat Feng Yuan in one go. If he missed this great opportunity, it would not be easy to find such a good opportunity again. Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of Feng Yuan, still using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's face changed slightly, facing Lin Feng's attack. She didn't dare to be careless. Many runes gushed out of her body, especially on her palm. Those runes completely wrapped Feng Yuan's palm. Feng Yuan's palm hit towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng had completely followed Feng Yuan, so it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to get rid of Lin Feng. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist bombarded Feng Yuan one after another, and Feng Yuan blocked Lin Feng's attacks. However, Feng Yuan was now suppressed. Although she was not injured, she could not get rid of Lin Feng and could not use powerful methods to counterattack. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before Feng Yuan was defeated by Lin Feng. Who is this kid? He is so tyrannical. The cultivators on the wall of the Forgotten City could not help but have gloomy faces. Feng Yuan was a powerful existence that many of the older generation experts could not defeat, so Feng Wuxi was very powerful. In fact, he was still very afraid of Feng Yuan in his heart. But now, Feng Yuan was suppressed by Lin Feng so much, it was really beyond their expectations. If Lin Feng was a cultivator who had cultivated for many years, they would not say anything, and they would not even feel that it was strange. After all, Feng Yuan was very young, and some top experts could still suppress Feng Yuan, but now, the cultivator who suppressed Feng Yuan was younger than Feng Yuan. This was too inconceivable. Lin Feng's attacks were endless, and he almost defeated Feng Yuan several times, but Feng Yuan blocked them all. After seeing this situation, Lin Feng's face slightly sank. Lin Feng's combat experience was extremely rich, so he knew that when the opponent blocked the enemy's killing moves again and again, the situation might be quite bad. Once he was unable to kill the opponent directly, the opponent might launch a powerful counterattack. For example, now, Lin Feng felt that he had to end the battle quickly, otherwise, Feng Yuan was likely to use some unexpected methods. This woman was very terrifying. Lin Feng also knew this. Although Lin Feng now had the upper hand, he did not have any intention of underestimating Feng Yuan. Lin Feng's attacks became even more powerful. In addition to the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, Lin Feng also released the domineering magnetic field. When Lin Feng released the domineering magnetic field, suddenly, Feng Yuan was greatly suppressed, and her combat strength was greatly suppressed. Feng Yuan was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. Although she did not know that Lin Feng used the domineering magnetic field, she felt the domineering power, so Feng Yuan knew that the method used by Lin Feng must be related to domineering. Feng Yuan's expression became dignified. Lin Feng really had a lot of methods, and they were also powerful enough. Feng Yuan knew that Lin Feng wanted to defeat her quickly, so she began to attack with all her strength. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for her. Feng Yuan clenched her silver teeth, and when Lin Feng attacked her again, Feng Yuan suddenly shook a silver bracelet on her hand. There were 5 bells on the silver bracelet. At the beginning, Lin Feng thought that the silver bracelet was just an ordinary thing, but now it seemed that it was not so. When the bells on the silver bracelet rang, an amazing thing happened. An energy ball flew out from each of the 5 bells, and the 5 energy balls contained an unimaginably terrifying power, and directly flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt that his blood was flowing quickly, and at an unprecedented speed. This showed that the power of the 5 energy balls was enough to threaten his life. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The 5 energy balls were too terrifying. He quickly used the heaven patching technique, and at the same time Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique, the 5 energy balls exploded, and the destructive energy flooded towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng dodged Feng Yuan's attack in advance. Damn it! Seeing that Lin Feng dodged the attack of the 5 energy balls in advance, Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse. Previously, Fang Yuan was extremely suppressed by Lin Feng, and she didn't plan to use the 5 energy balls, because the 5 energy balls were one of her trump cards, and she spent 100 years to condense them with great difficulty, so unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use the 5 energy balls. Originally, Fang Yuan was secretly preparing some powerful divine ability to counterattack Lin Feng, and that divine ability was about to be completed, but who would have thought that Lin Feng sensed that something was wrong, so he used the domineering magnetic field. The domineering magnetic field and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist made Fang Yuan feel a great threat. Fang Yuan was worried that her divine ability would be defeated by Lin Feng before it was completed, so she used the 5 energy balls to deal with Lin Feng. Fang Yuan thought that Lin Feng would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, but she didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually smoothly dodge the attack of the 5 energy balls. Fang Yuan understood one thing: Lin Feng's ability to sense danger was incredible. Could it be that he had the ability to sense danger? Could it be that he had the ability to sense danger? In fact, Fang Yuan also had the ability of sudden inspiration, but the stronger the bloodline, the stronger the ability of sudden inspiration. Although Fang Yuan's bloodline was very strong, after all, she was a mutated bloodline, but Fang Yuan's bloodline was far inferior to Lin Feng's bloodline. Therefore, Fang Yuan's ability of sudden inspiration was still quite different from Lin Feng's ability of sudden inspiration. Many dangers that she couldn't sense, Lin Feng could sense. At this time, Lin Feng appeared 300 meters away, and he couldn't help but show an expression of fear. Fortunately, he was alert and avoided the terrifying attack just now, otherwise, the situation just now would have been very dangerous. Fang Yuan was really not simple, and her hidden means were really terrifying. He didn't know if this woman's bracelet could still release such a terrifying power. He had to be careful, otherwise, it might cause terrible consequences. I'll let you have a taste of my divine ability. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Lin Feng. As soon as her voice fell, Fang Yuan's hands continuously formed seals. This divine ability was called the Way of the Rising Dragon of the Heavens. It was rumored to be a supreme divine ability created by one of the 3 ancestral dragons. Ancestral dragons. They were the oldest and most terrifying existences of the dragon clan. They were definitely at the peak of the Saint Realm. Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange even if some people said that they had surpassed the Saint Realm, because they were indeed extremely terrifying. Therefore, the divine abilities created by ancestral dragons were at least on par with the trump cards of saint emperors, demon lords, and other experts. They might even surpass their trump cards. This was why ancestral dragons were so terrifying. In the entire history of this era, only 3 ancestral dragons had been born. Therefore, their strength was absolutely unimaginable. Fang Yuan's bloodline was very powerful, and her cultivation was also very high. She had already broken through to the true immortal realm. Although she had just broken through a few years ago and her cultivation wasn't stable yet, she was still a true immortal. When she used the Way of the Rising Dragon of the Heavens at such a high level, she had indeed released the power of this divine ability. Seeing the densely packed dragons pouncing over, Lin Feng took out the Hui Bao. Holding it in his hand, he pulled the bowstring and shot arrows. The energy of the world quickly gathered from all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one after another, energy arrows shot towards the dragons at high speed. Bang, 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 along with the sounds of violent collisions, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng released a series of energy arrows from his Hui Bao, shattering the dragons that pounced on him one after another. The 2 sides immediately entered a stalemate. Go, capture that kid. At this time an ancestral-level expert said in a deep voice. The other 2 ancestral-level experts couldn't help but nod. The 3 of them had silently disappeared. Clearly, they had used a method to conceal themselves. They quickly flew towards the place where Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were fighting. Lin Feng's space Dao was so powerful that he had already sensed the 3 ancestral-level experts' auras when they flew over. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This place was relatively close to the Forgotten City, so many experts could come to support Fang Yuan. This was a rather troublesome matter. Fang Yuan was very difficult to deal with, but Lin Feng believed that with his methods, dealing with Fang Yuan would not be too big of a problem. However, if a few more powerful figures appeared and joined forces with Fang Yuan, then it would not be him suppressing Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan and the others joining forces to suppress him. Let's lure this woman away before those 3 old bastards arrive. A thought emerged in Lin Feng's mind. Fang Yuan was a very competitive woman. Previously, he had suffered a loss in his hands. He would definitely be extremely indignant. She must want to defeat him and then capture him. Now, he only needed to show weakness in front of Fang Yuan and then pretend to escape. With Fang Yuan's personality, she would definitely chase after him. She would never let her go so easily. Once she lured Fang Yuan to a secluded place, she would be able to deal with Fang Yuan alone. At that time, Fang Yuan would no longer have any reinforcements. Suppressing Fang Yuan would be very likely. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mouth revealed a sneer. He continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. However, the energy arrows that Lin Feng shot out were not as powerful as before. Naturally, this was done deliberately by Lin Feng. He wanted to tell Fang Yuan that he had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy, and his battle strength had greatly declined compared to when he was at his peak. Therefore, he was no longer a match for her. The energy arrows shot out by Lin Feng collided with the dragons condensed by Fang Yuan's magic. This time, the energy arrows were shattered by the dragons, and the dragons continued to rush towards Lin Feng. Today, this young master is tired, so I'll leave first. When this young master is done resting, we'll fight again. When that time comes, I'll definitely catch you. After I catch you, see how I'll train you. I'll definitely train you into an obedient slave. Lin Feng's eyes fiercely swept towards Fang Yuan's charming and tall body. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and quickly flew away. His speed was extremely fast, and it seemed as if he was fleeing. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then she sneered. She soared into the sky and quickly chased after Lin Feng. At this moment, the 3 ancestor-level powerhouses from the Forgotten City were still some distance away from Lin Feng and Fang Yuan, so they were quickly shaken off by Lin Feng and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered and said, "Brat, the reason why you're so strong, is it because you're using some kind of magic treasure? I don't believe that at your age, you can be so strong without any magic treasures." Lin Feng said, "My battle strength is so strong. Are you jealous of me?" Fang Yuan continued to sneer and said, "Why are you being so stubborn? After such a big battle, your magic power has been consumed very quickly. This means that your magic power isn't particularly strong, and it's not even proportional to your battle strength. This is enough to show that your battle strength is so tyrannical because you're using some kind of powerful magic treasure. If it wasn't for that, your magic power would also be extremely strong, and it wouldn't be consumed so quickly." Lin Feng said, "You really think too highly of yourself. I'm too lazy to explain this matter to you. Forget it, I'm too lazy to continue talking to you. You can think whatever you want." Lin Feng continued to increase his speed and flew into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng in a hurry to leave, Fang Yuan thought that Lin Feng must be feeling guilty, so he wanted to quickly escape. She sneered and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't use his maximum speed because if he did, Fang Yuan would probably be left behind without a trace. Thus, Lin Feng slowed down as much as possible. This way, he wouldn't be able to shake Fang Yuan off, and Fang Yuan wouldn't be able to catch up to Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's enticement, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were getting further and further away from the Forgotten City. Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of a huge sand dune. He turned to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked over step by step with a cold smile on her face. She said, "Why aren't you running anymore? Have you given up because you know that you can't escape?" Lin Feng said, "Of course not. I think that this place is far enough from the Forgotten City. It's a good place to deal with you." Fang Yuan said. Fang Yuan showed a disdainful expression and said, "You sure know how to boast shamelessly. Don't you know how much you're worth?" Lin Feng didn't argue with Fang Yuan too much on this topic. Lin Feng planned to ask Fang Yuan if the Little Rock King had been captured by the experts of the Forgotten City. Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said, "I have something to ask you," said Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slightly startled. She didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to ask her. She said, "What can you ask me about? Did the Forgotten City capture someone before?" Lin Feng asked bluntly. Fang Yuan narrowed her eyes at Lin Feng and asked, "Why are you asking this? Could it be that you know those people? It seems like you really did capture some people. Was there a devil cultivator among them?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right. There was a devil cultivator. There were also many cultivators from the 4 great immortal sects," Fang Yuan said indifferently. Hearing Fang Yuan's answer, Lin Feng was almost certain that the Little Rock King had been captured by these people. "Why did you capture them?" Lin Feng asked. Fang Yuan said indifferently, "Because those guys didn't have eyes. They actually dared to run into the depths of the ancient demon desert. Our forgotten city is about to open up some immortal stone mines, and we're currently lacking manpower. Those guys will start mining soon." Fang Yuan smiled. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Your physique is not bad. If you agree to be my male slave, I can let you stay by my side. If you don't agree, I'll just kill you. It seems a bit of a pity. Why don't I send you to the mines too?" Thinking of this, Fang Yuan actually giggled. She was already very charming, and when she giggled, she became even more charming. Lin Feng said, "I've decided to become a live-in son-in-law of the Forgotten City." Fang Yuan sneered, "Are you dreaming?" Lin Feng said, "When I capture you, what's done can't be undone. Won't I be a live-in son-in-law then?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed towards Fang Yuan. She saw that Lin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to attack her. A mocking expression appeared on Fang Yuan's face. She had always thought that Lin Feng was an arrow at the end of its flight. He actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. Wasn't he seeking his own death? "Today, I'll let you have a taste of my other divine abilities." Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. Her hands were constantly changing seals. Ding! Suddenly, an azure dragon appeared on the left side of Fang Yuan. That azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its ferocious might shook the heavens and was incomparably terrifying. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar came from Fang Yuan's right. A white tiger condensed on Fang Yuan's right. The white tiger was vivid and lifelike, as if it was the king of beasts. Its might suppressed the heaven and earth, intimidating millions of ferocious beasts. Shriek! A sharp, ear-piercing cry was heard. A vermilion bird condensed in front of Fang Yuan. The vermilion bird was a divine bird, a descendant of the phoenix. Although it was a descendant of the phoenix, its bloodline had undergone a mutation. Therefore, the vermilion bird's talent was not inferior to the phoenix's. The vermilion bird controlled the supreme demonic fire of the world, the vermilion bird divine fire. This was a sacred fire that could rival the phoenix demonic fire. Its power was boundless. At that moment, a huge monster appeared beneath Fang Yuan's feet. It was a black tortoise sacred beast. Its aura was deep, ancient, and powerful. A gigantic python appeared behind Fang Yuan. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a python, but a blazing serpent. The blazing serpent was one of the 5 sacred beasts. It was extremely powerful. 5 sacred beasts? What kind of ability is this? Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and asked. My ability is inherited from the most ancient sacred beast orthodoxy. The ability I'm using now is called the 5 sacred demon subduing technique. Can you feel how powerful it is? Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng with a smug expression. Clearly, she was very confident in her ability. Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said, You said it yourself. Your ability is called the 5 sacred demon subduing technique, but I'm not a demon. This ability has no effect on me. So, isn't it a waste of energy for you to use this ability now? Fang Yuan's mouth twitched. She knew that Lin Feng was teasing her. Therefore, Fang Yuan was furious. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng and said, I'll show you how powerful my ability is later. 5 sacred demon subduing technique. Fang Yuan shouted. Next, the 5 sacred beasts pounced at Lin Feng. When the 5 sacred beasts' auras combined, the ability was truly terrifying. As expected of a supreme technique passed down by the 5 sacred beasts. There was another important reason why this ability was so powerful. The 5 sacred beasts formed by this ability could cooperate with each other, which was equivalent to a combined ability. It could greatly increase one's battle prowess. This was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng was shocked. However, Lin Feng naturally had some powerful methods to deal with Fang Yuan. Lin Feng knew many powerful abilities, such as the Emperor's scriptures, the oblivion of the three worlds, the Buddhas of the heavens, and so on. These abilities were all extremely terrifying. However, Lin Feng did not plan to use them. He planned to use the Gate of Everlasting Life as a feint. The reason he wanted to use this ability was because Lin Feng was not very familiar with it. He could use it a few more times during the battle to familiarize himself with it. Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Little girl, I'll show you how powerful I am later. Once I capture you, there will be a young married woman in this world. You're courting death." Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Powerful magic power continuously flowed into the 5 sacred beasts. The 5 sacred beasts' battle prowess continued to increase. Fang Yuan was naturally very confident in her own methods. Now, she was thinking about how to torture Lin Feng after capturing Lin Feng to make her feel better. Fang Yuan hated Lin Feng to the core. At that moment, Lin Feng summoned the Door of Everlasting Life. The Door of Everlasting Life floated in the air, releasing a holy qi and strength. The Door of Everlasting Life looked like it had traveled through time. It was difficult to imagine how strong the Door of Everlasting Life was. When Fang Yuan saw Lin Feng summon the Door of Everlasting Life, she couldn't help but frown. She had seen many things, even though she didn't know what the Door of Everlasting Life looked like, she could still sense how terrifying it was. However, even though the Gate of Everlasting Life was very powerful, Fang Yuan was still very confident in her own ability. She believed that her ability would definitely be able to break Lin Feng's ability. At that moment, the Gate of Everlasting Life descended from the sky, suppressing the 5 sacred beasts. Bang! 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 Accompanied by 5 ferocious sounds of collisions, the 5 sacred beasts clashed with the Door of Everlasting Life. The first reason why the Door of Everlasting Life was so powerful was that the Door of Everlasting Life itself was powerful and terrifying. The second reason was that Lin Feng's current combat strength was terrifying enough. With these two factors combined, the power of the Door of Everlasting Life's shadow was naturally incredible. The shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life quickly flew towards Fang Yuan, wanting to kill her. When she saw the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life flying towards her, Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Her magic was so powerful, but now, it was easily broken by Lin Feng. Only now did Fang Yuan realize that Lin Feng had deliberately shown weakness to her in order to lure her out. Fang Yuan quickly flew into the distance. But how could Lin Feng let Fang Yuan go so easily? The shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life continued to chase after Fang Yuan. Under Lin Feng's control, the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with Fang Yuan and suppressed her. Fang Yuan waved her hand. Suddenly, a powerful magic treasure flew out. It was a magic treasure the size of a mountain, surrounded by endless divine power. When the magic treasure flew out quickly, it began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had become as huge as a mountain. Bang! 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 Then, the magic treasure and the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life that Lin Feng had summoned collided violently. Every time they collided, it was as if the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The magic treasure was indeed very powerful. It actually blocked the attack of the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life, which surprised Lin Feng. Of course, he was just a little surprised. Lin Feng could accept all of this. After all, some powerful magic treasures could indeed turn the tide of a battle. Who are you? Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng with an ugly expression. She had summoned a powerful magic treasure and still could not break Lin Feng's magic. What if Lin Feng summoned his own magic treasure? Fang Yuan's perception was very strong. She knew that Lin Feng had not entered the true immortal realm. Under the condition that he had not entered the true immortal realm, he was still so terrifying. It was really too unbelievable. In the past, Fang Yuan had always thought that Lin Feng was so strong because Lin Feng had mastered some powerful magic treasures. But now, it seemed that was not the reason. It was possible for someone like Lin Feng to have some powerful magic treasures, but Lin Feng's combat power was not increased by those magic treasures. Instead, it was because he was already extremely powerful. Even if the magic treasure could increase his combat strength, it was only a supplementary effect. If the main body wasn't strong enough, so what if the magic treasure was strong enough? Would those magic treasures be of any use? Obviously, they would not be of any use. Lin Feng smiled. "I'm your master," said Lin Feng. "You." Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. She did not say anything else. Instead, she continued to use her magic treasure to resist Lin Feng's door of everlasting life. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped out of the void and punched towards Fang Yuan. Endless demonic light rolled. Lin Feng used the powerful demon ancestor's sacred fist. Behind Lin Feng, the phantom of the demon ancestor appeared. This was the inheritance of the demon lord. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Now that Lin Feng had used it, Lin Feng showed how terrifying this magic was. Multitasking. Fang Yuan's expression turned even uglier. Actually, when one cultivated to their level, it was not particularly difficult for them to control their magic treasures and use their magic treasures at the same time. However, when doing so, the power of their magic treasures would be greatly reduced. The magic treasures used would also be far less powerful than when they were at their peak. This was because a cultivator's energy was limited. Doing two things at the same time would definitely take up a lot of energy. Unless one mastered the ability to multitask and control their magic treasures and use their magic treasures at the same time, the power of their magic treasures would not be reduced, and the power of their magic treasures would not be reduced. Lin Feng could multitask at most 18 times. Therefore, multitasking was naturally not a problem for Lin Feng. Fang Yuan slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. She wanted to leave quickly, but Lin Feng was holding her back. Therefore, she could not leave and could only fight Lin Feng head-on. Bang! A violent collision sound spread in the air. Fang Yuan and Lin Feng collided and were blown away by the impact. Fang Yuan felt that her magic power had become extremely chaotic. When she circulated her magic power, her meridians emitted a feeling of incomparable pain. Fang Yuan knew that her situation had become extremely bad. The strength of the man in front of her was beyond her imagination. Although Fang Yuan had just entered the true immortal realm, she would not necessarily be at a disadvantage when dealing with some Dao immortal realm cultivators. However, she was defeated by Lin Feng one after another. Fang Yuan was well aware of how powerful Lin Feng was. She was an arrogant person. Before this, she had never been defeated. However, she was defeated by Lin Feng one after another, which made Fang Yuan feel a little discouraged. Not bad, not bad. To be able to resist my attacks for so long, your combat strength is indeed quite amazing. Lin Feng said. He rushed forward and threw another punch at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was a little pale. She endured the pain in her meridians and circulated her magic power. Once again, she exchanged a blow with Lin Feng. The next moment, the two sides collided. Fang Yuan was sent flying by Lin Feng like a kite with a broken string. Fang Yuan's face became as pale as paper because she found that her magic power had been scattered by Lin Feng. If that's the case, that's bad. Because under Lin Feng's attack, she would not have any power to resist. No matter what Lin Feng did to her, she would not be able to resist. At this time, the magic treasure that Fang Yuan had taken out, after losing the support of Fang Yuan's magic power, quickly flew back into Fang Yuan's storage ring. Lin Feng rushed in front of Fang Yuan and hugged Fang Yuan, who was falling to the ground. Such a beauty should live elegantly. How could she fall to the ground in such a sorry state? Let go of me. After her small waist was hugged by Lin Feng, Fang Yuan suddenly screamed in horror. She began to struggle. Although Fang Yuan's clothes were more sexy. But in reality, Fang Yuan was a woman who kept her body clean and honest. Naturally, there were many people who pursued her. However, all the people who pursued Fang Yuan were beaten up by Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan beat them up, she would ridicule her pursuers. She often said, "You can't even beat me, and you still want to pursue me? Go home and cultivate for another 108,000 years." Fang Yuan had never been in contact with a man. After landing on the ground, Lin Feng looked at Feng Yuan with a smile and said, "Now you know how to be afraid? Weren't you very powerful before? That fierce look of yours is still fresh in my memory." Feng Yuan knew that she had to calm down and not lose her composure. If she lost her composure, the situation would be even worse. She took a deep breath and looked at Lin Feng, saying, "I admit that I underestimated your strength. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but you're a man. There's no need to lower yourself to the level of a little woman like me, right?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I've never seen a little woman over 1.8 meters tall. You should call yourself a Western horse." When she heard the words Western horse, Feng Yuan was a little confused. She didn't understand what it meant, but after carefully thinking about the meaning of Lin Feng's words, she could roughly guess what it meant. Feng Yuan wanted to bite Lin Feng to death. She said speechlessly, "You know what I'm talking about." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I know what you're talking about." He wrapped one hand around Feng Yuan's waist and pinched her chin with the other. He said, "How about being my slave? That's a blessing you've accumulated in your previous life." When her eyes met with Lin Feng's, Feng Yuan felt her heartbeat accelerate for no reason. Although the man in front of her was hateful, his strength and domineering aura had left a deep impression on Feng Yuan. In addition, Lin Feng had a handsome face. A man like this was indeed very lethal to women. Even so, Feng Yuan absolutely couldn't agree to be Lin Feng's slave. This was a matter of dignity. "I'd rather die. I'll never be your slave," Feng Yuan said resolutely. "I can convert you. When the time comes, you'll definitely be very obedient. It should be quite good to have a slave like you by my side," Lin Feng said. Feng Yuan's pretty face became extremely unsightly. She said, "Do you really want a woman who's like a walking corpse by your side? With your cultivation and looks, what kind of woman can't you find? If you want women, countless women will probably throw themselves at you. I don't have the figure or the looks. I'll only embarrass you if I stay by your side." Hearing this, Lin Feng slapped Feng Yuan's perky buttocks 3 times in a row. It was so painful that tears welled up in Feng Yuan's eyes. Her pretty face turned crimson red. She stared at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. Said Lin Feng, "You're lying through your teeth. Don't you feel guilty?" "I'm not lying, I'm just telling the truth," Feng Yuan replied. "But I think you're very charming. You're qualified to be my slave." Lin Feng, "You're not a man. How dare you force a little woman to be your slave? You're a disgrace to your ancestors." Feng Yuan's Lin Feng, "I want to carry on the family line, you know? The ancestors will definitely agree with me," Lin Feng said. "You can find someone else to carry on the family line," Feng Yuan said. "You should know that the stronger the bloodline, the more difficult it is to give birth to a child. Ordinary women are unable to give birth to my child. You have a mutated bloodline, so maybe you can," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I'm still a child, I don't want to have a baby." Feng Yuan was so scared that she burst into tears. Seeing Feng Yuan crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Women were indeed women. No matter how powerful a woman was, she was still a woman in essence. And women, in the end, they were fragile. In the end, they would shed tears. Feng Yuan was like that. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, would the Red World Fairy be the same? At the very least, he had never seen it before. In Lin Feng's mind, the celestial master Hong Chen was his first wife. It was just to conquer the Red World Fairy. This was a difficult task. Lin Feng said, "All right, stop crying. I was just joking with you. I'm not interested in you. I want to exchange you for my friend." Hearing Lin Feng say that he was not interested in her, Feng Yuan immediately became happy. Finally, she didn't have to give birth to a baby. However, very quickly, Feng Yuan felt a little jealous in her heart. Because Lin Feng actually said that he was not interested in her. She had the perfect figure and the perfect face. This figure, this real face, would definitely be able to charm a large number of people to death. Was this guy blind? He actually said that he wasn't interested in her. Women were often like this. When others say that they are interested in you, they are all kinds of reserved. When others say that they are not interested in you, they say that they are blind. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what Feng Yuan was thinking. He let go of Feng Yuan and planned to wait for a while before adjusting his state of mind. Furthermore, it was almost night time, so it wouldn't be too late to rest for a day and go to Forgotten City tomorrow. Lin Feng found a place to rest, and Feng Yuan quickly followed him. She had lost all of her mana, and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The desert was extremely dangerous, and if she did not stay by Lin Feng's side, it might not be long before she died in the desert. Moreover, even if she wanted to escape, she probably wouldn't have the chance to. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Then, he began to adjust his state of mind. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, sat at the side and looked at Lin Feng. Who the hell is this guy? Feng Yuan couldn't help but mutter to herself. Actually, thinking about it carefully, she realized that Lin Feng was quite a good person. Although the words he had said before had scared her quite a bit, it was only to scare her and not do anything out of line. If she were to fall into the hands of another man, would that man let her go? Feng Yuan didn't think so. Because Feng Yuan knew how charming she was. The desert at night was colder, completely different from the high temperature during the day. Of course, cultivators were powerful, and the low temperature did not affect them much. Therefore, even though Feng Yuan was wearing less, but she still did not feel cold. The bonfire burned fiercely, and Lin Feng sat in front of it. He found some poisonous scorpions and centipedes in the desert, and then took out some tools and a large piece of meat. Lin Feng cut the meat, and then placed the poisonous scorpions and centipedes inside, and then placed them on an iron plate to roast. Feng Yuan asked, "What are you doing?" After the delicacy was done, Lin Feng cut open the wrapped meat, revealing the centipedes and scorpions inside. Lin Feng ate a scorpion, and his eyes immediately lit up. The taste was better than he had imagined. In fact, this was the first time Lin Feng had made something like this. This attempt was quite successful, which made Lin Feng extremely happy. Feng Yuan could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She rubbed her stomach and said, "I'm hungry too. I want to eat too." After saying that, she ran to Lin Feng's side and sat down next to Lin Feng. She picked up a centipede and stuffed it into her mouth to chew. She nodded vigorously, and her eyes could not help but become extremely bright. "Delicious, delicious," she said vaguely. Then, her hands moved extremely quickly, stuffing centipedes and scorpions into her mouth one after another. Lin Feng said, "You're a prisoner, okay? Have some awareness as a prisoner. Just sit by the side and watch me eat." After interacting with Lin Feng for a while, Feng Yuan had a rough understanding of Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng was not a fierce and cruel person. Instead, he seemed to be kind and upright. This kind of character was naturally rare in the world of cultivators. When Feng Yuan found out that Lin Feng had this kind of character, she even muttered in her heart. How could a person with this kind of character survive in the world of cultivators where everyone was scheming against each other? It was really a miracle. Therefore, she knew Lin Feng's character. Feng Yuan was now no longer afraid of Lin Feng. "I'm hungry, of course I want to eat. These are all mine. Don't eat them. Go catch some centipedes, scorpions, and other things like that for me to eat." Feng Yuan was like a tiger fighting for food. She took away a large piece of meat outside, not letting Lin Feng eat the centipedes and scorpions inside. Lin Feng immediately smiled bitterly. What was going on? He seemed to have become Feng Yuan's follower now. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Lin Feng comforted himself like this. Then, he got up and began to search for poisonous scorpions and centipedes. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, was enjoying the delicious food alone. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Feng lay on the sand dune and looked at the moon in the sky in a daze. Feng Yuan sat next to Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Don't worry, your friend will be fine." "Of course, I have no doubts about that," Lin Feng said. "What are you thinking about now?" Feng Yuan asked curiously. She had the feeling that Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious veil. At that moment, Feng Yuan really wanted to uncover the mysteries surrounding Lin Feng. Then take a look. What was under this mysterious veil? I'm thinking a lot of people, said Lin Feng. For example? Fang Yuan asked. Lin Feng was silent. You still can't tell others? Fang Yuan curled her lips and said. Lin Feng said. Of course not. Following this, he said, I'm thinking about my parents, my grandfather, my dead uncle, some of my close friends, my teacher, and the woman who died for me. I'm going to find my close friends, and so on. Fang Yuan said, you can think about so many people. It seems that your life must be very busy. Lin Feng said, yes, it is indeed very busy. I have to make myself stronger. Only then will I be able to do what I want. Only then will I be able to protect them. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was actually a little touched. The feeling of being protected must be very good, right? She really envied the people he was talking about. Have you thought about anyone? Lin Feng asked. My mother. She is the only person I miss. Fang Yuan said. What happened to her? Lin Feng asked. She passed away. Fang Yuan said. Sorry, I brought up your sad matter. Lin Feng said. It's fine, I'm already used to it. Fang Yuan said. What is the relationship between you and that Fang Wuxi you mentioned? You seem to hate him a lot. Lin Feng asked. Fang Yuan said, he's my half-brother. Why do you hate him when you have such a family relationship? Lin Feng asked. Because he caused my mother's death. Fang Yuan said. That is really a tragedy, but this guy has already been killed by me. I have avenged you. Shouldn't you repay me with your body? Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan turned her head to look at Lin Feng. Her big watery eyes were filled with charm. This woman looked very wild, but if one observed carefully, they would find that this woman actually had a trace of charm in her wildness. He is not dead. Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng asked in surprise, not dead? It can't be, right? I specially checked his body, and he is indeed dead. Even his soul has dissipated. Fang Yuan said, that guy cultivated some strange cultivation techniques, so he was able to deceive you. Of course, his physical body is indeed dead, but his soul is still here. However, even if his physical body is dead, it's not really dead. As long as his soul is still here, there will be a day when he returns. Said Lin Feng. That guy is really lucky, said Lin Feng. Father will help him reverse his destiny. Fang Yuan said. It seems that your father is very powerful. Lin Feng said. He is an immortal, Fang Yuan said. An immortal was a golden immortal. This was because the word golden, in the eyes of cultivators, represented immortality. It was unknown how powerful a golden immortal was. Lin Feng's battle strength had increased greatly, and he had even obtained the epic war spear left behind by his ancestor. However, Lin Feng knew his own limits. Even if he used the epic war spear, he was still not a match for Fang Yuan's father. Why are you telling me this? You can completely hide it from me. When your father makes a move, I will be in a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan didn't know why she said all this. However, in her heart, there seemed to be a voice telling Fang Yuan that she had to tell Lin Feng some of the truth about the Forgotten City. Because, this way, Lin Feng would be able to prepare in advance. She didn't want to see Lin Feng die in the Forgotten City. Even though, in the beginning, he hated Lin Feng so much that he gnashed his teeth. But now, it was as if he had another feeling for Lin Feng. It was a feeling that made Fang Yuan's heart beat faster. However, Fang Yuan did not tell Lin Feng what she was thinking. After all, she was a woman and had never experienced feelings before. There were some things that she was naturally embarrassed to say. Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you so much, but your father is so powerful. If I rashly go there and your father makes a move, I'm worried that I will die miserably. This, Fang Yuan couldn't help but ponder. It was indeed as Lin Feng said. Just like that. Lin Feng might be in trouble. She knew how powerful her father was. I have to think of a foolproof plan. Lin Feng said. He was thinking of a feasible plan, but Lin Feng really couldn't think of a good one. In the face of absolute strength. Any act of playing tricks. It was a joke. this point, Lin Feng was extremely clear. Fang Yuan said, I've thought of a way. What way? Lin Feng asked curiously. Fang Yuan's pretty face immediately blushed. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Looking at Fang Yuan's blushing face, she seemed to be shy. What was the method she was talking about? How could it make her so shy? Lin Feng was really puzzled. What method is it? Lin Feng asked again. Fang Yuan said with a red face, let's go back together. I'll tell father that we don't know each other until we fight. Then, we'll like each other. This way, father won't deal with you. You want me to pretend to be your man? Lin Feng exclaimed. Fang Yuan's pretty face immediately turned even redder. She didn't know why she would say such a method. Fang Yuan used to have a lot of suitors, and those suitors kept chattering around her, making Fang Yuan very unhappy. Therefore, Fang Yuan had always been quite disgusted with men, but when she was with Lin Feng, she felt very comfortable. She really couldn't hate Lin Feng. Moreover, in Fang Yuan's heart, it seemed that she still wanted to do something with Lin Feng. Thus, she naturally said such words. Said Lin Feng. That's a good idea, but after all, I destroyed Fang Wushu's physical body. Doesn't your father hate me? If he hates me, then this matter will be difficult to deal with. Fang Yuan said, you don't have to worry about that fellow Fang Wushu. Now that his body has been destroyed, even if he recovers, he won't be as strong as he is now. Father only has me and Fang Wushu, so in the future, one of us will inherit the Forgotten City. The Forgotten City has always been about strength, so there have been some female city lords in history. Apart from having a good background, how can Fang Wushu compare to me? Therefore, you don't need to worry about Fang Wushu. Father knows what to do. The only thing you need to worry about is Fang Wushu's mother's people. I don't know if they will attack you or not, but even if they attack you, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Besides, with your cultivation level, even if you can't defeat them, it won't be difficult for you to leave. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Lin Feng finally relaxed. Although it was still dangerous to rashly enter the Forgotten City, in order to save the Little Rock King, Lin Feng was not afraid of danger. Good. Then let's do as you say. I just don't know if it will affect your reputation when the time comes. Lin Feng said. Fang Yuan said, it's fine. This way, I can also tell those fellows who have designs on me that I'm already taken, so they shouldn't have any ideas about me in the future. At this point, Fang Yuan's pretty face slightly blushed. In fact, she was somewhat happy that Lin Feng had agreed. Because this meant that Lin Feng believed in her, which was why he agreed. Lin Feng said, I am very willing to be this flower protector. If there are any blind fellows who dare to pester you, I can help you deal with them. All right. Fang Yuan nodded. The next day, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan set off together to return to the Forgotten City. Fang Yuan's Fa Li had already recovered a lot, although it had not completely recovered. However, it shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. When Lin Feng and Fang Yuan arrived at the Forgotten City, the people of the Forgotten City immediately discovered the two of them. It's the young miss who's back. Why did that guy come back with the young miss? This is really strange. Could it be that the young miss has taken him in as a male slave? Many people couldn't help but start to discuss. Quickly open the city gates and welcome the young miss back to the city. The city guard general said. Yes, yes, yes. Then, many of the guards said. Just as they were about to open the door, their eyes suddenly widened. In his eyes, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Because those people saw that Lin Feng had actually reached out his hand and wrapped it around Fang Yuan's small waist. Oh my god. What the hell is going on, that guy? He actually dared to hug the young miss's small waist. Was this a trick to catch him dead? Would the young miss directly chop him into pieces later? Many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. He could feel the warmth of Lin Feng's hand. Fang Yuan's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Being hugged by Lin Feng was a rather special feeling. There seemed to be some joy and some shyness. But there was no disgust. What's wrong with me? Is this still me? Fang Yuan asked herself in her heart. She couldn't even believe it. The current him. He was really the same as before. Lin Feng hugged Fang Yuan's small waist, and then said in a low voice, "I don't want to take advantage of you, it's just that by doing this, others will believe that we are in a relationship." "I understand." Fang Yuan nodded with a red face. The two of them walked towards the Forgotten City. When they entered the Forgotten City, many of the Forgotten City's guards stood on both sides, looking at the two of them, and then whispering to each other. They naturally knew what kind of personality Fang Yuan had. Now, to actually be hugged by a man like a little bird, it was truly too unbelievable. That man. How did he conquer Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was the #1 beauty in the Forgotten City, the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Therefore, seeing Fang Yuan being hugged by Lin Feng, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. What ability did this guy have to be able to hug a beauty? Naturally, many people were unconvinced. Fang Yuan's body leaned against Lin Feng's embrace very naturally. She couldn't help but have a thought in her heart. If she and Lin Feng were really in a relationship, how great would that be? When this thought appeared, Fang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't know why such a thought would appear in her heart. "Looks like you're quite popular," Lin Feng whispered into her ear. The reason he said that was because there was a sea of people along the way, and these people were obviously here to see Fang Yuan. But Lin Feng could see that many people were looking at him angrily. Some of them were looking at Lin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Obviously, these people were angry because Fang Yuan and Lin Feng were too close. Thus, they were hostile towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's claim that Fang Yuan was popular was not without reason. Fang Yuan said, "Of course. I'm a goddess. There are naturally many people who are pursuing me, liking me, and secretly admiring me." Fang Yuan's words were not wrong. She was indeed worthy of being called a goddess. Her figure, appearance, talent, and cultivation were all extremely rare. Even compared to the top 10 fairies outside, she was not much worse. Thus, there were naturally countless people who liked her. "Yuan, who is this person?" At that moment, a group of people walked over. The leader of the group, a young man in embroidered clothes, looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy gaze. Lin Feng had heard from Fang Yuan that she had many suitors, and those people annoyed her to no end. The person in front of him should be one of Fang Yuan's suitors. "Can't you see? He's my man," Fang Yuan said indifferently. Then, she leaned her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, looking very loving. "I don't believe it." The young man in embroidered clothes sneered, "Not long ago, you were still chasing after him. In the blink of an eye, you two became lovers? No matter who it is, no one would believe such a thing." "You don't believe it?" "Facts speak louder than words," Lin Feng said. "Yuan, why do you want him to pretend to be your lover? Could it be that you thought of this method to reject my pursuit?" The young man in embroidered clothes said. "Xianxia, you're too self-righteous. There are many people who are pursuing me. There's no need for me to find someone to pretend to be my lover because of your pursuit," Fang Yuan said impatiently. Xianxia said. "Fang Yuan, you don't believe what you're saying, right? Don't you just want to prove that there's nothing between us? I can prove it to you right now and let you know that we really are lovers," Fang Yuan said coldly. The next moment, she took the initiative to kiss Lin Feng's lips. "Oh my god, look! They're actually kissing. They're really a couple. How is this possible? My goddess has fallen just like that. Who the hell is that kid? Wasn't he being hunted down by Fang Yuan? How did he end up with Zhang Yuan in the blink of an eye? What goddess? Goddess my ass. In the end, she'll still become a man's plaything. Don't say that the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them. Everyone has the freedom to pursue love. You can't say something sarcastic just because you can't get Fang Yuan." He saw Lin Feng and Fang Yuan kissing. There was an uproar all around. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. There were all kinds of people who said all kinds of things. Naturally, there were also many cultivators who spoke ill of him. "Do you believe me now?" Their lips parted. Fang Yuan looked at Zhang Zichen and said coldly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had actually been ambushed by a beauty like Zhang Yuan. Moreover, he had been ambushed in front of so many people. Seriously. A person was just like their appearance. A wild beauty like Zhang Yuan did things without considering the consequences. Zhang Zichen's expression was extremely unsightly. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of being called Yuaner's lover? I challenge you to a duel. The loser will withdraw." Lin Feng was speechless. "I won't accept your challenge. You coward. Don't you even have the courage to fight me? Yuaner, do you see this guy's character clearly? He doesn't even have the courage to fight me. Do you expect him to protect you when you're in danger in the future?" Zhang Zichen said gloomily. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I don't want to fight you, not because I'm afraid of you, but because Yuaner is my woman now. I don't need to fight you. If you have nothing to do, you can buy a piece of tofu and play with it." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan immediately laughed. Many people also couldn't help but laugh. Lin Feng's words were obviously teasing Zhang Zichen. Zhang Zichen is the son of the Vice City Lord. That kid doesn't know Zhang Zichen's identity. Now that he's envied by Zhang Zichen, he won't have a good ending. "Let's just wait and see," a cultivator whispered. Actually, the Forgotten City was not dominated by a single clan. The Forgotten City's Devil Sand clan was divided into 5 major clans. The most powerful clan was Fang Yuan's clan. Her clan had always been the city lord of the Forgotten City. The other 4 clans were also very powerful. Zhang Zichen's Zhang clan was one of the 4 clans. It was a powerful force that no one dared to underestimate. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng was just an outsider to the Forgotten City. Even though Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, could it be that he could contend against the top forces of the Forgotten City? Obviously. He couldn't. Therefore, everyone was interested to see how this dispute and conflict would end. "Brat, if you don't dare to come out and fight with me, then you don't dare to come out and fight with me. Why are you looking for so many excuses? Only a coward would find excuses for himself." Zhang Zichen looked at Lin Feng indifferently. This Zhang Zichen was not a simple person. He had cultivated for 360,000 years. Although he could not be considered a young cultivator. But he could be considered a young cultivator. He had cultivated for such a long time, so his cultivation was naturally extraordinary. He also knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak, but it also depended on who he was compared to. Compared to him, he was far inferior. Lin Feng was not angered by Zhang Zichen's words. With Lin Feng's temperament, he would not be angered by Zhang Zichen's words. He indifferently glanced at Zhang Zichen, then said, "Whatever you say, I have no interest in fighting with you." "Zhang Zichen, hurry up and get out of the way," Fang Yuan said in a bad mood. Zhang Zichen's face was incomparably gloomy. Being reprimanded by Fang Yuan like this made him feel very embarrassed. However, he did not dare to be angry at Fang Yuan. Firstly, Fang Yuan's status was more honorable than his. Secondly, Fang Yuan's strength was stronger than his. He naturally did not dare to vent his anger on Fang Yuan. "You don't have to worry about my affairs. Also, I'm not particularly familiar with you, so don't call me Yuaner in the future. This will make the people who love me misunderstand. I don't want to be misunderstood by my lover," Fang Yuan said. Zhang Zichen clenched his fists. His expression was gloomy and he didn't speak. If it wasn't for Fang Yuan's presence, Zhang Zichen definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the anger in his heart and would attack Lin Feng. "Let's go." Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and left with Fang Yuan. The news that Fang Yuan brought Lin Feng back to the Forgotten City had already spread to the city lord's mansion. So, when Lin Feng and Zhang Yuan arrived at the city lord's mansion, outside the city lord's mansion, there were already many people gathered. Basically, they were all from the Feng family. In the distance, there were some cultivators who were watching the show. Fang Wushu's soul body was also among the crowd. When he saw Lin Feng, Fang Wushu's eyes suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. The person Fang Wushu hated the most was Fang Yuan. The person he hated the second was Lin Feng. Originally, Fang Wushu thought that the 2 people he hated the most would inevitably have a fierce battle. In the end, one of them would definitely be killed. Of course, the best-case scenario would be that both of them would be injured and die. At the beginning, the battle between Lin Feng and Fang Yuan was indeed quite fierce. This made Fang Wushu very happy. Fang Wushu had been waiting for the news of Lin Feng and Fang Yuan's battle to come back. He really hoped to hear the news of the two's eventual death. However, after waiting for a long time, he heard the news that Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were together. When he heard the news, his first thought was, how is this possible? Because Fang Wushu still knew his sister quite well. She didn't have any good attitude towards any man. So many outstanding geniuses pursued her. She didn't agree. Even Fang Wushu felt that his sister shouldn't be interested in men. And Lin Feng was her enemy. Shouldn't the two sides be fighting to the death? How did they become lovers in the blink of an eye? This kind of thing, not to mention Fang Wushu, even the other people in the city lord's mansion did not believe it. Fang Junshan even asked again. The cultivator who came to report the news also had a bitter smile on his face. Then, he told her everything that he had seen. This included some of the intimate actions between Lin Feng and Fang Yuan, as well as some of the words he said during the conflict with Xianxia. Therefore, even if they didn't believe it at first, after hearing these things, they believed that Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were really together. And now, all of this had been verified. Many of the city lord's mansions people began to whisper to each other. They also found it inconceivable. Fang Yuan was a woman who didn't care about any man. She actually acted so small and delicate in front of Lin Feng. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. How did that brat conquer Fang Yuan? Wanting to conquer Fang Yuan was no different from an extremely difficult task. At this time, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan arrived in front of the mansion. Fang Yuan said, "Father, this is Ji. Previously, we didn't know each other until we fought. After a great battle, we each discovered that the other party was the person we were looking for, so we got together." What kind of reason is that? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A moment ago, they were fighting to the death, and the next moment, they actually fell in love with each other. Was there really such a thing in this world? This brat couldn't have seduced Fang Yuan on purpose. And then he wanted to plot something, right? Many people couldn't help but guess in their hearts. However, they naturally wouldn't say these words out loud, because if they did, they might offend Fang Yuan. Gee. This is my father, the city lord of Forgotten City. Fang Yuan then introduced her father to Lin Feng. Uncle. Lin Feng bowed to Fang Junshan. No need to be so polite. Fang Junshan said. Only then did Lin Feng stand up. At this time, Fang Wushu roared, "Fang Yuan, you clearly know that my body was destroyed by this brat, and I almost died at his hands. I can't live under the same sky with this brat, and our hatred will never end until one of us is dead. Now, you've actually gotten together with him? What are you thinking?" Fang Wushu was truly furious. He had imagined that Lin Feng and Fang Yuan would both be seriously injured, and in the end, both of them would die. However, the reality was completely different. This was a huge difference, and Fang Wushu couldn't accept it. What does it have to do with you who I get together with? Fang Yuan didn't give Fang Wushu any face at all. Her mother had been killed by Fang Wushu. This was actually a secret, and Fang Wushu didn't know about it. Fang Yuan had never mentioned it either. Fang Yuan hadn't taken revenge yet because she was accumulating strength. The faction behind Fang Wushu was too powerful, and she was still weak. Therefore, she had to continue waiting. She had to wait until she was strong enough, until she had enough power in her hands, then she could talk about taking revenge. Now, they were at odds with each other. The faction behind Fang Wushu wouldn't interfere. Fang Wushu naturally knew that he couldn't explain this to Fang Yuan, so he looked at Fang Junshan and said, "Father, Fang Yuan brought back the enemy who destroyed my body, and now she's saying that he's her lover. Fang Yuan has ulterior motives, and I'm guessing that they've been together for a long time. When I suffered at this brat's hands, it was most likely instigated by Fang Yuan." It had to be said that Fang Wushu's brain worked quite quickly. When Fang Wushu said this, many people frowned and pondered. This kind of thing seemed to be possible. Said Lin Feng indifferently. "Don't try to ruin our relationship. Your physical body was destroyed because you wanted to kill me. Besides, you also wanted to steal my friend's beauty. But your cultivation level wasn't high enough, so I killed you, said Lin Feng indifferently. Fang Wushu sneered. Brat, do you think my father will believe your words, or mine? Said Fang Yuan coldly. Fang Wushu, that's enough. Don't say that I didn't instigate you. Even if I did, so what? All these years, you've sent people to kill me time and time again, but you've never succeeded. You think you've done it flawlessly, but I already knew it was you. I just didn't say it out loud. If you can find people to kill me, can't I find people to kill you? Fang Yuan, don't slander me. Fang Yuan sneered and said, you know very well whether you did it or not. If you insist on not admitting it, you can let the respectable people in the family search your soul and see if they can find the answer from your memories. Fang Yuan, not only are you slandering me, but you are also a little crazy. Even if we have a small conflict, you don't have to search my soul, right? If there is any change, I will be doomed eternally. What are you planning? Father, do you see? Fang Yuan even harmed her own brother. If she is in power in the future, who knows how many cruel things she will do. Why don't we destroy her cultivation and let her give up all her thoughts? Fang Wushu said. Enough. Shut up. Brother and sister should be united, but the two of you are fighting to the death. This is really disappointing. Moreover, this is outside. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough to fight like this in front of so many people? Fang Junshan said coldly. Then, he left. Seeing Fang Junshan angry, the others didn't dare to say anything. Fang Junshan's prestige in the Fang family was extremely high. Even in the Forgotten City. He was also the person with the highest status. The rest of the people kept their mouths shut and walked into the mansion. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you have an easy time. I will make you die miserably. Fang Wushu looked at Lin Feng with hatred and said coldly. After saying these harsh words, Yi Zichen said. Fang Wushu quickly left. Let's go in. Fang Yuan said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan walked in together. The mansion was very large, and it was divided into many different areas. For example, the office area, the cultivation area, the living area, and so on. Fang Yuan brought Lin Feng to the guests' resting area. Although Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were in a relationship in name, in reality, it was just a pretense. Of course, even if they were a real couple, he couldn't live with Fang Yuan as soon as he came to her house. At that time, Fang Junshan would probably break his legs. Your friend is imprisoned in the prison. I don't know if he has been sent away or not. Rest here for a while, I will go and ask around. Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded and said, sorry to trouble you. Don't be polite with me. Fang Yuan looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan came back to Lin Feng's room. How's the investigation? Lin Feng asked. Fang Yuan said, I've already made some inquiries. Your friends are still being held in the prison, but they were captured by the Great Elder. The Great Elder is on Fang Wushu's side, so if I want to take them away, the other side will definitely not agree. What we have to do now is to not expose our purpose. If our purpose is exposed, it will be very difficult to take them away. I'll find someone to help me take your friends away from the Great Elder. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Lin Feng was very happy. He couldn't wait to see the little Pun King, but Lin Feng knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Now, he just had to wait patiently. Fang Junshan's study. Fang Junshan was drinking tea with a few ancestor-level powerhouses. Apart from the ancestor-level powerhouses, the Great Elder was also present. These people were the higher-ups of the Forgotten City's Fang family. Fang Wushu was also present. Fang Wushu said, Father, that Ji guy must have some secret. Fang Yuan is colluding with him, and we don't know what they are planning. We have to be careful. Fang Junshan said, is that how you talk about your own sister? At this time, the Great Elder said, City Lord, in fact, I also feel that there's something strange about that kid, but I can't pinpoint exactly what's strange about him. We've all seen how Fang Yuan treated that kid before. Now that she's suddenly on good terms with that kid, there's a lot of suspicious things about this matter. For example, did the two of them really get to know each other through a fight? Was it really after a fight that they fell in love with each other? If that's not the case, then it means that they've been together for a long time, but Fang Yuan said that they've only gotten together now. Why would Fang Yuan lie? When a person lies and weaves a lie, there must be some unspeakable secrets. But what are these unspeakable secrets? Perhaps only the person involved knows. Sometimes, we can turn a blind eye to some things, but there are some things that we can't do. This is my opinion. City Lord, what do you think? Fang Junshan smiled indifferently and said, this is the Forgotten City. Do you think that Jijin will do something in the Forgotten City? Unless he doesn't want to live anymore, but I don't think he's that stupid, so your worries are unnecessary. But father. Fang Wushu still wanted to say something. Fang Junshan waved his hand and said, I know what you want to say. I also know some things that you think I don't know. I didn't tell you some things not because I didn't know them, but because I didn't want to explain them too clearly. I hope you understand. As for the enmity between you and Ji, that's between you juniors. After I change your fate, you can deal with it however you want. I won't interfere with you. Alright, go back and rest. You're only left with your soul. Even though you practiced some secret techniques to prevent your soul from dispersing, you still need to cultivate more. Otherwise, it will harm your soul. Fang Wushu was furious. He knew that his father was secretly on Fang Yuan's side, and that made him furious. However, he did not dare to express the anger and jealousy in his heart. The person in front of him was his father, and he controlled his fate. Yes, I'll take my leave, said Fang Wushu. City Lord, I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave as well. After Fang Wushu left, the Great Elder also left. Fang Wushu was waiting for the Great Elder outside. When he saw the Great Elder come out, he went to greet him. Said the Great Elder. If you want to get rid of that boy, you don't have to do it yourself. Many people want to get rid of him, such as that boy from the Zhang family. After saying that, the Great Elder floated away. At night, the city lord's mansion hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. Fang Yuan's father, Fang Junshan, also attended the banquet. He was an expert at the Gold Immortal level. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Fang Junshan would ask him some questions, such as where he was from, who was in his family, and so on. However, Fang Junshan did not ask any of these questions, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Perhaps Fang Junshan had his own thoughts, but he did not know what Fang Junshan was thinking. In fact, even if Fang Junshan asked, Lin Feng was not afraid of being exposed, because he had already thought of an excuse. It was not a problem to bluff his way through. This time, Lin Feng wanted to save the Little Rock King. As long as he could save the Little Rock King, Lin Feng would immediately leave. Therefore, he did not want to have too much involvement with the Forgotten City, nor did he want to have too much conflict with the people of the Forgotten City, especially the people of the City Lord's family. The banquet ended. Lin Feng returned to his residence. After a simple wash, Lin Feng went to bed. However, when it was late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. When he was outside, Lin Feng had always been more cautious. Even when he was sleeping, Lin Feng would still leave some of his spiritual will to observe the situation outside. Lin Feng's spiritual will sensed that something was wrong. Lin Feng got up and went outside. He saw the moonlight shining down. A beautiful woman in a long silver dress was standing in the courtyard. This beautiful woman looked to be in her 30s. Naturally, she was extremely young. Of course, in the world of cultivators, one could not judge someone's age just based on their appearance. However, no matter what, this beautiful woman in front of him was very charming. Her figure was plump and charming, and her face was extremely beautiful. Moreover, her temperament was rather noble. However, the aloof attitude in her eyes made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Feng did not know this beautiful woman, but since she was able to appear in the City Lord's mansion, she must be from the City Lord's mansion. Other people would not be able to sneak into the City Lord's mansion. Madam, why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? If word of this gets out, I'm afraid it will affect my reputation. Lin Feng said. The beautiful woman replied, it doesn't matter. Even if word gets out, I don't care. Lin Feng replied, don't misunderstand, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about myself. I'm afraid that it'll affect my reputation. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Yunhong nodded. The corners of the beautiful woman's mouth twitched, and then her eyes turned cold. You're that Ji? The beautiful woman said coldly. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Lin Feng asked. You don't need to know that I'm human. You just need to know that from today onwards, you're a cripple. The beautiful woman's voice was ice cold as she walked towards Lin Feng. Shameless boasting, Lin Feng sneered. Whether or not I'm boasting shamelessly, you'll know soon enough, the beautiful woman sneered. At this moment, her body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. That aura shocked Lin Feng. This woman, she was actually a Dao immortal, and a Dao immortal with a very high cultivation level. What a powerful cultivation level. Who was she? How could she be so powerful? The beautiful woman sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm strike was extremely powerful. Lin Feng didn't want to continue fighting with the beautiful woman. He wanted to end the battle quickly, so Lin Feng took out the epic war spear. During this time, Lin Feng needed to get used to this treasure. He still couldn't use it like an extension of his arm. However, fortunately, he could already use some of the treasure's power. Lin Feng held the epic war spear and stabbed towards the beautiful woman. The epic war spear's power didn't need to be explained. It was terrifyingly powerful. It was a treasure passed down from the sovereign emperor clan, so it was naturally different. Now that Lin Feng had become one with the spear, he was like a god of war that had descended to the mortal world. The beautiful woman's attack was actually very powerful. When she sent out her palm strike, it even formed a powerful palm intent. The surrounding void seemed to have been confined by the powerful palm intent. Such a terrifying power made one's hair stand on end. However, Lin Feng, who was holding the epic war spear, was fearless. The terrifying spear shattered the void and dispersed the terrifying palm intent. Then, it stabbed towards the beautiful woman's chest. Lin Feng rarely killed women, especially beautiful women. However, it depended on the situation. The woman in front of him was very dangerous, and she was very hostile towards Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't mind killing her. Of course, if he could capture her, it would be a good choice. However, he would have to wait and see. After all, it was still hard to say what the final outcome of this battle would be. The beautiful woman obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. After feeling the power of the spear, her pretty face changed slightly. Just as the spear was about to pierce through her chest, the beautiful woman took out a powerful defensive treasure. It was a golden tortoiseshell. It was unknown what it was. The golden tortoiseshell was placed in front of her, and Lin Feng's spear stabbed towards the golden tortoiseshell. Clang, following a clanging sound, the golden tortoiseshell blocked Lin Feng's attack. The golden tortoiseshell was indeed a powerful treasure. The beautiful woman retreated, trying to distance herself from Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng followed her like a shadow and stabbed his spear again. This time, the power of the spear was even stronger than before. The beautiful woman still controlled the defensive treasure to block Lin Feng's attack. Clang, 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 clang. After blocking 4 more attacks, the defensive treasure finally couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and was destroyed by Lin Feng's spear. Then, Lin Feng swept out with a total annihilation. It was a very ordinary move. However, because Lin Feng's epic war spear was too powerful, the most ordinary move had now become a peerless killer move. Therefore, when Lin Feng swept out with his spear, it immediately formed a terrifying spear light. The aura of the spear light was incomparably terrifying. The beautiful woman also sensed the might of the spear light. She didn't resist it, but chose to retreat. With a ripping sound, the beautiful woman's clothes were torn apart by the spear light. Fortunately, she retreated quickly. Otherwise, she would have been killed. Otherwise, the attack just now was really dangerous. It seems that your cultivation is only SOSO. With this little strength, where did you get the courage to find trouble with me? The beautiful woman's expression was ugly. She was powerful, but the magic treasure in Lin Feng's hands was too powerful. As a result, she was suppressed to the extreme. In fact, the beautiful woman was extremely unconvinced, but what was the use of being unconvinced, sometimes? Magic treasures were also a part of one's strength. So, even if she was unconvinced, she had to be convinced. Lin Feng's attacks were endless, and the beautiful woman was forced into a sorry state by Lin Feng. I originally wanted to kill you, but now it seems that I can capture you alive. It just so happens that I lack a bed warmer at night. I think you can barely be my bed warmer. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and said. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was furious. What kind of social status did she have? At that moment, someone surprisingly dared to say that she was barely qualified to be a maid. Her heart was filled with killing intent. She wished she could cut Lin Feng's corpse into 10,000 pieces. However, she also knew that it was extremely unrealistic to want to kill Lin Feng. Moreover, she was still in an extremely passive state, and her own situation was quite bad. Being able to smoothly escape from Lin Feng was already a very good thing. As for the rest, she didn't dare to hope for anything else. I underestimated you, the beautiful woman said. Yes, so today you will have to pay a price. Lin Feng fiercely scraped the beautiful woman's charming body and face. You're not a good person either, the beautiful woman said coldly. Is that so? I don't think so. I think I'm an extraordinary person, full of justice, Lin Feng said. The war spear in his hand swept towards the beautiful woman once again. That's just what you think. Your eyes betrayed you, the beautiful woman said coldly. This time, she took out a jade talisman to block Lin Feng's attack. When she took out the jade talisman, the beautiful woman had an extremely pained expression. Obviously, that jade talisman should be extremely precious. Otherwise, the beautiful woman wouldn't have such a pained expression on her face. Everyone loves beauty. Even though we're enemies, I have to admit that you're quite pretty. You're barely worthy of my attention, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. Shameless to the extreme. The beautiful woman cursed angrily. At the same time, a ball of golden light surged out from the jade talisman. The fluctuations of the golden light were extremely terrifying. That ball of golden light directly sent Lin Feng flying. Fortunately, Lin Feng wasn't injured. I'll remember you. The beautiful woman looked deeply at Lin Feng's eyes, and then rushed outside, and then she disappeared into the darkness. This was the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng wasn't familiar with them. Thus, he didn't chase. Among the people in the city lord's mansion, it seems that only the people on Feng Wushu's side are hostile to me, right? Could it be that the woman just now was from Feng Wushu's side? That's possible. I wonder how she is related to Feng Wushu. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, tonight's situation had been very dangerous because that woman was a Dao immortal expert. Fortunately, Lin Feng was strong and had a supreme treasure to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll definitely catch you. See how I'll deal with you then. Lin Feng couldn't help but say fiercely. Then, he returned to his room to rest. After midnight, he slept very soundly. The next day, Fang Yuan came to Lin Feng's room. Fang Yuan smiled and asked, "How was your rest?" Lin Feng didn't tell her about the woman. He smiled and said, "I rested quite well. Thank you for your concern." Fang Yuan then said, "I've already contacted an elder, and that elder accepted my gift and agreed to help me bring that person out." "Is he reliable?" Lin Feng asked. "That elder is one of the great elder's subordinates," Fang Yuan said. "Fairy, you're quite capable," Lin Feng said. "The world is bustling, and everyone comes for benefits. That's a very reasonable saying. It's applicable at all times," Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Indeed." Fang Yuan said, "We just have to wait for a while. I'm sure young master's friend will be out soon. Thank you for your help, Fairy. However, how should I repay your kindness?" Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and said. After interacting with her for a while, Lin Feng felt that Fang Yuan was indeed a good person and was worth befriending. Fang Yuan blinked and said, "Last night, someone sent me a letter saying that the geniuses of the Forgotten City were having a gathering. They wanted me to bring you along and introduce you to everyone," said Lin Feng. "It's a trap," said Lin Feng. Fang Yuan said, "I can reject them." Lin Feng said, "Why would you reject them? I'm your man now, so how could I embarrass you?" Lin Feng said as he wrapped his arm around Fang Yuan's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Fang Yuan's face instantly became rosy. She didn't know what to do and didn't know why Lin Feng was doing this. However, she didn't reject him. Not bad, not bad. Couples should be like this, so when the time comes, I might have some contact with you because I have no other choice. When the time comes, I hope you won't reject me. Lin Feng smiled and said as he let go of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Lin Feng's sudden attack just now had made her feel like she was in love with him. Fang Yuan thought that Lin Feng was interested in her, but that wasn't the case at all. Fang Yuan didn't show her disappointment. She said, "When the time comes, I'll cooperate with young master and won't expose myself." "That's good." Lin Feng nodded. "I still have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave first," Fang Yuan said. "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he sent Fang Yuan out. After walking out of the courtyard, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. She reached out to touch her face and found that it was a bit hot. "Maybe I can go one step further and turn the fake into the real." Fang Yuan couldn't help but mutter to herself. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile. Then, she walked briskly into the distance with her long legs. Before attending the gathering, Fang Yuan specially dressed up and came to Lin Feng's place. Previously, Fang Yuan had been wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt made of animal skin. She was as seductive as she could be. But this time, Fang Yuan had changed her clothes. Of course, her dressing style was different from the fairies in the outside world. Fang Yuan did not like to wear long dresses, so this time, Fang Yuan wore a black short-sleeved shirt, revealing her slender waist. As for her lower body, she wore a pair of black leather pants. It was unknown what material they were made of. Lin Feng hadn't seen this kind of dressing style before, but after seeing Fang Yuan dressed like this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his heart seemed to speed up. Fang Yuan's dressing, coupled with her height, completely displayed the advantages of her height and long legs. Her figure was really too good. In addition, Fang Yuan was born extremely beautiful, and her face was as beautiful as a fairy's. The location of the gathering was the largest restaurant in the Forgotten City. This restaurant was called the Moon Goddess Restaurant. The reason why it was called the Moon Goddess Restaurant was because it was said that on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, one would be able to see fairies dancing on the moon from the top of the restaurant. It sounded a little unbelievable, but it was all true. This was the origin of the Moon Goddess Restaurant. The Moon Goddess Restaurant was shrouded in mystery. A long time had passed, and the Moon Goddess Restaurant had existed until now. In reality, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Forgotten City. Other than the 5 major forces, there were also some mysterious experts. They might be very low-key, but no one dared to underestimate their cultivation. For example, the current restaurant master of the Moon Goddess Restaurant was said to be an extremely terrifying existence. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble in the Moon Goddess Restaurant. Even the direct descendants of the 5 major forces didn't dare to cause trouble in the Moon Goddess Restaurant. Lin Feng and Fang Yuan rode a beast carriage to the Moon Goddess Restaurant. Although this was a banquet at Hongmen, it was nothing to Lin Feng. In fact, not to mention the Forgotten City, even in the entire Undying Realm, there weren't many people who could threaten Lin Feng. There were basically only 2 kinds of people who could threaten him. The first kind was the Golden Immortal Realm experts, and the second kind was the Saint Immortal Realm experts. Cultivators of other realms, even those of the Tao Immortal Realm, couldn't threaten Lin Feng's life. Only those extremely heaven-defying cultivators who had broken through to the Virtual Immortal Realm or the Tao Immortal Realm could threaten Lin Feng. However, such cultivators were rare. The young geniuses of the Forgotten City were all gathered here. The Moon Immortal Tower became extremely lively as all sorts of beast-drawn carriages and mounts galloped towards the Moon Immortal Tower. Many people gathered outside the Moon Immortal Tower to watch the show. Such a large-scale gathering was rare even in the Forgotten City. The main reason was that no one was able to gather all these geniuses. However, today's gathering was a bit different because everyone wanted to see what kind of person was able to obtain their goddess, Feng Yuan. As the number one beauty of the Forgotten City, Feng Yuan had countless suitors. Even though many of them were rejected by Feng Yuan, they still regarded her as their goddess in their hearts. Now that they heard that their goddess had become the woman of a foreign cultivator, these prodigies naturally had mixed feelings in their hearts and felt very uncomfortable. Some of them were unwilling to accept this and even wanted to find an opportunity to teach Lin Feng a lesson. After Lin Feng and Feng Yuan got down from the beast carriage, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Look, they're here. Some cultivators pointed at Lin Feng and Feng Yuan. Is that guy the foreign cultivator who won the beauty's heart? No wonder Feng Yuan fell in love with him. That brat is so fair and handsome. One look and you can tell that he's a gigolo. This kind of gigolo is very good at coaxing girls, so it's understandable that Feng Yuan fell in love with him. At that moment, a cultivator said in a jealous tone. That guy is indeed a gigolo. However, it's not necessarily true that he's a gigolo. Earlier, he easily defeated the 10 cultivators who surrounded him. In the battle with Feng Yuan, he even gained a slight advantage. His cultivation must be extremely terrifying. At that moment, a cultivator said. Someone else said, didn't you say that he used a powerful magical treasure to be able to do that? If you're not strong enough, even if you have a magical treasure, you won't be able to release its full power. You need to be strong enough to forge iron. This is a principle that has never changed. The cultivator who spoke before said. The others nodded. That was indeed the case. Lin Feng and Feng Yuan ignored the discussions of the cultivators around them and walked toward the Moon Immortal Tower. The Moon Immortal Tower was divided into 5 floors. The first floor was the main hall, the second floor was the ordinary private rooms, the third floor was the VIP private rooms, the fourth floor was the top-notch private rooms, and the fifth floor was the supreme private rooms. There were many private rooms on the second, third, and fourth floors. However, there was only one private room on the 5th floor. The word supreme meant that it was the most supreme. Therefore, there was naturally only one supreme private room. There was also a strict hierarchy in which level these prodigious young masters would gather. For example, the geniuses gathered in the main hall on the 1st floor were all from small clans. The higher the floor, the more prestigious their status was. Of course, if one's cultivation was strong enough to make those top forces pay attention to them, even if one was from a small clan, they would still have the opportunity to enter the supreme private rooms on the highest floor. To put it bluntly, the world of cultivators was a world where one's background was very important. However, the most important thing was still one's strength. After Lin Feng and Feng Yuan entered the Moon Immortal Tower, the main hall on the 1st floor, which was originally full of people, suddenly quieted down. Many people looked at Lin Feng and Feng Yuan. When everyone saw Feng Yuan's outfit today, their eyes instantly widened. Feng Yuan's legs were long, slender, and straight. Now that she was wearing these leather pants, her long legs were perfectly displayed. She gave off a sexy and enchanting feeling. Many people's hearts instantly burned with a ball of fire. When he saw Lin Feng holding Feng Yuan's slim waist, he was stunned. Many people's eyes were spitting fire. Those were the flames of jealousy. Everyone wished that they could replace Lin Feng. Lin Feng hugged Feng Yuan tightly in his arms and looked at the so-called geniuses around him as if he was demonstrating his power. After seeing Lin Feng's actions, many people wanted to chop Lin Feng into pieces. Our goddess was actually snatched away by you. Even if we killed you 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to make up for it. Feng Yuan was also very cooperative with Lin Feng. She snuggled into Lin Feng's arms like a little bird, making many people's hearts bleed. Lin Feng hugged Feng Yuan and arrived at the supreme private room under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people. When he and Feng Yuan arrived at the supreme private room, there were already dozens of cultivators gathered there. These cultivators were not simple people. Basically, they were all from the big clans of the Forgotten City. Although there were a few people who were not from the big clans of the Forgotten City, those cultivators still possessed some extremely terrifying methods and were very powerful. Therefore, they were qualified to enter the supreme private room. It was no wonder that those cultivators would reveal such an expression. It was mainly because Fang Yuan's outfit today was too sexy and enchanting. Even though Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beauties. However, when he first saw Fang Yuan dressed like this, he was still stunned. Lin Feng was already like this. What about the others? It was normal for him to be smitten by Fang Yuan. If it was as if nothing had happened, that would be strange. However, very quickly, those people's eyes spat out flames. That was because they saw a large hand placed on Fang Yuan's small waist. The goddess in their hearts. She was snuggling in the arms of a man. Being hugged by that man. This scene made them so jealous that they wanted to vomit blood. Keep the goodies within the family. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to find a man. Shouldn't he be looking for a man from Forgotten City? How could he get a man from outside to get Fang Yuan in his hands? So, now, Lin Feng had basically become the public enemy of all the young geniuses of Forgotten City. Fang Wushu was also hiding in the crowd, his pair of cold eyes looking coldly at Lin Feng. If eyes could kill, Lin Feng would have already been cut into pieces by Fang Wushu's gaze. Little sister Yuan, sit here. A female cultivator stood up and waved at Fang Yuan. The female cultivator looked to be about the same age as Fang Yuan. She wasn't short either, about 1.7 meters tall. The woman was 1.7 meters tall, so she was naturally quite tall. She was about the same height as a man who was about 1.85 meters tall. The woman's figure was very voluptuous. Although her appearance couldn't compare to Fang Yuan's, she was still quite beautiful and attracted the attention of many people. She took the initiative to invite Fang Yuan over, so she probably had a good relationship with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed Lin Feng's hand and walked towards the woman. Arriving at the woman's side, Fang Yuan said, "Let me introduce you, this big sister is called Yuan Shuiqing, she is a very good sister of mine. This is my lover, his name is Ji. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "You're being too polite, Prince. I've heard that you're handsome, but now that I've met you, I realize that you're so handsome. No wonder you could steal the heart of our beautiful Yuaner," said Lin Feng. Yuan Shuiqing smiled and said. Lin Feng smiled in response. The other people's faces were a bit unsightly. Those young masters could not help but angrily curse Yuan Shuiqing for siding with outsiders. Wasn't this pushing Fang Yuan to an outsider? Of course, Yuan Shuiqing wasn't a simple person. Even though they were very dissatisfied with Yuan Shuiqing's words, many people didn't dare to criticize Yuan Shuiqing face to face. "Let's take a seat," Fang Yuan said. "Good. Quickly sit down," Yuan Shuiqing said with a smile. The three of them sat down together. "Big sister Yuan, is this young master your lover?" "Sister Yuan, hurry up and introduce us," a girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old said. That girl was indeed young, only 17 years old. Fang Yuan said, "I'm sure everyone has heard about us. His name is Ji, and we didn't know each other until we fought. After the fight, we both felt like we had met someone who understood us, so we fell in love." Wow, what a beautiful love story. So two enemies can resolve their grudges because of love and then walk together. The girl immediately exclaimed in surprise. That brat's background is suspicious. Perhaps only he knows if he has any ulterior motives, someone said with a sneer. Many people became spirited, and some people started to make trouble. This was a hangmen banquet. Therefore, it was normal for people to make trouble, and Lin Feng was already mentally prepared. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "This world isn't as dark as you say it is. One must always be on guard against others." The cultivator continued to sneer. The cultivator who spoke was called Zhou Yu. He was an expert from the Zhou family of the 5 great clans and was very powerful. Moreover, he was one of Fang Yuan's most powerful suitors. Lin Feng said, "If one's heart is dark, then everything will be dark." "Brat, what did you say?" Zhou Yu's expression immediately became ugly. He stood up and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. It seemed like he wanted to attack. "You should be more open-minded. Only then will you be happy," Lin Feng said. "How dare you mock me?" Zhou Yu's eyes were extremely gloomy. "I'm not mocking you, sir. I'm just giving you some advice. If you're more open-minded, you won't have a demonic barrier when you cultivate in the future. If your heart is too dark, it's easy to have a demonic barrier. Lin Feng said indifferently. How dare you curse me? Are you courting death? Zhou Yu said with a gloomy expression. It's bad for the body to be angry. Why are you so angry? We're just casually talking, there's no need to be hostile. Lin Feng said calmly. What? Are you scared now? Zhou Yu looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Obviously, Zhou Yu thought that Lin Feng was scared, so he didn't dare to confront him directly. However, Zhou Yu didn't want to give up so easily. He wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. He wanted to let Feng Yuan know. Lin Feng was far from being comparable to Zhou Yu. Maybe he would be able to win the heart of the beauty. Lin Feng said, I'm not scared, I just don't want to continue arguing with you. In my opinion, this is unnecessary, and it's not why I'm here. I just want to tell you that Feng Yuan is my woman. In the future, you can give up and stop having any ideas about her. Hearing Lin Feng's domineering declaration, Feng Yuan's heart was filled with sweetness. However, when she thought about how she and Lin Feng weren't really a couple, she felt a little disappointed. If only they were real, how great would that be? Brat, have you asked us about this? Zhou Yu sneered. Lin Feng was speechless. Do I need to ask for your opinion about the matter between Feng Yuan and me? Who do you think you are? What a joke. You dare to make fun of me? You don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for Feng Yuan, I would have already trampled you under my feet. Zhou Yu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His words were filled with contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and said, The ignorant are fearless. Since you're so self-righteous, come out and fight with me. Let's see if I can trample you under my feet. Zhou Yu continued to provoke Lin Feng. I refuse. Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the crowd went into an uproar. Lin Feng had actually refused Zhou Yu's challenge. Xianxia said, This brat is a complete coward. He definitely won't accept the challenge. I've already tested him before. Everyone looked at Xianxia, and many people began to talk in private. Some people had heard that when Lin Feng had first entered the Forgotten City, Xianxia had provoked Lin Feng. Some people hadn't heard about it, but after some discussion, they all knew that this brat had been provoked by Xianxia. Previously, everyone had thought that Lin Feng was a coward, so he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Now, they could confirm this point. Therefore, they couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with disdain. Even Yun Shuiqing, who was standing beside Feng Yuan, had a puzzled expression. If Lin Feng was really such a coward, then how did Feng Yuan fall for Lin Feng? Could it be that it was true that Lin Feng had used flowery words to coax Feng Yuan? In addition, Lin Feng was indeed quite handsome. If he could talk, then it would be easy for him to win the hearts of girls. This was something that was worthy of affirmation. Feng Yuan, did you see that? This brat's true colors are quite despicable. This kind of person isn't worth trusting, Zhou Yu said. Said Zhou Yu. He wanted to attack Lin Feng even more. Feng Yuan said, What does it have to do with you who I like? Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Zhou Yu's face turned ashen with anger. Lin Feng said, Why do you all want to interfere with other people's relationships? Everyone is an individual, and no one has the right to interfere with other people's relationships. Therefore, I hope that everyone can understand this. Brat, we just don't want to see a piece of trash like you delay Feng Yuan. Zhang Zichen sneered. Yeah, a coward like you isn't worthy of Feng Yuan. You should withdraw as soon as possible so that you don't humiliate yourself. One cultivator after another sneered. They were all targeting Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was unmoved. Feng Wushu, who was hiding in the crowd, sneered when he saw this scene. This gathering was organized by Feng Wushu after he found Zhang Zichen and the other prodigies. Their goal was to target Lin Feng. Feng Wushu hated Lin Feng and Feng Yuan to the bone. Now, he had no way to deal with Feng Yuan, but he had a way to deal with Lin Feng. If he could kill Lin Feng, it would be a huge blow to Feng Yuan's reputation. Therefore, Feng Wushu was very enthusiastic about this matter, and the result was developing in the direction Feng Wushu expected. Even if a person was a coward, he still wanted to save face, right? Therefore, Feng Wuxu felt that after being humiliated by so many people, Lin Feng would definitely fight back. As long as Lin Feng dared to fight back, Lin Feng would be miserable. Feng Wuxu was waiting for Lin Feng to fight back. Thinking about how Lin Feng would be humiliated by the top geniuses of the Forgotten City, Feng Wuxu was so excited that his whole body trembled. Some people only have one mouth. They talk about how powerful they are all day long, but when they really fight, they discover that they are just trash. I have seen such people when I was young, but I haven't seen such trash for many years. I didn't expect to see so many of them here today. Lin Yun said. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with a cold light as he looked at Lin Yun. Lin Feng said indifferently. Boy, who are you calling a waste? A group of cultivators who were targeting Lin Feng were stunned, and then looked at Lin Feng angrily. Before, they had humiliated Lin Feng and said all kinds of unpleasant things, including that Lin Feng was a waste, but now, Lin Feng dared to call them waste. In these people's eyes, it was natural for them to mock Lin Feng as a waste and a coward, because they had the advantage in numbers. How could Lin Feng dare to resist? If he dared to resist, they would be able to deal with Lin Feng in any way they wanted. If Lin Feng didn't dare to resist, he should just silently endure the humiliation. But what did Lin Feng do? He actually dared to call them trash. This was a group ridicule. The so-called group ridicule meant to ridicule a group of people. One person ridiculing a group of people, he was really bold. I said that you are all waste, can't you understand such simple words? Lin Feng looked very speechless. Shock, emotion, disbelief, anger, killing intent, monstrous anger, all kinds of emotions, all kinds of expressions appeared on the cultivators' faces. Feng Wuxu, on the other hand, looked extremely excited. Feng Wuxu found that the development of the situation was exactly as he had expected. Sure enough, Lin Feng couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and started to resist. The only thing that was different from Feng Wuxu's guess was that Feng Wuxu thought that Lin Feng would only mock a few people. However, the reality was that Lin Feng had turned on the group ridicule mode. Could it be that he was so angry that he had completely lost his mind and turned on the group ridicule mode? The group ridicule mode was good. The group ridicule mode was completely a way to catch someone dead. Now, Feng Wuxu couldn't wait to see Lin Feng being humiliated by a group of people. Yuan Shuiqing, who was beside Feng Yuan, frowned slightly. Lin Feng had finally started to fight back, but his counterattack had offended a group of people. This was bad luck. Could it be that he wanted to use Feng Yuan's reputation to go against these people? If Feng Yuan stepped forward and protected Lin Feng, in Yuan Shuiqing's opinion, they might not be able to do anything to Lin Feng. Yuan Shuiqing also thought that way. He felt that Lin Feng would definitely ask Feng Yuan for help. He didn't have the ability, but he wanted to offend so many people and then beg his woman for mercy. Now, Yuan Shuiqing looked at Lin Feng with a trace of disdain. Boy, you dare to humiliate me? Eat my fist. At that moment, a cultivator stood up and walked towards Lin Feng. That cultivator was called Sun Dongqing. He was a direct descendant of the Sun family of one of the 5 major factions. His cultivation was extraordinary. Among the young cultivators of Forgotten City, he could at least be ranked in the top 20. Such a person could naturally be called a top genius. Sun Dongqing punched towards Lin Feng. That terrifying punch contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with contempt. In their opinion, Lin Feng naturally couldn't resist Sun Dongqing's punch. Piss off. Lin Feng looked coldly at Sun Dongqing. He waved his sleeve. An invisible force surged out. Bang! That invisible force fiercely bombarded Sun Dongqing's body. Sun Dongqing. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body flew backwards. Wow! Sun Dongqing's body smashed through the door of the Supreme Treasure Box, then broke through the railings of the 5th floor. He fell into the main hall on the 1st floor. His body twitched a few times, then stopped moving. Isn't that Sun Dongqing? Why was he thrown out? Sun Dongqing has 7 or 8 broken bones. He's seriously injured. Who did that? How did he injure Sun Dongqing like that? There must have been a fight upstairs. I wonder what's going on upstairs. Let's go up and take a look. The cultivators below started discussing spiritedly. They quickly rushed up. Inside the supreme box, many people looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe their eyes. Sun Dongqing, he was one of the top 20 geniuses of the Forgotten City, but he hadn't even been able to resist one of Lin Feng's attacks. That was unbelievable. Even if Zhang Zichen and Zhou Yu were able to defeat Sun Dongqing, they would still need to fight a fierce battle before they could do so. How is that possible? Feng Wushu couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that Lin Feng was so strong. Before, he had thought that Lin Feng was relying on some magical treasures to be so strong. But even if he relied on magical treasures, it would still be difficult for him to defeat the top geniuses of the Forgotten City. But now, Feng Wushu realized that his previous thoughts were completely wrong. Lin Feng was unimaginably strong. Yuan Shuiqing, who was standing next to Feng Yuan, was also astonished. His pink, sexy lips parted slightly. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Feng. He had actually displayed such a tyrannical combat strength. That was unimaginably terrifying. Yuan Shuiqing finally understood why Lin Feng hadn't wanted to fight before. It wasn't because he didn't dare. It was because he didn't want to fight. These people were indeed not qualified for Lin Feng to make a move. Among all the people present, perhaps only Feng Yuan, who possessed a mutated bloodline, could fight with Lin Feng. Thinking of how his best friend, Feng Yuan, had always been displeased with men, but was now on good terms with Lin Feng, Yuan Shuiqing suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that during the battle between Lin Feng and Feng Yuan was defeated? Feng Yuan had once said to her pursuers, "If you can't even defeat me, how dare you pursue me?" From this sentence, it was clear that if he wanted to pursue Feng Yuan, he had to at least have the ability to defeat Feng Yuan. If he did not even have the ability to defeat Feng Yuan and still wanted to pursue Feng Yuan would definitely not agree. Others might not understand how powerful Feng Yuan's combat power was, but as Feng Yuan's best friend, Yuan Shuiqing understood very well. If Lin Feng could really defeat Feng Yuan, then it would be too terrifying. This man. Powerful. However, he kept a low profile. However, if others provoked him, he would become like a god or a devil, incomparably domineering. He was really a powerful man shrouded in countless mysterious veils. Even Yuan Shuiqing couldn't help but be curious about Lin Feng. Although Yuan Shuiqing knew that as Feng Yuan's best friend, she shouldn't be curious about Feng Yuan's man. Because this was a very dangerous thing to do. And it would be unfair to Feng Yuan. However, Lin Feng's body seemed to have a terrifying magic power. And that magic power. It was attracting Yuan Shuiqing. It made Yuan Shuiqing, this voluptuous and charming beauty, unable to help but want to get in touch and understand Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng didn't know what Yuan Shuiqing was thinking, and he didn't notice the various changes in Yuan Shuiqing's expression. Lin Feng originally wanted to keep a low profile. After saving Little Rock King, he directly left. However, these guys in front of him kept jumping around Lin Feng as if they didn't know what was good for them. Lin Feng naturally didn't mind teaching them a lesson. As for Zhang Zichen, Zhou Yu, and the others, their expressions were incomparably ugly. Although they thought that they were very strong. However, the scene of Lin Feng heavily injuring Sun Dongqing with a casual strike just now had completely shocked them. It made them not dare to act rashly. The group of people all had extremely bitter expressions on their faces. Now, they were in a difficult situation. I'm a person who hates trouble the most. If I don't bully others, others should be thankful. How dare someone bully me? It's really ridiculous. I was too lazy to care about you guys before, not because I was afraid of you guys. Trash like you guys really can't enter my eyes, and I'm too lazy to care so much about you guys. Now, let me tell you one more thing, Feng Yuan is my woman, so stay away from her in the future. Lin Feng said coldly. The group of people hurriedly nodded. Including Zhang Zichen, Zhou Yu also hurriedly nodded. Although they wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and tear him to pieces, Lin Feng's powerful strength deterred them. Now that the situation was pressing, they naturally didn't dare to do anything out of line. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. This principle was very clear to Xianxia and Zhou Yu. Let's hurry up and leave, someone whispered. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The cultivators who had targeted Lin Feng naturally had the same idea, so they wanted to leave as soon as possible. The cultivators who had been watching the show before didn't have any intention of leaving. Instead, they watched everything unfold in front of them with great interest. In any case, no matter what happened, they wouldn't be implicated because they were just a group of spectators. Did I say you could leave? Just as the group of people was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Now, Lin Feng's voice was like the voice of a demon. After hearing Lin Feng's voice, the group of people immediately stopped. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, but their legs didn't seem to listen to them. What else do you want? Zhou Yu asked with a gloomy expression. Crawl out. Lin Feng said. What? You want us to crawl out? The group of people's faces were filled with anger. If they crawled out, it would be too humiliating. After all, they were all reputable figures. How could they crawl out? If they crawled out, wouldn't they become a laughingstock in the future? Therefore, this was something they could not accept. Or you could end up like that guy from before and get beaten half to death by me. Lin Feng added. In truth, Lin Feng wanted these people to crawl out because he wanted to destroy their Dao hearts. After Lin Feng left, these people would definitely hate Feng Yuan because of him. Feng Yuan was already having a hard time in the city lord's mansion. If more enemies appeared, the situation would be even worse. These people were all people with outstanding talent. If someone rose up in the future, Feng Yuan would be in trouble. If their Dao heart was broken, they would die. As a result, their threat to Feng Yuan had been reduced to the lowest point. Treat the enemy. Don't be merciful. Because, when you are merciful to your enemy, you might be laying the groundwork for the tragedy that your family, friends, lovers, and so on might experience. And Lin Feng wanted to completely prevent this kind of tragedy from happening. You've gone too far, Zhang Zichen said coldly. As a top genius of the Forgotten City, he naturally couldn't do what Lin Feng said. This is the Forgotten City. Don't think that we're really afraid of you. Zhou Yu also said coldly. We don't want to attack you together. Otherwise, do you think you can still sit there and talk to us? The third cultivator said. The rest of the people also shouted at the same time. They were all incomparably angry. Lin Feng was simply humiliating them. This kind of humiliation almost drove them crazy. At the same time, it made them incomparably angry. I gave you face, but you didn't want it, Lin Feng said indifferently. His tone was still as calm as ever, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. When the cultivators who came to watch the show saw this scene, they couldn't help but discuss. Lin Feng was really arrogant. He was facing a group of experts alone and was still so arrogant. This was the first time they had seen such a person. Did he really think that the geniuses of the Forgotten City were undeserving of their reputation? The cultivators of the Forgotten City naturally knew about Zhang Zichen and the others. Of course, they weren't undeserving of their reputation. These people were extremely powerful. For example, Zhang Zichen and Zhou Yu's battle strength were extremely terrifying. They both had the battle strength to fight against virtual immortals. Attack together and destroy this brat, Zhou Yu said in a deep voice. He took the lead and rushed towards Lin Feng. Among the rest of the people, a dozen or so cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng. The rest didn't move. They were quietly watching the situation. If the situation was better than expected, they would make a move. If Lin Feng was too difficult to deal with, they didn't plan to make a move. Even ants drag out their lives, but you guys actually took the initiative to court death. Could it be that you're not as smart as ants? Lin Feng said indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Lin Feng's eyes, Zhou Yu and the others were actually worse than ants. He really didn't put Zhou Yu and the others in his eyes. No matter what, Zhou Yu and the others were a group of top geniuses. Many people thought that Lin Feng was going to pay for his arrogance. In their eyes, Lin Feng was indeed very strong. However, he was still far from being strong enough to ignore the siege of a group of top-notch geniuses. At that moment, Lin Feng was really ignoring those young geniuses. His words were full of disdain and contempt. As the saying goes, even a lion needs to go all out to catch a rabbit. Not to mention dealing with this group of geniuses. Brat, you're too arrogant. Zhou Yu's expression was indifferent. His eyes flashed with killing intent. His terrifying palm shot towards Lin Feng. Just as the palm was about to hit Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng still raised his right hand. He suddenly waved his sleeve. An invisible force surged out. Bang! Following the violent collision, everyone saw that Zhou Yu was sent flying by an invisible force. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. As for the others, they were also sent flying by the terrifying invisible force. Their faces were pale. Thump! 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 The group of people all fell to the ground. Their bodies twitched violently. Then, they stopped moving completely. The sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard. Lin Feng's attack had shocked them far more than when Lin Feng had injured Sun Dongqing. Although Sun Dongqing was strong, she was only one person. Lin Feng had just made a move, but he had already sent a group of people, including Zhou Yu, flying. That was the fundamental difference. Lin Feng was much stronger than they had imagined. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why is he so strong? Feng Wushu's eyes were filled with madness. At that moment, Feng Wushu was filled with jealousy towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength had ignited the fire of jealousy in his heart. Feng Wushu wanted to be as strong as Lin Feng. However, he couldn't do that. Now that his body had been destroyed, he needed to reverse the heavenly tribulation to return. When he returned from the reincarnation tribulation, his talent would most likely decline significantly. His future was bleak. When he thought of how strong Lin Feng was, Feng Wushu became even more jealous of Lin Feng. What an amazing man. You're so handsome, young master. I wonder if I'll have a chance to get to know him. I really want to talk to him about romance. Even if it's just a brief relationship, I'm willing. Some of the female cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. Lin Feng was like a deadly poison that attracted their attention. Although they knew about Lin Feng's relationship with Feng Yuan, they still had many ideas about Lin Feng. After all, how could there be a cat that didn't want to steal fish? Those female cultivators were quite good at dealing with men. Therefore, some of the female cultivators started having some dirty thoughts. What about you? What's your choice? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Zichen and the others. Their expressions were as unsightly as they could be. They were all filled with hatred. However, Lin Feng's methods were really terrifying. They didn't dare resist Lin Feng. I'll crawl out, I'll crawl out. Finally, one of the cultivators couldn't hold on under Lin Feng's powerful pressure and immediately shouted. Then, he knelt on the ground with a thump. Then, he crawled out. If there was one, there would be two. Then, the second cultivator also knelt on the ground and crawled out. If there were two, there would be three. One cultivator after another knelt on the ground and crawled out. Seeing such a scene, everyone had a shocked expression. They were a group of top geniuses. Now, they were forced to this extent. What about you? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Zichen and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That guy was the first one who had dared to provoke him. Zhang Zichen also saw Lin Feng's cold smile. His heart trembled. Zhang Zichen knew that Lin Feng wanted to kill him. Zhang Zichen didn't dare hesitate and quickly knelt on the ground. He said, I choose to crawl out as well. As soon as he finished speaking. Zhang Zichen is one of the top 10 or even top 5 geniuses, but he's crawling out on his knees. Seeing Zhang Zichen crawling out, some of the cultivators there exclaimed. However, there was a hint of schadenfreude in their voices. There might not be any enmity between these cultivators, but it was naturally quite a joyous thing to see others suffer. There were few people in the world who would help others in times of need, but there were many who would hit someone when they were down. Zhang Zichen's choice isn't strange. After all, Zhou Yu, who's as famous as him, couldn't even take a single move from that young noble. Zhang Zichen was the first to provoke that young noble. He was lucky that the young noble didn't make a move before, but now that the young noble has made a move, Zhang Zichen, as the first to provoke him, won't have a good ending if he dares to resist. Thus, Zhang Zichen's choice is the best one. A cultivator continued. I'm afraid this will affect his Dao heart in the future. Another cultivator said. If one's willpower is strong enough, they'll be able to dispel the negative effects. Moreover, crawling out on their knees is much better than those cultivators who were thrown out. I observed those cultivators just now. Their injuries aren't light, and they seem to have damaged their Dao essences. Those are very difficult to heal. I'm afraid their cultivation careers are over. Another cultivator said. Zhang Zichen naturally heard the discussions. At this moment, he lowered his head and his eyes were bloodshot. His heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. But now, the most important thing was to get out of this predicament. After that, it wouldn't be too late to think of a way to deal with Lin Feng. Zhang Zichen was a person who knew how to endure. If he didn't know how to endure. When Zhou Yu attacked just now, Zhang Zichen and Zhou Yu attacked Lin Feng together, but Zhang Zichen didn't do so. This was enough to explain a lot of things. In the end, Zhang Zichen and the other group crawled out. They didn't stay and quickly left. At this moment, Fang Wushu also needed to escape. In fact, Lin Feng had already seen Fang Wushu. Lin Feng guessed. Today's Hongmen banquet was related to Fang Wushu. Seeing that Fang Wushu wanted to sneak away secretly, Lin Feng's mouth revealed a faint smile. Brother-in-law, you're here too. I didn't see you just now, I'm really sorry. Lin Feng said with a smile. Damn, you're even calling him brother-in-law? Could it be that Fang Yuan has already become someone's wife? After hearing Lin Feng call Fang Wushu, many people wailed in their hearts. They felt as if their hearts were bleeding. Their goddess. Just like that. She became a married woman. They couldn't accept this fact. But what could they couldn't accept of it? Of the love together offs doing something, that was their freedom. Was there, her of s. In. She. Of her she's of sas's of her of her of. Of. But. When she. The she's of the s she s. Of love she would also show her gentleness and shyness. Just like how Fang Yuan was acting now. Many people saw Fang Yuan's blushing face and knew that Fang Yuan had completely fallen in love. Others didn't seem to have any chance. Yuan Shuiqing, who was at the side, suddenly felt jealous of Fang Yuan. It was true that she was Fang Yuan's best friend. Best friends, to put it nicely, were good sisters. This made sense. But best friends often competed with each other. For example, comparing looks, figure, family background, men, etc. Although Yuan Shuiqing's family background wasn't as good as Fang Yuan's, her family background wasn't bad either. Her grandfather was one of the 4 vice city lords of Forgotten City. In terms of figure, she and Fang Yuan weren't of the same type of beauty. Yuan Shuiqing was naturally very confident in her figure. Compared to face, Fang Yuan was indeed beautiful. But she, Yuan Shuiqing, was also very pretty. Her cultivation might be a bit worse than Fang Yuan, but Yuan Shuiqing's cultivation was actually very strong. However, Yuan Shuiqing felt that she was gentler than Fang Yuan. This kind of personality seemed to be more likable to men. Therefore, Yuan Shuiqing didn't think that she was worse than Fang Yuan. Having confidence was naturally a better thing. And Yuan Shuiqing. She was a woman who was rather confident. But why? Why couldn't she meet a man like Lin Feng? This was where Yuan Shuiqing was jealous of Fang Yuan. Fang Wushu's face couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He wanted to sneak away, but now he couldn't do it. Although he hated Lin Feng very much, Fang Wushu didn't dare to show his thoughts now. He tried to make himself look more natural. However, when facing Lin Feng, he still couldn't control his body. His legs were trembling slightly. Fang Wushu had lost his body, and the ins and outs of this matter had also spread out in the Forgotten City. Many people knew that Feng Wuxu losing his physical body seemed to be Lin Feng's doing. And everyone also knew that the relationship between Feng Wuxu and Feng Yuan was extremely bad. There was no sibling relationship at all. There was only hostility and hatred. As Feng Yuan's man, Lin Feng calling himself Feng Wuxu was somewhat thought-provoking. Feng Wuxu came to Lin Feng's side and asked, "Why did you stop me?" Lin Feng stood up and patted Feng Wuxu's shoulder, then said in surprise, "I've heard that brother-in-law's soul techniques are extraordinary. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's really amazing. Brother-in-law's body is just like a real body." Feng Wuxu took a step back and looked at Lin Feng vigilantly. Lin Feng said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to tell brother-in-law that since you've lost your physical body, you should go back and properly recuperate. Don't wander around outside, it's not good for your soul source." "I understand. I'll go back now," Feng Wuxu said, then left as if he was escaping. Feng Yuan frowned slightly, then a pensive look appeared on her face. That was because she felt that when Lin Feng had patted Feng Wuxu's shoulder, there was something strange about it. Lin Feng seemed to have done something to Feng Wuxu's body. However, Feng Yuan couldn't tell what exactly Lin Feng had done. "Young friend, I wonder if you can come over for a chat." At that moment, a voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng saw that everyone else's expressions were normal. It seemed that they hadn't noticed that this person was transmitting a message to him through divine sense. What an amazing method. "Someone's looking for me. I'll go." Lin Feng looked at Feng Yuan and said. Feng Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Who could be looking for Lin Feng at this time? Could it be the Tower Master of the Moon Immortal Tower? After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. The Tower Master basically lived in seclusion in the Moon Immortal Tower. Now that such a huge commotion had occurred, it was normal for the Tower Master to know about it. Therefore, the person looking for Lin Feng was most likely the Tower Master. "Alright, be careful," Feng Yuan reminded him. Private fights were not allowed in the Moon Immortal Tower. Lin Feng had a private fight with Zhou Yu and the others earlier, so Feng Yuan was worried that the Tower Master would harm Lin Feng. However, after thinking about it carefully, this worry seemed unnecessary. Lin Feng was so powerful. If the Tower Master wanted to make a move, she would have to consider many things. Now that she had invited Lin Feng over, she probably wanted to discuss something. Sometimes, the rules of this world were made for the weak. They were not made for the strong. Some rules were naturally not suitable for the strong. Lin Feng left. Feng Yuan waited in the private room for Lin Feng to return. "Then we'll take our leave first," some of the geniuses said. Feng Yuan nodded and said, "Take care, everyone." The others left one after another. The cultivators who were watching the commotion also left. Only Feng Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing were left. "Sister Yuan, you should go back and rest too," Feng Yuan said. Yuan Shuiqing said, "I'm not tired. You'll be lonely if you stay here alone. We can take this opportunity to have a good chat." Actually, Yuan Shuiqing did not mean what she said. Yuan Shuiqing did not stay because she wanted to chat with Feng Yuan. She also did not want to accompany Feng Yuan. Instead, she wanted to wait for Lin Feng to return so that she could get closer to Lin Feng. Yuan Shuiqing naturally would not tell Feng Yuan about this. At the very least, she would not tell her now. Lin Feng followed the other party's instructions and arrived outside a room. Then, Lin Feng knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice could be heard. This voice sounded a little old. It was none other than the cultivator who had sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng earlier. Lin Feng opened the door and entered the room. He then closed the door behind him. Lin Feng discovered that there were actually 4 cultivators sitting here. The person in the middle was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. Was he a Taoist? It was not easy to tell because some cultivators liked to wear Taoist robes even though they were not Taoist priests. It was not because they wanted to pretend to be Taoist priests. The main reason was that Taoist robes were looser and more comfortable to wear. Lin Feng guessed that the old man in the Taoist robe should be the Moon Immortal Tower's Tower Master. In fact, the Moon Immortal Tower's Pavilion Master had already changed hands many times. The first pavilion master was said to be a woman. Many people said that the woman was a fairy who fell from the moon to the mortal world. This was the origin of the Moon Immortal Pavilion's name. Later on, the Moon Immortal Tower had changed hands many times. However, the name had been passed down. No one had casually changed the name of the Moon Immortal Tower. Perhaps it was a form of respect for the Moon Immortal Tower. Apart from the Moon Immortal Tower's pavilion master, the other three people were not simple people either. The cultivator on the left was a skinny old man. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. His eye sockets were sunken, and it was unknown how long he had lived. He looked like an old ghost who had crawled out of hell and gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. One of the two people sitting on the left was a middle-aged cultivator with a square face. He looked rather dignified. The other person was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s. From the looks of it, this middle-aged woman must have been quite beautiful when she was young. Even now, she was still very attractive. The cultivation levels of these three people were also unfathomable. Lin Feng could not help but feel slightly moved. He felt that these people were very likely to be experts with a strong foundation. This was because even though they were strong, there seemed to be an aura of old age in their bodies. This was a special characteristic of experts with a strong foundation. The aura of old age was actually a rather strange energy. This strange energy would cause a cultivator's lifespan to flow at an extremely fast speed. If they wanted to resolve this situation, they would have to defy the heavens and change their fate. However, this was not an easy task. Therefore, experts of this level often liked to search for powerful fortuitous opportunities everywhere. This was because they had to constantly break through their own shackles in order to successfully defy the heavens and change their fate. Young friend, you have such skills at such a young age. If I'm not wrong, you should be the sinner's blood emperor of the human race, Lin Feng, right? The old man in Taoist robes cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought the old man would be able to guess who he was. This old man was rather meticulous. He was actually able to deduce Lin Feng's identity from just a few clues. Lin Feng could naturally deny it. However, Lin Feng did not do so. Lin Feng said, "That's right. I am the sinner's blood emperor, Lin Feng. Fellow Taoist, you were able to deduce my identity in such a short amount of time." When they heard Lin Feng admit his identity, their eyes lit up slightly. They had heard of the sinner's blood emperor countless times, but they had never seen him in person. Now, they had finally seen Lin Feng in person. Evidently, Lin Feng seemed to be even more outstanding than the rumors said. The old man in Taoist robes smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, this old man is the current master of the Moon Immortal Tower. I call myself Taoist Xianxia. This fellow Taoist on my right is a wandering cultivator from the outer seas. People call him Ancestor Withered Sea. The two on my left are Taoist Qianhe, the master of the Sun Moon Immortal Island in the West Sea, and Taoist Lu Wuchen from the South Pole. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you're too polite. We've known you for a long time, but we didn't expect to meet here. It seems like fate is involved in this." "Fairy Qian," he said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you're a young hero. You're like the rising sun. In the future, you'll definitely become famous and sweep through the universe. It's indeed an honor to be able to meet you today." Ancestor Withered Sea smiled. Lu Wuchen smiled and said, "Brother Withered Sea is right. It's truly an honor to be able to meet fellow Taoist Lin here." When he heard the three people's compliments, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. These three people were too polite to him. What Lin Feng didn't know was that his reputation was already at its peak. In addition, he had a special identity. Many people felt that Lin Feng might inherit his father's role and become the new son of the era, the son of destiny. If that was the case, then Lin Feng would definitely achieve great things in the future. At the end of the era, everyone was naturally worried about survival. If they could befriend Lin Feng, they might be able to rely on their friendship with Lin Feng to survive the Doomsday Battle and live to the next era. There were quite a few people who had such thoughts. However, they lacked an opportunity to befriend Lin Feng. Of course, Befriending Lin Feng came with a certain risk because everyone knew that Lin Feng's enemy was Di Wudao, the Celestial Emperor. If they befriended Lin Feng now, they would be going against Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor. Although Lin Feng had unlimited potential, he hadn't fully matured yet. Therefore, if Lin Feng died at the hands of Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor, then the cultivators who befriended Lin Feng wouldn't have a good ending. Some people had more things to consider. Although they wanted to befriend Lin Feng, they didn't act because they had more things to consider. However, the 4 people in front of them were different. For example, Daoist Xianxia. He was a cultivator from the Forgotten City, and the ancient demon desert was located in the ancient demon domain. This was a domain that the Heavenly Court couldn't control. Moreover, the ancient demon desert was extremely dangerous. Daoist Xianxia naturally didn't have to worry about the Celestial Emperor sending an army to deal with him. As for people like Patriarch Ku Hai and Lu Wuchen, they were all itinerant cultivators, so they had nothing to fear. Although Fairy Qian he had her own faction, she was from an overseas faction. The Celestial Emperor's faction overseas wasn't very strong, so Fairy Qian he wasn't worried about the Heavenly Court's revenge. This was also why they dared to befriend Lin Feng. After everyone took their seats, Daoist Xianxia poured a cup of spirit tea for Lin Feng. He then said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, this spirit tea was brought by Brother Lu from the South Pole. It's very difficult to drink this spirit tea outside. Fellow Daoist Lin, try it." Lin Feng took a sip and felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Next, a wave of spiritual energy spread out from his stomach. Then, it flowed towards his limbs and bones. This feeling. It was quite comfortable. Good tea. It's really good tea. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. Lu Wuchen took out a sealed jar and smiled. "I'm glad you like it, Brother Lin. There are some tea leaves in here. You can drink them when you're free. They're good for recovering your spiritual energy and cleansing your body." Lin Feng didn't refuse, but put away the spirit tea. He then smiled and said, "Thank you for the spirit tea, Brother Lu." Lu Wuchen couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Lin Feng accept his spirit tea. He said, "Brother Lin, please don't be polite with me. It's just a mere spirit tea, it's nothing." Lin Feng naturally knew how precious the spirit tea was. However, he didn't say anything else. The reason he accepted the spirit tea wasn't because Lin Feng liked it that much. It was actually because, accepting the spirit tea, it could close the distance between the 2 sides. These 4 people. Their cultivations were powerful. They could be roped in. They could become allies of the Sin realm. This was for the Sin realm. Naturally, it was a joyous occasion. Most of the time, the method to get closer to the other party was very simple. For example, accepting some gifts from the other party. This way, the 2 sides could get closer. Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoists, you all seem to be in a good mood to meet here. I'm so envious. If you could have a few friends in your life who you could talk to and get together often, it would be a very exciting thing." Xianxia said, "We've been friends for a long time, and we went through many things together. Later, we went into seclusion, and for a long time, we were in a state of isolation. Then, the world changed, and we came out of seclusion. After that, we often met up because of our friendship, and also because we gathered together. The more people we had, the stronger we were. We could explore dangerous places and find opportunities." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Is there something special about this gathering?" Patriarch Withered Sea continued, "To tell you the truth, we're really here to discuss the search for an opportunity. Would it be convenient for you to tell us about it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Of course. About 5 years ago, I found an ancient cultivator's cave in the outer sea world, and I obtained some keepsakes from the ancient cultivator's cave. After carefully studying them, I discovered that the keepsakes were actually related to sacred ancestor Samsara." "Sacred ancestor Samsara? Who's that?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Patriarch Ku Hai explained, "Sacred ancestor Samsara was an extremely powerful person. He was a titled god during the era of titled gods. It's said that titled gods like sacred ancestor Samsara only had 5 generations of inheritances. As for which generation of sacred ancestor Samsara died, it's not clear. However, no matter which generation of sacred ancestor Samsara it was, he must have had an extraordinary inheritance. Furthermore, it said that sacred ancestor Samsara had an ancient treasure called the Gate of Reincarnation. Opening the Gate of Reincarnation allows one to enter unknown worlds. Enter unknown worlds? Is there such a thing? What kind of unknown worlds can one enter? Lin Feng asked curiously. Patriarch Ku Hai replied, I'm not sure. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He couldn't help but think of the reincarnation passage. The reincarnation passage wasn't as simple as a passage. It had probably formed its own unique world long ago. Feng Yaoguang had entered it before. When he had gone to the sky-devouring secret realm, he had tried to find a way to enter the reincarnation passage. However, he hadn't found anything. What if he found the Gate of Reincarnation? Would he be able to use the Gate of Reincarnation to enter the reincarnation passage? Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. Have you found the sacred ancestor Samsara's resting place? Lin Feng asked. He was very interested in the sacred ancestor Samsara's resting place. Lin Feng wanted to take the risk of entering the reincarnation passage. Lin Feng wanted to find Feng Yaoguang. Lin Feng missed Feng Yaoguang very much. He was also very worried about her safety. There are some clues, but we haven't found anything yet. This time, we gathered to discuss the matter of finding the sacred ancestor Samsara's resting place. When they saw that Lin Feng was asking about sacred ancestor Samsara's death, they couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They felt that Lin Feng would be interested in the news of sacred ancestor Samsara's death. This made them quite happy. Perhaps they could bring Lin Feng along to explore sacred ancestor Samsara's death. When the time came, they would be able to strengthen their relationship with Lin Feng. Thus, Taoist Xianxia said, Do you have time? If you do, we can explore sacred ancestor Samsara's death together. Lin Feng said, Of course I have time. Thank you for your invitation, but I've been quite busy recently. There are still some things I need to deal with. I won't be able to find the time in a short period of time, Taoist Xianxia said, That's not a problem. We still haven't found sacred ancestor Samsara's death, and even if we did find it, it would be an extremely dangerous place. It just so happens that the four of us are planning to continue our search in the ocean world. Once we find it, we'll send someone to Sin Realm to inform you. We've heard that you're proficient in formations, so we'll need your help to break through the restrictions. Said Lin Feng. Of course, it's a small matter. I'll wait for the good news in Sin City then, said Lin Feng. They chatted for a while, and Lin Feng found out that the four of them planned to leave the next day. Lin Feng also told them that he would send them off when they left the next day. Lin Feng then bid them farewell and left. In order not to cause any trouble, Lin Feng didn't ask them to send him off. When he arrived at the guest hall, he found that everyone except Feng Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing had already left. Lin Feng had expected this to happen. When they saw Lin Feng return, Feng Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing stood up. They could guess who had invited Lin Feng, and now that they saw that Lin Feng was fine, they relaxed. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Feng Yuan and Yuan Shuiqing nodded. After leaving the Moon Goddess Pavilion, Yuan Shuiqing didn't leave. Instead, she followed Lin Feng and Feng Yuan back to the city lord's mansion. Feng Yuan asked, Isn't Sister Yuan going home? Feng Yuan was a straightforward person, so she would ask if she had any doubts. He wouldn't beat around the bush. Yuan Shuiqing indeed did not intend to return. She had made up her mind to interact more with Lin Feng. Naturally, she would not return just like that. On the other hand, Feng Yuan hoped that Yuan Shuiqing would return because she wanted to spend some time alone with Lin Feng. If there was a third wheel like Yuan Shuiqing by his side, he naturally wouldn't be able to be alone with Lin Feng. Since I have nothing to do, I plan to go to the city lord's mansion today and have a chat with my little sister. Yuan Shuiqing said. Feng Yuan wailed in her heart, You're still talking about what's in your heart. Didn't they chat for a long time? What else do you want to talk about? Feng Yuan wanted to refuse, but Yuan Shuiqing was her best friend. Therefore, it wasn't good for him to directly reject Yuan Shuiqing, so he could only agree. On the way, Yuan Shuiqing would ask Lin Feng some questions from time to time. Moreover, this woman was very interesting. She kept moving closer to Lin Feng. As for the questions that Yuan Shuiqing asked, if he could answer them, Lin Feng tried his best to answer this woman's questions. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little strange. He didn't know why Yuan Shuiqing kept looking for topics to chat with him. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think too much about this matter. His thoughts were focused on the place where Saint Ancestor Samsara had fallen that Taoist Qing Shan and the others had mentioned. He didn't know if Taoist Qing Shan and the others would be able to find that place smoothly. Lin Feng naturally hoped that they would be able to find that place. Lin Feng couldn't wait to find Feng Yarao. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Lin Feng understood this principle. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time. And things had to be done step by step. One couldn't eat fatso in one bite. He couldn't do these important things in an instant. The next day, Lin Feng went to see the 4 experts off. The 4 experts were very happy that Lin Feng had come to see them off. After chatting for a while, the 4 experts left. Lin Feng didn't stay outside for long. He directly headed in the direction of the city lord's mansion. On the way, he heard many people talking about what had happened yesterday. The things that had happened in the Moon Immortal Tower naturally couldn't be hidden from the world. Moreover, Zhou Yu and the other Skyprides had been beaten half to death. Zhang Zichen and the other Skyprides had been forced to kneel on the ground and crawl out of the private room. How big was this news? It naturally became a topic of conversation. Everyone was very interested in this gossip. And everyone was also very interested in talking about Lin Feng. However, when walking on the street, only a few people knew Lin Feng. Occasionally, some people who knew Lin Feng would quickly shut up. They didn't dare to talk too much about Lin Feng, afraid that Lin Feng would hear them. Once they angered Lin Feng, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan came to Lin Feng's place and brought a piece of good news. Little Rock King was about to come out. After hearing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely excited. Fang Yuan asked Lin Feng to wait patiently for a while. Lin Feng nodded and continued to wait patiently. 2 hours later, Little Rock King was brought to Lin Feng's residence by Fang Yuan. When he saw Little Rock King, Lin Feng was extremely excited. When Little Rock King saw Lin Feng, he was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but become excited. Previously, no one had told him who was behind this matter. Therefore, it wasn't until he saw Lin Feng that he knew who was secretly helping him. "Brother, you've suffered during this period of time." Lin Feng stepped forward and gave Little Rock King a big bear hug. Little Rock King said, "It's fine, this bit of suffering is nothing. You guys chat, I still have some things to take care of." Fang Yuan said. She was a smart person, so she might not really have anything to talk about. It was obvious that she wanted to give Lin Feng and Little Rock King some time alone. It had to be said. Fang Yuan was a smart woman, and she was very understanding. After Fang Yuan left, Lin Feng waved his hand. He sealed the room with a restriction. "This is not a place to stay for long. Let's leave tomorrow. I heard that you obtained a supreme treasure before. It wasn't snatched away by those people, right?" Lin Feng asked. Little Rock smiled bitterly and said, "The bastards of the 4 great immortal sects revealed the news of me obtaining the supreme treasure, so I knew that I couldn't keep it, so I handed it over." Lin Feng said, "This is a wise move." "Who took it?" "We'll snatch it back before we leave." Many powers had many great elders under them, so their authority was naturally different. However, there was only one great elder in the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng said, "There is only one great elder in the city lord's mansion. I saw that old thing before, and when we leave tomorrow, we will snatch that old thing's storage ring." "That's great," Little Rock King said. "How are Feng Yarao, Fire Qilin and the others now?" Lin Feng asked. "I'm not too sure about their situation. Previously, we did enter the heavenly illusionary realm together, but after entering the heavenly illusionary realm, we separated and didn't see each other again." Little Rock King said. "Do you still have a way to enter the heavenly illusionary realm?" Lin Feng asked. "There is a way to enter. I know where the entrance is. We can enter from there," Little Rock King said. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right. Then after we leave the Forgotten City, we will go to the Heavenly Illusionary Realm. Little Rock King naturally had no objections to this. Moreover, he knew that Lin Feng definitely wanted to see Feng Yarao, Fire Qilin, and the others as soon as possible. Especially Feng Yarao. That was Lin Feng's confidant. It had been a long time since they last met. He must have missed her very much. Lin Feng arranged for Little Rock King to rest well. After Little Rock King went to his room to rest, Fang Yuan once again came to Lin Feng's place. Tomorrow, Little Rock King and I will be leaving, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Fang Yuan felt reluctant. But she knew that she couldn't stop all of this. Fang Yuan said somewhat bitterly, all right, I just don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Lin Feng said, of course, you can go to the Sin domain to find me. Others might not know Lin Feng's true identity, but Fang Yuan knew. Because Lin Feng had already confessed his true identity to Fang Yuan. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was very happy. Lin Feng's meaning was that he wanted to continue his relationship with her. Fang Yuan could naturally understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words. There's one thing, can I ask, young master? Fang Yuan said. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Fang Yuan said, earlier, I saw you pat Fang Wushu's shoulder. I wonder if there's any deeper meaning behind that pat. Lin Feng was surprised. He never thought that Fang Yuan would actually suspect this. What a meticulous person. Lin Feng said, didn't your father want to change Fang Wushu's fate? I don't know what will happen. After changing his fate, there's a high chance that he won't be able to rise again, but there's a small chance that he'll rise again. Therefore, I used a little trick and injected the strength of a curse into his body. That way, I can guarantee that even if he succeeds in changing his fate, he won't be able to rise again. At that time, he won't be a threat to you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan's heart immediately flowed with warmth. She said, thank you for everything you've done for me. What are you thanking me for? That's what I should do, said Lin Feng, blinking. Fang Yuan suddenly had a special feeling in her heart. Right now, she just wanted to hug the man in front of her. Before he left, she wanted to reveal her heart to him. After thinking up to this point, Fang Yuan reached out and hugged Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fang Yuan. She was really a bold woman. She had always been very proactive. Do you know what you're doing? Lin Feng looked at Fang Yuan and asked. Of course I know. I want to turn a fake into a real one. Fang Yuan bit her red lips. She had such a charming and enchanting expression. She was truly a seductress who could charm people to death. That night, it rained outside. The storm never stopped. In the morning, when Lin Feng woke up, he looked at Fang Yuan, who was curled up in his arms like a lazy kitten. He couldn't help but gently stroke Fang Yuan's beautiful face. Fang Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her sleepy eyes. Her beautiful face became rosy. However, she was a bold woman, so when she looked at Lin Feng, she did not avoid his gaze. Stay with me for a while longer, Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng nodded and hugged Fang Yuan in his arms. Fang Yuan's face was pressed tightly against Lin Feng's chest, and feeling the strong heartbeat, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and security. A woman, entrusting herself to the person she loved, was perhaps an extremely happy thing. The so-called singleness was just an excuse because she hadn't found the person who could make her heart pound. The original Fang Yuan belonged to the singleness, but now she understood the meaning behind it. After tidying up, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan walked out of the room. The Little Rock King was already sitting in the living room, waiting for them. The Little Rock King had obviously seen Fang Yuan before, and now he was somewhat moved by Lin Feng's ability to pick up girls. Even the unruly peerless beauty of the Forgotten City, the goddess in the hearts of countless people, had been taken down by him. This flirtatious personality had not changed even after so many years. The Little Rock King was born in a good family, and he was also handsome. If he wanted to be a wild and unruly chivalrous person, it would naturally be a rather easy thing to do. However, the Little Rock King did not do so, mainly because he did not have such thoughts. The Little Rock King's mind was basically focused on cultivation, but Lin Feng was different. Other than cultivation, he was also interested in many things, such as formations, alchemy. Due to his limited energy, Lin Feng had already given up on alchemy, and of course, there were also some other things that Lin Feng was more interested in, such as beautiful women. Being able to be with beautiful women was always a happy thing. This kind of thing naturally made people feel very comfortable. "Do you still want to say goodbye to my father later?" Fang Yuan asked. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. After all, now Fang Junshan could be considered as Lin Feng's father-in-law, but Lin Feng felt that if Fang Junshan knew what he and Fang Yuan had done last night, he would definitely not be kind to him, and at that time, he would probably cut him into pieces. Thinking about this, Lin Feng could not help but bitterly smile. In fact, Lin Feng could understand this kind of thing. Because, in this world, no father would be willing to see his daughter being eaten clean by a man before marriage. If he knew, he would most likely beat the man up and then threaten him. For example, this father might tell the man, "You better treat my daughter well in the future. If you dare to bully my daughter, I will beat you up until half of your body is paralyzed." Perhaps Fang Yuan's father was also such a person. Lin Feng did not let the little Peng King show himself. He followed Fang Yuan to see Fang Junshan alone. Lin Feng followed Fang Yuan to Fang Junshan's residence. On the way, Lin Feng kept thinking about another thing, which was how to lure the Great Elder out so that he could snatch the Great Elder's things. However, this required strategy. Lin Feng did not plan to leave without snatching those things. Those were the treasures that the little Peng King had painstakingly obtained. How could he let that old thing, the Great Elder, benefit from it? Lin Feng saw Fang Junshan in the study. Other than Fang Junshan, the patriarchs of the city lord's mansion, including the Great Elder, were also here. In addition, there was another person. Lin Feng did not know her identity, but he recognized her. She was the beautiful woman who had gone to deal with Lin Feng that night. When he saw the beautiful woman, Lin Feng was clearly startled. He really did not expect this beautiful woman to appear in this place. Fang Yuan bowed to Fang Junshan and the patriarchs, but she did not pay attention to the beautiful woman and the Great Elder. The beautiful woman and the Great Elder were already used to this kind of thing, so they did not have any special expressions. After the beautiful woman saw Lin Feng, she did not say anything, but a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Fang Yuan said, "Ji still has some things to do, so he has to leave the Forgotten City. He came here to bid farewell to father." Hearing this, Fang Junshan nodded and said, "Since little friend has things to take care of, I won't force you to stay. However, I hope little friend will remember that there is someone in the Forgotten City who is worthy of your protection." "I will remember you on her, I won't forget her. When I'm done, I'll come and see her," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Alright, remember what you said. If you dare to let Yuan her down in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. I won't spare your life even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth." Fang Junshan said solemnly. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Fang Junshan's tone was so serious. Could it be that he knew something? Did Fang Junshan know that Fang Yuan spent the night at my place last night? This was the city lord's mansion, so it was normal for Fang Junshan to know what happened here. It would be abnormal if Fang Junshan didn't know anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The current Fang Junshan probably even had the heart to hammer him to death, right? But luckily, he controlled himself. Lin Feng thought that Fang Junshan was very nice to Fang Yuan. As a father, he always protected Fang Yuan. If Fang Junshan hadn't protected Fang Yuan wouldn't have had such a strong background. Otherwise, she would have died many times already. Perhaps it was because of the saying, "Love me, love my dog," but Lin Feng felt that Fang Junshan, his father-in-law, was a good person. Lin Feng said, "Uncle, what you're worried about won't happen." "That's for the best," said Fang Junshan. Fang Junshan nodded. Then, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan left. An ancestor said, "Brother Wenchong, how's the investigation of our son-in-law's identity going?" The Forgotten City was extremely powerful, and it had a powerful network in the outside world. Brother Wenchong, the old ancestor, said, "We've just received the news. If we tell you his identity, you might be shocked." "Oh? Who is he?" It was still the patriarch who had spoken first, and he asked impatiently. "The Emperor of Sin's blood, Lin Feng," said the ancestor called Brother Wenchong. Hearing this, the rest of the people were shocked. The beautiful woman and the great elder's eyes lit up. They could see dense killing intent in each other's eyes. If they could kill the Emperor of Sin's blood, the fortune they would obtain would be unimaginable. The ancestor called Brother Wenchong said, "The city lord is as calm as an ancient well. It seems that he already knows the son-in-law's identity." Fang Junshan said, "Actually, I had some guesses before, but I wasn't sure. Now that I've heard Ancestor Wenchong's words, I can confirm his identity, so I'm not too surprised." At that moment, Lin Feng and Fang Yuan were walking towards Lin Feng's residence. "Who's that woman in the room?" Lin Feng asked calmly. "She's Fang Wushu's mother, and she's my father's second wife." "She's a complete bitch, a venomous woman," Fang Yuan said hatefully. Lin Feng hadn't expected that woman to be Fang Wushu's mother. She was mature and charming, and she had a mature beauty that women didn't have. "You're saying that she's your father's second wife? Then who was your father's first wife?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "It's her older sister. It's said that she's 70 to 80% similar to her older sister. Back then, when her older sister was pregnant, she suddenly died. 2 lives in one body, it was truly a tragedy. Later on, she married my father and became his wife," Fang Yuan said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Fang Yuan's words seemed to imply something. "Are you suspecting something?" Lin Feng asked. "The servants who took care of the first madam also suddenly died," Fang Yuan said. "It seems that this matter explains a lot," Lin Feng said. He knew that Fang Yuan actually wanted to say that all these things were caused by that beautiful woman. Even the tragic death of her sister, who was about to give birth, was also secretly caused by that beautiful woman. However, such words naturally could only be understood and not spoken. "Then you have to be careful of her," Lin Feng reminded her. "I will." Fang Yuan nodded. Thinking about how the beautiful woman had even killed her own older sister in order to climb up the social ladder, Lin Feng was actually quite worried about Fang Yuan. Lin Feng was such a person. When he had a relationship with a woman, he would treat her well. Men were more universal in love, but that didn't mean that they were indifferent. Some men would forget their old love after having a new love, but Lin Feng wasn't such a person. Lin Feng thought of the true dragon crouching heavens diagram he had obtained before. It was a top-grade treasure, and it was extremely powerful. He could still use it twice. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Fang Yuan was very touched, because it meant that Lin Feng was thinking about her. It meant that Lin Feng didn't just want her body. She had a place in Lin Feng's heart. Thinking about that, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. When a person fell in love with another person, they naturally hoped that the person they loved would also like them. When they knew that the other person felt the same way, they would feel satisfied and happy. However, Fang Yuan didn't intend to accept the treasure because she felt that Lin Feng would encounter even more dangers outside. Many of those dangers could take his life. Lin Feng needed a powerful treasure to protect himself. Naturally, the more treasures he had, the better. Fang Yuan said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Keep the treasure for yourself. That way, I'll be at ease." Lin Feng gently scratched Fang Yuan's nose and said, "Little fool, as long as you're safe, I'll be at ease. Besides, I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Maybe I'm much stronger than you think. So, take this treasure." Hearing Lin Feng's words, which were full of love, Fang Yuan was touched and overjoyed. She hugged Lin Feng and gave him a kiss. Public morals are degenerating with each passing day. Some people from the city lord's mansion couldn't help but murmur when they saw this, especially the older generation. They quickly left. Fang Yuan accompanied Lin Feng and the little Pung King out of the Forgotten City. Then, they flew out of the Forgotten City. Little Pung King asked, "Are we not going to deal with the Great Elder?" Little Pung King actually felt a little regretful. After all, the Empyrean mirror he had obtained before was a saint item. When the time came, the Empyrean mirror had fused with the Empyrean mirror and could turn into an ancient weapon. Naturally, he would not be willing to let such a treasure be taken away. However, robbing the great elder of the Forgotten City would be quite difficult. Lin Feng replied, "Don't worry, no one can take away a treasure that belongs to you. That old bastard will definitely come after us." As he said this, he couldn't help but think of that beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was called Lan Kaiyan. Their names were quite nice, but they were not good people. Lin Feng hoped that Lan Kaiyan would chase after them at that time. Then, he could catch them all in one fell swoop. In this way, Feng Yuan would have one less big problem. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Little Peng became very excited and said, "That's great." Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were not fast because they were waiting for the Great Elder to arrive. There were 3 reasons why Lin Feng had determined that the Great Elder had come. The first one. He was now Feng Yuan's man, and Feng Yuan was their enemy. Getting rid of him would be a huge blow to Feng Yuan. The second one. He had destroyed Feng Wushu's physical body, which would make these people hate him very much. Lan Xian's attack on him was a good example. The third one. So much time had passed, Lin Feng had the feeling that maybe the people of the Forgotten City already knew who he really was, but they hadn't said anything yet. Many people wanted to kill him for 2 reasons. First, they could go to Di Wu Dao and the Heaven Emperor to exchange for a large amount of rewards. Second, they could obtain his things. Everyone knew that he had many powerful abilities, magic treasures, and even heaven-defying luck. Therefore, there were naturally many experts eyeing him, wanting to kill him. Combining these reasons, Lin Feng felt that the Great Elder would definitely make a move. When the Great Elder made a move, he would probably join forces with other experts. However, Lin Feng did not know who the Great Elder would join forces with. Regardless, Lin Feng was not afraid unless the other party was a golden immortal. However, if a golden immortal wanted to deal with him, he would not need to join forces with the Great Elder. He could do it himself. The next night, when Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were resting in the desert, they were attacked by poisonous insects. A large number of poisonous insects, including shrews, centipedes, poisonous snakes, and other things, took advantage of the fact that Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were sleeping and quietly crawled to their side. Then, those poisonous insects bit towards their bodies. Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were both more cautious, so when they were resting, they also left behind their spiritual sense to observe the situation outside. The moment they were attacked, they woke up and soared into the sky, dodging the poisonous insects' attacks. He 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 he. What a vigilant brat. Your flesh and blood are delicious. You're making me drool. You can all become a feast for me. At this moment, a sinister and terrifying voice was heard. Lin Feng looked over and immediately saw a cultivator wearing a black robe. His entire body was shrouded in a black fog, making it impossible to see what he looked like. However, this existence was definitely an extremely terrifying cultivator. Furthermore, he was an expert of the Devil Dao. Is it just you? If that's the case, then this place will become your graveyard. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the demonic expert's expression became extremely unsightly. He was a proud person, and now that Lin Feng's words were full of contempt for him, he was naturally extremely angry. Brat, you're still as arrogant as before. You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. It's quite rare to see someone like you. At this moment, another voice was heard. This was the Great Elder's voice, and Lin Feng still remembered it clearly. The next moment, an old man walked out of the void. It was none other than the Great Elder. Another one has come to die. Where's that beauty Lan Kaiyan? Lin Feng said. The Great Elder was slightly stunned, but then he sneered and said, "You're really not a good person." Lin Feng said, "What's wrong with me? You're the one who's thinking too much. It seems like there's still someone hiding in the dark. I've already discovered you, you can come out now. Brat, you're quite capable. You can even discover me." At this moment, a third cultivator stepped out of the void. The demonic cultivator was called Thousand Poisons Venerable. His cultivation was unfathomable. However, his most powerful technique was not his cultivation, but his ability to control all kinds of poisonous insects. Previously, when Lin Feng and the Little Rock King were attacked by those poisonous insects, it was Thousand Poisons Venerable who secretly took action. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the Little Rock King had always been cautious and vigilant. However, it was clear that not everyone was as cautious as them. Perhaps many people didn't even know what was going on when they were attacked by poisonous insects. It was said that this technique was a powerful ability that Thousand Poisons Venerable possessed since he was born. It was said that this ability came from his bloodline, but no one knew what kind of special bloodline he had. As for the other cultivator who looked righteous, he was called Wu Xiaolin. This person only looked righteous on the surface, but in reality, he was a famous expert of the evil path. Many people felt their hair stand on end when they heard his name, because this person's reputation wasn't very good. Moreover, he cultivated an extremely evil yang harvesting technique. It was said that this yang harvesting technique killed both men and women. This kind of yang harvesting technique was extremely rare. Generally speaking, this yang harvesting technique was only used to target men or women. But this kind of technique that killed both men and women was unheard of. Of course, this was an incomparably mysterious world, so no matter what happened, it seemed to be understandable and acceptable, including the technique that killed both men and women. These two people also had another identity, and that was that they were sworn brothers with the Great Elder. Moreover, these years, they had been worshippers in the city. Feng Wushu's mother's side was very powerful, not only because there were many strong cultivators on her side, but also because their connections were extraordinary. For example, Thousand Poisons Venerable and Wu Xiaolin belonged to the Great Elder's network. If the three of you hadn't offended me, you could have lived quite freely, but now that you've offended me, you're destined to die miserably. Soon, I'll let you know how miserable the consequences of offending me are. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the three strong cultivators. Ha 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 ha. Kid, are you messing with us? The first elder suddenly laughed and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. He admitted that Lin Feng's methods were indeed extraordinary, but with the three of them working together, how could they not deal with Lin Feng? As for the Little Rock King, he was ignored by the Great Elder. The Little Rock King's cultivation was indeed extraordinary, but after all, his foundation was still shallow and could not participate in a battle of their level. Therefore, the basic situation now was that the three of them were besieging Lin Feng alone. This was also the reason why the Great Elder was so confident. I've heard that you're incomparably arrogant. Now that I've met you, I know that you're not just arrogant. You're simply an idiot. Do you think that you're invincible just because you have some ability? You can't even distinguish the situation in front of you. I really don't know how your brain grew up. Perhaps it's because you inherited a powerful destiny from your father, and it was your father who protected you and allowed you to cultivate to your current level. However, your good luck is about to run out today. Wu Xiaolin also looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Hee, I can't wait to kill this brat and see what's in his storage ring. I'm really looking forward to it. Just thinking about it makes my heart beat faster. My heart is pounding, said the Thousand Poisons Venerable Master sinisterly. The three strong cultivators were convinced that they could defeat Lin Feng. They sounded as if they were in control of everything. The Little Rock King glanced at Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng was still as calm as ever. The Little Rock King's worry disappeared. He understood Lin Feng too well. When he saw Lin Feng's expression, he knew that Lin Feng had a way to deal with the three strong cultivators. Even though it sounded unbelievable, but the Little Rock King was very confident in Lin Feng. In the Martial Heaven continent, Lin Feng had created countless miracles. It had been over 100 years since the Great Changes. During these years, Lin Feng had definitely advanced by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he definitely had many trump cards. Perhaps Lin Feng would use those trump cards now. Let's do it. A long delay may cause trouble, said the Great Elder. Alright, let's kill these two brats. The Thousand Poisons Monk and Wu Xiaolin nodded. They didn't want to wait any longer. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and the Little Rock King right now. A terrifying aura spread out of the three of them. The three of them were extremely powerful, and they had been working together for a long time. Now that the three of them joined hands, they could unleash unimaginable power. Lin Feng knew that it would be difficult to deal with the three of them. Even if he used all his trump cards, it would still be a fierce battle. Perhaps he and the Little Rock King would really die to their attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't plan on fighting them. Lin Feng planned on using the 3 insect swarms to deal with the 3 experts. When the 3 experts started preparing their attacks, Lin Feng waved his hand. The 3 insect swarms immediately flew out. The primitive demon refining insects, the celestial devouring insects, and the flying crimson demonic insects. The 3 swarms of insects seemed to be endless. The swarm of insects blotted out the sky and covered the earth. In a flash, the 3 experts were surrounded. Their expressions changed drastically. They were caught unprepared. They had no choice but to take out powerful defensive treasures to block the insect swarms. The first elder took out an ancient bronze statue. The bronze statue floated above him and emitted rays of cyan light. The cyan light protected the first elder's body. The 1,000 Poisons monk took out a treasured cauldron. The cauldron emitted godly light to protect his body. A suit of armor appeared on the surface of Wu Xiaoling's body, protecting his body. Apart from his eyes, the armor around his mouth was not sealed, he needed to see and breathe. Lin Feng's face was quite gloomy. The constant casualties of the 3 insect swarms made Lin Feng's heart ache. It was not easy to cultivate these insect swarms, not to mention that it was even more difficult to cultivate them to such a powerful level. However, when there was a battle, there were bound to be casualties. This was an immutable truth. Lin Feng naturally understood this truth. Although the 3 insect swarms were constantly dying, their attack power was also extremely tyrannical. The light shield protecting the 3 experts was becoming thinner and thinner. The defensive light shield was about to be eaten by the 3 insect swarms. If the 3 insect swarms could completely break the defensive light shield, then they would be able to erupt with incredible power. This point, naturally, it made people look forward to it. The 3 experts knew what kind of danger they were facing. If the 3 insect swarms were not large enough, they could eliminate them in a short time and then besiege Lin Feng and Little Rock King. However, the 3 insect swarms were too large, making them feel like they could not kill them all. Therefore, they knew that they had to find a way to deal with the 3 insect swarms. Otherwise, the situation would be very bad. Brother 1,000 Poisons. Quickly take out the insect swarms you cultivated. The great elder said. 1,000 Poisons Venerable nodded with a gloomy face. He had also cultivated 2 insect swarms, which were extremely extraordinary. 1,000 Poisons Venerable took out the insect swarms he had cultivated. Suddenly, the insect swarms cultivated by 1,000 Poisons Venerable and Lin Feng fought fiercely. However, the insect swarms cultivated by 1,000 Poisons Venerable could not be compared to the 3 insect swarms. They were rapidly being eliminated by Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms. Although Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms were no match for the previous desert god-killing insects, it did not mean that they were not powerful enough. In fact, all 3 swarms of Lin Feng's were extremely rare spiritual insects with terrifying fighting strength. Back then, the 3 insect swarms were defeated by the desert god-killing insects. Firstly, the disparity in numbers was too great. Secondly, the desert god-killing insects were too powerful. In the history of this epoch, the desert god-killing insects were ranked among the top insect swarms. Under the attack of the desert god-killing insects, the 3 insect swarms were able to resist for such a long time and even kill many of them. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 3 insect swarms were. It was extremely difficult to obtain such a powerful insect swarm. It required both opportunity and luck. 1,000 Poisons Venerable's insect swarms were almost completely defeated by Lin Feng's 3 insect swarms. 1,000 Poisons Venerable's plan of using the insect swarms to counterattack was completely foiled. The hearts of the 3 powerhouses could not help but suddenly sink because they knew that this was going to be troublesome. Lin Feng's insect swarms were too terrifying. Now, the 3 experts were regretting their actions. If they had known that Lin Feng was so terrifying, they would not have come looking for trouble with Lin Feng even if they were beaten to death. However, what was done could not be undone. Everything had already happened. Now was not the time to regret. Moreover, was there any use in regretting now? They might as well think of a way to salvage the situation. The first elder said, "Young friend Lin, I think there's some misunderstanding between us." When he heard the first elder's words, Lin Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. As the saying goes, shameless people are invincible. Lin Feng was speechless that the first elder could say such shameless words. Lin Feng sneered, "What? You want to beg for mercy? Sure, I'll give you a chance. If you give up resisting now, I might spare your lives." The first elder and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. They naturally did not believe Lin Feng's words. If they gave up resisting, they would be dead in the next moment. The first elder said, "Young friend Lin, how about we each take a step back? I'm sure young friend Lin doesn't want to see us end up in a situation where both sides suffer, right?" "Both sides suffer? How can that be?" "I think the three of you will die here," said Lin Feng, smiling icily. It had already come to this. This guy still dared to threaten him. How shameless, how could Lin Feng be afraid of this old thing? "If we fight with our lives on the line, there's a high chance that we can drag the three of you down with us," the first elder said in a deep voice. Lin Feng said, "Then let's see if you can drag the two of us down with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng gave the insect swarm an order. The insect swarm's attacks became fiercer and stronger. Facing the insect swarm's attacks, it was getting harder and harder for the three of them to defend themselves. The three of them had fierce looks in their eyes. It seemed that they were already thinking of using their lives on the line. Lin Feng was not surprised that experts at this level had extremely powerful life-risking techniques. If they did not have such powerful life-risking techniques, Lin Feng would find it strange. Therefore, Lin Feng did not want to sit and wait for death. He decided to take the initiative to attack. Lin Feng told the little Pung King to wait for him in the distance. Lin Feng held the epic war spear in his hand and rushed towards the three of them. At this moment, the three of them had already been separated by the insect swarm. They were fighting separately and could no longer stay together. Therefore, their situation was actually quite bad. Lin Feng locked onto the first elder. Among the three of them, the first elder was the one that Lin Feng feared the most. That old bastard definitely had some terrifying tricks up his sleeve, but he didn't want to use them until the last moment. Lin Feng had to kill him before that old bastard used any of his tricks. Lin Feng used the space Dao and hid his body in the void. The first elder was now using all his strength to defend against the insect swarm's attacks. Therefore, he did not notice Lin Feng, who was gradually approaching him. When Lin Feng arrived behind the first elder, Lin Feng jumped out with the epic war spear in his hand. Then, Lin Feng stabbed the first elder's body with the epic war spear. The terrifying spear contained destructive power and instantly stabbed the first elder's defensive light shield. At this moment, the first elder realized that Lin Feng was hiding behind him. By the time the first elder reacted, Lin Feng's war spear had already pierced through the light shield protecting the first elder's body. Then, the terrifying spear instantly pierced the first elder's chest. Lin Feng's right hand that was holding the war spear suddenly shook, and a powerful force immediately shook out. A bang sounded out. Suddenly, the great elder's body directly collapsed, leaving behind only his source energy and storage ring. Lin Feng put away the great elder's source energy and storage ring. The situation here naturally couldn't be hidden from Thousand Poison Monk and Wu Xiaolin. Although the two of them couldn't see the specific situation because their vision was blocked, their divine senses sensed the situation here. When their divine senses sensed all of this, their faces became incomparably ugly. Even the strongest great elder had been killed by Lin Feng. Now it seemed that the two of them couldn't escape this calamity. It was naturally not easy for the two of them to cultivate to their current level, so they naturally didn't want to die. Therefore, the two of them begged one after another. "Don't kill us. As long as you don't kill us, we are willing to do anything for you. As long as you spare us, we are willing to do anything for you." The two of them did have some hidden methods that could be used at a critical moment, but the current situation was extremely bad for them. Although they could try those methods, the great elder had been killed by Lin Feng. Without the great elder's cooperation, they had no confidence in their hearts. The strong naturally attached great importance to their dignity. However, when their lives were in danger, the strong would also succumb to reality. In the face of dignity and death, there were too few people who could choose dignity. There was only hope when one was alive. Dead. Everything was for naught. Compared to living. What was dignity? It was nothing at all. Therefore, Thousand Poison Monk and Wu Shilin chose to live. They couldn't care about their dignity. Moreover, in their opinion, begging for mercy from the sinner's blood emperor, or even submitting to him, didn't seem to be unacceptable. After hearing the two of them beg for mercy, Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows. The two of them had powerful cultivations, so he could indeed spare their lives. They would be a good help in the future. When the battle with the Heavenly Court came in the future, perhaps he could use them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Good. I can give you a chance to live. Now, swear an oath of loyalty to me." Hearing Lin Feng make them swear an oath, the two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant that Lin Feng would no longer pursue their responsibilities, and they could finally continue to live. However, when he thought about becoming someone else's subordinate from now on and listening to someone else's orders, he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to live freely in the future, but being able to keep his life was actually quite a good result. I'm the Thousand Poisons Monk. I'm Wu Shilin. I am willing to make an oath here. From now on, those who are willing to pledge their loyalty to the young master will be absolutely loyal to the young master. If they dare to betray the young master, they will immediately die a horrible death. After the Thousand Poisons, venerable master and Wu Shilin made the oath in an instant. Thus, the two parties formed a contract. From then on, the two of them became Lin Feng's slaves. They would definitely be loyal to Lin Feng. They would never dare to betray Lin Feng. You don't have to go back to the Forgotten City. You can stay in the ancient demon realm and a few other domains and try to control some small sections. Then, you can gradually nibble away at the other sects and secretly recruit troops to strengthen yourself. When I need you, I will send someone to inform you," Lin Feng said. Right now, Lin Feng had already begun to prepare for the great battle with the Heavenly Court in the future. This matter could not be delayed. Before the Foundation powerhouses appeared, the Heavenly Courts had more than 20 perfected immortal powerhouses. As the Foundation powerhouses appeared one after another, the Heavenly Court would definitely have more true immortal rankers. As a result, right now, he had to plan ahead. Otherwise, when the great battle arrived, the Sin Realm would probably be razed to the ground by the Heavenly Court. This was naturally not the result that Lin Feng wanted to see. Yes. We will definitely follow young master's orders and continue to strengthen our forces, Thousand Poisons Monk and Wu Shilin said in unison. Good. You can leave now, Lin Feng said. The two of them bowed to Lin Feng and quickly left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, kept the 3 insect swarms. Then, he met up with the Little Rock King. He gave the Thousand Poisons Monk's source and storage ring to the Little Rock King. Then, he said, find some time to refine these sources. It will be beneficial to your cultivation. The Little Rock King did not refuse and kept the items. He had a close relationship with Lin Feng, so he naturally did not need to be polite to Lin Feng. That would be more polite. Then, the Little Rock King sensed the storage ring. With a slight movement of his spiritual will, a mirror flew out. The mirror was a stone mirror and looked rather special. It should be the legendary Empyrean mirror. The mirror was extraordinary and emitted intense fluctuations. The Little Rock King refined the Empyrean mirror again. Keep the rest of the things. You will need them when you cultivate in the future, Lin Feng said. The Little Rock King nodded and kept the storage ring. The two of them did not stay any longer and quickly left. They left the ancient demon desert and arrived at the ancient demon realm's Thousand Demon City. This was an ancient city controlled by the demon race. Lin Feng first came to the Thousand Demon City because he wanted to find a way to cure Lung Zixi poison. Lung Zixi was poisoned by the fire poison immortal devouring insect. Even the demon lord didn't know how to cure this poison. Fortunately, Lung Zixi's 8 extraordinary meridians were temporarily sealed. In addition, the white jade toad was helping Lung Zixi suppress the poison in her body, so Lung Zixi's poison did not flare up. However, Lin Feng also needed to hurry up and think of a way to cure the poison in Lin Zixi body. After the poison in his body was cured, then, he would consider the matter of the heavenly illusionary realm. After arriving at the Thousand Demon City, the two of them first found a residence. The Little Rock King went to refine the source that he had obtained earlier, while Lin Feng went to find a way to cure the poison. Within the Thousand Demon City, there was an all-knowing pavilion. Lin Feng went to the all-knowing pavilion. An elder with the surname Ma received Lin Feng. This person was called Ma Yong, and he looked to be in his 40s. After the two of them sat down, Ma Yong smiled and asked, "May I know what information the young master wants from our all-knowing pavilion?" Lin Feng asked, "Elder, have you heard of the fire poison immortal devouring insect?" Hearing this, Ma Yong was slightly startled. He nodded and said, "I have indeed heard of this poisonous insect. It's an extremely terrifying poisonous insect, but it's almost impossible to see it nowadays." Ma Yong recognized this poisonous insect. Lin Feng placed his hopes on the all-knowing pavilion. After all, the all-knowing pavilion had a wide range of information. If the all-knowing pavilion did not know about this, then it would be very bad. It would be very difficult to find out. Of course, he still needed to hear what Ma Yong had to say. At this time, Ma Yong said, "The all-knowing pavilion does not know how to cure the poison of the fire poison immortal devouring insect." Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that he would have to find another way. However, at this time, Ma Yong continued, "But," when he heard Ma Yong's "but," Lin Feng's eyes could not help but light up slightly. This "but" was a turning point. Ma Yong continued, "I know of a person who has researched a detoxification method, but I'm not particularly sure if it can cure the poison of the fire poison immortal devouring insect. I'll have to trouble Elder to introduce me to this person," Lin Feng said. Ma Yong said, "Of course, but this person's temperament is a little strange. I don't know if he will agree to help. When the time comes, it will depend on how you discuss this matter with him." Lin Feng nodded and said, "No problem." They did not waste any time, and Ma Yong personally brought Lin Feng to see the strange cultivator. On the way, Lin Feng did some research on the cultivator. The cultivator was known as the medicine demon. It was said that he was a cultivator who researched all kinds of medicine until he went crazy. This was the origin of the term medicine demon. Nowadays, almost no one knew the real name of the medicine demon, and no one knew what kind of power he used to be. Everyone only knew that the medicine demon had been in Fiend City for many years and had been researching all kinds of medicine. Lin Feng followed Ma Yong to the place where the medicine demon lived. The medicine demon lived in a courtyard in the northwest corner. After Lin Feng and Ma Yong entered the courtyard, they saw a large number of bottles and jars, as well as some broken medicine cauldrons. In the corner of the courtyard was a medicinal garden, but there were only a few living spirit herbs in the garden. As for the few stalks of spiritual herbs that were still alive, their heads drooped and they looked listless. Bang! As soon as Lin Feng and Ma Yong entered the courtyard, a loud sound came from the room inside. It was as if something had exploded. If the entire courtyard was not protected by restrictions, it would have been destroyed long ago. Next, a cultivator walked out from the room while swearing. The cultivator who walked out from the room had a thin figure. He was not particularly tall, around 1.65 meters in height. He appeared to be in his 50s and his hair was disheveled. His clothes were in tatters and he cut quite the wretched sight. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw the cultivator's expression. Cauldron explosion was a professional term among alchemists. It meant that the failure of refining pills caused the pills inside to explode for some special reason. When the pills exploded, it formed a powerful impact. The cauldron used to refine the pills could not withstand this terrifying impact and finally exploded. "Isn't this nephew Ma? You came at the right time. I just developed a special potion a few days ago. Why don't you try it and see how it works?" The medicine demon smiled when he saw Ma Yong. He really looked like an old ghost that had crawled out from hell. Ma Yong shuddered. He ran out of the courtyard and said, "I don't want to be a lab rat anymore." Ma Yong began to pray for Lin Feng. "Trash. You're so scared. You can't be taught." The medicine demon cursed when he saw Ma Yong running away. He kicked a broken medicine cauldron on the ground. The medicine cauldron slammed into the wall and made a loud noise. The medicine demon squinted at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Little friend, let me introduce myself. I'm called the Medicine Immortal. It's a title given to me by my friends. I'm a low-key person and would never show off my alchemy skills in front of others, but I can't do anything about it. Recently, I've been researching a new potion that can open up the body's 8 extraordinary meridians. Why don't you try it and see how it works?" Lin Feng was speechless. He couldn't even tell how effective his own potion was. No wonder Ma Yong ran away. It seemed that Ma Yong had been a lab rat for the medicine demon before, and he was one of those unlucky lab rats. "Why don't you take it yourself? Maybe the effect will be better," Lin Feng said. He didn't want to be the medicine demon's lab rat. The medicine demon felt awkward when he heard Lin Feng. It was impossible for him to take the potion himself. After all, he didn't want to be a lab rat. "Little friend, this is a great opportunity for you to make a meteoric rise and change your fate. The potions created by this medicine immortal are priceless outside. Even if you're as rich as a country, you won't be able to buy the potions created by this medicine immortal. Now, there's a great opportunity in front of you. You should cherish it. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it again." The medicine demon continued to speak earnestly. He needed to trick Lin Feng into taking the potion he was researching. Lin Feng already knew that the medicine demon was an extremely unreliable person, so he didn't believe him. Not only was this guy unreliable, but he was also a big liar. He was called the medicine demon. However, he called himself the medicine immortal. The difference between a demon and an immortal was huge. Could he be any more shameless? If he was shameless, he wouldn't call himself the medicine immortal, right? Was he trying to blow his own trumpet? Let's talk about that later. "Actually, I came here because I wanted to talk to you about something else, Your Excellency," said Lin Feng. "What is it?" the medicine demon asked. "I heard that you've researched a way to neutralize the fire poison immortal devouring bug. I wonder if you've successfully developed an antidote?" Lin Feng asked. "Was someone poisoned?" the medicine demon asked. "Yes, it was a friend of mine," Lin Feng said. The medicine demon grinned. What an evil smile. Lin Feng's heart trembled. The medicine demon stretched out his right hand. In his right hand was a porcelain bottle filled with medicinal liquid. The thing inside the bottle must be what the medicine demon was talking about, right? Lin Feng was speechless. Medicine demon, this guy, was determined to make him his lab rat. "You know the rules," the medicine demon said. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. For Lung Zishi. He would be the lab rat for once. Lin Feng took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed. He immediately felt an extremely pungent smell irritating his body. Lin Feng was speechless. The smell was extremely unpleasant. "What kind of elixir is this made of? Why does it smell so bad?" Lin Feng asked. The medicine demon said, "This is good stuff. I added hundreds of precious things, such as the venom of the 3-headed king cobra, the venom of the 72-armed spider king, and, then, the medicine demon said a lot of things. The things that the medicine demon said were either extremely terrifying poisons, poisonous insects, or poisonous plants. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This potion was actually made of a lot of poisonous things. Would there be any problems after drinking it? Lin Feng was really worried about his little life. He had the feeling that if he drank it, he would really die. "You don't look too good. Are you worried about this potion?" "You really don't have to worry. This potion is good stuff. Although it's made of poisonous things, it's a great tonic. Not only is it good for cultivation, but as a man, you should know what a great tonic means," the medicine demon said with a smile. Lin Feng said, "Won't it kill me if so many poisons are mixed together? Have you forgotten what I'm called? I'm called the medicine immortal. This immortal can naturally neutralize all the side effects of demons. Poison is also a demon, but in this immortal's eyes, it's nothing. All the poisons have been combined," the medicine demon said. Then, he continued, "Don't wait any longer. Take it now. You'll be very grateful to me later." Lin Feng was helpless. He didn't believe a single word the medicine demon said. However, in order to find a way to neutralize the poison in Leng Zixi body, Lin Feng had to agree even if he didn't want to. Lin Feng drank the potion in one gulp. After drinking it, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. However, the burning sensation quickly disappeared. After the burning sensation disappeared, Lin Feng felt warm. Other than that, he didn't feel anything else. Fortunately, he wasn't poisoned. This was a good result. "How do you feel?" asked Medicine Demon excitedly. He couldn't wait to hear Lin Feng's answer. Said Lin Feng. "I don't feel anything special. Everything is normal." "That's not right, it shouldn't be like this." The Medicine Demon immediately became extremely distressed. Clearly, the effects of the potion were different from what he had imagined. Something must have gone wrong. Where did it go wrong? The Medicine Demon turned around and wanted to run back to his room to study it. However, how could Lin Feng let the Medicine Demon go? He grabbed the Medicine Demon. "Why are you grabbing me?" The Medicine Demon said unhappily. Lin Feng said. "You promised to tell me how to neutralize the fire poison immortal's devouring bug." "I don't know." "How can I tell you?" F***ck. "If you don't know, then why did you make me drink the potion? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Do you believe that I won't tear down this place of yours and beat you until half your body is paralyzed?" Lin Feng said fiercely. Medicine Fiend said, "Brat, you dare to show off in front of me? I've roamed the world for so many years, and I've tricked countless people, but I'm still living a carefree life. Why don't you think about why?" Why else? It was mainly because of the Medicine Demon's strength. Lin Feng could feel the Medicine Demon's tyrannical battle strength without needing him to say anything. "However, since you just drank the potion, I won't argue with you this time. You can leave now," the Medicine Demon said. Bang! As soon as the Medicine Demon finished speaking, a fist as big as a sandbag smashed into the Medicine Demon's detestable face. The Medicine Demon let out a miserable cry. Then, he fell to the ground. The next moment, he jumped up like a carp and shouted fiercely, "I really didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. But so what? In front of me, you're still far from enough." The Medicine Demon pounced at Lin Feng and punched at Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched back. The two sides collided, and the Medicine Demon was sent flying by Lin Feng like a kite with a broken string. Then, his body smashed the door to pieces. The Medicine Demon fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. He sat up and shouted, "I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. I didn't expect to meet such a perverted brat today." Lin Feng did not plan to continue teaching the Medicine Demon a lesson. He continued to ask, "Is there really no way to neutralize the fire poison immortal's poison?" The Medicine Demon said, "How could there not be? Everything has its own counter, so naturally, there is a way to neutralize this poison." Lin Feng was speechless and said, "You just said there isn't one." The Medicine Demon said, "Nonsense, I just said that I haven't developed a way to neutralize this poison." This old man was really lying through his teeth. Previously, this guy had said that he didn't know how to neutralize the poison. Lin Feng did not argue with the Medicine Demon about this. He asked, "How can I neutralize this poison? I haven't developed the antidote, but I know that as long as I find 3 heavenly treasures, I can neutralize the fire poison immortal's poison," the Medicine Demon said. "What are the heavenly treasures?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he asked. The Medicine Demon said, "The first heavenly treasure is called Snow Dragon Grass, the second heavenly treasure is called Crescent Moon Grass, and the third heavenly treasure is called Pure Clean Water. If you find these 3 things, you can mix the Snow Dragon Grass and Crescent Moon Grass into the pure clean water and give it to the poison person to drink. The poison person will be able to neutralize the poison, and then the poison person will be able to come back to life." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard Medicine Demon's words. If what Medicine Demon said was true, then finding the 3 things he needed would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "You didn't find any clues?" Lin Feng asked. Medicine Demon shrugged. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, but he couldn't give up. He would go to the all-knowing pavilion and the other major trading companies to inquire about the whereabouts of the three treasures. He hoped to find them quickly. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Lin Feng cupped his fists. He didn't stay any longer and quickly left. After leaving Medicine Demon's place, Lin Feng returned to the all-knowing pavilion. When Ma Yong saw that Lin Feng was safe and sound, he was surprised. He asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Feng said. "Then you must not have drunk the medicine demon gave you," Ma Yong said confidently. If Lin Feng had drunk the medicine, he wouldn't be able to come back anytime soon. Lin Feng said, "I drank the medicine, and it tasted pretty good." "Did you have any adverse reactions?" Ma Yong asked. "Nope," Lin Feng said. Ma Yong even felt like crying. Back then, he had drunk the medicine several times, and every time, he had to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month to recover. However, Lin Feng was completely fine. Why was the medicine he had drunk so bad? But Lin Feng's medicine didn't affect him at all. It really made Ma Yong want to cry. Lin Feng said, "I want to find the whereabouts of three things. Can the all-knowing pavilion keep an eye out for them? If you can find them, I'll thank the elders." Ma Yong knew that Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person, so he had always been polite to Lin Feng. He said, "Please tell me, young master, the three things I'm looking for are snow dragon grass, crescent moon grass, and pure clean water." Lin Feng said. Ma Yong replied, "Those three things are indeed quite rare, and I've only heard of them but have never seen them before. However, don't worry, sir, the 100 Days Pavilion will do everything in our power to help sir find those three things." "That's good." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he left the 100 Days Pavilion. Then, Lin Feng went to some of the big trading companies in the Demon City. Lin Feng inquired about the whereabouts of these three treasures, but he didn't find any clues. Before leaving, Lin Feng told the higher-ups of the big trading companies that as long as they could find these three treasures, he would be willing to pay 10 times the price to buy them. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the various trading companies couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. If that was the case, in that case, they could indeed try to search for the three treasures. After all, the price Lin Feng offered was a little too high. There was a saying that 3 times the price was enough to move one's heart. 5 times the price was enough to drive people crazy. 8 times the price was enough to make people go all out. 10 times the price. That was even more tempting to go all out to complete this task. Lin Feng then returned to his residence. The Little Rock King was still in seclusion. When the Little Rock King came out, he could talk to him about this matter. Perhaps he could get the Little Rock King to send the news back to the ancestral land of the Demon Clan. The ancestral land of the Demon Clan had been passed down for countless years. Perhaps they knew some information or even had such a treasure? If that was the case, then it would be too exciting. After waiting for 5 days, the Little Rock King came out of seclusion. During this seclusion, the Little Rock King had completely recovered his former vigor, and his cultivation had also greatly improved. It seemed that the Little Rock King had obtained quite a lot of benefits. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that the results of this seclusion are quite good." The Little Rock King was very satisfied with this seclusion. He couldn't help but nod and say, "Yes. The results of this seclusion are quite good. It's all thanks to the Great Elder's source that my cultivation was able to improve." Lin Feng nodded and said, "By the way, there's something I need your help with." The Little Rock King asked, "What is it?" Lin Feng said, "I've already found a way to cure the poison, but the 3 natural treasures required to cure the poison are too difficult to find. I've already asked the all-knowing pavilion and the various large businesses to help me find them, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to find them. The ancestral land of the Demon Clan has been passed down for a long time, so there must be a lot of treasures there. Write a letter and ask if the ancestral land of the Demon Clan has these 3 natural treasures. If they don't, ask the people of the ancestral land of the Demon Clan to help look for them. They've been here for many years, so they must have extremely powerful connections." "No problem. I'll write a letter right now," the Little Rock King said. He wrote a letter. This letter was for a high-ranking member of the Demon Clan's ancestral land. The Little Rock King probably had a very good relationship with this high-ranking member. The content of the letter was to ask this high-ranking member to help find the 3 natural treasures. After writing the letter, the Little Rock King showed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that there was no problem. The Little Rock King said, "There's an office in the Demon Clan's ancestral land in the Demon Clan city. I'll send the letter over now and have them deliver it to the Demon Clan's ancestral land." "All right." Lin Feng nodded, then left the room with the Little Rock King. Lin Feng and the Little Rock King planned to head straight to the Heavenly Illusionary Land after delivering the letter to the office. The person in charge of the office was a female cultivator with an enchanting figure. She obviously knew the Little Rock King. She smiled and said, "I heard that the Little Rock King was being hunted down by the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects. I thought it was true and worried for a long time. Now that I see that you're fine, I realize that the rumors were just rumors spread by bored people. Thank you for your concern, Fairy." The Little Rock King cupped his fists. The female cultivator then looked at Lin Feng, then smiled and said, "Young master, are you a friend of the Little Rock King? You don't look familiar. You don't seem to be from the ancient demon realm, right?" "I'm Lin Feng." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Sometimes, Lin Feng would tell others that his name was Ji. This was because Lin Feng did not want to attract too much attention. Lin Feng's relationship with the demon race was somewhat special, so there was no need to hide his true identity. The female cultivator was obviously very surprised, and her pink lips could not help but open slightly. This name was really well known. Of course, there seemed to be many people called Lin Feng. Many people changed their names after the Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng, rose to power. No one knew what the purpose was. However, the female cultivator did not think that the human cultivator in front of her was an imposter. This was because she knew that Lin Feng and the Little Rock King both came from the 9 states' great world and seemed to have a good relationship. Now, the person with the Little Rock King was also called Lin Feng, and he was a young human cultivator. "So it's Lin Gongzi. I've long heard of your great name, Lin Gongzi. I didn't expect to see Lin Gongzi here. My name is Yudai Lin. May I ask if I have the opportunity to be friends with you?" The female devil said with a charming smile. She extended her right hand, as if she wanted to shake Lin Feng's hand. In the world of cultivators, most male cultivators would greet each other with cupped fists. Most of the female cultivators bowed slightly in greeting. Of course, there were some who would greet each other with a handshake, but this was rare. There were also some who would greet each other with their noses touching each other's faces, but this was even rarer. There were all kinds of greetings. This had something to do with one's race or personal habits. Lin Feng didn't know how the female devil greeted him, but when he saw her extend her hand, Lin Feng also extended his hand and shook her lily-white hand. It was a pair of small and slender hands, but they felt a little cold to the touch. When they shook hands, the female devil stretched out her finger and scratched Lin Feng's palm. When Lin Feng looked at her, she winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. If a person was too outstanding, no matter where they went, there would be people fawning over them. Goddesses and other people's eyes would often let go of their modesty in front of them. However, Lin Feng wasn't someone who would accept anyone. At the very least, he needed to feel his heart race. "I'm very happy to meet you, Fairy," Lin Feng said, and then let go of the female devil's hand. It was unknown if the Little Pun King had noticed the female devil's actions. Even if he did, he would pretend that he didn't know anything. The Little Pun King said, "Fairy, I'm here to ask for your help in delivering a letter to the ancestral land of the devils." After saying that, the Little Pun King took out a letter and handed it to the female devil. The female cultivator replied, "This is a small matter. I'll arrange for someone to send the letter back soon." The Little Pun King said, "Thank you, Fairy. We'll take our leave now." "Are we leaving now? Why don't you stay a little longer?" the female monster cultivator asked. "Little Lin Feng and I still have some things to take care of, so we won't be staying here for long. Since that's the case, I won't keep you. If you have time in the future, you must come and visit me." When the monster race female cultivator said these words, she looked at Lin Feng. Obviously, these words were meant for Lin Feng. Definitely. Lin Feng clasped his fists and left with the Little Rock King. After Lin Feng and the Little Pun King left, the female cultivator couldn't help but mutter to herself, "That famous emperor of the Xin clan is more interesting than I thought." Lin Feng and the Little Pun King left. She couldn't help but smile, but nobody knew what she was thinking. Lin Feng and the Little Pun King flew out of the city. The Little Pun King said that Yu Dailin isn't easy to deal with. You'd better not have any ideas about her. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Look at what you're saying. You make it sound like I have to get my hands on every beautiful woman I meet." The Little Pun King smiled wryly. "I know you're not that kind of person, but that Yu Dailin is very charming, and she's trying to seduce you. I'm just worried that you won't be able to resist her seduction and will fall for her." Lin Feng said, "I'm not interested in her, but you said she's not easy to deal with. What do you mean by that?" The Little Pun King said, "I heard that Yu Dailin cultivates the yang plucking technique. She specializes in absorbing other people's yang qi to increase her cultivation. So, it's best not to have any contact with her. I also heard that she's been sent to the Fiend City to take charge of the Fiend Ancestral Land's office there. The higher-ups of the Fiend Ancestral Land don't want to see her fooling around in the Fiend Ancestral Land, so they sent her out." When Lin Feng heard him, he nodded. He didn't pay too much attention to this matter. After all, Lin Feng didn't want anything to happen with this woman. The two of them met. At most, they were just acquaintances. There was nothing more to it. They didn't stop along the way and headed straight for the Heavenly Void Forest. The Heavenly Void Forest was located in the central region of the ancient Fiend Realm. It was said that there was more than one way to enter the Heavenly Void Forest. The cultivators from the top forces also entered the Heavenly Void Fantasy Land from different places. In addition to the passageways controlled by the major forces, there were also some other passageways. Most of those passageways were formed after cracks appeared in the small worlds. Once such places were discovered by the major forces, they would often find ways to block such passageways. The reason why the major forces did this was that they did not want the cultivators of other forces to enter the Heavenly Illusory Land. They wanted to monopolize the Heavenly Void Fantasy Land. Therefore, once they discovered the passageways formed by these cracks, the various major forces would seal those passageways in the shortest amount of time possible. However, because the Heavenly Illusionary Land had existed for too long, there would be an endless stream of cracks appearing. Some rogue cultivators or cultivators from other forces would look for these cracks. As long as they searched with their hearts, they would definitely find some clues. They were unable to enter openly, but they were able to enter through the cracks. During the training period, the major forces wouldn't take the initiative to open the passage. Therefore, the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Heavenly Void Fantasy Land couldn't return from the original passage. If they wanted to come out, they could only find some small world cracks and come out from those cracks. Previously, Little Rock King was besieged by a large group of experts from the four major immortal sects. After getting rid of the experts from the four major immortal sects, Little Rock King found such a crack and flew out from it. However, the experts from the four major immortal sects followed closely behind. Little Rock King had been unable to shake them off. Originally, Little Rock King planned to rely on the ancient demon desert to get rid of the experts from the four major immortal sects. However, not long after they entered the ancient demon desert, they encountered the Great Elder and the others from the Forgotten City. In the end, they were captured by the Great Elder and the others. Lin Feng carefully observed the location of the entrance. The crack at the entrance was not that big. It was only about 1 meter wide and about 3 meters long. From time to time, powerful space-time energy would be emitted from it. The space-time energy was extremely powerful. If ordinary cultivators were to be sucked into it, they would probably die without a burial ground. Only a few powerful cultivators would be able to enter that place without worry. Lin Feng and Little Rock King were naturally not afraid. They flew towards the entrance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed in. Light flashed in front of their eyes. When Lin Feng and Little Rock King appeared again, they had already arrived at the Heavenly Illusory Realm. There was a special kind of energy fluctuation in the Heavenly Illusory Realm. That kind of energy fluctuation was mixed with the power of the void, so one had to be careful when dealing with the power of the void. If one were to be attacked by the power of the void, it would be an extremely bad thing. On the way here, Lin Feng had already learned a lot about the situation of the heavenly illusory realm from Little Rock King. Other than various situations, Lin Feng also knew what kind of people had entered the heavenly illusory realm from the demon clan's ancestral land. For example, the Fire Qilin, Little Moon, Princess Shui Yao, Feng Yarao, and the others had all come to the heavenly illusory realm. These people were all Lin Feng's old friends from the Sky Martial continent. Needless to say, Feng Yarao was Lin Feng's confidant and one of Lin Feng's favorite women. After arriving at the heavenly illusory realm, Lin Feng and Little Rock King planned to inquire about Feng Yarao and the others. When they first entered the heavenly illusory realm, Little Rock King and the others were teleported to different places by the laws of the heavenly illusory realm. Therefore, during the time in the heavenly illusory realm, Little Rock King had not been able to meet Feng Yarao and the others. When they passed by a mountain range, densely packed arrows shot towards Lin Feng and Little Rock King. Those arrows were very powerful, but they were not difficult for Lin Feng and Little Rock King. Lin Feng waved his hand and a defensive light barrier appeared. It was the Vajra barrier of the Buddhist inheritance, shaped like a golden bell. When those arrows were shot, they all hit the Vajra shield surface. The arrows were all deflected by the Vajra shield. The Little Rock King wasn't as strong as Lin Feng, but he couldn't be underestimated either. The Little Rock King raised his hand and golden wings appeared on his back. The wings of the great rock flapped gently in the air. In an instant, a raging wind swept across the world. The wind created by the Vajra wings turned into a strong wind barrier. The astral wind light shield was impenetrable. When the arrows hit it, they were unable to break through the astral wind light shield's defense. One arrow after another fell down from the sky. TSK, you have some skills. As expected of the golden-winged great rock race. At that moment, a strange laughter came from the mountain forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, next. A high number of cultivators flew out. In total, there were over 100 cultivators there. The one who spoke was a cultivator in cyan robes. He was wearing the clothes of the Immortal Heaven sect. He was obviously from the Immortal Heaven sect. As for the other cultivators, they were wearing the clothes of the 4 great immortal sects. They were from the 4 great immortal sects. These guys were really like ghosts that wouldn't go away. Who are you? Little Rock King looked gloomily at the leader. He did not know this person. In reality, Little Rock King had been in the Undying World for a while. However, Little Rock King rarely went out and spent most of his time in seclusion. Therefore, he was not very familiar with the geniuses of the Undying World. Little Rock King wasn't even familiar with the geniuses of the 4 major immortal sects. Perhaps Little Rock King had heard the names of some top geniuses, but he probably didn't know what they looked like. Therefore, he couldn't recognize them when they met. If the other party introduced themselves, Little Rock King might know who they were. You don't even know King Feather? At that moment, a cultivator from the Immortal War sect looked at Little Rock King mockingly. What? You're King Feather? Hearing this, the Little Rock King's expression suddenly changed. When Lin Feng saw the change in Little Rock King's expression, he knew that King Feather was an extremely terrifying existence. However, Lin Feng did not know how terrifying he was. Lin Feng asked, "Is King Feather very strong?" Little Rock King smiled bitterly and nodded. He said, "King Feather has been cultivating for more than 50,000 years. When the top geniuses of the Undying World were ranked, he was ranked 11th. He almost made it into the top 10. You can imagine how strong he is." Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Now, the reputation of the Undying Realm's 8 great young masters could be said to be known by everyone. Every few years, there would be a new ranking. Geniuses who could make it into the new ranking were definitely extremely terrifying. In the past, King Feather had participated in one of the rankings. He had almost made it into the top 10. It was obvious how strong and talented he was. That time, 10 top geniuses appeared. They were called the 10 heroes of the Undying World. Little Rock King continued. Lin Feng nodded. He had naturally heard of the 10 heroes of the Undying World. Lin Feng had met Prince Xianyu of the Nine Serenities Demon Palace before. He was one of the 10 heroes of the Undying World. Other than Prince Xianyu, Prince Xueyu of the Nine Serenities Demon Palace was one of the 8 great princes of the Undying World. 2 geniuses in a sect, it was shocking. Yu Huaxian was an existence that could compete with Prince Xianyu. He's really someone, Lin Feng said. Little Rock King smiled bitterly. He's not just someone. Nobody knows how strong he is. Besides, he has the Celestial King body, an extremely tyrannical type of body. Celestials are lofty, while Celestial Kings look down on the world. The Celestial King body is a type of body that can suppress the world. Only his enemies know how strong his body is, and his enemies are basically all dead now. Now that Little Rock King was frowning, it was no wonder that Little Rock King was so worried. First, King Feather was too strong. Second, there were so many experts by King Feather. On their side, there was only Lin Feng and him. The difference in numbers was too great. The little Peng Emperor glanced at Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng was still calm. He couldn't help but feel a little more relaxed. Maybe Lin Feng had a way to solve the crisis. The little Peng Emperor trusted Lin Feng unconditionally. However, the Feather Immortal King was too strong, so the little Peng Emperor didn't have much confidence. Just now, they had shot out so many magic arrows, and the powerful magic power fluctuations had attracted many people over. The cultivators who came over all stood in the distance and looked in that direction. That's the little Peng Emperor from the ancestral land of the beasts. I heard that he obtained a Tianxi mirror and was chased by the strong cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects. It seems like the little Peng Emperor managed to get rid of the strong cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects. However, the little Peng Emperor's luck is too bad. He managed to get rid of the strong cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects, but now, he met the Feather Immortal King. The Feather Immortal King is indeed strong, and the cultivators around him aren't weak either. They're all strong cultivators from the 4 major immortal sects. The little Peng Emperor won't be able to escape this time. Who's the human cultivator with the little Peng Emperor? That guy is too unlucky. Maybe he'll be killed by King Yuxian and the others along with little Peng King. I don't know him. He doesn't seem to be from the ancient monster realm. Maybe he's the little Peng Emperor's friend. It seems like you have to make the right friends. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. Just like the human cultivator, he made friends with the little Peng Emperor, but in the end, he was implicated and killed. Many cultivators started discussing. They didn't think highly of Lin Feng and the little Peng Emperor. They all thought that Lin Feng and the little Peng Emperor would die at the hands of the Feather Immortal King and the others. It was no wonder that they thought that way, because the Feather Immortal King and the others were too strong. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel helpless. Then, they would have a feeling of wanting to cry, but no tears would come out, or they would have the urge to curse. Feather Immortal King, let me deal with that guy. A cultivator with wings and 3 eyes said coldly. That cultivator. He was a 2-winged 3-eyed demon wolf clan cultivator. The dual-winged 3-eyed demon wolf clan was originally a branch of the Yao clan, but this clan had long since betrayed the Yao clan. When the Heavenly Emperor supported the 4 major immortal sects, the 2-winged 3-eyed demon wolf clan had already chosen to rely on the Heavenly Emperor. It was said that the higher-ups of the dual-winged 3-eyed demon wolf clan believed that the Yao cultivators of the ancient Yao region were incapable of fighting against the Heavenly Court led by the Heavenly Emperor. Additionally, the Heavenly Emperor had promised them many benefits. Thus, the higher-ups of the dual-winged 3-eyed demon wolf clan were unable to resist the temptation and chose to join the Heavenly Emperor. It wasn't just the dual-winged 3-eyed demon wolf clan. Even some other Yao cultivators chose to join the Heavenly Emperor. However, the majority of the demon clan forces still chose to continue resisting and protecting the land left behind by their ancestors. Thus, over the long years, the 7 demon clans' ancestral lands gradually formed. The 7 demon clans' ancestral lands were now very powerful. It would not be easy for the Heavenly Emperor to destroy them. It's Imo Qianqiu of the 2-winged 3-eyed demon wolf clan. His cultivation base is quite terrifying. It is said that he has cultivated to the quasi-true immortal realm. Additionally, his bloodline is very powerful. Ordinary people are no match for him. There are not many cultivators in the younger generation who can suppress him. After seeing the two-winged three-eyed demon wolf clan's cultivator step out, a cultivator immediately spoke up. Clearly, the other party had recognized the two-winged three-eyed demon wolf clan's cultivator. The two-winged three-eyed demon wolf clan's cultivator was a very difficult character to deal with. The Little Rock King was born in the Nine Continents world. The Nine Continents world is the starting point of all the worlds, it's different from the rest. All the cultivators who come from the Nine Continents world have unimaginably powerful talents, and the Little Rock King is the same. Although he's only 200 years old, it's said that he's already at the Earth Immortal or Celestial Immortal realm. Although Xianxia is a terrifying figure, the Little Rock King's cultivation level isn't too far away from him. Therefore, it won't be easy for him to defeat the Little Rock King. If Little Rock King wins the battle, Little Rock King will win the battle. After hearing this cultivator's words, many people fell into deep thought. The cultivators of the 9 provinces' great world were indeed extraordinary. Their talents were heaven-defying and they could often challenge those of a higher realm. Therefore, it would not be surprising if Little Rock King could defeat Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia has cultivated for more than 100,000 years. In terms of talent, there might be a gap between him and the Little Rock King, but Xianxia's talent is not bad. On the contrary, he is very powerful. Moreover, there is something about Xianxia that the Little Rock King can't compare to. That is, Xianxia's accumulation is very strong. After all, he did not cultivate for so many years for nothing. It is not surprising that Xianxia can win against the Little Rock King who has an unstable foundation. Therefore, if they really fight, I am more optimistic about Xianxia's chances. People were different from each other, and their way of thinking was obviously different as well. Therefore, everyone naturally had different viewpoints. As for Lin Feng, he was directly ignored by everyone. This was because everyone realized that Lin Feng's cultivation level was not particularly high. A battle between Xianxia and Little Rock King was not something that a cultivator like Lin Feng could participate in. Hehe, Xianxia, you traitor of the demon clan. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Little Rock King looked coldly at Xianxia. He was fearless in front of Xianxia. Xianxia sneered and said, "Take out the Empyrean mirror you obtained earlier. If you don't use it, I can kill you in less than 10 moves. What a boastful fellow. Why would I need to use the Empyrean mirror to deal with you?" Little Rock King sneered and stepped forward. Swoosh. With a flash of light, a war spear appeared in Little Rock King's hand. Little Rock King's state of being one with his spear was extremely powerful. He seemed to have transformed into a demon god. With a thrust of his spear, the heavens and earth changed color. Lin Feng stood at the side and watched the show. He believed that Little Rock King could handle this battle. Lin Feng's opponent was King Feather, who was standing in the distance. This person had indeed brought pressure to Lin Feng. However, the more pressure there was, the more excited Lin Feng felt. He felt as if his blood was about to burn. That feeling made him extremely excited. Lin Feng was looking forward to the battle with King Feather. Only by fighting with a top expert could one stimulate one's potential. And in Lin Feng's eyes, King Feather was a top expert who could stimulate his potential. But obviously, King Feather did not pay attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not worthy of his attention. In his eyes, Lin Feng was very ordinary, very ordinary. Little Rock King had aroused his interest, but it was only a little interest. If Little Rock King had not obtained the legendary Empyrean mirror, King Feather would not even bother with Little Rock King. His opponents were a few top skyprides of the demon race. Divine Demon triple slash. Xianxia rushed over quickly. A powerful treasure had appeared in his hand. The treasure in his hand was a demonic saber. The power of the demonic saber was extremely terrifying. It contained the intent of not leaving any ghosts or gods behind. When the demonic saber slashed over, Little Rock King unleashed a spear mystique, spear piercing the heavens. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of the collision, Lin Feng's battle spear collided with the demonic saber in his opponent's hand. The power was extremely tyrannical. The powerful energy fluctuations that dissipated even cracked the surrounding void. The battle strength of these two people was quite terrifying. Spear piercing the 9 heavens. Little Rock King snorted coldly and shot out another spear. The power of the second spear was much stronger than the first spear. After the second spear attack was launched, a dense number of spear shadows suddenly formed, forming a cold light amidst the endless spear shadows. That was the cold light condensed by the war spear. When that cold light was launched, that cold light seemed to be able to penetrate the heaven and earth. 9 Heavens Spear Technique. This spear technique had completely displayed the artistic conception of the spear technique. Xianxia's expression darkened slightly. Previously, he had looked down on Little Rock King. But after exchanging blows with him, he realized how powerful Little Rock King was. However, Xianxia was equally powerful. Xianxia gripped the devil saber with both hands and executed the saber light net. A dense net of sabers appeared in front of him. The might of the saber net was quite tyrannical. When Little Rock King's peerless spear pierced over, it was immediately blocked by the saber net. Demonic saber ninefold carnage. Suddenly, Xianxia snorted coldly and his wrist shook violently. In an instant, the devil's saber shook violently. 9 layers of saber light slashed out. Each layer of saber light was stronger than the previous one. The 9 layers of saber light rapidly slashed towards Little Rock King. The speed of the 9 layers of saber light was simply too fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also very sudden. Therefore, when the 9 layers of saber light slashed towards Little Rock King immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Let's see how you'll die. Xianxia looked at the Little Rock King indifferently. In his eyes, the Little Rock King was no different from a dead man. His cold eyes were filled with self-satisfaction. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Xianxia was indeed quite tyrannical. Little Rock King was in trouble now. However, Lin Feng didn't help Little Rock King. He felt that Little Rock King should have a way to deal with this. Moreover, Little Rock King also needed a life and death battle to sharpen his cultivation. Naturally, Lin Feng could help Little Rock King now. However, this would be extremely detrimental to Little Rock King's growth. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Therefore, he didn't immediately help Little Rock King. At this moment, the rock wings behind Little Rock King appeared once again. The rock wings flapped rapidly like flying swords, sweeping towards Xianxia's 9 layers of saber light. Clang! 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 A series of violent collisions rang out. Little Rock King's rock wings clashed with Xianxia's saber light. Xianxia's saber light was neutralized by Little Rock King's wings. Little Rock King's wings should be one of Little Rock King's racial talents. It was similar to the dragon's breath attack that the Dragon Clan mastered. This was an ability passed down through the generations. It was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. It definitely couldn't be underestimated. After blocking Xianxia's 9 layers of saber light, Little Rock King's wings swept towards Xianxia. It was like a dense mass of flying swords piercing towards Xianxia. Such power definitely couldn't be underestimated. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly waved the devil's saber in his hand to block the pair of wings. Clang! 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 The devil's saber in his hand clashed with Little Rock King's wings. Instantly, a series of violent collisions rang out. Little Rock King's wings were very special. Although they looked illusory, they could unleash the power of divine weapons. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan was extremely ancient. The trump card passed down through the generations was naturally extremely terrifying. While Xianxia was blocking Little Rock King's wing attack, Little Rock King wielded his war spear and stabbed towards Xianxia. This was the terrifying part of Little Rock King. When his wings attacked, his war spear could also attack his opponent. Roar! Roar! At this moment, 2 more heads popped out from Xianxia's neck. Those 2 heads were actually wolf heads. The 2 heads let out a series of furious roars. Following that, the 2 heads each spat out 2 blood-red energy balls. The 2 blood-red energy balls rapidly flew towards Little Rock King. The aura contained within the 2 balls of blood-red energy was extremely terrifying. If that attack landed on Little Pun King's body, it was conceivable that little Pung King would be severely injured. The outcome of this battle would also be reversed in an instant. Just as the two blood-red energy balls were about to land on Little Rock King's body, a golden light beam shot out from each of his eyes. The two golden light beams were extremely powerful. The two golden light beams collided with the blood-red energy balls from Xianxia's wolf heads and both were annihilated. Little Rock King's war spear continued to stab towards Xianxia. Xianxia lost. Little Pung King is really powerful, even Xianxia isn't his match. Looks like Xianxia is going to be killed by Little Pung King. No, Feather Immortal King will definitely save Xianxia. Many cultivators started discussing again when they saw that Xianxia was about to be killed by Little Pung King's spear. Little Pung King's battle prowess had indeed shocked many cultivators. Those who didn't think highly of Little Pung King before couldn't help but admire his battle prowess and talent. Cultivators from the 9 continents' great world were indeed different. Fighting against cultivators of a higher level at a lower level, and the cultivators who were challenged were all top geniuses, yet they were still able to win in the end. Such means were truly extraordinary. Previously, people didn't understand the meaning of the phrase different from the cultivators from the 9 continents' great world. Now that they saw Little Pung King's battle prowess, they finally understood the meaning of the phrase. However, so what if Little Pung King won this battle? The truly terrifying figure wasn't Xianxia, but Feather Immortal King. Little Pung King could defeat Xianxia, but he definitely couldn't defeat Feather Immortal King. Immortal King, save me! Xianxia screamed in fear. Xianxia didn't expect that he would be defeated by Little Pung King. Now that he was defeated, Xianxia couldn't accept it. Xianxia was very angry, he felt that he had been humiliated. However, he had no choice but to ask Feather Immortal King for help. If he didn't ask Feather Immortal King for help, he would be killed. Impudent! Feather Immortal King looked coldly at Little Pung King. Then, he attacked Little Pung King with his palm. In the void, a huge energy palm condensed. That energy palm contained an unimaginably terrifying power. When the energy palm appeared, even the void was locked down. Little Pung King was also sealed. The cultivators who were watching from afar felt that they couldn't move their bodies. Their faces were filled with fear. Feather Immortal King was actually this strong, a casual attack could create a sense of oppression that would make one feel despair. It was hard to imagine how strong Feather Immortal King was now. Little Pung King is dead. Some cultivators cried out in fear. Little Pung King was already very strong. But obviously, in the eyes of those cultivators, although Little Rock King's strength was outstanding, there was still a huge gap between him and Feather Immortal King. In front of King Feather, Little Rock King was too weak. In this battle, Little Rock King was destined to end his life in a tragic manner. Just when everyone thought that Little Rock King was dead for sure, everyone saw the human cultivator who was with Little Rock King suddenly waved his sleeve. Then, the attack that King Feather Fairy had congealed shattered instantly. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Who is that person? He easily neutralized King Feather's attack. What exactly is his cultivation base? How can he be so strong? Isn't this too heaven-defying? After all, he's only a little over 100 years old, yet he's already so strong. Could he really be able to compete with Feather Immortal King? The cultivators who were watching the show in the distance were in an uproar. King Feather Fairy. What kind of terrifying existence was that, Feather Immortal King's casual attack? It had the power to destroy the world. If the cultivator who broke King Feather's attack was an older cultivator, everyone wouldn't be so shocked. But the key point was, Lin Feng was really too young. He was much younger than Little Rock King. So young. How could he be so powerful? Previously, everyone thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary cultivator. But now, everyone knew how wrong they were. Not only were the cultivators who were watching the show in the distance shocked, even the cultivators from the 4 major immortal sects were extremely shocked. They couldn't believe that a young cultivator like Lin Feng was actually so powerful. It was truly unbelievable. King Feather revealed a surprised expression. He looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What's your name? Are you worthy of knowing?" Lin Feng replied indifferently. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the surrounding cultivators, whether it was the cultivators from the four major immortal sects or the cultivators who were watching the show, were in an uproar. Facing an expert like King Feather, Lin Feng actually dared to say that King Feather wasn't worthy of knowing his identity. This was completely looking down on King Feather. Everyone admitted that Lin Feng was very powerful, but he wasn't so powerful that he could look down on King Feather, right? Therefore, many people thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant and egotistical. However, these people didn't understand Lin Feng. This was Lin Feng's personality. Lin Feng had always valued his opponents psychologically, but he looked down on them verbally. As a result, it was very easy to anger the other party. If that was the case, it was very difficult for the other party to unleash their combat strength to the peak. A trace of dense killing intent appeared in King Feather's eyes. Lin Feng's contempt towards him. It angered King Feather. So, right now, King Feather only wanted to kill Lin Feng. At this time, a cultivator said, "There's no need for King Feather to make a move. Leave this brat to us, we can help King Feather kill this brat. If King Feather personally makes a move, it would dirty King Feather's hands." The person who spoke was a skinny man with an extremely feminine appearance. That man was called Luo Ziming. This person was a genius of the Immortal Beast sect. His strength was extremely tyrannical. This Luo Ziming obviously wanted to flatter King Feather, so he raised King Feather and belittled Lin Feng. Furthermore, this guy didn't want to deal with Lin Feng himself, but wanted to join forces with others to deal with Lin Feng. That's right, there's no need for King Feather to make a move. We can deal with this brat. This brat doesn't even have the qualifications to fight with King Feather. Immediately, a cultivator agreed. King Feather, you can just rest there. We will behead that brat and give it to you. Following that, another cultivator said. These people were all flattering King Feather, mainly because King Feather was too powerful. So, they did everything they could to curry favor with King Feather. King Feather said, "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but I haven't fought with anyone for a while. Since there's a reckless guy who dares to provoke me today, I'll take this opportunity to move around." Hearing King Feather's words, the rest of the people nodded. Luo Ziming said, "With King Feather's strength, dealing with that brat is naturally incomparably easy. We look forward to seeing King Feather abuse, kill that reckless guy." Author's note, the amniotic fluid broke, the doctor touched the child's head, waiting for the bone seam, I don't know when it will be born. This is the 7th update, it's really not easy for a wife to give birth to a child. None of the cultivators from the four major immortal sects were optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. They had their own reasons for doubting Lin Feng's chances. After all, Feather Immortal King was so powerful that it wouldn't be easy to survive his attacks. Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Feng would definitely die in the hands of Feather Immortal King. As for the cultivators who were watching from afar, most of them thought that Lin Feng would die in the hands of Feather Immortal King. Only a few thought that Lin Feng would be able to defeat Feather Immortal King. This was because they thought that Lin Feng was so powerful at such a young age. Perhaps he was hiding some heaven-defying techniques. And those heaven-defying techniques were what Lin Feng relied on to defeat Feather Immortal King. At this moment, Mo Xianxia retreated rapidly, wanting to return to the four major immortal sects camp. Little Rock King's expression was indifferent as he chased after Mo Xianxia. The speed of the golden-winged Great Rock Race was unparalleled. Therefore, Little Rock King's speed was unbelievably fast. It was too difficult to compete with Little Rock King in terms of speed. Even Lin Feng's speed was slightly slower than Little Rock King's. Unless Lin Feng also used the Space Dao, it was impossible for him to suppress Little Rock King in terms of speed. Therefore, Little Rock King caught up with Mo Xianxia in an instant. Little Rock King's Great Rock Wings continued to attack Mo Xianxia. The Great Rock Wings attack contained a destructive power that shocked everyone. One could imagine that as Little Rock King's cultivation continued to increase, the Great Rock Wings attack would definitely become stronger and more heaven-defying. In the future, it would definitely become one of the most powerful attacks. Mo Xianxia continued to block the Great Rock Wings attack with his Devil Saber. At the same time, the two wolf heads continued to spit out blood-red energy balls to attack Little Rock King. However, the light beam from Little Rock King's eyes was too powerful. That golden light beam was Little Rock King's racial talent. Many powerful races had their own unique techniques that were passed down from their ancestors. The golden-winged Great Rock race had it, the Undying Realm had it, and the Sovereign Emperor race had it as well. Die. After Little Rock King suppressed Xianxia, he thrust his battle spear towards Xianxia. The previous time, Xianxia was obstructed by Feather Immortal King, hence he was unable to kill Xianxia. But now, Lin Feng and King Feather were in a standoff. The Feather Immortal King's pressure could no longer intimidate the Little Rock King. Therefore, Feather Immortal King was unable to help Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia wasn't willing to die like this. When the Little Rock King's battle spear came for him, Xianxia took out a powerful defensive treasure. That treasure was actually an 8 trigrams diagram. That treasure spun rapidly and blocked in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's face was filled with coldness. As long as this defensive treasure could block the Little Rock King's attack, he would immediately launch a counterattack. At that time, the Little Rock King might die in his hands. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but become extremely excited. However, the next moment, Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw the tip of a battle spear piercing through his chest from the back. How could this be? Xianxia roared unwillingly. He was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of killing the Little Rock King. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed by the Little Rock King. This blow was too great. Xianxia was about to go crazy. It turned out that when Xianxia took out his defensive treasure to block the Little Rock King's attack, the Little Rock King had already activated the shifting phantom technique. This was also one of the trump cards of the Great Golden-Winged Rock Race. As the Great Golden-Winged Rock Race was extremely fast, when a cultivator of the Great Golden-Winged Rock Race used this technique, their original body would quickly disappear. What was left behind was actually an illusion. However, this illusion was exactly the same as the real body. Only when the original body appeared, would others realize that it was just an illusion. When the Little Rock King used this technique, he caught Xianxia off guard. Hence, Xianxia did not understand how he was killed by the Little Rock King. The Little Rock King's right hand shook slightly and Xianxia's body exploded. The Little Rock King grabbed Xianxia's storage ring. Then, he kept Xianxia's storage ring. That was his spoils of war. Little Rock King, after I kill this brat, I'll turn you into ashes. The Feather Immortal King looked at the Little Rock King indifferently. No matter what. Xianxia was also the Feather Immortal King's follower. Now, he was killed by the Little Rock King. Xianxia was naturally furious. Hence, his killing intent towards the Little Rock King was very strong. Of course, Xianxia knew that if he wanted to kill the Little Rock King, he had to get rid of Lin Feng first. In the Feather Immortal King's eyes, the Little Rock King was nothing. He could not pose any threat to him. As for Lin Feng, actually, the Feather Immortal King did not care about him. Even though Lin Feng had easily blocked his attack, Lin Feng didn't care. But so what, the Feather Immortal King was extremely confident in his own fighting strength. He believed that if he were to attack, killing Lin Feng would not be a difficult thing. The Little Rock King only laughed coldly and did not reply to the Feather Immortal King. At this moment, the Feather Immortal King charged towards Lin Feng. Brat, I'll let you have a taste of my sacred art. The Feather Immortal King's voice was indifferent. His hands formed various mysterious seals as a powerful attack was prepared. Immortal King descends. The Feather Immortal King's cold voice rang out. As his voice fell, endless immortal chi rolled in the 9 heavens. Within the immortal chi, a powerful living being appeared. That powerful living being was surrounded by endless immortal chi. His aura was noble and otherworldly. Every movement of his seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth. That powerful living being. It was the ancient immortal king that the Feather Immortal King had summoned. The immortal king has appeared. Did the Feather Immortal King use his immortal king body? Immediately, some cultivators exclaimed. Many people felt an almost suffocating pressure from the immortal king. That immortal king was too powerful. Hence, many cultivators had no choice but to retreat quickly. This was because they were worried that they would die in the battle if they were too close. In fact, the cultivators' worries were not without reason. Immortal King / Suddenly, the Immortal King spoke. He stood in the 9 heavens and waved his hand gently at Lin Feng. In an instant, billions of sword chi were like the Milky Way. All of them slashed towards Lin Feng. The void collapsed as if doomsday had arrived. Many people were shocked. As expected of the Feather Immortal King's attack, they put themselves in his shoes. If they were to suffer such an attack, many cultivators felt that they would definitely die. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They were also thinking. They didn't know if Lin Feng would be able to withstand the Feather Immortal King's attack. At this time, many runes appeared around Lin Feng's body. These runes. They were the magical energy immunity runes. Lin Feng's great immunity technique could make him immune to all kinds of attacks. This was also a peerless technique. Its power was incomparably tyrannical. When the billions of sword chi slashed over, in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was surrounded by an endless amount of sword chi, but nothing happened to him. Those sword chi were all neutralized by Lin Feng's magical energy immunity runes. So strong. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Then, those cultivators became excited. Because, the stronger Lin Feng was, the more tragic this battle would be. And they were all here to watch the show. Naturally, they weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. The more lively it was, the more interesting it would be. Are you trying to scratch my itch? Lin Feng sneered as he walked towards the Feather Immortal King. Many people couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng was still as arrogant as ever. The Feather Immortal King's attack was so strong, but he actually asked if it was scratching his itch. The Feather Immortal King's expression was gloomy. He said coldly, "This is just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry? You don't have to rush to your death because I will slowly play you to death." Lin Feng retorted, "I'm not in a hurry to die. I'm in a hurry to send you off. You don't know the meaning of death." The Feather Immortal King's gaze was gloomy. In terms of arguing, he was naturally not a match for Lin Feng. Therefore, the Feather Immortal King didn't continue arguing with Lin Feng. The Feather Immortal King continued to communicate with the Immortal King's clone floating in the sky. Immortal extermination. The Immortal King spoke again. Next, the Immortal King unleashed a new attack. The Immortal King waved his hand. Suddenly, an endless amount of destructive power descended from the sky. That kind of destructive power was very special, and it seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Therefore, that kind of destructive power was many times stronger than ordinary destructive power. Immortal annihilation was the origin of the Immortal Annihilation technique. Lin Feng's expression was ice cold in the face of this powerful technique. Hope. Lin Feng's cold voice rang out. He continued to step forward. Then, he threw a punch at the destructive power that was pouring down from the 9 heavens. Immortals destroying the world represented destruction, death, and despair. What Lin Feng used was the Great Hope technique recorded in the 3,000 Great Ways. His secret technique, on the other hand, gave others hope. These were two completely opposite forces. It was like the contrast between darkness and light. Bang! Along with the sound of violent collisions, Lin Feng punched out at the surging power of destruction. Justice would eventually triumph over evil. Light would dispel darkness. Therefore, when Lin Feng's fist was about to explode, his fist of hope, it broke the Immortal King's Immortal Annihilation technique. That guy is so powerful, he has already broken 2 of the Feather Immortal King's attacks. Some cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Everyone knew how powerful the Feather Immortal King was. But now, the combat power that Lin Feng displayed was actually suppressing the Feather Immortal King. Everyone's inner world couldn't help but be set off huge waves. Many people couldn't help but have a thought in their minds. Could it be, that young cultivator? Did he really have the strength to defeat the Feather Immortal King? Many cultivators who were originally full of confidence in the Feather Immortal King began to waver at this moment. Meteor fire. Suddenly, the Immortal King let out a low voice again. After his voice died down, above the 9 heavens, fire clouds rolled. Everyone looked up and saw that the fire clouds above the 9 heavens seemed to cover the sky and the sun. Waves of terrifying pressure spread out from the fire clouds. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. Obviously, the immortal King Yao summoned by the Feather Immortal King had used some top-notch technique. The name of that top-notch technique should be meteor fire. But at the moment, everyone only knew of its name. Everyone didn't know what was so special about that top-notch technique. But in the next moment, they knew. In the fire clouds, countless meteors fell from the sky. Those meteorites were all burning fiercely. Every burning meteorite seemed to have fallen from the 9 heavens. Meteorite attack? Such an attack isn't rare. It shouldn't be able to cause any harm to that young master, right? After seeing the falling meteorites, a cultivator immediately said. Summoning meteorites to attack wasn't rare. It could even be said to be rather common. Of course, the various divine abilities were also very different. Some were powerful. Some were weak. For example, the meteorites that the immortal king summoned. It was terrifying enough. But, everyone knew that when one's combat power reached the level of Lin Feng and the Feather Immortal King, the attacks that were released were powerful, but it wasn't easy to injure the opponent. Because, cultivators at their level all had many powerful methods. Facing these powerful attacks, they could naturally find a way to resist. In order to injure the opponent, not only did the attack have to be powerful, it also had to be special. It's not an ordinary meteorite attack. The meteor fire divine ability has an additional effect. This additional effect is called ignition. This ability is very terrifying because once it happens, the power of the meteor fire divine ability will increase by more than 10 times. It's said that it can reach a maximum of 30 times, a cultivator said at this moment. This cultivator was more familiar with the meteor fire divine ability. Now that he said the terrifying part of the meteor fire divine ability, many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If what this cultivator said was true, then it was too terrifying. It was simply shocking. At this moment, Lin Feng took out a huge golden light shield. It was the Vajra Great Light Shield that was condensed from the supreme secret technique passed down in Buddhism. The defensive power of the Vajra Great Light Shield was extremely extraordinary. Bang bang bang, along with the sound of violent collisions, one after another, came the sound of violent collisions. The huge flaming meteorites ruthlessly smashed onto the Vajra Great Light Shield. The power of the Vajra Great Light Shield was indeed tyrannical. The meteorites that smashed down were not able to destroy the Vajra Great Light Shield. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Feng's methods were really powerful. However, at this moment, the densely packed flaming meteorites formed a special connection. When that connection was formed, the flames immediately burned dozens of times more fiercely. Ignition effect. Those flaming meteorites had successfully activated the ignition effect. The power of those flaming meteorites had increased by dozens of times. Countless flaming meteorites instantly drowned Lin Feng. After seeing the flames that blotted out the sky, many people couldn't help but show expressions of horror on their faces. Not to mention during the attack of the flaming meteors, everyone had a feeling that if they were enveloped by those flames, they would be burned to ashes. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. This time, I'm afraid that brat can only die, right? At this moment, someone spoke up. Right now, Lin Feng had been completely engulfed by the ignited flames and flaming meteors. There was no trace of Lin Feng at all. Therefore, some cultivators felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. There were many cultivators who had this thought. The effect of the ignition is too terrifying. The power instantly increased by dozens of times. If one is enveloped by such an attack, it would be too despairing. That's right. Although that young master of the human clan is very powerful, now that he has been engulfed by the ignited meteor fire, he will definitely be attacked by the meteor fire. This time, he will definitely not be able to escape. Many cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. They were already extremely pessimistic about Lin Feng. The current situation was indeed extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng. It was no wonder that those cultivators did not think highly of Lin Feng. Some of the cultivators who originally thought highly of Lin Feng could not help but frown at this moment. The situation in front of them indeed made them feel extremely desperate. Therefore, even they felt that Lin Feng would probably die under the attack of the meteor fire. Little Rock King's expression also became extremely unsightly. He was naturally incomparably confident in Lin Feng. However, the Feather Immortal King's attack was too powerful. Even if he was very confident in Lin Feng, he still couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng's safety. Boom boom boom, more and more flaming meteors fell. The attacks of the flaming meteors became more and more concentrated and violent. The attacks of the flaming meteors were simply too terrifying. Many people only felt the power of the flaming meteors from afar, and their faces had already turned extremely pale. However, as time passed, the power of the flaming meteors began to gradually decrease. In the end, the flaming meteors' attack dissipated. When the energy dissipated, everyone discovered Lin Feng actually disappeared without a trace. Could it be that his soul has already dissipated? Not even his corpse remains? At this time, a cultivator spoke up. Actually, the possibility of this happening was quite high. Because the attack just now was so terrifying. Not to mention a body of flesh and blood, anything that was subjected to such a terrifying attack could be completely destroyed. He must have turned into ashes. What a pity. If he had lived, who knows what kind of terrifying existence he would have become in the future. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Many cultivators were whispering to each other about Lin Feng's death. Some felt sorry for him, some took pleasure in his misfortune, some did not care. There were all kinds of people. Look. At this time, a cultivator pointed at the area where Feather Immortal King was and exclaimed. Everyone looked over. Then, everyone's eyes couldn't help but widen. Everyone's face could not help showing a shocked expression. Because they saw Lin Feng silently appear behind Feather Immortal King. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng had died under Feather Immortal King's attack. Only now did they realize that Lin Feng was completely fine. Moreover, he had concealed himself from everyone's perception and appeared behind Feather Immortal King. Many people could not help but exclaim. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated Lin Feng's ability. How could an expert who had cultivated to such a level die so easily? He must have a very deep understanding of the Tao of space and the Tao of void. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hide from everyone's perception. Apart from that, his defensive power must be incomparably strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block the meteor's attack. I'm guessing that he found an opportunity to leave when the meteor completely landed. Then, he quietly appeared behind Feather Immortal King, said a cultivator. This cultivator's words seemed to have struck a chord in everyone's heart. Indeed, it was as this cultivator had said. Lin Feng was able to escape from the meteor's attack and appear behind Feather Immortal King because he had mastered so many powerful techniques. Lin Feng directly activated the six-fold Dracophan arm and attacked Feather Immortal King. Feather Immortal King's meteor was indeed incomparably terrifying. Moreover, Lin Feng knew that Feather Immortal King's ultimate technique should only be one of his many ultimate techniques. It could not even be considered the strongest one. Feather Immortal King's strength could be seen from this point. It was not easy to deal with a terrifying existence like Feather Immortal King. Lin Feng felt that close combat would be a good choice. Lin Feng's physical body was tyrannical. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that his archaic Dracophan art was extremely terrifying. The archaic Dracophan art was suitable for close combat. For example, the six-fold Dracophan arm in the archaic Dracophan art was simply a heaven-defying killing weapon. It was also one of Lin Feng's favorite techniques in close combat. Feather Immortal King's senses were also very powerful. When Lin Feng appeared behind him and attacked him, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Feather Immortal King had already sensed it. Feather Immortal King's attack was extremely fast. He turned around and punched towards Lin Feng. The power of this punch was quite tyrannical. However, in the face of Lin Feng's six-fold Dracophan arm, it was still not enough. Feather Immortal King was blown away by Lin Feng's punch. This punch had a great impact on Feather Immortal King. His Dharma energy was in a mess. Therefore, the Immortal King's incarnation in the sky directly dissipated. Feather Immortal King, you're too weak compared to me. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he continued walking towards Feather Immortal King. Lin Feng had already locked onto Feather Immortal King. Now, it was extremely difficult for Feather Immortal King to get rid of Lin Feng. Lin Feng arrived in front of Feather Immortal King. He swung his right arm again and punched towards Feather Immortal King. Brat, you're too arrogant. If you hadn't ambushed me, would I have been blown away? A human cultivator dares to compete with me in terms of physical strength? How ridiculous. Now, I'll let you know that your physical body is pitifully weak in front of me. Feather Immortal King looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He was obviously not convinced that Lin Feng had forced him to retreat. Besides, he called Lin Feng's attack a sneak attack. He looked down on Lin Feng even more. Feather Immortal King was indeed very strong, but this guy was too petty. Lin Feng had used the Space Dao to attack him from behind. That was a top-level Great Dao, but this guy called it a sneak attack. A guy who didn't admit that others were strong was destined to be pitiful. No matter how strong Feather Immortal King was, he couldn't become a Zun cultivator because of his state of mind. Feather Immortal King wanted to prove himself, so he didn't hesitate to attack Lin Feng. Feather Immortal King's body was extremely strong, which was why he was so confident. Many golden scales appeared on Feather Immortal King's body. No one knew what race he was from, but it was strange to see so many scales on his body. When the scales appeared, Feather Immortal King's body became stronger. It's the Golden Scale Armor. Feather Immortal King is from the Golden Scale clan. When the Golden Scale Armor appears, his body will reach the peak. It's said that even immortal weapons can't break through the defense of the Golden Scale Armor. A cultivator said when he saw the golden scales on Feather Immortal King's body. The defense of the Golden Scale Armor is so strong? A cultivator said in surprise. That's right. That's why the cultivators of the Golden Scale race have an unparalleled physical body. It's mainly because of the special golden scales that appear on the surface of their bodies. Those golden scales can form a protective barrier for the cultivators of the Golden Scale race. Apart from that, they can also strengthen the cultivators of the Golden Scale race. That young human cultivator's physical body seems to be extremely strong, but it's not enough against the Feather Immortal King, another cultivator said. Everyone knows that the human cultivator's body is weak, but that human cultivator's body is so strong. It completely changed everyone's impression of the human cultivator's weak body. He's someone who can create miracles. Besides, he chose to fight against Feather Immortal King because he's very confident in his body. That's why I think that young human cultivator is better, another cultivator said. He felt that Lin Feng could suppress Feather Immortal King. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng and Feather Immortal King's fists collided. The dull sound of the collision was like two immortal mountains crashing into each other. The collision between Lin Feng and Feather Immortal King was quite shocking. What surprised Lin Feng was that Feather Immortal King was able to block his punch. However, Lin Feng sneered. That punch just now was just the beginning. Lin Feng continued to use the six-fold Dracophant arm to attack Feather Immortal King. Feather Immortal King's face turned ugly. Feather Immortal King thought that he would be able to suppress Lin Feng after activating the Golden Scale Armor. However, that wasn't the case. He activated the Golden Scale Armor. But not only did he fail to suppress Lin Feng, he was suppressed by Lin Feng. On the surface, he didn't lose anything. However, he knew that his body was severely damaged by Lin Feng's punch. This impact caused King Feather Immortal to feel extreme pain. Feather Immortal King was to be angry. Because, surprisingly, he was at a disadvantage against Lin Feng's physical strength. The Golden Scale clan had a strong body. The human race had a weak physical body. The cultivators of the Golden Scale tribe, who had strong physical bodies, were actually being suppressed by the human cultivators who had weak physical bodies. How could the arrogant Feather Immortal King accept such a thing? Therefore, Feather Immortal King was incomparably furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, no matter how aggrieved and angry he was, he still had to face reality. Feather Immortal King knew where his advantage was. His advantage was that his realm was high and his mana was strong. This was what he should rely on. Although Lin Feng was also very strong, Feather Immortal King felt that Lin Feng's realm wasn't too high. Therefore, in terms of mana, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage. Feather Immortal King, who understood this, planned to distance himself from Lin Feng. Then he attacked Lin Feng again. But Lin Feng didn't plan to give Feather Immortal King this chance. Perhaps some people felt that winning a life and death battle was very important. But Lin Feng didn't have this kind of hobby. As long as he could win a life and death battle, it didn't matter if he won beautifully or not. Surviving was the most important thing. A physical battle was the method that Lin Feng was most confident in. Although it might not be as dazzling as a sacred art battle. But as long as he could kill the other party, the process wasn't important. What was important was the result. Facing Lin Feng, who was following closely behind, Feather Immortal King had no choice but to continue the physical battle with Lin Feng. Bang! 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 Both sides collided with each other again and again. 3 consecutive punches. The golden scale that appeared on Feather Immortal King's arm exploded. Obviously, Feather Immortal King's body could no longer withstand Lin Feng's powerful attacks. Under Lin Feng's attack, Feather Immortal King suffered serious injuries. Damn it. Feather Immortal King's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Feather Immortal King had fought with others many times in the past, but he had never lost. But now, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Feng. This made Feather Immortal King go crazy. When the surrounding cultivators saw that Feather Immortal King was injured by Lin Feng, they couldn't help but reveal extremely shocked expressions. Those cultivators who had previously thought highly of Feather Immortal King were even more dumbfounded. Feather Immortal King's tyrannical body was actually injured by Lin Feng. Just how tyrannical was Lin Feng's body? Lin Feng continued to attack Feather Immortal King. As the saying goes, beat a drowning dog. This logic Lin Feng naturally understood. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Miss this village. There won't be this shop. Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Feather Immortal King. An even more tyrannical power erupted. Feather Immortal King felt a suffocating pressure. Lin Feng's attack. It had already threatened his life. Even Lin Feng thought that he could kill Feather Immortal King. However, just as Lin Feng's terrifying attack was about to hit Feather Immortal King's body, Feather Immortal King's body actually shattered into pieces. Then, Feather Immortal King's body flew in all directions. Lin Feng's punch. It directly hit the air. Feather Immortal King's shattered body completely reassembled hundreds of meters away. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Just now. What kind of technique did Feather Immortal King use? It was actually so strange. Lin Feng originally thought that he could kill Feather Immortal King. However, Feather Immortal King used such a strange method to dodge his attack, which made Lin Feng feel rather helpless. However, Lin Feng would not feel discouraged because of this. Fragmentation technique. This is a top-notch secret technique that Feather Immortal King has mastered. Rumor has it that even if his body is torn into pieces, he won't die. Previously, I always thought that this secret technique was a little exaggerated. Now that I see Feather Immortal King using this secret technique, I know that those rumors were not exaggerated at all. After seeing Feather Immortal King use this powerful secret technique, a cultivator immediately spoke up. The other cultivators also had a look of surprise on their faces, because the secret technique that Feather Immortal King used was indeed too strange. King Yuxian looked at Lin Feng icily after he finished reforming his physical body. His voice was gloomy as he said, "Why is your physical body so unbelievably strong? You are a human cultivator. The fleshly body of a human cultivator is extremely weak compared to the fleshly bodies of other races. Even after postnatal cultivation, the fleshly body of a human is still extremely weak. This is a congenital deficiency. No matter how much effort you put in, it should not be possible to improve your fleshly body to this extent. Just what did you experience to make your fleshly body so strong?" Lin Feng sneered, "You really think too highly of yourself. Don't you know that the human race is the race with the greatest learning and comprehension ability? The other races might have a bottleneck in their cultivation of the grand Tao and the physical body, but human cultivators don't have such a bottleneck. As long as they grasp the correct method, they can create endless possibilities. No other race can compare to human cultivators. What shameless boasting! The human race is just a lowly race. Feather Immortal King retorted as soon as Lin Feng finished speaking. Clearly, he didn't agree with Lin Feng's words. In the eyes of many races, the human race was just a lowly race. Feather Immortal King thought the same. They always wanted to find a sense of superiority in comparison. They wanted to prove that their race was a noble race. Lin Feng sneered, "They say that the ignorant are fearless. This phrase is very suitable for you. You're not only ignorant, but you're also very self-righteous. Looking at you now, I suddenly thought of a word to describe you. It's called a clown. What do you think of my description?" Feather Immortal King's eyes became even colder after hearing Lin Feng's mockery. He said, "I'll show you how strong I am soon." King Yuxian made some hand seals, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. King Yuxian's name had the word "you" in it. Lin Feng initially thought it was King Yuxian's family name, but now it seemed like it wasn't King Yuxian's family name. Maybe it was King Yuxian's family name, but now it seemed like it wasn't King Yuxian's family name. Whoosh whoosh. Feather Immortal King's wings fluttered rapidly, following Feather Immortal King's wings. Suddenly, an illusory world appeared behind Feather Immortal King. Terrifying creatures came out of that illusory world one after another. Those creatures all had wings on their backs and swords in their hands. They were like immortal gods, extremely fast. They surrounded Lin Feng and attacked him. It's the Feather Immortal technique. It's a peerless technique. Rumor has it that the Feather Immortal King passed it down from the Feather Immortal King. It's still very impressive. That skill is indeed powerful. Feather Immortal King's energy is extremely strong. He can unleash the full power of that skill. It's extremely difficult to defend against such a powerful attack. I wonder if that young master of the human race can defend against Feather Immortal King's attack? Many spectators started discussing. They were very curious to see if Lin Feng could block Feather Immortal King's attack. Lin Feng had shown how strong he was and even injured Feather Immortal King. However, Lin Feng had used his physical strength to injure Feather Immortal King, not his Dharma energy or divine techniques. Even if two people at the same level cultivated for 100,000 years and one for 1,000,000 years, the cultivator who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years would have accumulated more Dharma energy. Lin Feng was very strong, but many people thought that Lin Feng was still too young. He couldn't compare to Feather Immortal King in terms of Dharma energy. That was why Lin Feng chose to use physical body arts against Feather Immortal King. What did that mean? It meant that Lin Feng wasn't confident in his Dharma energy and divine techniques. That was why he used his physical body arts to suppress Feather Immortal King's physical body. He even wanted to kill Feather Immortal King with his physical body arts. Many cultivators had the same thought. Lin Feng smiled coldly when he saw the terrifying creatures flying towards him. He started walking in the sky. 9 holy emperors of the human race appeared behind Lin Feng. Human Emperor, world suppressing. Lin Feng's voice reverberated in the sky. He was using the imperial scriptures of the human race. 9 human emperors shook the world. How powerful and terrifying was that? 9 human emperors stepped forward. In a flash, the terrifying creatures that were flying towards Lin Feng exploded one after another. It's the legendary imperial scriptures of the human race. Someone exclaimed. It seemed like there was no lack of knowledgeable people in this world. Even the imperial scriptures of the human race had been seen through. The 9 human emperors rushed towards Feather Immortal King. Feather Immortal King's face turned ugly when he sensed the power of the 9 human emperors. They were absolutely terrifying. They had the power to destroy the world. Feather Immortal King originally wanted to use Dharma energy and divine techniques to suppress Lin Feng, but he didn't think that it would work. Of course, Feather Immortal King's expression quickly returned to normal because he also had many powerful divine techniques. Facing the attacks of the 9 human emperors, Feather Immortal King's body emitted waves of immortal light. The immortal light quickly condensed into powerful creatures. Upon closer inspection, those creatures were actually ancient immortal kings. This was the special ability of the immortal king physique. The immortal king physique was incomparably heaven-defying. It could always display some extraordinary abilities. When the immortal king physique was released, the immortal king physique would be incomparably terrifying. Now, the immortal king physique was once again terrifying. Feather Immortal King had condensed too many immortal king physiques. There were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. Every single immortal king physique had terrifying combat strength. So many immortal king physiques rushed towards the 9 human emperors summoned by Lin Feng. The two sides engaged in an intense battle in the sky. The 9 human emperors summoned by Lin Feng couldn't do anything to the immortal king physiques, but the immortal king physique summoned by Feather Immortal King couldn't do anything to the 9 human emperors summoned by Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng's 9 human emperors and the many immortal king physiques summoned by Feather Immortal King were annihilated. Die, kid. At this moment, Feather Immortal King condensed a new attack. Feather Immortal King turned into a dazzling immortal light. That immortal light finally condensed into an immortal sword. That immortal sword was called the Sword of Heaven Opening. When the sword slashed out, it was as if it could split the heaven and earth. The power of the Heaven Opening sword was incomparably terrifying. It tore the void apart with ease. This kind of power was truly frightening. A cultivator exclaimed, "A human can turn into an immortal sword and slay ghosts and gods with a single slash. The Feather Immortal King's ultimate technique is too powerful. I heard that this ultimate technique can slice through the void and destroy the heavens and the underworld. Now that the Feather Immortal King has used this ultimate technique, I wonder if that young genius from the human race will be able to withstand this terrifying attack." Hearing this, the rest of the people's expressions changed. This attack was truly too terrifying. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Perhaps only a peerless genius like the Feather Immortal King would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. Everyone held their breaths and looked at Lin Feng. Everyone couldn't help but have the same thought. How could Lin Feng block such a powerful attack from the Feather Immortal King? It was truly too difficult to block such a powerful attack. Interesting. At this moment, Lin Feng spoke. When everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Such a powerful attack was only interesting in Lin Feng's eyes. Wasn't Lin Feng underestimating the Feather Immortal King's attack too much? The Feather Immortal King sneered, "When you die under my attack later, you'll know how foolish your current actions are." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't care about the Feather Immortal King anymore. Instead, he tried to activate the Blade of God in his dantian. Buzz. Accompanied by a violent vibration, a violent energy wave swept across the world. Lin Feng took out the Blade of God. Then, it quickly swept towards the heaven-opening sword that the Feather Immortal King had turned into. When the Blade of God was in mid-air, it had already formed a connection with the ancient weapon, the Blade of God. A powerful energy passed through the boundless void and crossed the distance of space, quickly transmitting into this world. Then, all of that energy was absorbed by the Blade of Dominion. The power of the Blade of God. His strength had increased tremendously. The Sovereign's Blade was an ability that Lin Feng had obtained when his Sovereign Emperor's blood had awakened to a deeper level. Lin Feng knew exactly how powerful this ability was. Once it connected with the ancient weapon, its power would increase exponentially. Clang, this was accompanied by the clanging sound of collision. The heaven-opening sword formed by Feather Immortal King clashed violently with the Blade of Domination summoned by Lin Feng. Following the violent collision, the surrounding space began to crack. Everyone was shocked when they saw this because the destruction caused by the battle between the two sides was just too terrifying. It's not surprising that the Feather Immortal King is so powerful. After all, the Feather Immortal King has been famous for a long time. He even went to the Heaven Realm to cultivate for many years. However, that young human cultivator is also so powerful. This is unbelievable. No matter what kind of move the Feather Immortal King uses, he seems to have a way to deal with it. It's really unbelievable. At this moment, a cultivator couldn't help but sigh. Previously, many cultivators felt that when the two sides fought with magic power and divine abilities, as long as the Feather Immortal King used some of his trump cards, For example, the Feather Immortal King had just transformed into the heaven-opening sword. Lin Feng was definitely not a match for the Feather Immortal King. But now, no one thought so anymore. The battle prowess that Lin Feng had displayed had deeply shocked everyone. If Lin Feng was given time, what was the Feather Immortal King? This was how the world was. There would never be a lack of top-notch geniuses. There was always a mountain higher than the other. This was what it meant. Of course. Everyone knew that what Lin Feng lacked the most now was time. The heavens wouldn't give him time to make up for the fact that he had only cultivated for a short period of time. Now that the battle was incomparably intense, it was hard to say what the outcome of the battle would be. Clang clang clang, the heaven-opening sword formed by the Feather Immortal King clashed with the blade of God that Lin Feng had summoned. The surrounding void was shattering more and more. After more than 10 consecutive collisions. Suddenly, the heaven-opening sword formed by the Feather Immortal King split into two. One of the heaven-opening swords slashed towards the blade of God. The other heaven-opening sword quickly attacked Lin Feng. The heaven-opening sword that was slashing towards the blade of God immediately stalled the blade of God. The other heaven-opening sword had already arrived in front of Lin Feng and slashed towards him. It wanted to split Lin Feng into two. What kind of technique is this? After seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. The two heaven-opening swords were incomparably powerful. Therefore, the two heaven-opening swords were the real heaven-opening swords. One was real and the other was fake. I know, this technique can actually transform into two heaven-opening swords. The two heaven-opening swords have the same power. Earlier on, the Feather Immortal King had only used one heaven-opening sword to deal with the young master's attacks. It was to confuse him and make him let down his guard. Once he let down his guard, the Feather Immortal King would immediately use the other heaven-opening sword to deal with him. At this moment, a cultivator said. After hearing this cultivator's words, the others couldn't help but nod their heads. These words. It was very reasonable. At this moment, the second heaven-opening sword had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. This heaven-opening sword had appeared so suddenly that Lin Feng couldn't use any other powerful techniques to deal with it. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. An expert like the Feather Immortal King was indeed terrifying. One really couldn't underestimate a genius like him. Otherwise, it would be a very difficult matter. Of course, Lin Feng didn't underestimate the Feather Immortal King. Although his words were somewhat provocative and disdainful, it was just a method to infuriate the Feather Immortal King. Facing the fatal attack of the Feather Immortal King, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. When Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique, shwa, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The Feather Immortal King's attack. Instead, his attack landed in the air. He dodged it. Many cultivators exclaimed. Everyone thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to dodge the attack of the Feather Immortal King. However, Lin Feng dodged it. Lin Feng reappeared 100 meters away. When he reappeared, Lin Feng walked towards the heaven-opening sword that the Feather Immortal King had transformed into. As Lin Feng walked, he chanted an incantation. The great Tao of curses, please descend upon me with the power of curses. I will use the power of curses to defeat my enemies. When Lin Feng chanted the incantation, a large amount of curse power gushed out from the cursed clay figurine. The curse power all poured into Lin Feng's body. Originally, Lin Feng's success rate of casting the Great Curse Art was not very high. Perhaps, he could only succeed once after casting it dozens of times. The success rate of casting the Great Curse Art had always been relatively low. No matter who cast the Great Curse Art, the success rate was not high. As for those cultivators who had a higher success rate of casting the Great Curse Art, they often had some special methods. For example, the Cursed Doll's success rate of casting the Great Curse Art was extremely high. The reason was that the Cursed Doll had some special methods, so it could greatly increase the success rate of casting the Great Curse Art. Now that Lin Feng had mastered the method of molding clay figurines and stone statues, it could be considered a special method. When Lin Feng borrowed the curse power from the clay figurine and stone statues, the success rate of casting the Great Curse Art would greatly increase. If he cast it now, the success rate would be more than 80%. After Lin Feng's voice fell, the invisible curse power immediately descended. Others might not be able to sense the existence of this curse power, but Lin Feng could. This curse power had a close connection with Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng could not help but be happy. It seemed that the great curse art was successful. He tried to control the curse power to deal with Feather Immortal King. The powerful curse power surged toward the heaven-opening sword that Feather Immortal King had turned into. Bang! The invisible curse power fiercely collided with the heaven-opening sword, accompanied by a violent collision sound. The heaven-opening sword was blasted away. In midair, the heaven-opening sword turned into Feather Immortal King's body. As for the other heaven-opening sword, it couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. It seemed like there was a difference between the two heaven-opening swords. Even though their strength was almost the same, only one of them could transform into the true body of Feather Immortal King. The other heaven-opening sword shattered when Feather Immortal King's body could no longer maintain the heaven-opening sword form, just like the current situation. After Feather Immortal King was beaten back to his original form by Lin Feng, his expression was extremely ugly. His perception was very strong. He could sense an extremely strange and powerful force rapidly approaching him. That strange and powerful force made his hair stand on end. Therefore, Feather Immortal King chose to quickly retreat, wanting to get rid of that invisible and terrifying force. However, he could not get rid of Lin Feng's curse power. Puff! The curse power that Feather Immortal King's body was pierced through Feather Immortal King's body. Feather Immortal King's body retreated and his face became extremely pale. Feather Immortal King is a severely injured Immortal King's body. After seeing Feather Immortal King's chest being pierced through, a cultivator immediately exclaimed. Feather Immortal King's injuries were too severe. Such an injury would be fatal for an ordinary person. Feather Immortal King's cultivation was very strong and his vitality was vigorous. Although his chest was pierced through, it was not fatal. However, even if it was not fatal, the injury was still very serious. It would affect Feather Immortal King's battle strength. In fact, Feather Immortal King was already injured by Lin Feng when he was fighting against Lin Feng. In the end, he managed to get rid of Lin Feng and successfully fought against Lin Feng. However, the current Feather Immortal King was injured and his battle prowess had decreased by quite a bit. But now, Feather Immortal King was even more injured. Feather Immortal King's situation was extremely bad. That human cultivator is too strong, isn't he? Even Feather Immortal King was injured by him. Doesn't this mean that Feather Immortal King is not his match? At this moment, a cultivator said. That is indeed the case. That cultivator's battle strength is too heaven-defying. However, I wonder who he is. He is so young and yet he is so terrifying. It is really hard to understand. How did he manage to increase his battle strength? Do you guys think that Feather Immortal King will be killed by that young human cultivator? At this moment, a cultivator said. If Feather Immortal King was killed, it would definitely be a sensational event. If Feather Immortal King died, it would cause an even greater sensation than those experts with a strong foundation. Those experts with a strong foundation had already lost their will to improve after being sealed for so long. In addition, their bodies were suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, their future was bleak. Unless those experts with a strong foundation found a way to get rid of the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, their lifespan would quickly decrease and their battle strength would continue to decrease. However, Feather Immortal King was different. Feather Immortal King was very young and his cultivation was very strong. He was so young. He was so strong. Feather Immortal King's future was bright. He would definitely be an overlord in the future. Therefore, if Feather Immortal King died, it would cause an extremely shocking sensation. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Feng quickly charged towards Feather Immortal King. Lin Feng wanted to seize this rare opportunity to kill Feather Immortal King. Feather Immortal King, your era is over. Dying at my hands is not an unjust death. Lin Feng looked at Feather Immortal King indifferently and said coldly. Feather Immortal King's expression was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "You want to kill me? You must be dreaming. Today, I lost to you not because I couldn't defeat you, but because I fell into your trap and allowed you to get close to me. If I didn't fight you with my physical body and get injured, do you think you would be my match? Feather Immortal King was clearly unwilling to accept Lin Feng. He felt that he couldn't fully unleash his battle strength because he was injured during the fight. That was the reason why he couldn't defeat Lin Feng, not because he couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "A loss is a loss. This is a world that only looks at the result, not the process. I think you should know that." When Lin Feng finished talking, he jumped forwards and his body turned into a yin and yang 8 trigrams. That yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram swept through the void, shattering heaven and earth, and then swept towards Feather Immortal King. He wanted to kill Feather Immortal King. Feather Immortal King was heavily injured, so he didn't dare to continue fighting Lin Feng. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Feather Immortal King took out a miniature golden puppet. The runes on the miniature golden puppet instantly came to life. In the next moment, the miniature golden puppet turned into Feather Immortal King's appearance. Then, it pounced towards Lin Feng. "Today, my wife was given an injection to induce labor. It's estimated that she will give birth in the second half of the night. It's really tiring to stay up all night. However, no matter how tired I am, I must continue to update because I need to repay my brothers and sisters who support Old Mantu." This was a very special kind of puppet technique. The puppet that turned into the Feather Immortal King's true body was very powerful. However, it didn't seem that strong in front of Lin Feng. Even the Feather Immortal King was defeated, let alone the Feather Immortal King's puppet. When the puppet attacked, Lin Feng's yin-yang 8 trigrams swept towards the puppet. Pooh, the head of the puppet was instantly chopped off by Lin Feng's yin-yang 8 trigrams. After seeing this, many people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Feng was really too powerful. It seemed that the Feather Immortal King would definitely die today. However, in the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. After Lin Feng killed the puppet, Lin Feng was stunned. The Feather Immortal King's body seemed to have teleported. He disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Many people showed puzzled expressions. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng was more familiar with the Tao of space. Therefore, when Lin Feng had killed the puppet, he had noticed something special about it. When he killed the puppet, an invisible force seemed to be emitted from the puppet's body. Then, that invisible force formed a void passage. The void power surged out and enveloped the Feather Immortal King. The Feather Immortal King instantly entered the void passage. Lin Feng tried to seal the void passage. However, he realized that the void passage was a one-time use one. After using it once, the void passage would disappear. Since the Feather Immortal King had already used the void passage, Lin Feng couldn't use it anymore. This made Lin Feng feel very helpless. If that was the case, his plan to kill the Feather Immortal King had completely failed. The Feather Immortal King escaped? A cultivator said in surprise. Someone nodded and said, "Indeed, he escaped. I knew it. Feather Immortal King wouldn't be killed that easily. He has many tricks up his sleeves. Even though he can't defeat that young man, it's not a problem for him to escape. It seems like the result is the same as what I expected. Speaking of which, that young genius from the human race is really too strong. Even Feather Immortal King is no match for him. I wonder what kind of expert would be able to deal with him." The surrounding cultivators whispered to each other and discussed. At this moment, the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects turned around and tried to escape. However, they felt as if they had lost control of their bodies. Their legs seemed to be rooted to the ground. Their bodies and minds could no longer come to an agreement. Lin Feng looked at Luo Ziming and sneered, "Were you the one who said you wanted to kill me?" Luo Ziming was so scared that his whole body trembled. Previously, in order to flatter Feather Immortal King, he jumped out and used words to humiliate Lin Feng. Now, even Feather Immortal King had been injured by Lin Feng and had escaped. He was nothing in front of Lin Feng. "Spare me. Young master, please spare my worthless life. I will never offend you again, and I won't dare to cause trouble for the monsters anymore." Luo Ziming screamed in horror. Actually, Luo Ziming's cultivation was very strong, but the gap between him and Lin Feng was too big. Therefore, Luo Ziming had no intention of fighting against Lin Feng. If he dared to use it, he would die miserably. Spare you? Do you think that's possible? Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right hand and waved it in the air. A splashing sound was heard. Luo Ziming's head soared into the sky. He's dead. Luo Ziming is dead. He won't let us go. Let's fight him to the death. That's right. Let's fight him to the death. With so many of us working together, we might not lose to him. The other cultivators couldn't help but shout loudly. Over 100 cultivators knew that they couldn't just sit and wait for death. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Therefore, they decided to fight to the death. Over 100 cultivators were all very strong. Now that they had made up their minds to fight against Lin Feng, their wills merged together. Above them, there was even a smoke of essence. Initially, those people had been oppressed by Lin Feng's invisible and intangible qi. They couldn't move at all. But now, their wills had merged together and dissolved the pressure that Lin Feng had exerted on them. Therefore, they were able to move again. This group of cultivators quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Their killing intent was clear. They looked like they wouldn't rest until Lin Feng was dead. I will grant you death, seeing this group of cultivators surrounding and attacking him. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded. His voice was like the voice of death that floated out from hell. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a large amount of death energy filled the air. The force of death instantly shrouded the cultivators. Oh my God, look at this! Some cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance pointed at the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects and cried out in horror. Everyone looked over. They saw that the cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects were rapidly aging. In the blink of an eye, they became old men with white hair and stooped bodies. This change happened in an extremely short period of time. Many people didn't even have time to react before those cultivators became extremely old. How can this be? No, this can't be real. What about me? How did I end up like this? The cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects cried out in horror. They didn't want to die. They didn't want to die in this way. They watched their bodies grow old until they died. This method of death made people feel despair. But no one could change this. They watched themselves die slowly. In the end, more than 100 cultivators of the 4 major immortal sects had their lifespans taken away by Lin Feng. In an extremely short period of time, their bodies turned into a group of dried corpses. The cultivators who were watching the show in the distance were shocked. What kind of method was that? He actually took away the lives of a group of experts so quickly. It was too terrifying. Now, everyone looked at Lin Feng as though he was a god. They were filled with reverence. Does anyone know the whereabouts of Feng Yaorao, the Fire Qilin, Princess Shui Yao, and the others? Lin Feng asked the cultivators in the distance. There were many of them, so they should be very well informed. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that some of them should have heard about Feng Yaorao and the others. If they really knew, he would be able to find out more about Feng Yaorao and the others from them. First update. At 4:40 a.m. today, he had a son. Although Old Man hadn't slept for dozens of hours, he was very excited. Hearing Lin Feng's question, many people exchanged glances. Clearly, they did not know who Feng Yaorao, the Fire Qilin, and the others were. It was no wonder they did not know Feng Yaorao and the others. The main reason was that they had not been in the undying world for a long time. In addition, they had spent most of their time in seclusion. Thus, the outside world was not very familiar with them. Of course, not everyone did not know them. Suddenly, a cultivator asked, "May I ask if the Feng Yaorao you speak of is a very bewitching woman? Is she from the 9 provinces Great World?" When Lin Feng heard that, he nodded hastily and said, "Indeed, that's her." "Have you seen her, Your Excellency?" The cultivator immediately said, "I have indeed seen her before. She seems to have entered the time cave. I wonder how she is now." When he heard the words time cave, little Peng Qing's expression changed abruptly. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. In truth, Lin Feng was not unfamiliar with this name. In the past, the Heavenly Sage Great World had an organization called the Time Cave. Lin Feng hadn't thought he'd come across a time cave in the immortal world. Clearly, the time cave in the Undying World was completely different from the time cave in the Heavenly Sage Great World. The time cave in the Heavenly Sage Great World was an organization, while the time cave in the Undying World was an extremely dangerous place. Lin Feng even suspected that the cultivator from the Heavenly Sage Great World had created the time cave because he had heard of the time cave in the Undying World. Therefore, he named the organization he created Chronology Cave. In truth, Lin Feng's guess was correct. Back then, the expert who had created the time cave in the Heavenly Sage Great World knew of the time cave in the Undying World. At that time, that powerhouse couldn't think of a better name. Therefore, that powerhouse decided to create the time cave. Why did she enter this place? Lin Feng asked with a frown. He did not think that Feng Yarao would casually enter a dangerous place like the time cave. This place was much more of a deterrent to women than men. As the name suggested, time cave meant a cave that could strip away one's lifespan. Women were most afraid of aging. Beautiful women would age easily. Many peerless beauties were worried that one day, they would also become like this. Therefore, no woman would be willing to go to a place that would deprive them of their lifespan. Sometimes. Give a beautiful woman a multiple-choice question. First, I'll give you an opportunity. 2. Let you stay young forever. There is almost no need to consider this choice. Almost 100% of the beautiful fairies will choose the second option. They were willing to give up a lot of things in order to have a beautiful face. Feng Yarao was naturally the same. Therefore, if not for the fact that she had no other choice, Feng Yarao would absolutely not enter Time Cave. Prince Xianxia is chasing after Fairy Feng. Fairy Feng had no choice but to escape into the Time Cave, said Lin Feng. The cultivator said. Young Master Xianxia? Who is this person? Lin Feng's face immediately darkened. He wanted to kill this young Master Xianxia. This person deserved 10,000 deaths. The cultivator said, Young Master Xianxia is a cultivator from the Nine Demon Palace. Young Master must have heard of his elder brother. His elder brother is the famous Young Master Xianyu. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly raise his eyebrows. Lin Feng had naturally heard of Young Master Xianyu. He was once one of the 10 heroes of the Undying World. Moreover, he had gone to the Heaven Realm to cultivate for a period of time. Young Master Xianyu was much stronger than the Feather Immortal King that Lin Feng had met before. Therefore, Young Master Xianyu was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. But no matter who this Young Master Xianxuan's brother or father was, as long as he offended Lin Feng would definitely not let him off. Furthermore, this guy didn't just offend Lin Feng. Because he actually had designs on Feng Yarao. Feng Yarao was one of Lin Feng's favorite women. Young Master Xianxia was courting death by having designs on Feng Yarao. Alright, thank you for your information. In the future, if there's anything you can't solve, you can think of a way to contact the people from the Demon Clan. The people from the Demon Clan will tell me about your information, and at that time I will help you solve those problems. Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivator's face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. This was truly a pleasant surprise. As a result, that's why he and Lin Feng were friends. The rest of the people looked at the cultivator with envy and jealousy. They also wanted to provide some information to Lin Feng, but they didn't know anything about Feng Yarao, Fire Qilin, and the others. So, they also felt helpless. They had missed this opportunity. The next time they wanted to find a chance to befriend Lin Feng, it wouldn't be so easy. Everyone was clear about this. That was why they were so vexed. Lin Feng and Little Pun King didn't stop. They quickly flew in the direction of the Time Cave. Little Pun King had been to the heavenly illusionary world before, so he knew where the Time Cave was. The two of them were extremely fast. After 3 days, Lin Feng saw a huge mountain range in the distance. There were more than 10 mountains in that mountain range. As for those mountains, they were actually all purple. It was really strange. The mountains were actually purple. No one knew what caused it. The Time Cave is in the inner region of the Purple Mountain Range. Little Pun King said. Lin Feng nodded. He increased his speed because Lin Feng was worried about Feng Yara's safety. Therefore, he couldn't wait to enter the time cave to check it out. There were many cultivators wandering around the time cave. Many people were watching. The time cave was very dangerous. Therefore, although those cultivators were extremely curious about it, they also wanted to enter the time cave. However, they didn't act on it. A place like the time cave was too dangerous. They didn't dare to take the risk to enter it. We still don't know what's going on in the time cave, so you wait here first. I'll go in myself. Lin Feng said. Little Pun King also knew that if he followed Lin Feng in, he might cause trouble for Lin Feng. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's words, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait here. However, the time cave is very dangerous. This time, you must be careful when you enter the time cave." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be careful." With that, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Look, someone has entered the mountain range. Could it be that he wants to explore the time cave? It seems to be an extremely young human cultivator. That guy actually dares to enter the time cave alone. Is he courting death? Seeing Lin Feng enter the purple mountain range where the time cave was located, a cultivator immediately cried out in alarm. It was no wonder that those cultivators were so shocked. The time cave was a dangerous place. Not everyone was qualified to enter and explore it. Such a place was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic death. In this world, there will always be some people who think that they are the children of fate. They would then explore those dangerous places. Only after entering those places would they realize how foolish their previous thoughts were. It's just that it's already too late for them to leave that place. Another cultivator said. That kid is dead for sure. Another cultivator said. Clearly, in the other party's opinion, Lin Feng was on the road to death this time. Many cultivators agreed with that cultivator. Entering the Purple Mountain Range was no different from courting death. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what the cultivators outside were discussing. He had never cared about other people's opinions. After entering the Purple Mountain Range, Lin Feng flew all the way to the depths. The Purple Mountain Range was indeed very strange. It was filled with the aura of time. Some places contained extremely terrifying power of time. If one were to enter a place covered by the power of time, it would be an extremely tragic thing. This was because such places were very terrifying. Once a cultivator entered, it would be very difficult to rush out. At that time, all of their lifespan would be stripped away by the power of time. Thinking about it, it was really a terrifying thing. On the way, Lin Feng saw many skeletons. It seemed that those people had their lifespan stripped away by the power of time. In the end, they died here. Lin Feng now had a way to resist the erosion of the power of time. After all, Lin Feng cultivated the Tao of Time. Of course, Lin Feng's cultivation of the Tao of Time wasn't particularly deep. The main reason was that the Tao of Time was too mysterious and complicated. It was very difficult to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of Time. Therefore, although Lin Feng could resist the erosion of the power of time, there was a limit to this resistance. Lin Feng didn't know how long he could endure. He needed to see the specific situation to determine how long he could endure. For example, he had to avoid the areas where the power of time lingered as much as possible. Other cultivators might not be able to sense the terrifying power of time, but Lin Feng could. Therefore, on the way, even though time strength kept attacking Lin Feng managed to dodge it. Lin Feng went deeper. Logically speaking, there should be some terrifying creatures living in such a dangerous place. However, there didn't seem to be any living creatures in this place. Or maybe, those terrifying creatures didn't appear because they felt that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. This was also a possibility. Lin Feng continued to go deeper. Finally, he arrived at the main peak. Halfway up the main peak, Lin Feng saw a huge cave. The terrifying power of time emanated from the cave. She shouldn't have entered the time cave, right? Did she just hide in the Purple Mountain Range? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that there might be some problems with the cultivator's description. One didn't have to enter the time cave to enter the Purple Mountain Range. However, the Purple Mountain Range was also a dangerous place. Therefore, many people felt that there was no difference between entering the Purple Mountain Range and the Time Cave. However, just as Lin Feng was thinking about this matter, Lin Feng saw a jade pendant outside the Time Cave. Feng Yarao's jade pendant. It was given to her by the heavenly wind god. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the jade pendant. It was a gift from his father-in-law, the heavenly wind god, to Feng Yarao when she was 18 years old. Perhaps it was the first time Feng Yarao had received a gift from her father, so she treasured that jade pendant very much. Thus, she had always worn that jade pendant on her body. However, it had now appeared at the entrance of the Time Cave. This meant that Feng Yarao had really entered the Time Cave? Since he was sure that Feng Yarao had entered the Time Cave, Lin Feng wouldn't hesitate to enter the Time Cave no matter how dangerous it was. Please don't let anything happen to her. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He picked up Feng Yarao's jade pendant and quickly rushed into the Time Cave. The power of time within the Time Cave seemed to possess a life of its own. After Lin Feng rushed into the Time Cave, a large amount of the power of time surged toward him. The power of time. It was constantly corroding Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng operated the Tao of time to neutralize the terrifying power of time. In a short period of time, Lin Feng wouldn't be harmed by the power of time. However, Lin Feng knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Right now, Lin Feng's mood was extremely bad. The power of time within the Time Cave was so terrifying. Feng Yarao shouldn't have entered the Time Cave willingly, right? The reason why he came to this conclusion was because if Feng Yarao had entered the Time Cave willingly, how could her jade pendant have fallen outside? This was also the reason why Lin Feng felt that Feng Yarao hadn't entered the Time Cave willingly. Was she captured by something and brought into the Time Cave? Perhaps, there really was such a possibility. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He was now worried that the power of time would harm Feng Yarao. If the power of time had harmed Feng Yarao, she might have already turned into a pink skeleton. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but become extremely anxious. Lin Feng increased his speed. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the Time Cave. In the depths of the Time Cave was a huge mountain cave. The powerful power of time was surging out from this mountain cave. That huge mountain cave should be the core area of the Time Cave. That is. When Lin Feng entered that huge mountain cave, his face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Lin Feng seemed to have seen something astonishing in the Time Cave. A huge flower appeared in the center of the cave. It was a rainbow-colored flower. It took root in the void. Every time it swayed, a rainbow-colored light would emanate from it. The flower of time. The demon lord couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Clearly, the flower had shocked the demon lord. Lin Feng asked, "The flower of time? What kind of flower is that?" "It's a special flower born in the strength of time. It's very strange, but it's also very powerful. However, if you can kill a flower of time, you'll get great benefits. Let's join hands and kill the flower of time. The petals will belong to you. If you swallow those petals, your Tao of time will definitely reach the maximum level. As for the stamens, they'll belong to me," said Lin Feng. Yao Jun said. Lin Feng said, "I'm here to find Feng Yarao. I'm not here to deal with the flower of time." The demon lord naturally knew that Lin Feng was very worried about Feng Yarao. Therefore, when Lin Feng said this, the demon lord didn't reply. He would persuade Lin Feng later. When the time came, they would be able to work together to deal with the flower of time. Human cultivators are really surprising. Such a young life form actually understands the Tao of time? At that moment, a voice came from the flower of time. It was a woman's voice. However, this voice wasn't pleasant to the ears. It sounded a little harsh. "She's become a spirit." Lin Feng was shocked. Then, he asked, "Where's Feng Yarao? What did you do to her?" "Feng Yarao? Are you talking about the woman I captured before?" The flower of time asked. When he heard this, Lin Feng immediately revealed a look of joy. This meant that Feng Yarao had really been captured by the flower of time. However, Lin Feng started to worry again. He was worried that Feng Yarao would meet with misfortune. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression, "That's right, it's her. She has a perfect body and a perfect face, Now, I want to live in her body. Then, I will become a new me. I will no longer exist in this world as a flower. At that time I will be able to leave the time cave. Lin Feng asked with a grim expression, what will happen to my friend in the end? The flower of time said, congratulations to your friend, she will provide me with a perfect body in the end. Lin Feng coldly said, that means she's going to die. The flower of time said, how could he die? Of course she won't die. That wouldn't be called death, but rather, a new life. Her soul will go to the pure land of bliss. *CK your pure land of bliss. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This *TCH, the flower of time, was quite good at finding excuses to fool people. Lin Feng had the urge to cut the flower of time into pieces. You don't know the difference between life and death. Now die. The flower of time's cold voice rang out. Next, the flower of time gently swayed a leaf. A terrifying wave of time energy blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out his ruler's armor. The ruler's armor protected Lin Feng's body. What surprised Lin Feng was that the ruler's armor was actually able to resist the corrosion of time energy. This utmost treasure was truly extraordinary. To think that it could even defend against the power of time, it was truly amazing. Although it was impossible to completely resist the power of time that invaded the body, it could resist almost half of the power of time. Lin Feng was already very satisfied with this result. In addition, Lin Feng had grasped the Tao of time, so he could use less magic power to resist the invasion of time energy. As a result, Lin Feng could last longer in the cave of time. Bang! Following a violent collision, Lin Feng and the flower of time's attack collided. The flower of time's attack was truly terrifying. It actually sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably gloomy. The flower of time was much more terrifying than he'd imagined. Demon Lord, let's work together to deal with the flower of time, said Lin Feng telepathically. Of course, no problem. To deal with the flower of time, you need to use the most powerful and violent attack to destroy its foundation. In a moment, my strength will completely fuse with yours. At that time, you can activate the epic war spear and try to kill the enemy in the shortest time possible, said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng nodded and said, alright, hurry up and pour your strength into my body, said Lin Feng, nodding. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he sensed an incomparably powerful strength pouring into his body. That strength made Lin Feng feel an impulse to raise his head and roar. The Demon Lord's strength, it poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt like he wasn't himself anymore. After fusing with the Demon Lord's strength, he had a feeling that even if a golden immortal or a holy immortal came, he would still be able to fight against a celestial emperor. Had the Demon Lord become so powerful, Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that the Demon Lord had recovered quite well over the years. Lin Feng was naturally very happy. As far as he was concerned, the more the Demon Lord recovered, the better. Demon Lord, it seems that you've recovered quite well over the years, said Lin Feng telepathically. Said the Demon Lord. You're still far from it. When you know how powerful the enemy is and then think about your own cultivation, you'll immediately feel an incomparable sense of urgency. Therefore, the most important thing now is to raise your cultivation as quickly as possible. Lin Feng nodded. If he killed the flower of time now, not only would he be able to save Feng Yarao, but it would also be a great opportunity to raise his strength. Therefore, Lin Feng was somewhat impatient. Previously, when he hadn't fused with the Demon Lord's strength, dealing with the flower of time was indeed too difficult. However, things were different now. The Demon Lord's strength had fused with Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng's combat strength had risen to an unprecedented level. This greatly boosted Lin Feng's confidence. Lin Feng took out the epic war spear and took the initiative to attack the flower of time. How did your strength increase so much in an instant? Is there a special existence residing in your body? The flower of time's senses were extremely sharp. It instantly sensed that Lin Feng was different from before. But then, the flower of time sneered, but it's useless. No matter what method you use, your fate has long been sealed. You are destined to die at my hands. As soon as it finished speaking, the power of time in the void surged even more violently and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He held the epic war spear and thrust it forward. The spear. It pierced through heaven and earth. It was like an invincible god of war had attacked. The power of the spear caused heaven and earth to change color, and the sun and moon to sink. Initially, when Lin Feng used his era's battle spear, he could already release incredible strength. But now, Lin Feng had received the support of the Demon Lord's power, so the epic war spear's power had naturally increased greatly. The epic war spear was Lin Feng's strongest treasure. It was even stronger than an ancient weapon. In terms of grade, the epic war spear was still equivalent to a top-tier ancient weapon. However, because it was a treasure passed down through the generations, it relied heavily on the bloodline. In the hands of cultivators from other races, it was equivalent to a top-tier ancient weapon. However, in the hands of a sovereign, its power would increase by another level. Therefore, in Lin Feng's hands, the epic war spear was even stronger than an ancient weapon. Therefore, when Lin Feng thrust the epic war spear, its power could be described as apocalyptic. It instantly destroyed the power of time that was attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng's morale was greatly boosted. He strode towards the flower of time. Lin Feng's voice was cold. "Flower of time, it's time for everything to end. Today, I will send you off. Boy, it's too early for you to be happy. The battle between us has only just begun." The flower of time sneered. The flower of time suddenly swept out 7 different types of energy. The 7 different types of energy fused together and turned into a 7-colored immortal light. Next, a large amount of time energy fused with the 7-colored immortal light, and the 7-colored immortal light turned into an 8-colored immortal light. The 8-colored immortal light was unimaginably powerful. After sensing the terrifying aura of the 8-colored immortal light, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. This was because even as strong as he was now, when he sensed the power of the 8-colored immortal light, his blood began to flow at an unprecedented speed. This was the ability of sudden inspiration. At this time, the blood in Lin Feng's body began to flow rapidly. This meant that Lin Feng's life was in danger. This was an extremely frightening thing because the opponent's attack was already threatening his life. Break! Lin Feng gathered his power and stabbed out. The epic war spear also vibrated with extremely strong power. Lin Feng became one with the spear and wanted to destroy the 8-colored immortal light. The epic war spear in Lin Feng's hand collided with the 8-colored immortal light in an instant. Lin Feng felt as if his spear had stabbed an immortal mountain. The immortal mountain was emitting an even more powerful force that began to oppress Lin Feng's body. The powerful force made Lin Feng feel a suffocating pressure. The attack of the flower of time was too powerful. Lin Feng was actually suppressed. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The flower of time was actually so powerful. It was no wonder that the Demon Lord suggested to combine their power and activate the epic war spear at the same time to deal with the flower of time. Such a powerful and terrifying flower of time naturally needed to be treated with extreme caution. The slightest carelessness would be extremely fatal. "Boy, you will soon become my nourishment." The cold voice of the flower of time came. Its attack was getting stronger and stronger. The power of its attack came from 2 aspects. The first aspect was that the 7-colored immortal light emitted from its body would affect the final attack. The second aspect was that the power of time in the cave of time would affect the final attack. The power of the 7-colored immortal light was very strong, but it was not to the point where it could not be resisted. However, the attack formed by the 8-colored immortal light that was integrated with the power of time was too terrifying. It suppressed Lin Feng to the point where he had almost no chance to fight back. As the power of time continued to integrate into it, the power of the 8-colored immortal light was still increasing. Lin Feng knew that he absolutely could not continue like this. If this continued, then he would really be finished. The flower of time was so confident. It had indeed obtained an impressive advantage now. The flower of time felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. It was normal for it to have such thoughts. However, it also underestimated Lin Feng's means. Although Lin Feng was indeed very suppressed now, it did not mean that Lin Feng had no ability to resist at all. In fact, it was not like this. Lin Feng had already thought of a counterattack. That was. He planned to use the Great Fate technique to isolate the seven-colored immortal light and the power of time. If the seven-colored immortal light and the power of time could not be combined, there was no way to continuously form the eight-colored immortal light. When the time came, the flower of time's attack would not be able to hurt Lin Feng. In the face of the proud flower of time's self-righteous words, Lin Feng did not refute. At this moment, Lin Feng was preparing to activate the Great Fate technique. The Great Tao of Fate, please descend the power of fate. Let the power of fate dominate all the order of the world, Lin Feng's sincere voice resounded in the time cave. After his voice faded, a large amount of the power of fate suddenly appeared in the time cave. The power of fate continuously poured out from the void. Under Lin Feng's control, the power of fate integrated into the void of the time cave. Then, the power of fate. It isolated the seven-colored immortal light and the power of time from the flower of time. The flower of time tried to absorb more power of time to increase the power of its attack. Then, it could eliminate Lin Feng in one fell swoop. However, it failed. Not only did its attack not become stronger, but it also weakened greatly because it could not absorb the power of time. Lin Feng held the battle spear in his hand. The battle spear in his hand suddenly shook the void. In an instant, the seven-colored immortal light in the void shattered. Seeing the seven-colored immortal light shatter, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He had finally broken the flower of time's attack. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, the Great Fate technique was stronger. Otherwise, he might have died under the flower of time's attack just now. After resolving the flower of time's attack, Lin Feng held the battle spear in his hand and leaped out. He then stabbed towards the flower of time. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the air battle spear. As Lin Feng's magic power poured in, the air battle spear's aura and power continued to increase. Puff! Lin Feng's peerless spear directly pierced the petals of the flower of time. The first petal was immediately pierced by Lin Feng's epic war spear. Ah, you actually hurt me. The flower of time let out an incomparably painful scream. It was injured by Lin Feng. Now, it was incomparably angry, and its killing intent was monstrous. Lin Feng could clearly feel it. Inside the flower of time, there seemed to be a special power. That special power. It had a great impact on his epic war spear. Lin Feng's epic war spear seemed to be stuck. The situation. It was really quite bad. Lin Feng's face couldn't help but sink slightly. Suddenly, the petals of the flower of time began to open on their own. When the first petal opened, an invisible force was released. At such a close distance, Lin Feng couldn't dodge at all. Moreover, even if he could dodge that invisible and intangible strength, Lin Feng couldn't dodge that invisible and intangible strength. Because Lin Feng's epic war spear hadn't been pulled out yet. The epic war spear couldn't leave his hand. If he couldn't control the flower of the epic war spear, how could he fight against the flower of time when the time came? He would probably be destroyed by the flower of time. Therefore, Lin Feng forcibly endured that invisible force attack. Although he was wearing the ruler's armor. Although his physical body was strong. However, when Lin Feng's body forcibly endured the terrifying attack just now, he was still shaken to the point of spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng's face became extremely pale. He felt that his bones had been shattered. He didn't know when the last time he suffered such an injury. His damage was completely suppressed. It seemed that even if he joined forces with the Demon Lord, they were still not a match for the flower of time. For countless years, I have never suffered any injuries, but now, I was actually injured by an ant-like character like you. You really deserve to die. The flower of time's voice sounded a little flustered. The flower of time was too powerful. Such a powerful existence was actually injured by Lin Feng. Hence, the flower of time was abnormally angry. This was what it meant to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Once one flew into a rage out of humiliation, one could do anything. The current flower of time didn't want to kill Lin Feng so easily. Because in the eyes of the Flower of Time, that would be too easy for Lin Feng. It wanted Lin Feng to die in fear and pain. If possible, it would be best for Lin Feng to beg for mercy, but the Flower of Time wouldn't forgive Lin Feng. The Flower of Time simply wanted to see Lin Feng's pitiful appearance. Such a scene could bring the Flower of Time a sense of pleasure. It had to be said that the Flower of Time was really abnormal. The second petal opened and released a terrifying strength. That terrifying strength bombarded Lin Feng's body again. Kacha, 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 kacha. Lin Feng's bones were already broken by that invisible and intangible strength. Lin Feng's face was deathly pale, he was going insane. He was actually injured like this by the Flower of Time, and the most tragic thing was that Lin Feng didn't have a way to fight back. This made him quite depressed. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, but now that the power of the Demon Lord had integrated into Lin Feng's body, the Demon Lord couldn't continue to help Lin Feng. Even the Demon Lord didn't expect the Flower of Time to be so tyrannical. It was simply an existence that couldn't be resisted. Bang bang bang, the petals of the Flower of Time continued to open. Every time a new petal opened, the Flower of Time would erupt with an extremely terrifying invisible power, and Lin Feng would be injured by this invisible power. Lin Feng didn't know how many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, Lin Feng's immortal bloodline was strong enough. Otherwise, even if he was wearing the Dominator's armor, he would have been shocked to death many times over. But now, being able to survive was really not an easy thing to do. Lin Feng tried hard to pull out the Era War Spear, but after many attempts, he still couldn't succeed. Lin Feng knew that he couldn't continue to sit and wait for death. In the process of resisting the Flower of Time, his spiritual power was extremely consumed. If he couldn't get rid of this guy, then it would be really dangerous. Lin Feng thought of a method. Lin Feng didn't know if it would be effective. Lin Feng's method was to use the broken corpse in the mysterious iron box to deal with the Flower of Time. Perhaps, it would be effective. After thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly summoned the mysterious iron box. You actually have this iron box? When the Flower of Time saw the mysterious iron box, it cried out in alarm. It couldn't believe its eyes. The mysterious iron box had reappeared in the world. This made it think of many terrifying legends. The mysterious iron box knew those legends because it had devoured many powerful cultivators over the countless years. It was madly absorbing the souls and memories of those cultivators. Now, those souls and memories had become its memories, so it knew many things about the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng ignored the Flower of Time. The most important thing now was to open the mysterious iron box. It would take some time. The Flower of Time also knew that Lin Feng wanted to open the mysterious iron box to deal with it. So, after a short period of shock, the Flower of Time attacked again. This time, the Flower of Time's attack wasn't aimed at Lin Feng. It was aimed at the mysterious iron box. Bang, an invisible power directly shook the mysterious iron box. The mysterious iron box. It was immediately sent flying. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The mysterious iron box had been sent flying. This was going to be troublesome. He still wanted to use the mysterious iron box to deal with the Flower of Time. Now, this hope had been completely dashed. Your wish has been dashed. Now, you can die. The Flower of Time's voice was filled with killing intent. Originally, the Flower of Time wanted to torture Lin Feng. Then, it would kill Lin Feng. But after the Flower of Time saw that Lin Feng's methods were extremely extraordinary, it immediately gave up on this idea. He had to hurry up and kill Lin Feng. He didn't want anything else to happen. So, the Flower of Time. It attacked Lin Feng again. This time, the Flower of Time opened 9 petals. 9 was the ultimate number. It represented death. This was an ominous number. It made countless experts afraid. When the Flower of Time opened 9 petals, it represented the ultimate killing. So, after the 9 petals opened, a terrifying power erupted. It made Lin Feng. They couldn't help but feel a sense of extreme despair. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. The attack of the Flower of Time was too powerful. Especially now. The flower of time actually opened 9 flower braids at once. This was too terrifying. Lin Feng knew that the attack formed by the flower of time opening 9 flower braids at once was not something he could contend against now. However, the mysterious iron box was sent flying by the flower of time. Therefore, now, he couldn't use the mysterious iron box to deal with the attack of the flower of time. The current situation was too dangerous. Lin Feng could die under the attack of the flower of time at any time. But at this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the complete heaven-shaking steel in the space of time was emitting waves of violent fluctuations. When Lin Feng felt the fluctuations emitted by the heaven-shaking steel, his face immediately revealed a look of joy. Could it be that the heaven-shaking steel could be useful at this time? If that was the case, then that would be great. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the heaven-shaking steel. When the heaven-shaking steel was taken out by Lin Feng, many runes appeared on the heaven-shaking steel. This shocked Lin Feng, because the heaven-shaking steel was basically in the state of a wordless steel. The runes inside the heaven-shaking steel rarely awakened. However, once those runes awakened, they would often erupt with extremely terrifying power. Now that the runes of the heaven-shaking steel had awakened, the heaven-shaking steel directly flew towards the flower of time. At this time, the powerful attacks released by the 9 flower braids all bombarded the heaven-shaking steel. Something shocking happened. Those powerful forces were all absorbed by the heaven-shaking steel. The heaven-shaking steel was indeed terrifying. The battle strength it displayed was simply too powerful. In fact, Lin Feng didn't know why the heaven-shaking steel would have such a change at this time. However, Lin Feng felt that the heaven-shaking steel might have such a change because the heaven-shaking steel also wanted a share of the loot. Which part of the flower of time did the heaven-shaking steel need? Of course. Now was not the time to care about this. The most important thing was to destroy the flower of time. Lin Feng's Fa Li kept pouring into the sky-shaking steel. As Lin Feng's Fa Li kept pouring into the sky-shaking steel, the power of the sky-shaking steel kept increasing. The sky-shaking steel had always been a special supreme treasure. As a mysterious existence that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Supreme Immortal Court and the Gate of Everlasting Life, Lin Feng would not be surprised no matter how powerful the sky-shaking steel's attack was. This was because the heaven-shaking stone tablet was just that powerful. After the sky-shaking steel shattered the flower of time's attack, it quickly flew towards the flower of time. The heaven-shaking steel continued to bombard the flower of time. At the same time, the flower of time continued to bombard the heaven-shaking steel. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. The fight was extremely intense, and it was hard to tell who would win. The flower of time was indeed heaven-defying. It was actually able to block the attack of the heaven-shaking steel. But this was only the beginning. As Lin Feng's Fa Li kept pouring into the sky-shaking steel, the power of the sky-shaking steel continued to increase. Amidst the continuous collisions, Yi Zichen was stunned. Finally, the flower of time was gradually suppressed. The sky-shaking steel gained the upper hand. The sky-shaking steel, it's actually the sky-shaking steel. You actually have the sky-shaking steel, this supreme treasure. However, even if you have the sky-shaking steel, you will still die in my hands today. The flower of time's cold voice sounded. After the flower of time's voice sounded, a golden energy suddenly gushed out from the inside of the flower of time. It was an extremely strange golden energy. The golden energy was integrated with the power of time. After the golden energy gushed out, it fiercely hit the sky-shaking steel. The golden energy was so powerful that it actually knocked the sky-shaking steel away. Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. If even the sky-shaking steel could not suppress the flower of time, that would be terrible. Lin Feng really could not think of any other way to suppress the flower of time. The golden energy was too strange and too powerful. However, just as Lin Feng felt that things were getting more and more troublesome, the sky-shaking steel erupted with an even stronger power. That power was really terrifying. When Lin Feng felt the power gushing out from the sky-shaking steel, Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression. The sky-shaking steel was really mysterious. After being suppressed, it immediately began to counterattack. And the sky-shaking steel's counterattack was so fierce. The sky-shaking steel, whose power had greatly increased, once again suppressed the flower of time. The golden energy gushing out from the flower of time directly rushed toward the sky-shaking steel like before. However, this time, the golden energy was directly shattered by the sky-shaking steel. The golden energy was very powerful, but now it seemed so weak under the sky-shaking steel's attack. Seeing the sky-shaking steel's great power, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became extremely bright. The magic power in his body flowed into the sky-shaking steel continuously. After receiving the support of a large amount of magic power, the sky-shaking steel's power continued to increase. Under Lin Feng's control, the sky-shaking steel continued to suppress the flower of time. Facing the suppression of the sky-shaking steel, the flower of time gradually could not resist the suppression of the sky-shaking steel. Why is it like this? The flower of time cried out unwillingly. It continued to struggle. The petals of the flower of time shook violently. Waves of energy surged out from the ground. That kind of wave was very strange as it impacted the sky-shaking steel. It wanted to dissolve the terrifying power of the sky-shaking steel. However, any attack in front of the sky-shaking steel seemed so weak. The main reason was that the sky-shaking steel was too powerful now. The sky-shaking steel directly shattered the wave attacks. Then, it suppressed the flower of time. The flower of time still wanted to continue struggling, but at this time, Lin Feng held the arrow war spear and directly swept it towards the flower of time. Pfft! With a tearing sound, a petal of the flower of time was directly cut off by Lin Feng. I'm going to kill you. The flower of time screamed angrily. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The flower of time was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. The current Lin Feng was not afraid of the flower of time at all. The world inside the flower of time was filled with a mysterious aura. This place was constructed by the flower of time, giving it a very mysterious color. Holy light lingered everywhere. It was dazzling and incomparably gorgeous. In addition, inside the flower of time, there was an extremely powerful power of time. The power of time in this place was relatively special. It contained an extremely ancient energy. Lin Feng even felt that if he absorbed the power of time in this place, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng didn't have the time to absorb the power of time in this place. He had to quickly find Feng Yarao. This was the matter that Lin Feng was most concerned about. Lin Feng quickly rushed inside. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng saw a green plant in this world. That plant was growing towards the sky. In the center of the green plant was a huge ball wrapped in leaves. He didn't know what that thing was. After seeing that ball wrapped in leaves, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He carefully sensed it and immediately revealed a happy expression. Because Feng Yarao was inside that ball. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Lin Feng quickly flew towards that ball wrapped in leaves. Soon, he arrived at that ball wrapped in leaves. Lin Feng slashed out a sword chi. Along with a tearing sound, that ball wrapped in leaves was immediately torn apart by Lin Feng. Feng Yarao was curled up inside, resting. She was as beautiful and moving as before. After seeing Feng Yarao, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Feng Yarao was fine, this was really a matter worthy of celebration. Lin Feng quickly flew in and hugged Feng Yarao. Feng Yarao seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes. When she saw that it was Lin Feng, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Am I dreaming again? It's so good to be able to dream of you." After saying that, Feng Yarao snuggled into Lin Feng's bosom and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Previously, she had been resisting the invasion of a strange power. Feng Yarao felt that if she was unable to resist, she might disappear from this world. Therefore, Feng Yarao didn't dare to be careless. However, Feng Yarao's resistance was still very useful, because she had fainted just before Lin Feng's arrival, but Lin Feng's arrival had woken her up once again. If Lin Feng had arrived late, Feng Yarao might not have been able to hold on, and at that time, it would have been disastrous for Feng Yarao. Perhaps, by the time Lin Feng arrived, Feng Yarao would have already perished. Fortunately, none of these terrible things happened. Lin Feng put Feng Yarao into a time and empty space. Even though time and empty space were Lin Feng's secret, he didn't want to reveal it to other people, mainly because he could change the flow of time and he could store all sorts of resources. However, Lin Feng didn't hide anything from Feng Yaorao. Feng Yaorao was one of Lin Feng's favorite women, so Lin Feng naturally didn't want to hide this from Feng Yaorao. This green vine is the foundation of the flower of time. If you cut it, the flower of time will die. Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. He released sword chi towards the huge green vine, but at that moment, a green energy escaped from the huge green vine. That green energy protected the vine, and when Lin Feng's attack reached it, it was unexpectedly absorbed by the green energy. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed like that green vine was really strange. He took out his epic war spear, wanting to use this powerful treasure to destroy that green energy, but he still failed. No matter what kind of attack he used, that green energy seemed to be able to absorb it. No, forcibly attacking is useless. Try to use your devouring martial spirit and see if you can absorb that green energy. Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately used his devouring martial spirit and started to absorb that strange green energy. As Lin Feng used his devouring martial spirit, that strange green energy was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. However, when Lin Feng absorbed that green energy, new energy was produced. Shit. I don't believe that I can't absorb all of that green energy. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout loudly. Lin Feng continued to absorb that strange green energy. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had completely fused together and turned into a huge devouring black hole. Then, Lin Feng started to continuously absorb that green energy. As time passed, the green energy was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng. Moreover, the speed at which Lin Feng was absorbing the green energy was much faster than the speed at which it was being reproduced. Therefore, the green energy couldn't be reproduced in time and became thinner and thinner. After Lin Feng had absorbed that green energy, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the sapling of the world tree in his dantian was emitting a cheerful sound. That green energy was unceasingly flowing into the sapling of the world tree. Since Lin Feng had obtained the sapling of the world tree when he was young, many years had passed and the sapling of the world tree was growing very slowly. Firstly, the sapling of the world tree was an extremely high-level existence. Secondly, there wasn't enough energy to provide the sapling of the world tree. Ordinary energy couldn't make the sapling of the world tree grow. Only some special energy could do that. This green energy seemed to be able to do that. The sapling of the world tree greedily absorbed that energy. As the energy was absorbed by the sapling of the world tree started to grow rapidly. It didn't take long for the sapling of the world tree to grow 10 centimeters tall. At that moment, a branch of the sapling of the world tree started to grow crazily. That branch was rapidly growing towards Lin Feng's right arm. What's going on? The changes in his body naturally couldn't be hidden from Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. Gate of the Four Extremes? What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. He didn't know much about the world tree sapling. After all, Lin Feng had only seen fragments of it and had never seen the real thing. It was rumored that the world tree that had taken root in the 9 continents was an extremely terrifying existence. If it hadn't been cut down, who knew how much it would have grown? Even the deterioration of the 9 continents seemed to have a lot to do with the world tree sapling. However, these were all just rumors. Now, perhaps he could hear more about the world tree from the Demon Lord. Lin Feng was sure that the Demon Lord had seen the real world tree. The Demon Lord didn't answer Lin Feng directly. Instead, he said, the human body is a diagram of meridians. Do you know this? Lin Feng nodded and said, I do. It's said that this is the biggest difference between the human race and the other races. The Demon Lord said, indeed, this is the biggest difference between the human race and the other races. The meridians of the human body represent enormous treasures. If you can open these treasures, you can obtain endless benefits. That's why the innate human race was so powerful back then. They were so powerful because they were born with the ability to open part of their meridians, which allowed them to grasp unimaginable abilities. That's why the innate human race was so terrifying back then. However, as time passed, the innate human bloodline was constantly diluted, and the number of innate human cultivators who could open their meridians became fewer and fewer, which was one of the main reasons for the decline of the human race. Of course, there were still some cultivators who were able to open their meridians. I heard that your father was already heaven-defying at such a young age. I suspect that the reason why he was so strong was because he had opened the meridians of the human body. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. His father had indeed opened the meridians of the human body in order to explore the secrets of his body. The human body was a huge treasure, and once one explored it, they would obtain endless benefits. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why his father had risen so quickly. Of course, no one's rise could be due to one reason. There were many other reasons, and Lin Feng's rise was also due to many factors. However, opening the meridians of the human body couldn't be ignored. The Demon Lord continued, the four extremes I just mentioned are the foundation of opening the meridians of the human body. Your hands are pointing at the sky and your feet are on the ground. Your hands are touching the sky and your feet are touching the ground. That's the so-called four extremes. If you want to open the meridians of the human body and search for the treasures of the human body, you have to start from the four extremes. If the meridians of the human body are compared to a huge palace, then the four extremes are the four gates of the palace. If you want to search for the treasures, you have to open the gates first. If you can't even open the gates, then you can forget about searching for the treasures," said Lin Feng. "So, I have to open the gates of the four extremes?" "You can think of it that way, but I prefer to call it the evolution of the four extremes. Let's observe the specific changes of the seedling of the Jianmu tree. I think the seedling wants to help you open the gates of the four extremes, but I don't know if it can do that," said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng nodded. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Lin Feng was still crazily absorbing the green energy. Originally, Lin Feng hoped that the green energy would be absorbed by him quickly. That way, he could quickly destroy the foundation of the Flower of Time. But now, Lin Feng was praying that the green vine would release more green energy for the Jianmu tree seedling to absorb. Lin Feng realized something. The Jianmu tree seedling drilled into his flesh and blood, but it didn't devour his flesh and blood. Instead, it fused with his flesh and blood. The Jianmu tree seedling's branches were still growing. Those branches eventually reached Lin Feng's 5 fingers and stopped growing. Those branches fused perfectly with his flesh and blood. Lin Feng felt that his right arm was different, but he didn't know what exactly was different. Lin Feng didn't know. "Demon Lord, the Jianmu tree seedling isn't moving," said Lin Feng using telepathy. "The energy here isn't enough for it to continue growing, so it's not moving. Try stretching your hand towards the sky," said the Demon Lord. The hand the Demon Lord was talking about was Lin Feng's right hand, because the Jianmu tree's branches had completely fused with Lin Feng's right hand. Lin Feng followed the Demon Lord's instructions and stretched his right hand towards the sky. Suddenly, an endless amount of energy of the world rushed towards him. Lin Feng was startled. He didn't absorb the energy of the world at all, but the energy was continuously gathering towards him. If he absorbed the energy of the world, how fast would it gather in his body? He didn't know about the other benefits of opening the gates of the four extremes, but his cultivation speed would definitely increase crazily. Lin Feng said, "Demon Lord, my arm can actually absorb the energy of the world. It's really amazing," said the Demon Lord. "That's the benefit of opening the gates of the four extremes. The first benefit, which is also the first treasure, is cultivation. Cultivation is the foundation of a cultivator's advancement. Therefore, after opening the gates of the four extremes, your cultivation speed will greatly increase." "What are the other benefits?" asked Lin Feng, pleasantly surprised. Opening the gates of the four extremes was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. Although he had only opened the gates of the four extremes on his right hand, Lin Feng was still very excited. This had shown him a new path of evolution. It could allow him to greatly increase his overall strength, said the Demon Lord. Everyone is different, so after opening the gates of the four extremes, the treasures that can be found in the human body will also be different. Can you be more specific? Asked Lin Feng. Yao Jun was silent for a moment before he said, "There's no harm in telling you about a few treasures in the human body. For example, sealing treasures. Your current 8 divine seals is an extremely powerful sealing technique, But you need to suppress your opponent before you can use it. This kind of sealing technique can last for a long time, but it has a lot of restrictions in battle. If you open up a human body to explore, you might find a new sealing technique. When you fight with others, you don't need to suppress them. You just need to use the sealing technique, and even if your opponent is in peak condition, they might be instantly sealed by you. The Demon Lord said, "This is the extraordinary part of opening the human meridian diagram. Of course, if you don't open the human meridian diagram, it won't have any impact on your cultivation. Moreover, there have been so many experts since ancient times, and there are many who haven't opened the human meridian diagram. Those experts' battle strength is also incomparably powerful. However, if you can really open the human meridian diagram, it will naturally be an extremely good supplement for your own body." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, the Demon Lord's words were really too modest. Because if he really succeeded in activating the human meridian diagram, his own potential, attack, defense, speed, and so on would be greatly improved. And this kind of improvement was enough to make people crazy. Now that I have opened the first door of the four extremes, I wonder what kind of ability will I awaken when exploring the human meridian diagram. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Exploring the human meridian diagram, unearthing his own potential, and awakening extraordinary abilities. How exciting was that? Of course, Lin Feng also knew that now was not the time to explore the human meridian diagram. It would take a certain amount of time to explore the human meridian diagram. And now, Lin Feng didn't have so much time to explore the human meridian diagram. Although the heaven-shaking stone tablet had temporarily suppressed the flower of time, the flower of time was still struggling violently. Maybe at some point, the flower of time would struggle free. At that time, if he hadn't killed the flower of time, the flower of time might be able to complete the reversal. Therefore, even now, he absolutely couldn't be careless. Lin Feng held the epic war spear in his hand and directly swept toward the purple vine. The epic war spear swept over the vine. Suddenly, a huge gap was torn in the vine. Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. He continued to attack. One attack after another. Puff. Puff. Puff, accompanied by the sound of tearing, there was a sound. After more than 10 consecutive attacks. Finally, the vine was completely destroyed. And the whole space began to shake violently. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. The surrounding void began to crack. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but change slightly. The foundation of the flower of time was destroyed, and the world inside the flower of time began to collapse. Lin Feng knew that he had to go out quickly at this time. If he didn't go out, he might encounter danger. Lin Feng was about to fly outside. Suddenly, the void trembled slightly. The heaven-shaking steel appeared. A divine light swept out from the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The divine light swept directly onto the Rattan's body. The Rattan suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was unknown if it was swallowed by the steel. After the Rattan disappeared, the steel quickly flew into Lin Feng's body and disappeared. Lin Feng didn't stop. He quickly went outside and waited for Lin Feng to arrive. The flower of time began to collapse. The huge body of the flower of time cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the flower of time completely died. The petals fell to the ground, and the stamen appeared in sight. The Demon Lord collected the stamen of the flower of time, and Lin Feng quickly collected the petals. It wasn't good to stay here for a long time. Lin Feng planned to leave quickly, and he also planned to refine the flower of time. Lin Feng really wanted to know if the time flower was really like what the Beast Lord had said. Could it really make his time Dao reach its maximum level? The Dao of time was one of the top great Daos among the many great Daos. It would be an extremely important matter for Lin Feng. Feng Yarao was still in a deep sleep. Her spirit was very tired. It was estimated that she would need to sleep for a few more days before she could wake up. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to wake Feng Yarao up now. Letting her have a good rest would play a key role in her spirit recovery. As for the Demon Lord, after obtaining the stamen of the flower of time, he went completely silent. He didn't know how much the stamen of the flower of time could help the Demon Lord improve his cultivation base. Lin Feng found a relatively secluded place to cultivate. The petals of the flower of time contained an extremely special energy. This energy, all of it fused into Lin Feng's body. At this time, the magical formation formed by the Tao of Time automatically operated. The Tao of Time was extremely sensitive to the energy formed by the petals of time. The energy that fused into Lin Feng's body, all of it was devoured by the Tao of Time. As the energy was devoured, suddenly, Lin Feng sensed that his time Tao was becoming more and more active. The energy just now was like a special catalyst. When the energy was absorbed by the magical formation formed by the Tao of Time, Lin Feng's magical formation began to evolve. Of course, whether the evolution could succeed or not depended on Lin Feng's level of comprehension of the Tao of Time. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly began to comprehend the mystery of the Tao of Time. At this time, it was the easiest time for Lin Feng to have an epiphany. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He tried to have an epiphany of the Tao of Time. With the passage of time, Lin Feng found that he had entered a special state. In this special state, Lin Feng's comprehension of the Tao of Time, it was increasing by a large margin. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. It seemed that the petals of the flower of time were really useful. The things that he couldn't comprehend before could be easily comprehended with the help of the petals of the flower of time. The petals of the flower of time seemed to contain the great Tao of Time. After absorbing that energy, he could comprehend the great Tao of Time. Cultivation was without time. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. 10 days. Lin Feng's Tao of Time went from small success to large success and then to perfection. The Tao of Time continued to make breakthroughs. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. After reaching perfection in the Tao of Time, Lin Feng felt that he seemed to be able to transform time and space again. Right now, time and space were flowing 10 times faster than before. After the transformation, time and space would definitely evolve again. However, if he wanted time and space to evolve, in addition to having a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time, he also needed some special things. For example, some extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth, or some extremely rare materials, and so on. Those things might be able to help time and space evolve, but it was extremely difficult to find such treasures of heaven and earth. Lin Feng knew this very well, so Lin Feng didn't dare to have too much hope that he would be able to find such things in a short period of time. If he could find such things in the future, Lin Feng would be satisfied. Hey, she's awake. When Lin Feng came out, he found that Feng Yarao had also opened her eyes. After sleeping for a while, Feng Yarao finally woke up. Lin Feng quickly entered time and space. Feng Yarao was looking at the surroundings with a puzzled expression. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared in time and space. After seeing Lin Feng, Feng Yarao was extremely shocked at first, then excitement appeared in her eyes. All these years, she had missed Lin Feng very much. Now, she was finally able to see him again. With a beauty in his arms, he was as warm as jade. Feng Yarao was definitely the kind of little vixen that would make people constantly worry about her after parting ways. Now that he was hugging Feng Yarao in his arms, the feeling was too comfortable. Feng Yarao was a person who dared to love and hate, and this might be the reason why Lin Feng liked her so much. Think about it. If you have a lover, you ask your lover, "Do you love me very much?" One of them is more reserved and doesn't answer you. The other person has the same personality as Feng Yarao, and then tells you, "Yes, I love you very much, so you must love me well in the future." Do you prefer a woman who is more reserved in front of you, or a woman who expresses her love for you? This question. It was as if he didn't even need to think to know the answer. Feng Yarao's passion and boldness was perhaps the most unforgettable thing. I thought I was going to die. At that time, I thought about a lot of things. I thought about my father and you. I didn't expect that I would actually survive. Feng Yarao said as she laid in Lin Feng's embrace. Her hands were tightly wrapped around Lin Feng's waist, as if she was afraid of being separated from Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel Feng Yarao's love for him from her words and actions. This was a love that went deep into her soul. And this love was mutual. Lin Feng rubbed Feng Yarao's head, and then said, "You are my woman, no one can make you leave me." Hearing this, Feng Yarao nodded her head. She had even forgotten when she started to like this embrace so much. Once she was embraced by this embrace, all her worries. It was as if she could forget that this embrace was too warm and comfortable. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After Lin Feng and Feng Yarao reunited, naturally, they couldn't help but rub their heads together. Lin Feng experienced the experience of a monarch not attending morning court for 3 days, only willing to play with his concubines in the Red Luan. The land of warmth, the tomb of heroes. This sentence was very reasonable. But fortunately, Lin Feng's willpower was strong, so he knew when to do what. Thus, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Lin Feng and Feng Yarao went to look for the fire Qilin together with Princess Shui Yao and Little Moon. They were also here. It had been years since they last met. Lin Feng naturally missed them. Especially the fire Qilin. He had a very close relationship with Lin Feng. Furthermore, in the past, Lin Feng had also learned alchemy from the fire Qilin. Lin Feng was able to rise up in a short period of time during the early years of his cultivation. Thus, the fire Qilin played a crucial role. Lin Feng's seclusion was on the second peak of the Purple Mountain Range. After coming out of the cave, Lin Feng and Feng Yarao walked towards the outside. Lin Feng didn't forget that Little Rock King was still waiting for him outside. It was just that once the flower of time died, it would die. Thus, Lin Feng chose to refine the flower of time first before meeting up with Little Rock King. If the time was delayed for too long, the flower of time would be wasted. After that, Feng Yarao woke up. When Lin Feng and Feng Yarao were together, they were in the time-space. Therefore, even though 3 days had passed in the time-space, only 6 hours had passed in the real world. The Little Rock King didn't wait for too long. After Lin Feng and Feng Yarao came out of the Purple Mountain Range, it caused quite a stir. Many people couldn't help but point at them and discuss spiritedly. The cultivators who had entered the Purple Mountain Range had all fallen, so when they saw Lin Feng and Feng Yarao come out alive, they were naturally shocked. Little Rock King quickly flew over. Seeing that Feng Yarao was fine, Little Rock King's face revealed a smile. He said, "I was very worried about you guys before, but seeing that you guys came out safe and sound, I can finally relax." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go and find the fire Qilin, Princess Shui Yao, and Little Moon." Lin Feng, Little Rock King, and Feng Yarao didn't stay and quickly left. The cultivators who were watching the show were trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. They were also trying to guess how Lin Feng had brought Feng Yarao out. Lin Feng naturally didn't know what these cultivators were thinking. Right now, his mind was focused on finding the fire Qilin, Princess Shui Yao, and Little Moon. After not seeing them for so many years, he wondered how their cultivation had improved. However, whether it was the fire Qilin or Princess Shui Yao or Little Moon, both of them were extremely talented people and came from the 9 regions world. After coming to the Undying Realm, they must be like fish in water. After cultivating in the ancestral land of the demon race for such a long time, their cultivation must have improved greatly, right? Not long after, Lin Feng inquired about the fire Qilin. It was mainly because the fire Qilin was too high profile. Not long after entering the heavenly illusory land, the fire Qilin had a conflict with the experts of the 4 great immortal sects. At that time, the experts of the 4 great immortal sects led a large group of people to besiege the fire Qilin. As a result, the fire Qilin suffered a big loss. However, the fire Qilin's luck was not bad. Although it was besieged by the experts of the 4 great immortal sects, the fire Qilin still managed to escape. Later on, the fire Qilin had a fortuitous encounter in the heavenly illusory land, and its cultivation improved by a lot. Lin Feng knew the fire Qilin's character too well. This guy was never one to suffer a loss. Therefore, after the fire Qilin's cultivation improved by a large margin, it wanted to take revenge, so it went to find the cultivators of the 4 great immortal sects. The composition of the cultivators of the 4 great immortal sects was actually quite special. In addition to the cultivators cultivated by the 4 great immortal sects, there were also many cultivators who were attached to the 4 great immortal sects. The 4 great immortal sects were huge, and the disciples inside were also scheming against each other, so they were divided into many small groups. In fact, this kind of thing was very common. Not to mention the disciples of the four great immortal sects, even the seven great ancestral lands of the demon clan were fighting openly and secretly. There were also many dirty things in private. However, one thing was very certain. That was, although they were fighting fiercely on the surface, they were still relatively united when facing against outsiders. It was the same when the four great immortal sects dealt with the cultivators of the demon clan. Although they had many dirty things in private, they were united when dealing with the demon clan. The Fire Qilin had been following the cultivators of the four great immortal sects. When the cultivators of the four great immortal sects went to snatch some opportunities, the Fire Qilin would appear. The Fire Qilin was very good at timing. Generally, it would appear when the cultivators of the four great immortal sects were exhausted and had solved all the problems. It was about to enjoy the fruits of victory, so many opportunities of the four great immortal sects were snatched by the Fire Qilin. If the cultivators of the four great immortal sects dared to resist, the Fire Qilin would not be polite and directly threw all kinds of powerful divine abilities at them. Many experts of the four great immortal sects were killed by the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin's continuous crimes attracted the attention of the four great immortal sects. The Fire Qilin has always been brave, but the four great immortal sects can't be underestimated. They have a lot of strong cultivators. If the Fire Qilin doesn't get surrounded by the cultivators of the four great immortal sects, he'll be in trouble. Lin Feng said. Feng Yarao said, the Fire Qilin has always liked to make a big fuss, but the people of the four major immortal sects are really abominable. They are very cruel to the cultivators of the demon race. They don't want to leave any land for the demon race to survive. If it wasn't for the seven great ancestral lands being so strong, the four major immortal sects would have launched a large-scale war and the ancient demon domain would have fallen. Lin Feng agreed with Feng Yarao's words. It was indeed as Feng Yarao had said. The four major immortal sects wanted to destroy the demon race's ancestral land. If they could do this, they would be greatly rewarded by the Heavenly Emperor. However, it was too difficult to do this, especially now that the experts of the demon race's ancestral land had appeared. It was even more difficult to destroy the demon race's ancestral land. Of course, although it was difficult, the four major immortal sects were strong. Even if they couldn't destroy the demon race's ancestral land, they wouldn't let the demon race's ancestral land continue to grow. Their mission was to resist and restrain the demon race's ancestral land. If they couldn't do this, the four major immortal sects would face the crisis of destruction. The Heavenly Emperor didn't support them to cultivate a few ungrateful forces. Therefore, the four great immortal sects kept provoking and waging war against the demon race's ancestral land. Many cultivators from the demon race's ancestral land had died at the hands of the four great immortal sects. Of course, the four great immortal sects had also lost their lives to the cultivators from the demon race's ancestral land. The reason why the four great immortal sects were so aggressive towards the Fire Qilin wasn't just because the Fire Qilin had angered them. There was another crucial factor. The Fire Qilin was a cultivator of the demon race from the 9 continents Great World. As everyone knew, the cultivators of the 9 continents Great World were different from the cultivators of other worlds. The cultivators of this world had greater talent, potential, and luck. Therefore, the cultivators of this world. Many cultivators regarded them as heaven's chosen cultivators. Especially the cultivators with great talent, they were valued by many forces. The Fireball Qilin's personality was rather high profile. With great talent and strength, his future was limitless. Therefore, the people from the four great immortal sects wanted to kill the Fire Qilin before it fully matured. If it was delayed for a few more years, it would be extremely difficult to kill the Fire Qilin when its strength had completely grown. This point, the cultivators of the four major immortal sects had reached a consensus. Therefore, the establishment of the anti-Fire Qilin alliance was a matter of course. Lin Feng, Little Rock King, and Feng Yarao searched for the Fire Qilin's whereabouts. This fellow was really good at hiding. After searching for a long time, they still couldn't find him. He didn't know where the Fire Qilin was hiding. That day, Lin Feng and the other two heard that a huge stone pagoda had appeared near the Jade Pool. The stone pagoda was very extraordinary, so many cultivators were heading towards the Lake of Jade. Even the cultivators of the four major immortal sects who were searching for the fire Qilin could no longer be bothered with it. They all headed towards the Jade Pool to search for opportunities. After hearing about the Stone Pagoda, Lin Feng, Little Rock King, and Feng Yaorao also flew towards the Jade Pool. Lin Feng knew the fire Qilin's character too well. The fire Qilin would definitely go to the Jade Pool. Of course. Whether or not it would appear depended on the specific situation at the Jade Pool. The fire Qilin wasn't stupid. If the Jade Pool was too dangerous, this fellow would probably leave after taking a look. The fire Qilin was very clear about when to show off and when to keep a low profile. When Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the Jade Pool, a large number of cultivators had already gathered in the area. There were cultivators from the four major immortal sects, Demon Clan, and many cultivators from the four major immortal sects and Demon Clan. In addition, there were also some itinerant cultivators. The Jade Pool was an extremely huge pool of water that covered an area of dozens of miles. Ripples of light rippled in the pool. At the center of the pool, there was a huge stone pagoda. Only a part of the stone pagoda was exposed outside. Most of the pagoda was at the bottom of the pool. When he saw the stone pagoda, Lin Feng was also surprised because he felt that the stone pagoda was really extraordinary. Many cultivators tried to get close to the stone pagoda, but when they were about 15 miles away, their bodies fell into the pool. The sky was restricted. Many people were shocked. The stone pagoda had restricted the space within 15 miles. Cultivators couldn't fly in a restricted area, so it was impossible for them to fly to the stone pagoda. Heavens, that's, suddenly, a cultivator cried out in surprise. The cultivator who cried out pointed to the depths of the pool. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed drastically. Many ferocious beasts were rushing out from the depths of the pool. They didn't know what they were, but they were unbelievably fast. The ferocious beasts in the water quickly swam towards the cultivators who had fallen into the pool. Some cultivators on the shore warned them that powerful ferocious beasts were approaching. The expressions of the cultivators in the pool changed drastically, and they all swam towards the outside. When they were 15 miles away from the stone pagoda, they wanted to soar into the sky and quickly leave the area, but they found that they still couldn't fly. The stone pagoda's range is continuously increasing, a cultivator said. Many people nodded in agreement. The stone pagoda was really terrifying. How far could it restrict the space? The stone pagoda hadn't been in the world for a long time, so it wasn't used to the outside world yet. If the stone pagoda could adapt to the outside world, then the range of the stone pagoda's confinement would continue to increase. At that moment, the ferocious beasts had already reached the cultivators who had fallen into the pool. The cultivators started fighting with the ferocious beasts, but the ferocious beasts were too strong. They directly dragged the cultivators into the water. Not long after, blood splattered everywhere. It was obvious that the cultivators had already died. What powerful ferocious beasts! If we want to go over, we'll have to rely on powerful ships. Ordinary ships won't be able to withstand the attacks of those ferocious beasts. A cultivator said. Many people agreed with this statement. Ordinary ships definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of those ferocious beasts. Once the ship was destroyed and the cultivators fell into the pool, they wouldn't be able to fight against those ferocious beasts. At that time, they would definitely die. Later, there will probably be some cultivators taking out some top-notch spirit ships and heading towards the stone pagoda. Lin Feng said. Feng Yarao said, "What about us? What should we do? Should we take our own ship or take someone else's ship?" Lin Feng said, "If we take our own ship, we'll be a big target. It'll be easy for the ferocious beasts to attack us. It's better to take someone else's ship. Those ferocious beasts are definitely intelligent, so they won't easily attack a ship with a lot of people." Little Peng King said, "Right. I think so too." The three of them reached an agreement and waited for the cultivators from the major factions to take out their spirit ships. There weren't many top-grade spirit ships that could withstand the attacks of fierce beasts, only 10 in total. Some of them were spirit ships taken out by the demon race cultivators while some were spirit ships taken out by the cultivators of the four great immortal sects. Now, in the face of benefits, these demon race cultivators and the cultivators of the four great immortal sects temporarily put aside all their grudges. They wanted to make a fortune first. Therefore, the 1,000 immortal stones per person to board the ship was something that they had agreed upon together. The ship owners had a good relationship with their fellow sect members, which was why their attitude was so tough. Some of their fellow cultivators went forward to plead for them, hoping to board the ship for free. But in the end, they were all rejected. Those cultivators began to curse the other party in their hearts. They didn't even care about their friendship. They were just short of cursing the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. The world of cultivators had always been like this. Don't talk about friendship. This was a place where benefits mattered. Therefore, talking about friendship wouldn't work here. If one wanted to board the ship, they would have to obediently pay the immortal stones. These immortal stones naturally weren't a big number for Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out 3,000 immortal stones and boarded a spirit ship with Little Peng King and Feng Yarao. This spirit ship belonged to a demon race cultivator. However, there weren't only demon race cultivators on board, there were also cultivators from the four great forces. There were also some rogue cultivators and cultivators from the four great forces. After Lin Feng and the other two boarded the ship, they walked towards the cabin. This spirit ship was divided into 5 floors. The construction was quite luxurious. It was a very powerful ship. Lin Feng and the other two rested in the cabin of the spirit ship while many cultivators boarded the spirit ship one after another. There were about 400 people on the floor where Lin Feng and the other two were. Including the cultivators on the other floors, this spirit ship had about 2,000 people. There were also many people on the other spirit ships. The spirit ship didn't have an unlimited number of passengers. When the number of people was about enough, the spirit ship started to move. The cultivators who didn't board the ship in time were quite depressed. They could only continue to wait outside and see if anyone could take out a top-grade spirit ship to carry everyone to the stone tower. Some cultivators came here one after another, but they were the same as the others. They couldn't board a single spirit ship and could only wait for someone to take out a new spirit ship. The cultivators on the ship were excitedly discussing the origin of the stone tower and what kind of good items could be inside. Many people became excited and wanted to obtain the treasures inside right now. I just saw a few people looking in our direction, said Lin Feng. Feng Yarao said. Little Peng King nodded and asked, are they the ones standing at the entrance of the cabin? Yes. Feng Yarao nodded. The Little Rock King replied, they're from the Immortal Heaven sect. They're enemies, not friends. However, since we're on the spirit ship, they probably won't cause any trouble. Don't bother with these clowns. Lin Feng said casually. Pfft. Feng Yarao chuckled and said, those people are all famous people. But now, you're saying that they're clowns. If they knew about this, they would be angered to death. If they die from anger, they'll have one less scourge to worry about. If one day, I really cultivate to the point where I can anger a group of experts to death with a single sentence, I'll probably be worshipped by countless people. There will definitely be many people who want to learn this ability from me. I don't even need to do anything. I just need to open my mouth and kill a group of experts. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. Lin Feng said with a smile. If there's really such an ability, I'll definitely learn it well. Feng Yarao said. The cultivators quickly left. However, not long after, they turned back. When they returned, they brought a group of cultivators with them. The group of cultivators was led by a young man. When the young man appeared, many people went up to greet him. When she saw him, Feng Yarao's expression became extremely unsightly. Lin Feng noticed the change in Feng Yarao's expression and couldn't help but ask, who's that guy? Young Master Xianxia. Feng Yarao said. As if she was worried that Lin Feng didn't know who young Master Xianxia was, she added, his elder brother is young Master Xianyu of 9 Underworld's Devil Palace. Young Master Xianyu was very famous. Naturally, everyone knew about him. Everyone knew about him. In fact, young Master Xianxia was also an extremely terrifying existence. During the Undying Realm's 10 Heroes Arena battle, young Master Xianyu fought his way into the top 10, while young Master Xianxia was ranked 18th. This was an extremely high ranking, so young Master Xianxia also successfully obtained the qualifications to cultivate in the Heaven Realm. If young Master Xianxia had achieved such results in other factions, he would definitely have been written about. However, in 9 Underworld's Devil Palace, young Master Xianxia didn't receive the best resources. This was because there was still a powerful figure above him. Many of 9 Underworld's Devil Palace's top resources were given to young Master Xianxia. Naturally, young Master Xianxia was extremely dissatisfied with this matter, but no matter how dissatisfied he was, there was nothing he could do. After all, young Master Xianxia was even more heaven-defying. However, young Master Xianxia wasn't a simple person either. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't show it. His ability to endure was very strong, and over the years, his relationship with young Master Xianxia had been quite good. At the very least, their relationship was quite good on the surface. As for whether there were any private conflicts between them, no one knew. When young Master Xianxia's body had developed a resistance to many of the top resources, young Master Xianxia thought to himself, "Is it finally my turn?" Just as he was feeling happy, young Master Shuiyu rose to prominence. As a result, those top resources were given to young Master Shuiyu. As a result, young Master Xianxia was a very unlucky person. He clearly had heaven-defying talent and strength, but he had been ruthlessly trampled by young Master Xianyu and young Master Shuiyu. As for young Master Xianxia, Lin Feng's killing intent was extremely strong. When he heard that young Master Xianxia was spying on Feng Yaorao and that Feng Yaorao had to take the risk of escaping into the Purple Mountain Range in the Time Cave to avoid his pursuit, Lin Feng already had the intention to kill young Master Xianxia. This guy even dared to have designs on Feng Yaorao. If he hadn't appeared in time, Feng Yaorao would have died. How could Lin Feng let young Master Xianxia off? Since he hadn't seen this person before, he naturally couldn't avenge Feng Yaorao. However, now, he actually saw young Master Xianxia on the spirit ship. Many people stood up to greet Xianxia. Xianxia's status was extremely high. Although the 9 Underworld's Devil Palace was a Devil Dao faction, it had a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps because of this, the top disciples of the 9 Underworld's Devil Palace were very popular in the Undying World. Both the righteous and the righteous had to give them face. Xianxia was naturally one of these people. He was an existence that had connections with both the righteous and the righteous. He was an existence that countless people feared. He had quite a number of followers around him. There were even some beautiful female cultivators following behind him. It seemed that they were all Xianxia's women. In fact, Xianxia didn't lack women. The only reason he wanted Feng Yaorao was because it was new and exciting. After Feng Yaorao rejected him, instead, it aroused Xianxia's desire to conquer Feng Yaorao. It didn't matter if he used force or drugs. As long as he could achieve his goal, Xianxia had always been unscrupulous. A group of people quickly arrived at Lin Feng's side. Xianxia looked at Feng Yaorao and said, "I really didn't expect that you would be able to come out alive after hiding in the Time Cave. It seems like you obtained a great fortune here, right? Otherwise, how could you have come out alive so smoothly?" Feng Yaorao looked coldly at Xianxia and said, "Whether I obtained a great fortune or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Xianxia immediately laughed and said, "Very interesting, very interesting. I like little chilies like you. If you're too obedient, I won't feel much for you. Feng Yaorao, if you agree to follow me, I can even make you my concubine. You should seize this opportunity. It's your honor to be able to become my concubine." Lin Feng rolled his eyes when he heard Xianxia's words. This guy was really full of himself. Where did he get his confidence from? Some of the cultivators in the surroundings began to discuss in whispers. Many people had clearly heard about Xianxia's previous actions. Now, Feng Yaorao was once again surrounded by Xianxia's group. Feng Yaorao had been lucky last time. She had escaped a calamity. But this time, she probably wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Many people couldn't help but look at Feng Yaorao with pity. She was such a delicate beauty. He was actually about to be captured by young Master Xianxia. Everyone knew what would happen if Feng Yaorao fell into young Master Xianxia's hands. If it was in the past, Feng Yaorao would naturally be very afraid of young Master Xianxia. But now, Feng Yaorao wasn't afraid of young Master Xianxia because Lin Feng was by her side. Although she didn't know how strong Lin Feng was, Feng Yaorao had heard a lot of legends about Lin Feng. Feng Yaorao knew that young Master Xianxia was very powerful. Moreover, not long ago, Lin Feng had killed the formidable Flower of Time. Feng Yaorao was certain that young Master Xianxia and the others weren't a match for Lin Feng. With Lin Feng protecting her, she naturally didn't need to be afraid of young Master Xianxia. Therefore, Feng Yaorao directly scolded, "Why don't you take a piss and look at your own face? Who the hell are you? You actually dare to peep at your great-aunt, me? Do you believe that I won't throw you down to feed the beasts later?" Many people were very surprised. They all knew how strong young Master Xianxia was. Although Feng Yaorao was a cultivator from the 9 provinces, she hadn't cultivated for a long time. It was impossible for her to fight against young Master Xianxia. Some people also knew the little Peng King, but even with the little Peng King's help, they still weren't a match for young Master Xianxia. As for Lin Feng, they directly ignored him. No one knew who he was. Moreover, Lin Feng was too young. Moreover, he was a human cultivator who had declined long ago. Naturally, they wouldn't pay too much attention to him. The strength of Feng Yara's side and young Master Xianxia's side were worlds apart. Even so, Feng Yarao still dared to mock young Master Xianxia. It was truly unimaginable and inconceivable. Young Master Xianxia said, "Feng Yarao, you are nothing but a broken shoe. You're not a pure girl. Therefore, you better not be shameless." Hearing young Master Xianxia call her a broken shoe, Feng Yarao's face instantly turned ugly. Feng Yarao pulled a long face. Feng Yarao and Lin Feng had already had sex a long time ago, but they were really in love. Prince Xianxia's words were too immoral. Any woman would be extremely angry after hearing this, including Feng Yarao. Lin Feng looked at young Master Xianxia and said, "Young Master Xianxia, I won't make things difficult for you. If you jump down yourself, I will let bygones be bygones. However, if you don't, I will cripple you and throw you off the ship." After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Even young Master Xianxia was stunned. Clearly, he didn't expect Lin Feng to suddenly say something like this. Next, many of young Master Xianxia's followers couldn't help but laugh. In those people's eyes, Lin Feng was just making fun of them. There was no need for young Master Xianxia to take action. If they attacked, they could easily crush Lin Feng to death. The cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. Many of them said that Lin Feng must be crazy. In the eyes of the spectators, Lin Feng was simply trying to kill young Master Xianxia. "It's actually him." At that moment, a cultivator in the crowd looked at Lin Feng in shock. This was because he recognized Lin Feng's identity. This cultivator was originally in another cabin. When he heard that there was a conflict here, he came over to watch the show. He was a lone cultivator. In the past, he had traveled to many places and had seen Lin Feng once in Little Western Paradise City. The scene of Lin Feng killing the 4 evil monks was still vivid in his mind. At that time, he didn't know Lin Feng's true identity. Everyone only knew that this young master was called Ji and that he was a top genius of the human race. However, later on, they found out that this young master was the famous Sinner's Blood Emperor, Lin Feng. Although he had only seen Lin Feng once, he knew that this young master was Lin Feng. However, this cultivator immediately recalled Lin Feng's identity. However, this cultivator didn't say anything. Instead, he stood in the crowd and continued to watch the show. At that moment, young Master Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and said with disdain, "Ignorant fool, who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of this young master? Men, cut off this kid's dog head for me. This person is from the 9 Nether Demon Palace. His name is Zhang Tianma, and his cultivation is also extremely terrifying. If he were to make a move, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill that human cultivator," a cultivator said, recognizing the other party's identity. After hearing that this person was Zhang Tianma, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Tianma was definitely a ruthless person. In fact, there were many ruthless people in the 9 Nether Demon Palace. Each of them had unfathomable strength, and Zhang Tianma was one of the best among them. Although his talent might not be comparable to young Master Xianyu and young Master Shuiyu, his talent was also extremely powerful. Moreover, they had cultivated for a long time, so their accumulation and battle strength were also extremely shocking. Now, After knowing that the person in front of them was Zhang Tianma, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. In their opinion, Lin Feng would soon die at Zhang Tianma's hands. Brat, die. Zhang Tianma looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile on his face. He punched towards Lin Feng. That terrifying punch contained unimaginable power. When they felt the power of that punch, many people's expressions couldn't help but change. Because the power of that punch was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng flicked his finger. Instantly, a sword chi flew out. Puff, accompanied by a tearing sound. That sword chi directly pierced through Zhang Tianma's body. Zhang Tianma's burly body was sent flying. When he fell to the ground, he was already dead. The whole cabin became silent in an instant. Zhang Tianma, such a powerful person, was actually killed in an instant. Shock, emotion, disbelief, and so on and so forth. Everyone's expression was very interesting. Only the three of them had a matter-of-fact look on their faces. Little Rock King and Feng Yaorao had 100% trust in Lin Feng. Therefore, they felt that the situation in front of them was too normal. In addition, there was also the cultivator who recognized Lin Feng's identity. When he saw Lin Feng kill Zhang Tianma in an instant, he couldn't help but think to himself, as expected, he expected all of this. To be able to kill Zhang Tianma, your ability is not ordinary. When did such a powerful person like you appear in the human race? Are you from the 9 provinces Great World as well? Young Master Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. He wasn't a brainless cultivator. On the contrary, Zhang Tianma was an extremely smart and patient person. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng instantly kill Zhang Tianma, young Master Xianxia knew that Lin Feng was definitely a terrifying existence. It was best not to offend such a person. I don't need to tell you whether or not I'm a cultivator from the 9 provinces. My patience is limited, so you should know what to do now. Lin Feng said. Young Master Xianxia said, I can apologize to you for what happened earlier. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't we each take a step back and treat it as making friends? When everyone saw that young Master Xianxia had actually chosen to take a step back, they felt that it was unbelievable. This was because those who knew young Master Xianxia knew what kind of person he was. Young Master Xianxia had never apologized to anyone before, but now, he was actually apologizing to this unknown human young master. This was completely unexpected. It seemed that, even young Master Xianxia knew that this human young master was not to be trifled with. That was why he chose to take a step back. The cultivators who were watching the show all looked at Lin Feng. They didn't know what Lin Feng would do. Most people felt that Lin Feng would make peace with this matter. After all, even if Lin Feng's cultivation was very strong, young Master Xianxia wasn't weak either. Moreover, young Master Xianxia had so many followers. Lin Feng only had 3 people on his side. It was naturally very easy to decide what to do. Young Master Xianxia had already given Lin Feng a way out. Now, it was up to Lin Feng to choose. Lin Feng sneered. You've made a huge mistake, yet you're still acting so self-righteous? You really think too highly of yourself. Young Master Xianyu and young Master Shui, you don't dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. You can't even compare to young Master Xianyu and young Master Shui, yet you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me? How laughable and ignorant. When Lin Feng said that, Lin Feng's expression changed. Everyone was extremely shocked because Lin Feng's words were simply too arrogant. Who were young Master Xianyu and young Master Shui? They were all top-notch existences among the young cultivators of the Undying Realm. Their cultivation had long been on par with many experts with a strong foundation. They were the absolute geniuses of their era. They suppressed cultivators of the same level to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. But now, Lin Feng actually dared to say that even powerful existences like young Master Xianyu and young Master Shui wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of him. What kind of arrogance did he have to be to dare to say such words? Does that brat know what he's saying? A cultivator asked as he looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng was so young. No matter how strong he was, there was still a limit, right? Therefore, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, No one would think that Lin Feng could compete with young Master Xianyu and young Master Shuiyu. There are more and more cultivators who like to brag these days. You'll get slapped in the face, another cultivator said mockingly. Clearly, he was mocking Lin Feng for bragging. Brat, do you know what you're saying? Young Master Xianyan looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng walked step by step toward young Master Xianyan and said, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. I'll cripple you right now and throw you down. I want to see what 9 Underworld Devil Palace can do to me. Many people were shocked. After all, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of young Master Xianyan. In fact, he even dared to provoke 9 Underworld Devil Palace. Lin Feng didn't look like someone with a brain problem. If he was a normal person, he wouldn't have said such a thing. This meant that Lin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. Now, many cultivators felt that they had underestimated Lin Feng. Attack together. Capture him alive. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces later, young Master Xianyan said indifferently. Said Prince Xianyan indifferently. The others immediately threw themselves at Lin Feng. There were more than 30 cultivators in total, and they were all young Master Xianyan's followers. Most of them were from 9 Underworld Devil Palace. There were also some cultivators who were affiliated with 9 Underworld Devil Palace. There was no lack of extremely powerful people among them. Now, a group of cultivators charged toward Huang Xiaolong. Lin Feng didn't even bother with them. He continued walking toward young Master Xianyan. When the cultivators got close to Lin Feng, they couldn't withstand the invisible pressure emitted by Lin Feng. Thump. Thump, one cultivator after another. Heavens, there are so many experts here, but they can't even withstand the pressure emitted by that young master? That young master didn't deliberately release his pressure, but it's already so strong. If he deliberately released his pressure, how strong would he be? Yeah, he's too strong. It's unbelievable. The surrounding cultivators cried out in alarm when they saw the cultivators kneeling on the ground. Lin Feng hadn't even made a move, but a trace of his pressure was already unbearable for so many experts. If he made a move, it would definitely shock the heavens and earth. The cultivators kneeling on the ground looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked them. Now, their hearts were filled with endless fear. They were worried that Lin Feng would kill them. Spare us, spare us. The group of cultivators begged Lin Feng for mercy. If their bodies weren't restrained, they would definitely kowtow to Lin Feng and apologize. These cultivators were usually high and mighty figures with great strength and arrogance, but in front of Lin Feng, they were like stray dogs. Get out. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent as he waved his sleeve. In an instant, the group of cultivators kneeling on the ground were sent flying. Plop, plop. Those people all fell into the pool. Next, the ferocious beasts wandering around the spirit ship were like cats that had smelled blood. They quickly rushed over and attacked the cultivators. One cultivator after another hastily brought out their magic treasures to fight against the ferocious beasts. However, the ferocious beasts were simply too strong. While the cultivators and the beasts were fighting, the cultivators were dragged into the water by the beasts one after another. Blood flowed in the pool. It was obvious that the group of cultivators had died in the pool. Dead, they're all dead. The cultivators outside cried out in alarm. Once they left the spirit ship and entered the pool, there was almost no chance of survival. After all, this was a world where flying was forbidden. Once a cultivator couldn't fly, they would be greatly restricted. Anytime, anywhere. All of them could face the crisis of death. Therefore, until now, none of the cultivators who fell into the pool survived. All of them died under the attacks of the ferocious beasts. They became food for the ferocious beasts. How pitiful. In the cabin, Lin Feng walked towards young Master Xianyan. It's your turn. Lin Feng said indifferently. Young Master Xianyan's face was incomparably gloomy. Lin Feng was truly too powerful. He even felt it. Lin Feng could not compare to Xianyu and Shuiyu. The gap shouldn't be too big. As for him, he was probably no match for Lin Feng. Don't go too far. Young Master Xianyan said in a deep voice. After hearing young Master Xianyun's words, many people felt a little strange. Because a powerful figure like young Master Xianyun was usually the one who bullied others. When had he ever been bullied by others? But now, young Master Xianyun actually said something like "don't go too far" to someone else. Clearly, young Master Xianyun was in an extremely bad mood. He had no other choice. That was why he said those words. That was the rule of survival in the world of cultivators. The strong were high and mighty. They dominated everything. The weak, they were destined to be trampled under the feet of the strong. In the world of cultivators, even if one was strong, one shouldn't be too arrogant. One shouldn't bully and humiliate others casually. That was because one didn't know if there was an even stronger person behind the other party. Young Master Xianyun thought that no one would dare to offend him because of his powerful cultivation and the Netherworld Devil Palace behind him. Therefore, he could do whatever he wanted. However, he didn't expect Feng Yarao to have such a strong person behind her, Lin Feng. Although he regretted it now, it was too late. When you bully others, have you ever thought of this situation? Lin Feng said indifferently. He sent a palm strike towards young Master Xianyun. Young Master Xianyun didn't dare to be careless. He also sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Young Master Xianyun and Lin Feng collided again. Young Master Xianyun was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Many people's eyes nearly popped out when they saw the scene. Young Master Xianyun wasn't a match for young Master Xianyu and young Master Shuiyu. However, young Master Xianyun was also a terrifying existence who could fight against a true immortal. However, in front of Lin Feng, he couldn't even block a single move. This was too unbelievable. What was Lin Feng's cultivation level? He was actually so terrifying. When they thought of Lin Feng's combat strength, young Master Xianyun, there was a feeling of horror in their hearts. Just you wait. I won't let you off. Young Master Xianyun looked coldly at Lin Feng. He quickly rushed outside. This guy jumped straight into the pool and swam towards the outside. Young Master Xianyun jumped in. Damn, it's really young Master Xianyun. What happened? Why did young Master Xianyun jump in? The cultivators on the other spirit ships saw young Master Xianyun jump into the pool. They all had puzzled expressions on their faces. The pool was so dangerous. Jumping in was simply courting death. There must have been a conflict, and the person who had the conflict with young Master Xianyun must be very powerful. That's why young Master Xianyun was forced to jump in. At that moment, a cultivator spoke up. Many people couldn't help but nod in agreement when they heard what the cultivator said. This point of view, it was acknowledged by everyone. Come quickly and let me wait for the ship. I'll definitely reward you handsomely when the time comes. Young Master Xianyun shouted loudly, wanting the other ship owners to save him. However, the other ship owners weren't fools. They couldn't imagine how powerful the person who could force young Master Xianyun to jump off the ship was. If they saved young Master Xianyun, wouldn't they offend that mysterious expert? If that expert bore a grudge against them, they might even lose their lives. Therefore, when the other ship owners heard young Master Xianyun's cry for help, not only did they not save young Master Xianyun, but they also looked like they were watching a show. Young Master Xianyun's expression turned extremely ugly when he saw that no ship owners came to save him. At that moment, terrifying beasts quickly pounced in young Master Xianyun's direction. Those beasts are coming. I'm afraid young Master Xianyun is dead for sure. That fellow isn't a good person. He deserved to die. Someone said gloatingly. They didn't have a good impression of young Master Xianyun. That guy was so full of himself before, but now he's in such a state. It's really satisfying. A cultivator from the Yao clan said. He didn't feel any sympathy for young Master Xianyun. He wanted nothing more than for young Master Xianyun to die quickly. After all, 9 Underworld's Demon Palace had a good relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. They didn't have a good relationship with the Yao race. Thus, the Yao cultivators definitely wouldn't appreciate young Master Xianyun's kindness. I heard that Feng Yarao, Little Pung King, and a human cultivator boarded the ancient ship. Young Master Xianxia had evil thoughts about Feng Yarao and tried to surround her, but she managed to escape. In order to avoid young Master Xianxia's pursuit, Feng Yarao even fled to the mountain range where Time Cave is located. I originally thought that Feng Yarao would die in there, but I didn't expect her to come out alive. My guess is that young Master Xianxia might have seen Feng Yarao and the others on the spirit ship. I wonder if young Master Xianxia's decision to jump off the ship is related to Feng Yarao and the others? A cultivator spoke up, speculating about the possible course of events that happened. I also saw Feng Yarao and the others. However, although Little Pung King and Feng Yarao's cultivation bases are quite good, they are definitely not a match for young Master Xianxia. As for the other person, he is a young human cultivator. That young human cultivator is even less likely to be a match for young Master Xianxia. Thus, my guess is that young Master Xianxia's decision to jump off the ship has nothing to do with Feng Yarao and the others. Or perhaps, young Master Xianxia offended someone he couldn't afford to offend? The cultivators on the other spirit ships were guessing the reason for young Master Xianxia's decision to jump off the ship. The cultivators on the spirit ship Lin Feng was on looked at Lin Feng with reverence. Many female cultivators looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Lin Feng was simply too strong. Male cultivators revered him and female cultivators admired him. In this world where the strong were revered, a young, handsome, and powerful cultivator like Lin Feng was simply a killer of female cultivators. With a flick of his finger, a group of beautiful female cultivators would come over. For example, there were many beautiful female cultivators on the spirit ship. He looked at Lin Feng. It was like a big bad wolf looking at a little lamb. At this moment, those ferocious beasts had already swum to young Master Xianxia's side and started attacking him. Young Master Xianxia took out a battle spear and fought with the beasts. Not long after, the corpses of the ferocious beasts appeared one after another. Those ferocious beasts were all killed by young Master Xianxia. Young Master Xianxia. He was really powerful. Soon, the dead ferocious beasts were dragged into the water by other ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts then ate the corpses of the dead ferocious beasts. Many people couldn't help but mutter. This kind of fierce beast was truly ferocious. They even ate the flesh of creatures of the same race. It could be seen how inhumane these beasts were. Although young Master Xianxia was powerful, there were simply too many ferocious beasts. After killing more than 10 ferocious beasts, young Master Xianxia was still dragged into the water by a ferocious beast. Then, there was no more movement in that area. Young Master Xianxia couldn't have been eaten by a ferocious beast, right? A cultivator said. That can't be. He's an existence that can fight against a true immortal. Did he die just like that? Someone said in disbelief. Another cultivator said. What's so impossible about that? Those ferocious beasts are simply too powerful. Although their individual combat strength is inferior to young Master Xianxia's, there are simply too many of them. With so many ferocious beasts attacking young Master Xianxia together, young Master Xianxia would have a hard time dealing with them. Not to mention, young Master Xianxia's movements are greatly restricted in the pool. Young Master Xianxia's combat strength can't be fully unleashed. Therefore, it's not surprising that those ferocious beasts were able to kill young Master Xianxia. This cultivator's words won the approval of many people. After young Master Xianxia was dragged into the water, there was no more movement. This was the best proof. Guys, look over there, at that moment. A cultivator pointed to a spot in the distance. That area was more than 1,000 meters away from the shore. Numerous ferocious beasts' corpses floated out. There were nearly 100 ferocious beasts' corpses floating on the surface of the water. A cultivator floated out of the pool and quickly swam towards the shore. In the distance, many ferocious beasts surged over and pounced towards that cultivator. However, that cultivator's swimming speed was extremely fast. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the shore. At that time, those ferocious beasts wouldn't be able to do anything to him. That cultivator was none other than young Master Xianxia. He was none other than young Master Xianxia, who was dragged into the water by the ferocious beasts. That guy actually didn't die. Naturally. After a series of battles, young Master Xianxia's injuries were also quite serious. However, these injuries were nothing to young Master Xianxia. He would be able to recover quickly. As expected of young Master Xianxia. Back then, he went to the celestial realm to cultivate for a period of time. His cultivation is truly formidable. He actually managed to kill so many ferocious beasts in the water. Young Master Xianxia's combat strength is definitely not something an ordinary true immortal can compare to. Some cultivators sighed emotionally. He's really strong. Such strength at such a young age. His future is limitless. Another cultivator chimed in. Someone said. No matter how strong young Master Xianxia is, wasn't he still forced to jump off the boat? Many people smiled bitterly. It was indeed as that cultivator had said. Young Master Xianxia was strong. He was forced to jump off the boat. Many people felt like their hearts were being scratched by a cat. They really wanted to know. Who exactly was it who forced young Master Xianxia into such a state? At this moment, young Master Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the shore getting closer and closer. He was finally about to reach the shore. Young Master Xianxia couldn't help but think to himself that when he recovered, he would definitely find an expert. He would capture Lin Feng. Then, he would ruthlessly torture Lin Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent his hatred. The ferocious beasts behind him were very fast, but they could no longer catch up to young Master Xianxia. Finally, young Master Xianxia rushed to the shore. He hurriedly climbed up. When those ferocious beasts saw young Master Xianxia coming ashore, they couldn't help but roar angrily. However, those ferocious beasts couldn't reach the shore. In the end, they turned back. A group of ferocious beasts quickly swam towards the ferocious beast corpses floating in the pool. They couldn't eat young Master Xianxia. They could only eat the corpses of their companions. Young Master Xianxia glared at the spirit ship that Lin Feng was on with hatred. Then, he turned around and left. However, at this moment, a sword chi flew out from the void. Then, it slashed towards young Master Xianxia. Young Master Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but the sword chi was simply too fast. Young Master Xianxia didn't have time to dodge the sword chi's attack. Pooh! In the next moment, young Master Xianxia's head was chopped off by the sword chi. Blood. Dead. Young Noble Xianxia is dead. Who killed young Noble Xianxia? Was it the cultivator who forced young Master Xianxia to jump off the spirit ship who killed him? Daring to kill young Noble Xianxia? How audacious! Nine Nether Devil Palace isn't a simple power. Anyone who dares to offend them won't have a good ending. Isn't that so? Nine Nether Devil Palace is terrifying. Anyone who offends them will die. But now, not only did that cultivator offend Nine Nether Devil Palace, he even killed young Noble Xianxia. How audacious! After seeing young Noble Xianxia's death, many people couldn't help but discuss. His death caused a huge commotion mainly because his identity was too sensitive. Among the younger generation of Nine Nether Devil Palace, young Noble Xianxia could be considered the number 3, second only to young Noble Xianyu and young Noble Shuiyu. However, now that young Master Xianxia was killed just like that, everyone knew that the Nine Nether Devil Palace would never let this matter rest. This force was originally a Devil Dao force and had always been ruthless. It was fine if they killed others, but if the cultivators of their sect were killed, the Nine Nether Devil Palace would definitely launch a crazy revenge. Lin Feng's ship was very different from the others. The cultivators on the other ships were discussing this matter, but Lin Feng's ship was very quiet. No one spoke because they were worried that they would say the wrong thing and anger Lin Feng. They didn't know Lin Feng very well. Lin Feng wasn't a bloodthirsty person. However, Lin Feng wouldn't show mercy to those who went too far. Of course, in fact, the cultivators on the ship didn't see Lin Feng kill young Noble Xianxia. However, they knew that it was definitely Lin Feng's doing. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng was too strong. He could kill young Noble Xianxia without anyone noticing. This was how terrifying and powerful Lin Feng was. After killing young Noble Xianxia, Lin Feng returned to his original seat as if nothing had happened. Many people wanted to befriend Lin Feng. However, they didn't know Lin Feng's temper. Thus, they didn't dare to rashly disturb Lin Feng. The ship quickly moved deeper into the sea. There were still many powerful fierce beasts following behind the ship, ready to attack any cultivators who fell into the water. However, they didn't attack the ship. It seemed that the intelligence of those beasts was extremely high. They knew that they couldn't break through the ship's defenses. So they didn't do such useless things. 3 days later, the ship arrived Xian Nether Devil Palace. Xianyun. It extended for 10 miles. It formed a special kind of energy that prevented cultivators from moving forward. If they dared to approach the stone tower, that special energy would cause great damage to cultivators. A spirit ship tried to approach. However, the spirit ship suffered a heavy blow. The defensive restrictions of the spirit ship were almost destroyed. If they hadn't retreated quickly, the spirit ship would definitely have been destroyed. When the time came, the cultivators on the spirit ship would probably die under the claws of the fierce beasts in the pool. Lin Feng, Little Rock King, and Feng Yarao came outside and looked at the stone tower. When they saw the many pictures on the stone tower, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There were densely packed pictures carved on the stone tower. Upon closer inspection, those pictures were actually formed by countless skull patterns. It was extremely strange. Is this the stone tower left behind by the demons? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that perhaps it was really the stone tower left behind by the demons. Because how could a stone tower left behind by a normal cultivator have so many skull runes carved on it? Those skeletal runes were simply too bizarre. Lin Feng tried to comprehend those skull runes, but there was an invisible force blocking Lin Feng from sensing those skull runes. Lin Feng couldn't sense the skull runes. This made him very surprised. Demon Lord, what do you think of that stone tower? Lin Feng sent a voice transmission to the Demon Lord. Lin Feng didn't get a reply from the Demon Lord. It seemed that the Demon Lord was still in seclusion. When the Demon Lord was in seclusion, he would cut off his connection with the outside world. Therefore, the Demon Lord couldn't hear Lin Feng's voice transmission. Sacred Martin Immortal, do you know the stone tower? Asked Lin Feng telepathically. He felt that the Sacred Martin Immortal was knowledgeable and might know some secrets of the stone tower. I don't know. The Sacred Martin Immortal's answer was very simple. Lin Feng pursed his lips. He didn't pay any more attention to it. It's the evil ancestor's tower. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Lin Feng's mind. It was the Supreme Demon Iron's voice. It had awakened. Lin Feng asked with interest, Evil Ancestor's Tower? Was it forged by a certain evil ancestor? Evil ancestor, evil god, were they all titled gods? The titled gods of the era. Generations of evil ancestors and evil gods had passed down this titled god? It was passed down. But in the end, it was still destroyed in the Immemorial era. Titled god, since then, it had become history. However, whether it was the evil ancestor or evil god, they had all been glorious in the past. The things they had left behind must have been incomparably heaven-defying. For example, the stone tower in front of him gave Lin Feng a feeling that it was very extraordinary. It should be something left behind by the second or third generation evil ancestor. I don't know the specifics, but I've heard people talk about the stone tower in the past. Rumor has it that the evil ancestor died, and his blood spilled all over the stone tower. From then on, the stone tower has a spirit, and it seems to be looking for its master. Whenever it appears, it will appear again. The stone tower is looking for its master? Lin Feng was very surprised. Yes. The Supreme Demon Iron said, the stone tower was a top-grade stone tool in the past, and after devouring the evil ancestor's blood, it must have undergone a transformation. Its current power is probably many times greater than when it was at its peak. If you can obtain the evil ancestor's stone tower, it will definitely be a heaven-defying aid. Lin Feng nodded. He naturally agreed with the Supreme Demon Iron's words. Lin Feng naturally agreed. He just didn't know who would obtain the stone tower in the end. If possible, Lin Feng also wanted to obtain the stone tower, but Lin Feng knew that it wasn't something he could obtain just because he wanted to. He needed the stone tower's approval. In the next few days, many spirit ships arrived one after another. After those spirit ships arrived, they all stopped in the periphery. It seems that the number of cultivators who heard about the stone pagoda was not small. Lin Feng also didn't know if the fire Qilin had mixed in with one of the spirit ships. The fire Qilin had a formidable cultivation and was proficient in transformation techniques. If it used its transformation technique to mix in with some of the spirit ships, it could easily cover the sky and the sea. Wanting to find the whereabouts of the fire Qilin would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As for the whereabouts of Little Moon and Princess Shui Yao, Lin Feng was also very concerned about them. He hoped that the two of them had also come here. At that time, he would be able to meet them here. Of course, it would be a very happy thing. 10 days later, hundreds of spirit ships had already gathered here. The number of cultivators who came here was really high. At this time, another spirit ship rushed over from the distance. The surface area of the spirit ship was not particularly large, only about a dozen meters long. Such a spirit ship attracted the attention of many vicious beasts. Many vicious beasts rushed towards the spirit ship and then slammed into the spirit ship, wanting to destroy the spirit ship. But at this time, the spirit ship swept out an extremely terrifying light beam and bombarded the vicious beasts. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh tearing came out. Many of the vicious beasts besieging the spirit ship suffered serious injuries. The bodies of those spirit beasts were torn apart. Blood suddenly dyed the pool red. Many vicious beasts died. But many vicious beasts also escaped with injuries. Seeing the terrifying power of the spirit ship, many people felt very surprised. What a powerful spirit ship. They didn't know who had forged it. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This spirit ship was much more powerful than his Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. But in fact, today, Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was no longer the top spirit ship. Of course, this didn't mean that the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship wasn't powerful enough. In fact, it was still very powerful. Even if it couldn't enter the ranks of the top spirit ships, it could still enter the second rank. The materials used to construct the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were very high grade. The main reason was that the array formations on it weren't strong enough. Many of the array formations had already been damaged. The main reason was because of its age. After Lin Feng broke through to the true immortal realm, he would add new array formations to the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. At this moment, the spirit ship directly rushed towards the stone pagoda. After seeing this scene, many cultivators couldn't help but frown. A strange and terrifying power enveloped the area around the stone tower. Any magic weapon, cultivator, or anything else that dared to approach that area would suffer an extremely fierce attack. Rashly approaching would not end well. However, the spirit ship had directly rushed over. Its target was extremely clear. It seemed that the master of the spirit ship was extremely confident in his ability to deal with it. Could that spirit ship really contend against the strange and terrifying power around the stone pagoda? Lin Feng didn't think so. As for the rest of the cultivators, they also didn't think so. At this moment, the spirit ship rushed into the area covered by the strange and terrifying power. A flag flew out from the spirit ship. It was a flag with a skull drawn on it. By now, the flag looked somewhat shabby. However, when the flag flew out, something unbelievable happened. The strange and terrifying power that lingered around the stone pagoda did not attack the spirit ship. After seeing this, many people looked as though they had seen a ghost. That broken flag is related to the stone pagoda. A cultivator immediately said. Indeed. That flag should be related to the stone pagoda. This was also the reason why the strange and terrifying power surrounding the stone pagoda didn't attack the spirit ship after the broken flag appeared. The spirit ship was very fast. Many people couldn't help but feel anxious. Because the owner of the spirit ship would soon reach the stone pagoda. The others couldn't go over. He was the only one who could go over. When the time came, all kinds of opportunities. Wouldn't they all be taken by that person, if that was the case? Wouldn't they have been happy for nothing, after thinking about this? Many people immediately felt their mood become very bad. A few spirit ships also moved out, trying to get close to the stone pagoda. However, those spirit ships were attacked by the strange and terrifying power. One by one, the spirit ships were damaged to various degrees. One of the spirit ships was severely damaged. Most of the restrictions were destroyed. The hull of the ship was also damaged. So, that spirit ship was attacked by many vicious beasts. When those vicious beasts swarmed and surrounded the spirit ship was quickly destroyed by the vicious beasts. Hundreds of cultivators on the ship fell into the pool. Those cultivators engaged in a great battle with the vicious beasts. Many cultivators were killed by the vicious beasts. A small number of people were rescued by other spirit ships. Only then did they escape disaster. We can't get close. We have to have the token to get close, a cultivator said with a gloomy expression. However, no matter how depressed they were, no matter how unwilling they were to accept this situation, now, they had to accept it even if they didn't want to. Finally, the spirit ship came to the side of the stone pagoda. A cultivator walked out of the spirit ship. It was a cultivator who looked very young. He was wearing a gray robe. That handsome face looked very evil. When the cultivator came to the side of the stone pagoda, he turned his head and looked at the cultivators on the spirit ship outside. Then, the corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. He's mocking us. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Courting death, this guy is simply courting death. If I catch him, I will definitely grind his bones to dust. The cultivators in the outer area roared angrily. Originally, being unable to reach the stone pagoda was already very troublesome. Now, they were even mocked and despised. Naturally, their mood became even worse. Each one of them was filled with killing intent. They couldn't wait to kill that evil young cultivator immediately. Remember my name. At this time, the young cultivator opened his mouth and said. This guy was really quite arrogant. After despising everyone, he still wanted everyone to remember his name. My name is Xianxia, the son of the great Tao born from the evil path. The evil young master said. Your whole family is evil. Brat, you can continue to act cool now. When you come out later, see how we'll deal with you. A cultivator said coldly. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger. You got your opportunity, but you shouldn't mock us. Even if you get your opportunity, you won't be able to leave. Another cultivator coldly said. Although the spirit ships were very noisy, it was still difficult to cover up the cultivator's voice. Clearly, this cultivator was very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to let his voice spread out like this. Xianxia mocked everyone, causing them to be angry. But it was obvious that he did it on purpose. Stupid and ignorant. Xianxia continued, still with a high and mighty attitude. Little Rock King was rubbing his teeth. He said, why is this guy asking for a beating? Now even I want to teach him a lesson. Lin Feng also had the same feeling. This guy really deserved a beating. Young Master Xianyu, and the others were all high and mighty figures. However, no matter how high their attitude was, they wouldn't provoke and humiliate a large number of cultivators. How many people would they offend? But Xianxia dared to do so. You're called Xianxia, right? A cultivator asked loudly. Are you deaf? Xianxia said with a sneer. My name is Xia Father, and I was the one who created the evil path. Since you're Xianxia, then according to seniority, you have to call me grandfather. The cultivator continued to shout loudly. After hearing what the cultivator had to say, Yi Zichen nodded. Many people were stunned at first. Then, they laughed out loud. This guy's mouth was really sarcastic. Especially when those cultivators saw that Xianxia's expression had become incomparably gloomy, they became even happier. It was true. That was a very satisfying thing. Weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you look down on everyone? Didn't you call yourself the son of the great Tao? Now you're being mocked, right? Lin Feng saw the cultivator who spoke. It was a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and sturdy, and he had a head of fiery red hair. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Fire Qilin. Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Even though the fire Qilin had taken on the appearance of a human, However, Lin Feng would never forget his aura. Lin Feng was sure. This guy was the Fire Qilin. He is a Fire Qilin? It can't be? Feng Yarao said in astonishment. Obviously. She didn't sense the Fire Qilin's aura from the red-haired man. Fire Qilin, this fellow, still dared to swagger around when he was being hunted down by the 4 great immortal sects. If he didn't have any ability, how could he dare to do such a thing? Therefore, this guy must have cultivated a method to change his own aura. However, Feng Yarao's perception wasn't as powerful as his. Therefore, he was unable to sense the true aura of the Fire Qilin. Whether it's a Fire Qilin or not, we'll know once we see what's around that guy. Lin Feng said. Through the crowd, Feng Yarao saw the 2 female cultivators behind the Fire Qilin. At first, the 2 female cultivators were blocked by the Fire Qilin's huge body. Thus, Feng Yarao didn't see them. But now, Feng Yarao saw them. Among the 2 women, one of them was like an immortal with a noble temperament. It was Princess Shui Yao. The other person had a strange look, it was Little Moon. Now, Little Moon had grown up. She was slender and elegant. A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. The more she grows, the more beautiful she becomes. After seeing these 2 people, Feng Yarao was naturally able to confirm the identity of the Fire Qilin. Feng Yarao said, Fire Qilin's methods are truly extraordinary, to be able to deceive everyone. Lin Feng said, of course, the Fire Qilin's ability is very high. Back then, when I was still very weak, this guy's cultivation was already very strong. If it wasn't for the sacred Emperor Stone devouring his divine power, he would definitely be even stronger now. At this time, Xianxia, who had been taken advantage of by the Fire Qilin, coldly said, I'll remember you. Pray that you don't fall into my hands. The Fire Qilin said disdainfully, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one right now. When many people heard the Fire Qilin's words, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Do you really think he's stupid? Why would he come at this time? Xianxia ignored the Fire Qilin. This guy began to chant an incantation. While chanting the incantation, he also released a series of runes. Those were runes. All of them surged into the broken flag. The broken flag shook and released a series of violent fluctuations. Rays of divine light. They flew out from the broken flag. Then, they shone on the stone tower. Rumble, 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 suddenly. The stone tower changed. The stone tower began to shake violently. Moreover, an earth-shattering sound rang out. That kind of sound. It was like thunder. It shook the void. The stone tower has changed. A cultivator cried out in alarm. Everyone turned to look at the stone tower. The stone tower was slowly rising from the pool. It seemed like it was going to come out of the pool. The stone tower was rising very quickly. It didn't take long. It completely flew out of the pool. The stone tower floated in midair. It was about 1,000 meters high. What a spectacular sight! After seeing the stone tower, many cultivators sighed. Although the stone tower wasn't particularly tall, it had a special aura. It was a sense of oppression that was as majestic as a mountain. When many people faced the stone tower, there was a huge pressure. Seeing the stone tower completely fly out, Xianxia was also very happy. He continued to chant the incantation. Then, he released a series of runes. Those runes, they all merged into the broken flag. The tattered flag quickly disintegrated into skeleton runes. The skeletal runes flew towards the stone door. Those skeleton runes all merged into the stone door. And on the stone door, a huge skull appeared. Please open the stone door. Xianxia has come to inherit everything left behind by the evil ancestor. Xianxia said. When Xianxia's voice fell, the huge skull on top of the stone door actually spoke human language. Xianxia has arrived. The stone door is open. After the skull's voice fell, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The stone door shook violently. With the shaking of the stone door, the entire stone tower shook violently. The door to the stone pagoda gradually opened, making Xianxia extremely excited. The gazes of the cultivators in the distance were extremely gloomy. They watched as Xiaxia obtained all the opportunities one by one. However, they obtained nothing. This feeling was naturally incomparably terrible. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Those opportunities were destined to have nothing to do with them. Lin Feng suddenly thought of what the Supreme Demon Iron had said before. The evil ancestor's blood spilled over the stone pagoda. The stone pagoda was undergoing a transformation, waiting for the arrival of a new master. It seemed, this new master was Xiaxia. This kind of thing was something that others couldn't be envious of. There were many opportunities between heaven and earth, and there would always be some lucky people who would be able to obtain some extraordinary opportunities. After grasping those great opportunities, these cultivators would be able to rise to the top. A proud son of heaven like Xiaxia, his cultivation was already extremely powerful, so he would always be able to obtain the favor of many great opportunities. Then, he would become more and more powerful, and people would have to look up to him. It wasn't unreasonable for him to be so arrogant, mainly because he was too powerful. With such a powerful cultivation, it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. Young people who were successful were more arrogant. After all, there were only a few people who could keep a low profile. In the end, the stone door opened a gap of more than a meter. Then, the stone door no longer opened. However, this gap was enough for Xiaxia to enter. Xiaxia jumped out of the spirit ship and directly entered the stone door. Then, he put away the spirit ship. The surrounding cultivators didn't leave either. Many people were even thinking of waiting for Xiaxia to come out before besieging him. The main reason was that Xiaxia was too hateful, humiliating everyone. This caused many cultivators to have killing intent towards Xiaxia. So, many cultivators didn't want to let go of any chance to kill Xiaxia. And, if they could kill Xiaxia, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits, so why not? Ideals were beautiful. However, whether or not these ideals could become reality was still hard to say. Everyone continued to wait outside. Someone said, "Everyone, do you feel that the strange and terrifying power around the stone pagoda is constantly weakening?" Hearing this, many people carefully sensed it and then revealed looks of joy. Because of that strange power, it was really dissipating. If they waited until that strange power completely dissipated, then everyone could enter the stone tower. That's great. Once we enter the tower, we'll definitely kill that guy. Some cultivators laughed excitedly. About half an hour passed. That strange power had really disappeared. Everyone's face lit up with joy. When that strange power disappeared, everyone even discovered that the pool was no longer an area where magic power was confined. Everyone regained the ability to fly, which made many people extremely happy. One cultivator after another soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the stone tower. A large number of cultivators entered the stone tower. Lin Feng, Little Pun King, and Feng Yaorao were not in a hurry to enter the stone pagoda. They were waiting for the Fire Qilin, Little Moon, and Princess Shui Yao to arrive. The Fire Qilin, Little Moon, and Princess Shui Yao did not see Lin Feng and the other two as they flew directly towards the stone tower. Lin Feng and the other two appeared before them. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see you here." After seeing Lin Feng, the Fire Qilin suddenly laughed. Little Moon was very excited. Lin Feng had saved Little Moon's life in the past. Therefore, Little Moon had a very special feeling of closeness to Lin Feng. "Big brother Feng." Little Moon flew over with a very happy smile. "You're becoming more and more beautiful." Lin Feng smiled. After hearing Lin Feng's praise, Little Moon became even happier. Princess Shui Yao said, "Lin Gongzi, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" Lin Feng said, "Not bad. I happened to pass by the ancient demon domain, so I came to see you. Seeing that you're all well, I'm relieved. Let's enter the stone tower and take a look." Although it's very likely that the stone tower has recognized Xiaxia as its master, I think that it hasn't officially recognized Xiaxia as its master yet. We can go inside and see if there are any opportunities. If the stone tower recognizes Xiaxia as its master, it'll be very difficult to snatch those opportunities. Hearing this, the others nodded. They did not stay outside. They all flew towards the stone tower. Very quickly, they entered the stone tower. Lin Feng summoned Dragon Rabbit and said to it, "Little guy, sense it and see if there are any good treasures. Take us there now." Dragon Rabbit had already undergone 5 transformations, and its perception of treasures had become even stronger. Therefore, let Dragon Rabbit find the whereabouts of the treasures. It was definitely an excellent choice. Whoosh! Dragon Rabbit was extremely fast, and it directly rushed upwards. Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind Dragon Rabbit, heading towards the top of the stone tower. The stone tower was divided into many levels. Each level was divided into many rooms. Most of the rooms were sealed by restrictions, and it was unknown what was in those rooms. Many cultivators were breaking the restrictions in the rooms. Even the aggressive cultivators who wanted to kill Xianxia were trying to break the restrictive spells at this moment. How could they have the time to care about Xianxia? They did not know where Xianxia had run off to. Looking for Xianxia was simply a waste of time. The most important thing was to find opportunities that could be seen. Everyone was very clear about this. And these people, they all did the same. There were also very powerful restrictions between the levels. For example, the restrictions between the first and second levels were very powerful. However, there were many cultivators with extraordinary abilities, so when Lin Feng and the others arrived, the restrictions between the first and second levels had already been broken. They went all the way to the 36th floor. The restrictions between the levels had all been broken. The restrictions between the 36th floor and the 37th floor had yet to be broken. Dozens of cultivators were working together to discuss how to break the restrictions. Given time, they would definitely be able to break that restriction. Lin Feng used his mana to wrap around Feng Yaorao, Little Rock King, Fire Qilin, Little Moon, Princess Shui Yao, and the others. Then, he used the inheritance of the Celestial Master's lineage. They quickly rushed into the restrictions. This was the terrifying part of the Celestial Master's lineage. Lin Feng could travel through many restrictions. Everyone arrived at the 37th floor. The Fire Qilin clicked its tongue in wonder and said, "Speaking of which, the inheritance of the Celestial Master's lineage is really awesome." Lin Feng and the others continued to head upwards. Finally, their group arrived at the 49th floor. This floor did not have many rooms like the other floors. There was only one huge hall here. Moreover, in the depths, there was a huge altar. There were more than a dozen things placed on the altar, and those things were surrounded by evil light. He didn't know what they were for the time being. But Lin Feng guessed. Those things were most likely treasures left behind by the evil ancestor. That evil ancestor was so powerful. The things he left behind. The value must be incomparably precious. On the altar, there was also a stone statue of the evil ancestor. After Lin Feng and the others entered, Xianxia did not pay any attention to them. He knelt in front of the evil ancestor's stone statue and kept muttering something. Obviously, right now, it should be a rather important moment for Xianxia. Perhaps he was carrying out some kind of special ritual. After this ritual was completed, Xianxia would be able to control the stone pagoda. At that time, Xianxia would be the new owner of the stone pagoda. Therefore, Xianxia ignored Lin Feng and the others who had entered the 49th floor. "Attack," Lin Feng said. He took out his arrow war spear and directly charged towards Xianxia. As soon as it came up, Lin Feng displayed his strongest fighting strength. He wanted to get rid of Xianxia as soon as possible. Every minute that was delayed. For Lin Feng and the others, it was an extremely bad thing. If Xianxia controlled the stone pagoda, it would be an extremely terrible thing. Fire Unicorn, Little Rock King and the others also made their moves. Together with Lin Feng, they charged towards Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia was carrying out this special ritual. It was a great opportunity to kill Xianxia. Miss this opportunity. Perhaps, it would be very difficult to find another opportunity like this. So, he had to seize this opportunity. However, when Lin Feng and the others arrived in front of Xianxia, a huge light barrier suddenly formed around Xianxia's body, and that light barrier protected Xianxia within. Facing the attacks of Lin Feng and the others, that huge light barrier rebounded with a powerful force. That powerful force directly shook the bodies of Lin Feng and the others. It directly sent Lin Feng and the others flying. What a terrifying power, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. F*CK. I don't believe that I can't destroy this barrier. The Fire Qilin cursed loudly. He held a blood-colored broadsword in his hand and slashed out again. It was the same as before. The Fire Qilin was sent flying again. Both of his hands were shattered. Blood immediately flowed out. This infuriated the Fire Qilin. Lin Feng said that light barrier was most likely condensed by the stone tower. Let's not worry about that light barrier for now and collect the treasures on the altar. After we collect those treasures, we'll immediately leave. The others nodded in agreement. Everyone quickly flew towards the altar. However, when they tried to collect the treasures, the stone statue on the altar actually opened its eyes. After that, the statue slapped its palm towards Lin Feng and the others. The stone statue of the evil ancestor was truly terrifying to the extreme. That palm strike contained an unimaginably terrifying power. No matter who it was, after receiving that terrifying palm strike, they would turn pale with fright. Lin Feng knew. They had to end the battle quickly. If they waited until Xianxia grasped the stone pagoda, they would be in danger. This was because they were now in the inner world of the stone tower. This kind of place. It had a relatively large suppressive effect on Lin Feng and the others. Therefore, at this moment, they had to be extremely careful in dealing with the situation in front of them. Lin Feng attacked with all his strength. The golden dwarf, the ruler's armor, the magic lotus, the sacred bone, and the external incarnation's power had completely fused with his body. When these powers fused with his body, Lin Feng immediately felt that his power had risen to the peak. Break! He couldn't help but shout loudly. His spear pierced towards the energy palm that had condensed in the void. The attacks of both sides collided. It was difficult to separate them. The attack of the evil ancestor's stone statue was terrifying. We'll help you. The Fire Qilin shouted loudly. He quickly rushed over, and powerful magic power poured into Lin Feng's body. Feng Yarao, Little Pun King, Princess Shui Yao, and Little Moon also attacked. Powerful magic power. It also poured into Lin Feng's body. After receiving the support of their magic power, Lin Feng immediately became energetic. After Lin Feng transformed the magic power, it all turned into magic power that could be used freely. Lin Feng continuously poured the magic power into the epic war spear. After the powerful magic power was integrated, the epic war spear's aura suddenly became more and more terrifying. Its power also became stronger and stronger. Break for me! Lin Feng roared loudly. He held the epic war spear with his left hand and slapped the end of the spear with his right hand. The epic war spear's power increased again, and it directly shattered the attack of the evil ancestor's stone statue. Then Lin Feng waved his hand, and powerful magic power poured out, sweeping towards the treasures on the altar. But at this time, the treasures on the altar actually flew in all directions. Hurry up and collect them, Lin Feng said. The Fire Qilin and the others locked onto a treasure and chased after it. Lin Feng took out the Swallowing Heaven jar. He planned to use it to collect the treasures. The Swallowing Heaven jar. It released an extremely terrifying devouring power. The treasures were swallowed by the Swallowing Heaven jar one by one. The Swallowing Heaven jar continuously swallowed 3 treasures. The Fire Qilin and the others also collected a treasure at this time. Lin Feng planned to continue controlling the Swallowing Heaven jar to collect the other treasures. Suddenly, an evil light shot out from the evil ancestor's stone statue. The evil light surged into Xianxia's body. Xianxia opened his eyes. His aura instantly underwent a tremendous change. Xianxia officially became the master of the stone pagoda. Moreover, after becoming the master of the stone pagoda, Xianxia had obviously gained a lot of benefits. His battle strength had probably increased greatly. All of you deserve to die. Xianxia's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng and the others. He kept the remaining treasures. Then, he slapped the Fire Qilin. Damn, why did you attack me first? The Fire Qilin could not help but shout gloomily. Xiaxia attacked the fire Qilin first because the fire Qilin had mocked Xiaxia outside. Xiaxia remembered this grudge. So, he wanted to kill the fire Qilin first. The fire Qilin did not dare to be careless. It quickly blocked Xiaxi's attack. Facing Xiaxi's powerful attack, the fire Qilin also struck out with its palm, endless flames lingering in its palm. The power of the fire Qilin's attack was quite tyrannical. Bang! The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the fire Qilin and Xiaxi fiercely collided. The fire Qilin's attack was instantly broken by Xiaxi, and he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Xiaxi locked onto the fire Qilin and quickly charged towards it, wanting to kill it. The fire Qilin's expression changed greatly. It wanted to get rid of Xiaxi, but it was unable to do so. However, at this moment, Lin Feng appeared between the fire Qilin and Xiaxi. He slapped Xiaxi with his palm. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. Lin Feng and Xiaxi's palms collided. Both sides were evenly matched. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice, "I'll cover the rear, you guys retreat first." Hearing this, everyone nodded. They also knew that Xiaxi was powerful. Now, Xiaxi controlled the stone tower. If they continued to stay here, they wouldn't be of any help to Lin Feng. So, leaving now was the best choice. This way, they wouldn't be a burden to Lin Feng. Be careful, Feng Yarao said. Big brother Feng, you must be careful. Little Moon reminded him. Little Rock King, Princess Shui Yao, and the fire Qilin also warned Lin Feng to be careful. Then, they quickly rushed downstairs. Who are you? Xiaxi looked at Lin Feng and asked. With his current battle strength, he was actually unable to do anything to Lin Feng. This made Xiaxi feel that it was very inconceivable. Previously, Xiaxi had fought with one of the 8 great young masters. The 8 great young masters could only fight to a draw with him. However, it was obvious that Lin Feng was definitely not one of the 8 great young masters. And who are you? Lin Feng asked. The child of the great Tao, Xiaxi. Xiaxi said. Speak human. Lin Feng said indifferently. Xiaxi's eyes suddenly revealed a sinister look. He sneered and said, stupid people always think that what others say is not the truth. Lin Feng said indifferently, I think that stupid people are the kind of people who find a lame excuse to deceive others and still think that what they say is true. For example, you are such a person. Hee. Xiaxi smiled coldly and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He said, you're quite strong, so if you kneel down and pledge your loyalty to me, I'll spare your life. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, you'll die today. Really? I'd like to see if you have the ability to say such words to me. Lin Feng replied indifferently. He quickly rushed towards Xiaxi, and then blasted a palm at Xiaxi. Lin Feng's palm strike was even more powerful than his previous attacks. Xiaxi sneered. Similarly, he struck out with his palm. Bang! Along with the violent collision sound, the 2 sides collided again. This time, both sides were still evenly matched. Xiaxi was terrifying. He hadn't used his full strength yet, Lin Feng could sense that. Of course, Lin Feng also did not use his full strength. But even so, Lin Feng's heart was still filled with shock and emotion. With his current accumulation, it was difficult to suppress Xiaxi, and Xiaxi was also very young. Who was this guy, even compared to the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm? Xiaxi was not bad at all. And Xiaxi was much younger than the 8 great young masters of the Undying Realm. Even compared to Lin Feng, he was not much older. Lin Feng had never heard of such a terrifying existence before. Xiaxi was not the kind of person who kept a low profile. His character was very high profile. How could someone with such a high-profile personality be unknown to the public? This was what made people feel puzzled. Could it be that he was the so-called child of the Great Tao? Xiaxi did not have parents, born in the Great Tao, it sounded like. Why was it so unbelievable? Lin Feng thought. Xiaxi was very likely to be a self-sealing divine stone, an existence that was born not long ago. Although I have many methods to deal with you, I have just become the owner of the stone pagoda today. I have decided to use the stone pagoda to deal with you. It's a good opportunity to test the power of the stone pagoda, Xianxia said. As his voice fell, he formed a seal with both hands, and the stone pagoda shook violently. Lin Feng saw. Dense runes appeared on the inner walls of the stone pagoda. Those were runes. They shot out powerful beams of light. Those beams of light gathered together. At the place where the beams of light intertwined, a living being in a gray robe condensed. This is one of the stone pagoda's abilities. It can condense a pagoda god. Come and experience the strength of this pagoda god, Xianxia said. I am the pagoda god, an existence that was born after the stone pagoda absorbed the blood of the evil ancestor. Although I am not a god, my strength is not comparable to a god? Not bad. Moreover, I am an immortal existence. As long as the stone pagoda exists in the world, I can live forever. The pagoda god said and then began to chant an incantation. The mysterious incantation was activated by the pagoda god's consciousness. Then, in front of the pagoda god, a stone pagoda shadow appeared. Suppress, the pagoda god said. The stone pagoda shadow quickly flew out. He moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. Although it was only a shadow formed by the divine ability, Lin Feng felt an extremely dangerous aura from the stone pagoda shadow. That stone pagoda shadow. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. That stone pagoda shadow was definitely very terrifying. Of course. Even if the stone pagoda shadow was very terrifying, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Lin Feng stepped forward and swung his right fist. He used the Ancestor Dragon Fist. Behind Lin Feng, an Ancestor Dragon shadow suddenly appeared. The Ancestor Dragon shadow coiled around Lin Feng's fist. Bang! Along with the violent sound of the collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng punched the stone pagoda shadow. Lin Feng originally thought that he could shatter the pagoda shadow with one punch. What surprised him was that the stone pagoda shadow was not shattered by his Ancestor Dragon Fist. The stone pagoda shadow quickly grew bigger and continued to attack Lin Feng. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched the stone pagoda again. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist was very powerful. This was a fist technique that could continuously increase its power. When the first punch was thrown, Lin Feng was obviously passive. But after the second punch, Lin Feng's situation became much better. He threw 5 punches in a row. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist became more and more powerful. After 5 punches, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist finally suppressed the stone pagoda. Light of the pagoda god. Suddenly, the pagoda god roared. A divine light was shot out by the pagoda god. The divine light entered the stone pagoda, and the stone pagoda's power began to rise. The stone pagoda hit Lin Feng again. When the stone pagoda collided with Lin Feng again, it immediately blocked Lin Feng's attack. At this time, Xianxia swam behind Lin Feng. Obviously, Lin Feng noticed Xianxia who appeared behind him. Now he was being held back by the pagoda god. So it was indeed a good time for Xianxia to deal with him. If he grasped it well, he might really be able to kill Lin Feng. The pagoda god controlled the stone pagoda to attack Lin Feng. And Xianxia also began to prepare a powerful divine ability. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He could multitask, so he was not afraid of this kind of siege. Of course. Although he was not afraid, he still had to be cautious. Because the opponent was too strong. Even if he could deal with the siege of the opponent, who knew if the opponent would suddenly use some terrifying technique when they were besieging him? This was also very likely. If the opponent suddenly used such a technique, it would be extremely bad. Lin Feng began to use the Great Curse technique. The curse power in the clay figurines and stone statues continuously flowed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng used the Great Cursing technique without a hitch. Bang! Lin Feng multitasked and used the Great Curse technique to attack the pagoda god and Xianxia at the same time. After receiving Lin Feng's attack, the pagoda god's body directly exploded. But the pagoda god did not die. Just as the pagoda god said, his body was almost immortal. Unless the stone pagoda was destroyed, the pagoda god could not be destroyed. the pagoda god let out an angry roar. He began to reorganize his body. At the same time, Xiazi, who was attacked by Lin Feng's great curse technique, actually successfully dodged the attack. This made Lin Feng very surprised. Generally speaking, once the great curse technique was successfully used, it would basically be impossible for the attack to be successfully dodged. It wasn't the first time Lin Feng had used the great cursing technique. However, this was the first time that the great curse technique was successfully dodged. The great curse technique, what a powerful technique. Not only have you cultivated the great curse technique, but you've also cultivated it to a very high level. Xiazi looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that this fellow was able to recognize the great curse art he was using. Lin Feng ignored Xiazi. Instead, he rushed straight towards Xiazi. Lin Feng used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones technique. Then, 12 domineering magnetic fields were also displayed by Lin Feng. The intimidating power formed by the 12 domineering magnetic fields was unprecedentedly strong. Xiazi was instantly enveloped by the 12 domineering magnetic fields. His speed, attack power, and so on were all greatly affected. Xiazi's overall battle prowess was greatly declining. Lin Feng immediately used the Door of Everlasting Life. He created a phantom image of the Door of Everlasting Life and rushed towards Xiazi. 12 domineering magnetic fields combined with the shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life. Such a powerful attack was absolutely unimaginable. Lin Feng believed him. Someone as powerful as Xiazi, if he received this attack of his, even if he did not die, he would have to peel off a layer of skin. Illusory spell. But at this moment, Xiazi couldn't help but let out a low shout. His body became illusory. There were even many double images. When Lin Feng's shadow of the Door of Everlasting Life suppressed over, it was actually unable to cause any harm to Xiazi. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The illusory spell, this divine ability, was a bit too strange. It could actually ignore his divine ability attack. After Xiazi used the illusory spell to dissolve Lin Feng's attack. The next moment, he arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he attacked Lin Feng with a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called 10,000 Annihilation. 10,000 Annihilation here referred to all divine abilities and Daos. The meaning of annihilation referred to destruction. The meaning of 10,000 Annihilation was the destruction of all divine abilities and Daos. This was definitely an unparalleled ancient and modern divine ability. Its power was so strong that it shocked people. Eternal emptiness. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He also used a divine ability. This was the supreme divine ability passed down from the last era of the human clan. Although Lin Feng had only cultivated it to a small success, its power was still very strong. Lin Feng and Xiazi's attacks collided once again. Both sides took 3 steps back. Domineering intimidation. Lin Feng coldly shouted, and 12 layers of domineering auras bombarded Xiazi one after another. The power of the 12 layers of domineering auras stacked together was simply enough to destroy heaven and earth. After feeling the powerful power of the 12 layers of domineering auras, Xiazi's face couldn't help but sink slightly. This time, a storage ring on Xiazi's hand trembled slightly. Then, a huge light shield appeared, protecting Xiazi inside. That ring was actually not a storage ring. It was a top-grade treasure called the Ring of Protection. Once the Ring of Protection was activated, it could transform into a powerful protective light shield. If a cultivator was protected by the protective light shield, it could dissolve all kinds of attacks. Bang bang bang, the 12 layers of domineering auras bombarded the defensive light shield in succession. The attacks formed by the 12 layers of domineering auras were all blocked by the defensive light shield. That defensive light shield was really terrifying. The main reason was that the defensive magic treasure was relatively strong. I control the power of destiny. I will use the power of destiny to open the defensive light shield formed by this ring. Lin Feng used the Great Destiny technique. The power of destiny surged out. Then, it poured into the light shield. Bang! A sound was heard. The defensive light shield. It directly shattered. Lin Feng's Great Destiny technique was indeed powerful. Now that the Great Destiny technique had destroyed the defensive light shield, Lin Feng continued to use a powerful divine ability. This divine ability was Lin Feng's self-created Supreme Reincarnation Fist. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was an incomparably domineering divine ability. When this divine ability was activated, all the divine abilities that Lin Feng cultivated would be activated together, and then all the divine abilities would increase the power of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. So, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was Lin Feng's most powerful divine ability attack. However, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist also had its own shortcomings. That was, this divine ability consumed too much of one's body. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would rarely use this divine ability against enemies. But now, Lin Feng planned to use the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Xianxia. After the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was used by Lin Feng, the powerful fist intent locked onto Xianxia. After feeling the power of Lin Feng's punch, Xianxia was extremely shocked. Once again, he used the illusory incantation. After Lin Feng's punch, he discovered that the majority of the attack was dissolved by the illusory spell. Only a small portion of the attack landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia was sent flying, but he didn't suffer too much damage. What a terrifying fellow. It's not good to continue fighting. Let's go. After sending Xianxia flying, Lin Feng didn't continue to attack Xianxia. Instead, he quickly rushed downstairs. Who is this person? How can he be so terrifying? The pagoda god reappeared and said, "The path to becoming a sovereign must be lonely and invincible. If you want to become a sovereign, you must be invincible in the world. That kid must die. Of course. He must die. But we can't be too hasty. We'll play with him slowly. Now, I need to familiarize myself with the stone pagoda. Once I completely control it, I'll be able to play with him however I want," Xianxia said. Lin Feng rushed out of the stone pagoda. At this moment, the stone pagoda shook violently. Many cultivators rushed out of the stone pagoda. Obviously, many cultivators suspected that the stone pagoda had been refined by someone. Lin Feng, the fire Qilin, Feng Yarao, and the others gathered together. They didn't stay any longer and quickly left. Not long after they left, the stone pagoda broke through the void and disappeared. Soon, the news of Xianxia obtaining the stone pagoda quickly spread throughout the ancient demon domain. Even the arrogant words that Xianxia said in front of so many experts were exposed. Many people felt that it was inconceivable after hearing those words. Because even the Undying Realm's 8 young masters weren't so arrogant. Who was that person? He was actually arrogant to this extent. Many people became curious about Xianxia's identity. Soon, more news spread. And the news that came out pointed out Xianxia's origins. Xianxia was the only son of the 7th generation evil god. The 7th generation evil god's era was very chaotic. In addition, the 7th generation evil god also had a great enemy. So, he sealed his son in the god stone. He was waiting for the day when his son broke out of the god stone. When everyone knew Xianxia's origin, they were all shocked. He was actually the son of the evil god, a titled god? Era. The evil god was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Among the many titled gods? Among them, the evil god was also one of the top titled gods? Yes. As the son of the 7th generation evil god, Xianxia's talent was naturally terrifying. That guy called himself the son of the great Tao. How ridiculous. Some cultivators sneered after hearing Xianxia's identity. Thinking back to how arrogant Xianxia was and how he looked at everyone with disdain, they were still quite angry. At that time, Xianxia was too arrogant and looked down on everyone, which angered a lot of cultivators. In fact, Xianxia did have the right to be arrogant. At his age, it was really difficult to find a cultivator as strong as him. Xianxia's luck was also very strong, so he was always able to obtain many good things. Even the evil ancestor pagoda to him. To Xianxia, this was like adding wings to a tiger. The evil god. The demon god's son, the demon god's son, demon goddess son and the others, demon lords, demons. A cultivator said. And thought. With the arrival of the apocalypse, those ancient powerhouses who were in deep slumber, or the powerful existences sealed in the God's stone, or some other terrifying creatures would choose to come out at this time. But in fact, the end of the world also represented opportunities. Because countless opportunities would appear during the end of the world, when the end of the world came, many experts would be created. At this time, it was the true era of heroes and kings fighting for supremacy. This era was destined to be a great era with surging waves. Lin Feng, Fire Qilin, Little Pun King and the others went to the first ancestral land of the demon clan. On the way, Lin Feng asked the three of them about the Great Pin King and the Peacock King. After asking around, he found out that the Great Pin King and the Peacock King were still in seclusion. However, they were not far away from coming out. If they were lucky, when they returned this time, maybe they would be able to see the Great Pin King and the Peacock King. In the past, the Great Pin King and the Peacock King were regarded as the hope of the demon clan. Their talent was extremely heaven-defying. Even an existence like the Fire Qilin might not be comparable to the Great Pin King and the Peacock King. This was the terrifying part of the Great Pin King and the Peacock King. When the Sky Martial continent suppressed their cultivation, they were already able to defy the heavens. It was truly rare. Now, they had come to the first ancestral land of the demon clan in the Undying Realm. Moreover, they had been here for many years. Presumably, their cultivation had long reached an unimaginable level. The Fire Qilin said, I heard that when they are in seclusion, they will head to an ancient battlefield to temper their cultivation. That ancient battlefield seems to be called the Time Reversal World. I wonder if this is true or not. Lin Feng's spirit was slightly lifted. He had naturally heard of the Time Reversal World. Back then, his father was so powerful. It was said that it was because he had entered the Time Reversal World. What kind of world was the Time Reversal World? Lin Feng had always been very puzzled. Now, he actually mentioned the Time Reversal World from the Fire Qilin. Could it be that the first ancestral land of the demon clan still had a way to enter the Time Reversal World? Little Pun King said, that is indeed the case. Previously, Uncle came out of seclusion once. I heard him talk about the Time Reversal World, but he did not explain in detail what kind of world it was. Perhaps it was because he was afraid that he did not explain it that clearly. Lin Feng said, does that mean that the first ancestral land of the demon clan has a way to enter the Time Reversal World? The Fire Qilin shook its head. The first ancestral land of the demon clan doesn't have a way to enter the Time Reversal World. Lin Feng said, the Great Pin King and the Peacock King are cultivating in the first ancestral land of the demon clan. If the first ancestral land of the demon clan doesn't have a way to enter the Time Reversal World, then how can the Great Pin King and the Peacock King enter the Time Reversal World? The Fire Qilin said, they entered through the Fleeting Lake. The Fleeting Lake? What kind of place is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. There's actually such a strange lake? Said Lin Feng in astonishment. If it were anyone else, they would be extremely shocked after hearing about this lake. That was because this lake was really too strange. Feng Yarao said, this lake is really strange. I tried it before, and I saw a cave in the lake. Then, I tried to communicate with the cave, and when I connected with it, I instantly entered it. Fortunately, it was a cave in the real world, otherwise, I might not have been able to come out of the virtual world. Lin Feng said, so, there must have been people who entered the virtual world? And none of the cultivators who entered the virtual world came out alive? Feng Yarao nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, previously, there was a demonic cultivator who ascended with us. She entered a virtual world, and since then, there has been no news of her. It's been almost 100 years since then. I guess she's really trapped there and died. The Fire Qilin said, you're talking about that little girl from the White Fox clan, right? She's really sexy, charming. Just looking at her makes people drool, but unfortunately, she has such a short life. Obviously, the girl Feng Yarao was talking about was unexpectedly a peerless beauty, but she had died just like that. It was indeed a pity. Such a delicate beauty had died just like that, and it was easy for the majority of male cultivators to feel extremely vexed. Feng Yarao said, that's her. Apart from her, there are many other people in history who have suffered a calamity. That's why the ancestral land of the demonic beasts doesn't allow people to go to the lake so easily. Even if they go there, they can't casually enter the places they saw in the lake. Of course, if they want to play some exciting games, nobody can stop them. Lin Feng said, so, that means that the great Ping Emperor and the Peacock King saw the world where time had reversed at the lake. Then, they entered the world where time had reversed from the lake. That's indeed the case, said the little Ping Emperor. The Fire Qilin said gloomily, it really makes people jealous. Why didn't I see the world where time had reversed at the lake? I also want to see a world where time is reversed and then enter that world. We also want to. Feng Yaorao, Little Peng King, Little Moon, and Princess Shuiyao said in unison. No one didn't want to. However, if he wanted to enter, he would need to be lucky. Lin Feng asked, over the years, how many cultivators from the first ancestral land of the Yao race have entered the world of time reversal? The Fire Qilin shook its head and said, very, very few. As far as I know, you can count them on one hand. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng was looking forward to this trip to the first ancestral land of the demon race. He wanted to go to Suyu Lake to take a look. Was there any hope for him to enter the world where time was reversed? 3 months later, Lin Feng followed the Fire Qilin and the others to the first ancestral land of the Yao race. They first took a teleportation array in an ancient city called Flying Dragon City. The array sent them to a barren mountain covered in restrictions. They then took another teleportation array in the barren mountain. When they reappeared, they were in an underwater palace. They repeatedly used teleportation arrays. After using 7 teleportation arrays, Lin Feng and the others finally arrived outside the first ancestral land of the Yao race. The first ancestral land of the Yao race was very mysterious. No one knew exactly where it was. To enter the first ancestral land of the Yao race, one had to bring a token and take a special teleportation array. It was a very complicated path. In truth, it was to conceal the true location of the first ancestral land. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others were standing in a dense forest. The first ancestral land of the Yao race was an independent small world. This kind of small world naturally would not appear. To enter such a small world, one either had to master some special means, find a space node and enter from there, or hold a token to inform the people of the first ancestral land of the Yao race. Then, the cultivators of the first ancestral land of the Yao race would come out and lead everyone in. The Fire Qilin took out a flag. The flag shone and shot out a divine light. The divine light kept growing bigger. Soon, it wrapped around Lin Feng and the others. Then, the divine light flew in a direction of the forest and soon disappeared into thin air. Swish! The light disappeared. Lin Feng found himself in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The spiritual qi here was very abundant. This place was very comfortable. In the distance, there were Spirit Lu, Spirit Rabbit, and other creatures running. In the sky, there were also groups of red-crowned cranes and all kinds of spiritual birds flying. In the distance, Lin Feng even saw a white tiger standing on the top of a mountain and looking in their direction. The white tiger quickly withdrew its gaze and looked in another direction. This place. It should be the first ancestral land of the Yao race. Let's go and have a rest. When we're done, we'll take little Lin Feng to see the ancestors. They're really strong. Each one of them is a bestial god from the ancient times, said Lin Feng. The Fire Qilin said. Hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The title of demon god was among the titled gods? It belonged to one of the top titles of the Yao race. To be able to be called a demon god was definitely an existence that shocked the heavens and earth. In the past, the first ancestral land of the Yao race was very powerful. There was more than one true immortal powerhouse guarding it. But now, there was a titled god? A demon god of the era had appeared. Obviously, the current first ancestral land of the Yao race was perhaps more powerful and terrifying than the world imagined. Because before this, Lin Feng did not even know about the existence of these demon gods. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. They had been on the road for several months. Basically, they did not have a good rest. Lin Feng was also extremely tired. Lin Feng followed the Fire Qilin and the others into the depths of the Yao race's ancestral land. On the way, they saw some patrolling cultivators. those patrolling cultivators were not weak. They were all elite cultivators of the first ancestral land of the Yao race. There were many Yao cultivators in the first ancestral land of the Yao race. There was even a huge ancient city of the Yao race here. In addition to the ancient city of the Yao race, there were many towns and villages scattered everywhere. The area of this small world was very large. It was about the size of a prefecture in the 9 states. The structure of the ancestral lands is very complicated. For example, the first ancestral land is divided into many factions. For example, the factions left behind by the 3 Yao gods are all very powerful. Aside from the 3 Yao gods, there are also some top-tier factions. Although they don't have any Yao gods, their foundations are still very strong. Existences close to the Yao gods are sealed in godstones, and in recent years, they have come out one after another. Even the Yao gods don't dare to underestimate them. Little Peng King said. Lin Feng said, "It seems that the first ancestral land is a very lively place." Little Peng King and the others naturally knew what Lin Feng meant by lively. Actually, what Lin Feng meant by lively was scheming against each other. Think about it. When a family lived together, there would always be friction. What's more, when cultivators from different factions lived together. As the saying goes, where there are people, there will be conflicts. Now, there were so many factions gathered in the first ancestral land. All kinds of conflicts were bound to occur. Princess Shuya replied, "A few years ago, there was quite a bit of trouble, and the fighting was quite fierce. However, ever since the 3 devil gods appeared, the various large powers have become much more well-behaved. With the 3 devil gods holding down the fort, those powers have been able to calm down." Lin Feng said, "The 3 Yao gods also have their own factions. I'm afraid that the 3 Yao gods can't be fair, right?" Little Peng King said, "The 3 Yao gods don't care about the first ancestral land. They came out this time because they want to defy the heavens and change their fate. As long as the cultivators in the first ancestral land don't go too far, the 3 Yao gods won't interfere. Therefore, the 3 Yao gods won't deliberately favor the factions they left behind. Of course, the 3 Yao gods are still experts from the 3 top-tier factions. Although the 3 Yao gods won't help the 3 factions, after the 3 Yao gods came out, the status of the 3 factions also rose." What the Little Rock King said was human nature. Along the way, Lin Feng learned a lot about the first ancestral land from the Fire Qilin, Little Peng King, and the others. About 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at their residence. The place where the Fire Qilin and the others lived was called Ancient Yao Town. It was a town. Most of the people living here were cultivators who had ascended from the lower realm. The cultivators living in the ancient city were the native demon cultivators of the Undying Realm. Of course, ordinary native cultivators of the Undying Realm were not qualified to live in the ancient city. The demon clan cultivators inside were basically cultivators from various major forces of the demon clan. Ordinary native cultivators of the Undying Realm, those who had a better life would live in towns, while those who had a worse life would live in villages. There was a huge difference in where one lived. First, the first point. Regardless of whether it was the ancient city at the center or the towns and villages outside, they were all covered by a huge spirit-gathering formation. The weakest spirit-gathering array was naturally in the village. The spirit-gathering array in the town was much more powerful than the one in the village. The spirit-gathering array in the center of the ancient city was the most powerful. The stronger the spirit-gathering formation, the more beneficial it would be for one's cultivation. The second point. Clearly, the cultivators who lived in the ancient city were more convenient than the cultivators who lived in the towns, and the cultivators who lived in the towns were more convenient than the cultivators who lived in the villages. For example, the trading of some items. There was a huge commercial street in the center of the ancient city, as well as places like black markets. If one wanted to buy something or sell something, one could go to those commercial streets or black markets. Although there were also commercial streets and black markets in the towns, compared to the ancient city in the center, it was simply worlds apart. As for the villages, there were no commercial streets or black markets at all. Or there was a village grocery store. The third point. In the ancient city in the center, one could get first-hand orders about the first ancestral land of the demon clan and a lot of news about the outside world. However, if one lived in a town or a village, it would obviously take many days to get the news. After the Great Pink King, the Peacock King, and the others came to the first ancestral land of the demon clan, they showed extraordinary talent. In addition, they were cultivators from the 9 provinces' great world. In the beginning, they actually lived in the ancient city in the center. However, they were ostracized, so the Great Pink King and the Peacock King discussed and moved out of the ancient city. Only then did they settle down in the ancient city. They bought a courtyard in the ancient city. The courtyard was not particularly big. However, it was more than enough to house 40 to 50 people. Moreover, the Great Pink King and the others did not have a lot of people. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, so we won't disturb you too. However, we have to take it easy. Our bed here has been in disrepair for a long time and is not sturdy. The Fire Qilan said with a smile. Lin Feng kicked the Fire Qilan's butt. This guy. Nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth. What the hell is he talking about? Feng Yarao was not embarrassed. She had a cheerful personality, and everyone knew about her relationship with Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had even proposed to the Heavenly Wind God, and the Heavenly Wind God had agreed to marry Feng Yarao to Lin Feng. Feng Yarao led Lin Feng to their residence. She did not arrange a new residence for Lin Feng. Instead, she brought Lin Feng to her room. It was clear that from now on, Lin Feng and Feng Yarao would live together shamelessly. Lin Feng and Feng Yarao checked the items they had obtained. Lin Feng discovered that the evil aura surrounding the 3 treasures had yet to dissipate. He was unable to clearly see what it was. He also could not take out the items inside. However, the evil aura was weakening. Perhaps it would not be long before it completely dissipated. At that time, he would be able to find out what the 3 treasures were. When night fell, Lin Feng and Feng Yarao left their residence and came to the living room in the front courtyard. The Fire Qilan looked at Lin Feng and Feng Yarao with a teasing gaze. It was only when Lin Feng took out his spiked club that the Fire Qilan regained its serious expression. The Fire Qilan said, "We are not far from the central ancient city, so we can reach there in 4 hours. Let's go to the central ancient city now and meet the 3 demon gods first." Because non-demon cultivators have to obtain permission from the higher-ups of the demon race to go to Suyu Lake, as long as the 3 demon gods agree, no one can say anything. Since that's the case, let's set off now. I also want to meet the 3 demon gods of the ancient era. Lin Feng said. Everyone set off toward the central ancient city. 4 hours later, they arrived at the central ancient city. The walls of the central ancient city were constructed from a type of dark demon stone. One had to pay a certain amount of immortal stones to enter the city. Of course, these immortal stones were nothing to Lin Feng and the others. After entering the central ancient city, they discovered that it was bustling with people. Countless demon race cultivators had gathered in the central ancient city. Little Rock King said, "The cultivators from the towns and villages outside can only enter the central ancient city once every 3 months. Every time they come, they can only stay for 10 days at most. After 10 days, they must leave. If they don't leave, they will be expelled." As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion came from the distance. Some cultivators were fleeing in the ancient city, and many guards were chasing after them. In the end, the cultivator was caught by the guards and was beaten half to death. A group of guards dragged the cultivator out and threw him outside the city. Feng Yarao said, "That guy should be the cultivator who didn't leave after the time limit was up. There's a complete sky mirror in the center of the ancient city, so no one can hide here without being discovered. Everyone's situation is recorded, so if you want to play any tricks, you'll be caught dead." The group continued to walk inside. They planned to find a place to stay first, then rest for a day before visiting the 3 demon gods. On the way, Lin Feng heard the Fire Qilan and the others mention some things about the 3 demon gods. In the past, the 3 demon gods had reached the Sage Realm. Although they were only at the early stage of the Sage Realm, they were still Sage Realm cultivators. The cultivation of the 3 demon gods could be described as unfathomable. However, after countless years, the realms of the 3 great demon gods had fallen to a certain extent. Now, the 3 great demon gods should only have the strength of the Sage to be realm. But even so, they were incomparably powerful. Countless people looked up to them because even the Heaven Emperor was only at this level. It was too difficult for him to break through to the sage realm. The reason why the three great demon gods could break through to the sage realm in the past was that they had their own opportunities. Now that they were reborn, the three demon gods wanted to cultivate to the sage realm again and break through the shackles of the past. However, they also knew that this was much more difficult than normal cultivation. But no matter how difficult it was, the three demon gods would not give up. When they were looking for a place to stay, they met a group of cultivators. The leader was a young man who was transformed from a giant rock and belonged to the same race as Little Rock King. When he saw Little Rock King and the others, he said, "Little Rock King, I heard that you brought a human cultivator to the ancestral land of the demons. Have you forgotten that even you live in the first ancestral land of the demons? What right do you have to bring a human cultivator to the first ancestral land of the demons? Don't they have any rules at all? I wonder how the Great Pink King and Peacock King taught you." This young master of the demon race had a lofty and arrogant attitude. The expressions of Little Rock King and the others were somewhat ugly. Although this person was relatively young, he had already cultivated for over 80,000 years. Compared to the people of the 9 prefectures, the time they spent cultivating was much longer. One had to know that among Lin Feng's group, the Fire Qilin who had cultivated for the longest time had only cultivated for 3 to 4,000 years. The Fire Qilin and the Red World Fairy were almost from the same era. Cultivators of the 9 prefectures were often like this. They were young, powerful, and had astonishing talent. It was easy for them to arouse the jealousy of others. For example, the cultivator in front of them. This person was called Jin Zichong, and he was the 5th-generation grandson of the great golden-winged Rock King. This person's bloodline had undergone atavism, and he was very powerful. His bloodline was very similar to Little Rock King's because Little Rock King's bloodline had also undergone atavism. However, although their bloodlines were similar, their talents were somewhat different. Little Rock King's talent was much better than Jin Zichong's because Little Rock King was a cultivator from the 9 prefectures' great world. Therefore, even if their bloodlines were similar, as long as they came from the 9 prefectures' great world, they would definitely be more talented than others. This made Jin Zichong rather jealous of Little Rock King. Jin Zichong's cultivation was now at the level of a quasi-true immortal, but he could fight against a true immortal. Therefore, his status was extremely high. Little Rock King said, "There are no rules that say we can't bring our friends to the ancient demon territory." Chong Jin's expression darkened when he heard the Little Pung King refuting him. He smiled coldly and said, "Little Pung King, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Nothing can be accomplished without rules. The first ancestral land of the monster race has its own rules. Since you dared to act so presumptuously in front of me, you should be punished severely. But since we're of the same race, I'll let you off. How about this, slap yourself 10 times and I'll let bygones be bygones." At this moment, many people gathered around to watch the show. When they saw Little Rock King and the others being targeted by Jin Zichong, they immediately looked at Little Rock King and the others with pity. The great Rock King of the demon clan's ancestral land was a race that had been passed down by a demon god. This race was extremely terrifying. Being targeted by this race was naturally very difficult in the demon clan's ancestral land. Back then, Great Rock King and Peacock King had discussed and decided to move out of the central ancient city because they were targeted by the Great Rock King and the other races. The reason why they were targeted was because of jealousy. In this world, there was no love without a reason. But there was jealousy without a reason. Many people couldn't bear to see others doing well. There were too many people who would gloat when they saw others unlucky. For example, the Great Rock Clan. They were descendants of the demon god. They claimed to be very talented and had a very high status among the demon clan in the ancient demon realm. But, ever since the arrival of Great Rock King and the others, they suddenly realized. The Great Rock Clan cultivators who came from the mortal world were actually much more talented than them. They had always looked down on mortal world cultivators. Now that they saw that the cultivators from the mortal world were more talented than them, they were naturally extremely jealous. However, the 3 demon gods rather admired Great Rock King and the others. So, they wanted to ostracize Great Rock King and the others, but they couldn't do it too blatantly. The practitioners of the demon tribe gradually discovered that the practitioners of the demon tribe who came from the 9 states macro world were very special. Their talents were very powerful, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there seemed to be something special about them that allowed their cultivation to progress very quickly. This made their talents far surpass those of practitioners of the same bloodline. Only then did many people believe the rumors about the practitioners of the 9 states. This situation was like immigration. From a country. Immigrating to another country. However, those who immigrated to the past were often ostracized. In fact, not to mention the migration between countries. Even if they lived from one city to another, they might be ostracized and looked down upon. For example, if they lived from a small city to a big city, they would be despised by the people of the big city. In any corner of the world. Every moment. Such things were happening all over the world. But, when the people of the big city found out that these people from the small city were actually richer than them. At this moment. Jealousy began to grow. In the world of cultivators, it was naturally the same situation. Xianxia, don't go too far. Little Rock King clenched his fists and said coldly. You reckless fool. Is my name something you can call out? Now, a simple slap is no longer enough for me to forgive you. You need to kneel on the ground and slap yourself. My patience is limited. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, I don't mind doing it myself. When the time comes, fists and feet have no eyes. If you are beaten half to death, don't blame me for not reminding you. Xianxia looked at Little Rock King indifferently. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Little Rock King's face was extremely gloomy. The rock race's status in the demon realm was too high, so he did not want to offend the rock race. But now, Xianxia was going too far. This made Little Rock King quite angry. Bullied by others. Being humiliated by others, couldn't he fight back? He was really aggrieved. *CK, I didn't want to tolerate you for a long time. The fire Qilin had unknowingly circled behind Xianxia and directly smashed a brick towards the back of Xianxia's head. That was not an ordinary brick. It was actually a powerful treasure forged by the fire Qilin from the 9 heavenly stars. The power of this brick was quite fierce. Bang! The fire Qilin smashed the brick on the back of Xianxia's head. Xianxia screamed and then reached out to touch the back of his head. It was wet and sticky. Xianxia took a look. His eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Blood, blood, his hands were covered in blood. Xianxia was injured. I'm going to kill you, Kim Zichong roared angrily. Come, let's spar again. The fire Qilin grinned and smashed another brick at Xianxia. The brick was aimed at the back of Kim Zichong's head. The brick was aimed at Kim Zichong's head. There was a loud bang. The brick hit Kim Zichong hard. Blood immediately flowed down from his head. Kim Zichong covered his bleeding head and let out a shrill scream. His body. Then, he crashed to the ground. Kim Jong-chong remained motionless. This guy was knocked unconscious by the fire Qilin's 2 bricks. Damn. What's going on? Everyone was looking at each other in dismay. None of them had recovered from the shock. Kim Jong-chong had already fainted. Kim Zichong was truly too pitiful. Moreover, it was too sullen. He didn't even understand what was going on before he was knocked unconscious by a few consecutive bricks. Kim Zichong had never been so sullen before. The fire Qilin said, Everyone, please bear witness to this. We were just exchanging pointers, but this guy couldn't defeat me, so I knocked him unconscious with a brick. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard the fire Qilin. Could the fire Qilin be any more shameless? How could the fire Qilin be so shameless? It was the fire Qilin who had attacked Kim Zichong when he wasn't paying attention. Despicable. Fire Unicorn, you're despicable. No matter what, you're a member of the Holy Beasts clan, and you're attacking people by surprise. You're a disgrace to your ancestors. We're all bestial beasts, you're a disgrace. It's a disgrace to the fire Qilin, said one of Kim Zichong's followers coldly. The fire Qilin didn't care about their provocation. He said indifferently, if you can't defeat me, just admit it. Don't try to find excuses. How ridiculous. Lin Feng knew how shameless the Fire Qilin was. When the Fire Qilin was shameless, it was infuriating. Just like now. Kim Zicheng's followers were trembling with anger, but they didn't dare to attack the Fire Qilin and the others. After all, the Fire Qilin and the others were very strong. Fine, just you wait. When young Master Kim wakes up, you won't be able to bear the consequences. One of Kim Zicheng's followers said coldly. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a sinister glint. Following which, Jin Zicheng's followers carried him away. Lin Feng and the others didn't stay either. They quickly left. Kim Zicheng and the others have been bullying the 9 provinces' Great World's monster cultivators. Before this, the monster cultivators had been swallowing their anger and didn't resist. Now that they dare to resist, they won't let this matter rest. Just wait and see, there will be a good show. At this time, a cultivator said. This cultivator's words gained the approval of many people. Another person said, it shouldn't be too bad. After all, they're all monster cultivators. They'll see each other all the time. A middle-aged cultivator said, that's not necessarily the case. These people from the 9 provinces' Great World are very talented and have aroused the jealousy of many people. Also, I heard that when these people went to the heavenly illusionary land, many of them obtained great opportunities. For example, the little Pun King obtained a heavenly illusionary mirror. There are 7 heavenly illusionary mirrors in total. As long as one can obtain one can obtain the other heavenly illusionary mirrors. When the heavenly illusionary mirrors are combined, one can obtain an ancient weapon. Just imagine what an amazing opportunity this is. Many people's eyes have already turned red from jealousy. So, today's matter is actually just a fuse. Perhaps there will be even more intense conflicts in the future. That's right. I agree with this, brother. If the Great Ping King and the Peacock King hadn't received some guidance from the 3 great ancestors, many people would have attacked them long ago. An old man said. The 3 great ancestors referred to the 3 monster immortals who had once guided the Great Ping King and the Peacock King in their cultivation. Although they weren't master and disciple, there was still some affection between them. This was also the reason why the other monster forces didn't dare to attack. However, Lin Feng and the others found an inn to stay in. They rented one of the courtyards in the inn. They rented it for a total of 10 days. After arriving at the living room, Lin Feng said, now that things have turned out like this, I'm afraid that the situation in the demon clan's ancestral land will be even more difficult in the future. The Fire Qilin said, if this place doesn't want me, there will naturally be a place for me. Actually, we already had a discussion before, and we plan to wait for the Great Rock King and the Peacock King to come out before following you to the Sin Realm. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He naturally hoped that the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, the Fire Qilin, and the others would go to the Sin Realm. They were the people closest to him. If he went to the Sin Realm, he would be able to see them often, and he would also be able to increase the strength of the Sin Realm. Naturally, this was something that he was looking forward to. Lin Feng said, that's good. Then let's go to the Sin Realm. That's our own territory. The Little Rock King said, we need to wait until Uncle and the others come out. Lin Feng asked, do the people of the Demon Clan's ancestral land know that they have entered the world of time reversal? The Little Rock King shook his head and said, I don't know, only the few of us know about this. The people of the Demon Clan's ancestral land were already very ostracized by us. If they knew that Uncle and the others had entered the world of time reversal, who knows what those people would do? The Little Rock King's words were actually very reasonable. To put it bluntly, this world, everything was dominated by benefits. It was an incomparably realistic world. In the eyes of countless cultivators, benefits were paramount. Therefore, for the sake of benefits, these cultivators would do all sorts of things. After resting for a day, Lin Feng followed the Fire Qilin and the others to pay their respects to the 3 demon gods. Lin Feng really wanted to see the 3 bestial beasts. After all, they were experts from the ancient era. Being able to meet such an ancient expert was not an easy thing to do. Of course, not everyone was qualified to meet the 3 demon gods. Thus, Lin Feng's invitation clearly stated his identity. Sin Realm's master, Lin Feng. This was the identity that Lin Feng had written. He believed that the three Yao gods had heard of his name. Lin Feng's invitation was presented to the three Yao gods. Soon after, an old man from the bestial clan came and invited Lin Feng to see the three bestial gods. This old man was a supreme elder of the demon race's ancestral ground. His status was also extraordinary, but he was nothing in front of the three ancestors. Lin Feng saw the three bestial beasts in a palace in the starry sky. Lin Feng originally thought that the three demon gods would have white hair. However, Lin Feng was slightly surprised to see them. Although they were ancient existences, they weren't old. They looked like middle-aged men with exuberant blood energy. This was a clear difference from the old men. After the old experts came into being, their bloodlines would collapse. It would be very difficult for them to reverse the heaven's will. However, the three Yao gods were in their prime. Even though their cultivation levels had already dropped, their lifespans were slipping away quickly, but their powerful blood energy was enough to support their transformation. The three bestial beasts were also observing Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't know what they were thinking. "Greetings, masters," said Lin Feng, bowing respectfully. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bowed to the three. The golden-robed cultivator was De Peng. He smiled and said, "Young friend, there's no need to be so courteous." Lin Feng stood up. The gray-robed Yao god was the heaven-devouring python demon god. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. His face was somewhat sinister. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "The imperial clan of sovereigns is an extraordinary clan. In the past, it was extremely prosperous. During the primordial era, Jizishu's name shook the entire primordial era. Later on, many people thought that your clan's inheritance had been lost. Many people sighed. Today, I'm very happy to see a descendant of the imperial clan of sovereigns." Lin Feng said, "Thank you for your concern, senior." The heaven-devouring python demon god smiled and didn't say anything else. The third Yao god was from the white peacock demon god. The celestial emperor's mother was a cultivator from the white peacock demon god. The white peacock demon god had been very powerful in the past, but the celestial race and the immortal race still looked down on them. Because of this, the celestial emperor had been ridiculed in his youth. Of course, the white peacock demon god was divided into many branches. The branch of the undying realm might not have much relation to the white peacock demon god in the celestial realm. "Do any of your ancestors still exist in this world?" the white peacock demon god asked. The great pink demon god and the heaven-devouring python demon god were clearly very interested in this question, and they both looked at Lin Feng. They wanted to get an answer from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "There are still a few ancestors who are in deep slumber in the ancestral lands." "Oh? There's actually such a thing?" The three Yao gods were very surprised. They couldn't tell if Lin Feng was telling the truth or not. Actually, they felt that Lin Feng was lying. This was because the sovereign emperor clan was too heaven-defying. It was very difficult for several of their clansmen to live in the same era. Thus, deep in their hearts, they didn't really believe Lin Feng's words. However, the sovereign emperor clan was too extraordinary, and they possessed many unimaginable methods. Was there a way to deceive the heavens and avoid the punishment of the heavenly Tao? Was there a way for several of their clansmen to survive in the same era? This was also something that was very difficult to say. Lin Feng said that because he hadn't seen any other cultivators from the sovereign imperial clan. Lin Feng didn't care about the sovereign imperial clan. Those powerful ancestors. Perhaps they had all died long ago. What a sorrowful thing. But in front of outsiders, he naturally couldn't reveal all of his clan's secrets, could he? Moreover, perhaps, the sovereign emperor clan, were there really still some of their ancestors alive? This was also very likely. "If you have the chance, please send our greetings to the seniors," said the great pink demon god. The great pink demon god said, "This junior will remember." Lin Feng said. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng continued, "This time, apart from paying respects to the three seniors, this junior also wants to go to Sewer Lake to take a look. I hope that the three seniors can help me. Junior will remember this." Lin Feng replied. The white peacock demon god flicked his finger, and a jade talisman flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the jade talisman in his hand. The White Peacock King said, "You can go with this jade talisman." "Alright, then this junior will not disturb the three seniors' cultivation. This junior will take his leave," Lin Feng said. The three demon gods nodded. Lin Feng did not stay any longer and quickly left. Outside, he met up with the Fire Qilin and the others. "How is it?" the Fire Qilin asked. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman and said, "I've already obtained the token. We can go to the Suyu Lake now." "Excellent," the Fire Qilin said with a smile. Lin Feng and the others did not stay any longer and directly left the ancient city. They did not check out either. The remaining rent for the next few days would be considered a gift to the inn. The Suyu Lake was 3 days away from the ancient city. Not long after Lin Feng and the others left, Jin Zicheng, who had been knocked unconscious by the Fire Qilin with a brick, finally woke up. Actually, Jin Zicheng should have woken up earlier. But after suffering such a great humiliation in Jin Zicheng's subconscious, he did not want to wake up. Thus, Jin Zicheng did not wake up for a long time. After waking up, Jin Zicheng still felt waves of intense pain coming from the back of his head and forehead. The current Jin Zicheng simply wanted to cut the Fire Qilin into 1,000 pieces. Even Lin Feng, Little Rock King, Feng Yarao, and the others were hated by Jin Zicheng. He had never suffered such a great humiliation. Thus, today's matter was absolutely intolerable. Jin Zicheng stood up and went outside. "Young master, you're awake." Seeing Jin Zicheng come out, the servant outside hurriedly bowed to Jin Zicheng. "Where are the Fire Qilin and the others?" Jin Zicheng asked with a gloomy expression. The servant said, 2 hours ago, these people left the city. It is said that they accompanied that human cultivator to the Suyu Lake." "Oh? They're heading towards Suyu Lake. That's great. It's not easy to deal with those guys in the center of the city, but if they leave the city, it'll be much easier." Jin Zicheng's eyes flashed, and he ordered coldly, "Go and gather some strong cultivators, I want to destroy those bastards." As a servant, he naturally did not dare to disobey Kim Zicheng's orders. Therefore, after hearing Jin Zicheng's order, the servant complied. Then, he quickly went to gather the experts. Lin Feng and the others ran into Hua Lingxian when they were heading towards Suyu Lake. Lin Feng and Hua Lingxian had known each other for a long time. Hua Lingxian was Demon Empress Feng Shi's disciple. Before those experts were born, Demon Empress Feng Shi was the top expert of the demon clan. Her cultivation was at the true immortal realm, and her cultivation was unfathomable. Even many experts with strong backgrounds didn't dare to underestimate Demon Empress Phoenix Creek. However, Demon Empress Phoenix Creek was rather low profile. She rarely asked about the matters of the demon clan's ancestral land, and she seemed to be focused on cultivation. After seeing Lin Feng, Hua Lingxian seemed to be quite happy. She said, "I didn't think that Lin Gongzi would come to the demon clan's ancestral land at this time. Fortunately, I rushed back, or else I would have missed Lin Gongzi. Now, where are Lin Gongzi and Yarao planning to go? Why don't you come to my place to rest?" Hua Lingxian lived on Phoenix Creek Mountain, which was a cultivation paradise. It was where Demon Empress Feng Shi cultivated. Lin Feng had learned that Hua Lingxian and Feng Yarao had a very good relationship. Perhaps, beautiful women would always admire each other. Therefore, although they hadn't known each other for a long time, their relationship was like that of sisters. Lin Feng said, "We're planning to go to Suyu Lake to take a look. When we return from there, we'll go and visit you." Hua Lingxian said, "I don't have anything to do anyway, so I'll go to Suyu Lake with you." Since Hua Lingxian had said so, Lin Feng and the others naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, Hua Lingxian, a delicate beauty, was among the people traveling with them. Naturally, it was pleasing to the eye. Thus, Hua Lingxian joined the group. Everyone continued to walk in the direction of Suyu Lake. Another 2 days passed. Lin Feng and the others arrived at Suyu Lake. Suyu Lake was enveloped by a huge restriction. In that area, white fog rolled. The restriction hidden in the white fog was very powerful. If one wanted to smoothly pass through the area covered by the white fog to reach Suyu Lake, they would need to take a special passage. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die under the attack of those restrictions. Don't underestimate those powerful restrictions. Those restrictions were set up by many demon gods at their peak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist those restrictions at all. However, there was a special passage that was very safe. One just had to hand the token over to the guardian. The Fire Qilin and the others couldn't pass without the token, so they waited outside for Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, he took the jade talisman and headed to the entrance of the passage. There were dozens of cultivators guarding there. Lin Feng handed the jade talisman to a cultivator. After the cultivator looked at the jade talisman, he let them pass. Lin Feng entered the passage. The passage was enveloped by a powerful array formation and would not be attacked by the restrictions in the white fog area. The passage was about 10 miles long. It wasn't too far. After Lin Feng passed through the passage, he finally arrived at Suyu Lake. The area of Suyu Lake wasn't very big. It was only about 100 mu of land. Lin Feng flew to the middle of Suyu Lake. On the way here, the Fire Qilin and the others had already told Lin Feng a lot about Suyu Lake. When he arrived at Suyu Lake, he floated in the middle of Suyu Lake. Then, he carefully looked at the surface of Suyu Lake. When the time came, he would be able to sense the specific situation inside. Lin Feng followed the method described by the Fire Qilin and the others. He looked at the surface of Suyu Lake. The surface of Suyu Lake was like a mirror. At the very beginning, Lin Feng didn't see anything, but as time passed, Lin Feng realized that in a flash, there were some images in the lake. It was a mountain range. It was a very ancient mountain range. It was shaped like a huge dragon that lived on the ground. He didn't know where it was. Looking into the distance, he could see endless forests, lakes, plains, deserts, and ancient cities. Is this a mysterious world? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng didn't dare to rashly jump to a conclusion. Because he had heard Fire Qilin, Feng Yarao, and the others talk about the illusory world that appeared in the lake. If it was a real world, it would be fine. If it was an illusory world, once he communicated with it and entered that world, it would be a disastrous thing. Lin Feng didn't try to communicate with that world. He was still observing that world, hoping to find some clues. Lin Feng saw the first ancient city, but the ancient city was a little far from him. Therefore, he couldn't see the specific situation of the ancient city clearly. However, the ancient city was getting closer and closer. Not long after, he could see the full appearance of the ancient city. Everything in this world was like a landscape painting, slowly unfolding and then showing Lin Feng. A dilapidated ancient city. When Lin Feng saw the full appearance of the ancient city, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He frowned slightly. It was actually a dilapidated ancient city. This was something that Lin Feng didn't expect. Looking from the outside, the ancient city was perfect, without any signs of dilapidation. But looking from the inside, the streets and houses in the ancient city had long been destroyed. There were even many skeletons on the ground. The scene changed quickly. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the second ancient city, which was still a dilapidated ancient city. In the following scenes, Lin Feng saw a world full of death aura. The various ancient cities were already dilapidated, and there were countless skeletons. Although there were still some creatures in the mountains, grasslands, deserts, lakes, and other places, they were only some low-level creatures, not powerful cultivators. A destroyed world. Lin Feng muttered to himself. This world was huge, but it was destroyed. Dong dong dong, suddenly, Lin Feng heard a series of dull collision sounds coming from the depths of this world. Then, a huge figure appeared. When he saw that huge figure, Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Here. It wasn't that there was no one. That mysterious existence was at the end of the world. Due to the distance, they couldn't see his face. He held a huge hammer and seemed to be hammering something. Lin Feng tried to reach the end of this world. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he couldn't reach it. This left Lin Feng quite speechless. It also made Lin Feng feel very helpless. However, not long after, Lin Feng saw an ancient demonic pagoda flying out from the end of the world. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the Devil Pagoda before it was split into two, it was still complete. Now, he actually saw the figure of the demonic tower in this world. What did this mean? Could it be, was that mysterious existence forging the Devil Pagoda? The origin of the Devil Pagoda was very mysterious. No one knew the origin of the Devil Pagoda. Of course. It was also possible that someone knew the origin of the demonic tower, but Lin Feng didn't know who knew the origin of the demonic tower. Devil Pagoda. It exuded a terrifying aura. Even though it had only just been forged, it was already unimaginably powerful. A world created by the Devil Pagoda, just who is the existence at the end of the world? Lin Feng could not stop himself from mumbling. He was very interested in the mysterious existence at the end of the world. He wanted to know the identity of the mysterious existence. Unfortunately, the mysterious existence had never appeared. Lin Feng knew. The world within the lake must be a real world. However, he did not know where it was. Lin Feng had no intentions of entering the world. It hadn't been easy for him to reach the Undying Plane. Lin Feng did not know what would happen after entering the world. If he could not return to the Undying Plane, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Lin Feng did not want that to happen. The Devil Pagoda flew through the void. Next, it furiously devoured all the powers within the world. The power of death, the power of darkness, the power of light, and so on. All the powers. The Devil Pagoda furiously devoured them all. As the demonic tower absorbed all kinds of energy, its power continued to increase. By devouring the various powers, the Devil Pagoda completed its transformation. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and an item flew out from the ground. The item furiously slammed against the Devil Pagoda. Lin Feng turned to look at the item and a look of shock appeared on his face. The item that had flown out from the ground was actually a beast claw. The beast claw was very special and strange. It was covered in golden scales. Seeing the beast claw, Lin Feng could not stop himself from revealing a puzzled look. That beast claw. Just what kind of creature did it belong to? Why was there only one claw left? Had that living being died? Was there only one claw left in this world? Perhaps, that was a real possibility. The beast claw fought against the Devil Pagoda. The beast claw wanted to destroy the Devil Pagoda but failed. The Devil Pagoda wanted to destroy the beast claw and devour it. However, the Devil Pagoda failed as well. Neither the Devil Pagoda nor the beast claw could do anything to the other party. It's Li Dianli's beast claw. I never thought that Li Dianli's beast claw would still exist in this world. I wonder if this scene in front of me is something from this era? Perhaps it's something from a previous era. I've never heard of a creature like Li Dianli appearing in this era. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Li Dianli? What the hell is that? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. This was the first time he had heard of a creature like Li Dianli. However, from the tone of the Demon Lord's voice, it could be deduced. Li Dianli was a creature like that. It should be an extremely terrifying existence. But what kind of existence was it? Lin Feng did not know for the time being. Yao Jun said, Li Dianli is said to be a creature born in thunder and lightning. It is born to control the power of thunder and lightning, and the power of thunder and lightning is almost the most destructive power. Therefore, Li Dianli's attack power is very strong. Moreover, Li Dianli's life force is incomparably tenacious, almost unkillable. This kind of creature is not particularly big in appearance, about the size of an ordinary leopard. It does not have a specific shape, and it is said that it can change into any shape at will. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, since he doesn't have a specific form, how can you tell that the claw is Li Dianli's? After hearing the Demon Lord's explanation, Lin Feng could basically confirm that the claw was left behind by Li Dianrong. However, no matter who left it behind, it was something that happened countless years ago. It wasn't something that happened in the present, so it was impossible for the claw to come to this spacetime. In fact, Lin Feng was a little disappointed because he was still hoping to see the time reversal world in the lake. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Lin Feng wasn't able to see the time reversal world in the virtual world. It was just his wishful thinking, so he could only sigh. It seemed that it was impossible to enter the time reversal world from the first ancestral land of the demon race. As for the scenes he saw, he would just treat it as a show. Lin Feng couldn't enter that world, and it was most likely destroyed. What was the difference between entering that world and seeking death? Lin Feng was about to leave, but at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. "Take me out, take me out, take me out," the voice said. After hearing the voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. That voice. Where did it come from? Why was it ringing in his mind? Lin Feng asked. "Demon Lord, did you hear a voice?" "Voice? What voice?" the Demon Lord asked, puzzled. "Take me out, that voice is repeating those words," said Lin Feng. The Demon Lord frowned slightly, then said, "Could it be related to what you saw in the lake?" That, Lin Feng frowned, because what the Demon Lord said was very possible. If that was the case, who was transmitting the voice to him, and who could transmit the voice to him through that illusory world? Why did it sound so unbelievable? However, that voice did exist, and Lin Feng heard it very clearly. "How do I take you out?" Lin Feng asked. The voice didn't answer Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng speechless. "You asked me to take you out, but you're not saying anything now. What the hell are you trying to do? If you don't say anything, I'm leaving," Lin Feng said. "Take me out, take me out. Take me out." The voice once again rang in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng said, "How do I take you out?" "You should tell me. If you don't say anything, how do I take you out?" "Take me out, take me out, take me out." The voice was still repeating those 4 words. Fuck, is not a brand, right? It's not transmitting voice at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Otherwise, why would the voice keep repeating the same sentence? It was too suspicious. Lin Feng decided to leave, but as he was leaving, the voice resonated in Lin Feng's head again. "You're right. You're right. You're right." Lin Feng decided to leave, but as he was leaving, the voice resonated in his head again. "Don't go, take me out, take me out, take me out." This time, the words spoken by the voice were slightly different from before. That was because the voice had added the words, "Don't go." "It's not a brand?" Lin Feng was surprised. The voice didn't seem to be a brand, and it was really talking to him. For some reason, it didn't tell him how to take the voice out. The situation in front of him was really strange, and it made his hair stand on end. However, Lin Feng wasn't frightened. He thought for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll take you out. You can come out now." After Lin Feng said that, the surface of the lake started to ripple violently. The world that appeared on the surface of the lake started to distort, and an illusory space-time gate was constructed in that world. At that moment, Lin Feng saw it. The Claw of Li Dian had actually rushed into the space-time gate and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the world that appeared on the surface of the lake disappeared as well. Above the lake, a space-time gate was formed. The space-time gate was emitting violent waves as it opened bit by bit. This space-time gate can't be the gate that appeared in that world, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. He felt like he was going crazy. That world, it was a world from countless years ago, or even several epochs ago. Logically speaking, that world belonged to the past spacetime, and it didn't have any intersection with the present spacetime. Therefore, the spacetime gate condensed from the past spacetime couldn't be connected to the present spacetime. However, what was the actual situation? It was a spacetime gate that was constructed between 2 different spacetime worlds. It was normal for something like this to happen in a dream. However, something like this had happened in reality. It was really, he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. Perhaps it was because he wasn't strong enough. Only when one's strength reached a certain level would one be able to understand some things that seemed inconceivable. However, Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't reached that level yet. Therefore, there were some things that Lin Feng couldn't understand. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the void. The bolt of lightning directly struck towards the spacetime gate. Bang! The bolt of lightning struck the spacetime gate fiercely. The spacetime gate trembled violently, and it seemed like it was about to dissipate. Boom! 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 At that moment, bolts of lightning fell from the sky one after another, heading straight for the gate of time and space. The bolts of lightning struck the spacetime gate, and the spacetime gate was about to be completely destroyed. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that the way of heaven didn't allow the spacetime gate to appear? Thinking about it, that might be the reason. After all, the spacetime gate was a spacetime gate that appeared countless years ago, or even several epochs ago. It shouldn't appear in the present spacetime. Therefore, the way of heaven wanted to destroy the spacetime gate. Just when Lin Feng thought that the spacetime gate was about to be destroyed by the way of heaven, suddenly, something shocking happened. The spacetime gate actually solidified again. The way of heaven seemed to have sensed all of this, so it descended an even more powerful bolt of lightning. However, it still couldn't destroy the spacetime gate. The spacetime gate. It opened quickly. Swoosh. The next moment, that golden light turned into a claw. It was Li Dianli's claw. When he saw Li Dianli's claw, Lin Feng's face showed an incomparably moved expression. Li Dianli's claw actually appeared in this spacetime. It was really incredible, but everything was true. After Li Dianli's claw appeared, it directly swept towards the void. The power of thunder and lightning that had just condensed in the void was instantly shattered by Li Dianli's claw. And at this time, Lin Feng clearly felt that there seemed to be a more powerful attack brewing. Although that attack had not yet condensed, Lin Feng hurriedly flew towards the shore, so as not to be implicated. At this time, beams of death light condensed in the void one after another. The dense beams of death light all slashed towards Li Dianli's claw. Each beam of death light contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao was determined to destroy Li Dianli's claw. Li Dianli's claw violated the laws of heaven and earth, coming from the past to the present. If it could really withstand the attack of the heavenly Tao and continue to live in this spacetime, it would be really terrifying. Facing the attack of the death beams, Li Dianli's claw swept towards the death beams. One after another, the sound of collision rang out. Li Dianli's claws collided with the death beams one after another. Every time they collided, a terrifying shockwave that was enough to destroy the world was sent out. Even the void was shattered by the impact. The death light beams could not do anything to Li Dianli's claw. Then, all kinds of attacks were brewed, all slashing towards Li Dianli's claw. Li Dianli's claw collided with the various attacks condensed by the heavenly Tao. The attacks condensed by the heavenly Tao were strong, but they could not destroy Li Dianli's claw. I travel through time and space. Heaven and earth decay, but I am immortal. Heaven and earth perish, but I am immortal. At this time, a low voice resounded between heaven and earth. This was the voice of Li Dianli's claw. It was really strange that a claw could speak. But the world of cultivators was like this. Strange things of every description emerged one after another. So it was acceptable for such a thing to happen. In the end, Li Dianho's claws blocked all the attacks of the heavenly Tao. The invisible pressure that lingered in the void dissipated. Tian Dao no longer attacked Li Dianhu's claws. This was similar to a cultivator's tribulation. The lightning tribulation condensed by the heavenly Tao attempted to destroy the cultivators. Some cultivators died in the lightning tribulation. However, some cultivators managed to successfully overcome their lightning tribulations. Right now, Li Dianho's claws had resisted the attack of the heavenly Tao, which was similar to the tribulation. Li Dianli's claws quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Then, a voice came from Li Dianli's claws. Kid, you have the aura of the Devil Tower on you. Could it be that you have some connection with the Devil Tower? Let me search your soul and see if there are any memories related to the Demon Tower. Hearing Li Dianzu's words, Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. I helped you come from that world to this space-time, and you want to search my soul. Wasn't this a classic case of biting the hand that fed him? Lin Feng had the urge to slap Li Dianho to death. However, Lin Feng didn't dare to show his true thoughts. Li Dianho was simply too strong. He couldn't compete with Li Dianho. I can tell you whatever you want to know. Don't search my soul. Have you forgotten? I played an extremely important role in the reason you were able to come from that world to this space-time. A powerful existence like you shouldn't do something like biting the hand that fed you, right? Lin Feng hurriedly said. Li Dianhou said, "Don't you know that Li Dianhou only cares about benefits and not friendship? That's why I've long since forgotten about your kindness to me." "That's possible?" The corner of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. As the saying goes, shameless people are invincible. The current Li Dianhou. He gave off such a feeling. However, this guy only had one claw left. He didn't even have a face. What face did he have? Li Dianhou quickly flew towards Lin Feng, as if he really wanted to search Lin Feng's soul. If Li Dianhou were to do so, it would be an extremely bad thing. First, when Li Dianhou's soul was searched, his soul would suffer irreparable damage. Second, Lin Feng had too many secrets. If Li Dianhou were to search his soul and find out about Lin Feng's many secrets, he might kill Lin Feng and take all of Lin Feng's secrets for himself. This was something that could happen. Therefore, he had to guard against Li Dianhou's soul search. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "The demon pagoda is now divided into two, and both of them have given birth to their own gods. Right now, the two demon pagodas are spying on each other. They want to devour each other and merge into one. However, neither of the two demon pagodas can do anything to each other. Therefore, for now, the two demon pagodas are in a situation where they are evenly matched. And I do have some connections with the demon pagodas. My two ancestors controlled the demon pagodas one after another. Later, it was said that the fall of my two ancestors was greatly related to the demon pagodas. Back then, I helped the Snow clan suppress the first demon pagoda. So, if you really want to talk about it, there is only resentment and hatred between me and the demon pagodas. That's all there is between me and the demon pagodas. I've told you everything I know. You won't search my soul again, right?" After he finished speaking, Lin Feng looked at Li Dianhou's claw with some apprehension. If this guy really bit the hand that fed him, then he would join forces with the demon lord to deal with this guy. Although he still might not be a match for this guy, it shouldn't be too difficult to escape, right? Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. After hearing his words, Li Dianhou's claw stopped in midair. It didn't target Lin Feng anymore. It seemed to believe what Lin Feng had said a moment before. And Lin Feng really hadn't lied to this guy. Everything he said was true. "Do you know where the demon pagodas are?" Li Dianhou asked. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Dianhou wouldn't attack him. Lin Feng adjusted his emotions and said, "I really don't know where the two demon pagodas are, but I do know that they are in the Undying World. I saw them last time in the Little Western Horizon region." "Okay," Li Dianhou's claw said. Then, it tore through the void and disappeared. Li Dianli's claw left. Although they were in the first ancestral land of the demon race, Lin Feng believed that if it wanted to leave, it would have its own way. It was hard to imagine how powerful Li Dianli's claw was. It was definitely a terrifying existence. Now that it had left, Lin Feng could finally relax. This time, when he came to the Suyu Lake, he didn't see the time reversal world. He had actually brought Li Dianli's claw to this world. It was really strange. Li Dianli's claw didn't attack Lin Feng, which meant that there was some connection between them. In fact, Lin Feng was very curious. What kind of existence could kill Li Dianli? This was destined to be a secret unless Li Dianli's claw told him what had happened. Lin Feng didn't need to stay here any longer. He went back the way he came and met up with the Fire Qilin and the others outside. "How was it? Did you find anything?" the Fire Qilin asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I saw a world, but I didn't enter it." Lin Feng didn't tell them about Li Dianli's claw. There was no need to let the Fire Qilin and the others know about it. If they didn't know, they could just pretend that nothing had happened. If they knew, who knew what kind of disaster it would bring to them? Of course, this kind of thing could happen. Who knew what kind of personality Li Dianli's claw had? "Then let's go back," Xianxia said with a smile. She had invited Lin Feng and the others to go to Fengxi Mountain. Now that things here were over, they could go to Fengxi Mountain with Xianxia and visit the Demon Empress. The group left. They talked and laughed along the way. However, when he was halfway there, he was surrounded by people. There were about 100 cultivators surrounding Lin Feng and the others. They were aggressive and looked at Lin Feng and the others indifferently. The leader was none other than Jin Zicheng, who had been knocked unconscious by the fire Qilan's brick. This guy was obviously here for revenge. Jin Zicheng, what is the meaning of this? Hua Lingxian asked. Jin Zicheng said coldly, Hua Lingxian, this is between me and this group of Jiuzhou cultivators. It has nothing to do with you, so you better get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Hua Lingxian actually knew that Jin Zicheng had always rejected the demon cultivators of the 9 regions. Therefore, she said, don't go too far. Even if you have an extraordinary status, if you go too far, you won't be able to explain yourself. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Jin Zicheng said with a cold smile. Clearly, he did not want to give Hua Lingxian any face. Jin Zicheng no longer had any scruples. He only wanted to teach these cultivators a lesson. At the very least, he wanted to cripple their limbs. Otherwise, how could he vent the hatred in his heart? Feng Yarao said, Lingxian, don't get involved in this matter. This is between us and Jin Zicheng. That's right. We should have settled this dispute long ago. Do you really think that we're easy to bully? The world is so big, and if we don't stay here, we'll have to find somewhere else to go. The fire Qilan said with a cold smile. Jin Zicheng said mockingly, you're really a group of ingrates. Have you forgotten the kindness of the demon ancestral land so quickly? You actually said such heartless words. The demon ancestral land shouldn't have taken in you ingrates. Little Pun King said indifferently, of course, we're very grateful to the higher-ups of the demon ancestral land for taking us in. However, there are some things that don't need to be said too clearly. If you say it too clearly, it won't be good for anyone's face. Hee, ingrates can always find a lot of reasons to defend themselves. Jin Zicheng continued to sneer. Ingrate was naturally an extremely unpleasant description. This fellow used the word ingrate to describe Little Rock King and the others. This was simply a great humiliation to Little Rock King and the others. Therefore, Little Rock King and the others' expressions were incomparably ugly. Little Pun King said, don't make the demon ancestral land sound too noble. There are so many demon cultivators from the lower realms who came to the Undying Realm. How many people did the demon ancestral land take in? Back then, we were only able to join the first ancestral land because my uncle gave us a primal chaos sacred stone. That's why the first ancestral land took us in. The first ancestral land of the demon race is only SOSO. Don't try to fish for fame. Sure enough, there was something fishy about this matter. Little Pun King said that if this matter was said too clearly, it wouldn't be good for anyone's face. Now that Little Pun King said this matter, it was obvious that he was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality. Jin Zicheng knew about the rules of the demon ancestral land, but he hadn't thought that Great Pun King would take out something as precious as the primal chaos sacred stone. Unfortunately, he wasn't fated to have such a treasure. Jin Zicheng was a bit depressed. Jin Zicheng wondered if Little Pun King also had such a treasure. After crippling Little Pun King, he would be able to rob him of all his treasures. Thinking about this, Jin Zicheng suddenly smiled coldly and said, isn't it normal for you to contribute some treasures? You have to pay immortal stones to stay outside. Do you think the demon ancestral land is a charity organization? What kind of riffraff is allowed to stay in our #1 ancestral land? Little Pun King smiled coldly and said, I didn't say that. This is a matter of mutual benefit. It's good for both sides. Therefore, we're not as bad as you say. Wait until my uncle and the Peacock King come out of seclusion. We'll leave the first ancestral land and we won't contact each other anymore. Hee, what kind of place do you think the first ancestral land is? You think it's a place where you can come and go as you please? If you want to leave, you have to cripple your own cultivation and I'll let you go. Jin Zicheng looked at Little Pun King and the others indifferently. This guy was quite ruthless, he was actually asking Little Pun King and the others to cripple their cultivation. Jin Zicheng, do you really think we're easy to bully? We tolerated you before not because we were afraid of you. Little Pun King said coldly. Since Jin Zicheng had put it this way, there was only one way left to fight. The fire Qilan said, last time, I should have crippled a coward like you. If I had crippled a coward like you, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. I really regret it. If the heavens gave me another chance, I would have used a brick to turn you into an idiot. After hearing the fire Qilin's words, Jin Zicheng felt his forehead and the back of his head begin to hurt again. He didn't know if it was caused by psychological factors, but a burst of pain came from Jin Zicheng's forehead and the back of his head. Jin Zicheng regarded this as a great humiliation. He tried hard not to think about being knocked out by the fire Qilin with a brick, but now, the fire Qilin brought it up again. Jin Zicheng couldn't help but think about what happened before. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Now, in the first ancestral land of the demon race, there must be many people talking behind his back and mocking him. Thinking of this, Jin Zicheng had an impulse to cut the fire Qilin into pieces. He could just cripple the rest of the people in 9 regions. But the fire Qilin. It must die. Do it. No need to be polite. Cripple all of them. Jin Zicheng waved his hand and said. Yes. After receiving the order, the experts brought by Jin Zicheng rushed toward Lin Feng and the others like wolves and tigers. When Jin Zicheng and the others came out of the central ancient city, such a large group naturally attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, many cultivators followed them out and wanted to see what was going on. These cultivators stood in the distance to watch the show. They had heard that Jin Zicheng was knocked out by the fire Qilin with a brick, and this matter had become a joke. Jin Zicheng was a narrow-minded person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In the eyes of the onlookers, since Jin Zicheng had decided to take action, the cultivators of the 9 states macro world would suffer today. Isn't Jin Zicheng too brazen? Does he really dare to cripple the cultivators of 9 regions world? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the higher-ups? A cultivator said. Even now, he still didn't understand what Jin Zicheng was thinking. A cultivator said, what is Jin Zicheng afraid of? His talent was great, his cultivation was powerful, and he was of noble birth. The rock demon deity, one of the 3 great demon deities, was his ancestor. If the practitioners of the 9 states macro world were destroyed, what was done could not be undone. At that time, the higher-ups would probably turn a blind eye to it. After all, they would not destroy Jin Zicheng for a few useless people. Of course, when the time comes, Jin Zicheng may be punished, but this punishment will definitely not be too heavy. And at that time, the punishment will only be to block the public's mouth. When the heat of this matter dies down, Jin Zicheng will be able to swagger out again. Another cultivator said, to put it bluntly, the first ancestral land of the demon race is still the world dominated by the demon race of the undying realm. The demon race cultivators from other worlds are just living under someone else's roof here, and their status is not high. If the people of 9 regions are really reduced to such a miserable state, they can only blame it on natural selection. The law of heaven and earth is the law of survival of the fittest. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. If you are eliminated, you will be eliminated. This cultivator's words received the approval of many people, so many cultivators nodded in agreement. At this time, a young demon race cultivator said, I heard that the Rock King and the Peacock King have extraordinary cultivation. If they come out of seclusion and know that the people of 9 regions have been crippled, I wonder what they will do. Someone else said, with the 3 great demon deities in charge, who would dare to cause trouble? Unless they don't want to live anymore. The Rock King and the Peacock King are smart people, so they should know what to do. While the surrounding cultivators were discussing spiritedly, the cultivators brought by Jin Zicheng had already surrounded Lin Feng and the others. Hua Lingxian was very worried about Lin Feng and the others, but she couldn't stop Jin Zicheng. Hua Lingxian was a good person, so she chose to fight alongside Lin Feng and the others. Who's afraid of who? There's only one word, and that's fight. The fire Qilin sneered and directly rushed out. Then, the fire Qilin's body transformed into its true body. Endless flames curled around it. The fire Qilin's fighting strength immediately increased by more than 3 times. A human body was a great restriction for the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin rushed into the crowd and fought with a group of demon race cultivators. The fire Qilin could send a powerful demon race cultivator flying with a single claw. Use magic treasures to kill him. Jin Zicheng said coldly. The cultivators quickly took out their magic treasures and controlled them to attack the fire Qilin. The magic treasures were very powerful. Naturally, everyone couldn't help but worry for the fire Qilin. However, at this time, the flames around the fire Qilin's body twisted and turned into 4 shields. Qilin Shield. This was an extremely powerful defensive technique mastered by the fire Qilin clan. When the Qilin Shield was used, it could condense 4 shields. Every single one of the shields. The defensive power was very shocking. When everyone's magic treasures attacked, they were all blocked by the fire Qilin's Qilin Shield. Under the protection of the Qilin Shield, the fire Qilin's ferocity was monstrous. It continued to attack the demon race cultivators. The fire Qilin had the bloodline of a holy beast. Moreover, it was in existence from the 9 states. Naturally, its fighting strength was extremely heaven-defying. Swoosh. Jin Zicheng looked at the scene in front of him with a gloomy expression. He took out a silver flying sword, planning to launch a sneak attack on the fire Qilin at any time. The silver flying sword's aura was abnormally terrifying. It seemed to be a holy weapon. He didn't expect this person to have such a treasure. If the fire Qilin was ambushed, the fire Qilin would be in trouble. After Little Rock King saw the situation, he immediately took out the divine mirror. He held the divine mirror in his hand. Powerful dermic powers flowed into the divine mirror. With the influx of dermic powers, the divine mirror was activated by Little Rock King. A beam of light shot out from the divine mirror. The beam of light swept towards Jin Zicheng, who was preparing to ambush the fire Qilin. After seeing the beam of light sweeping towards him, Jin Zicheng's expression changed abruptly. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from the beam of light. That aura made his expression change slightly. Clang, Jin Zicheng's silver flying sword collided with the attack of the Empyrean mirror. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound. The silver flying sword was so powerful that it blocked the attack of the Empyrean mirror. These 2 treasures were both sacred artifacts. Thus, it would not be easy to use treasures to restrain the other party. Jin Zicheng. I would like to experience your divine ability. Little Rock King said coldly. You? Trash like you dares to challenge me? Are you worthy? Jin Zicheng looked at Little Rock King mockingly. Although he was jealous of Little Rock King's talent and luck, Jin Zicheng was very disdainful of Little Rock King's strength. It was no wonder that Jin Zicheng was so disdainful. It was mainly because, when Little Rock King came to the Undying Realm, his realm was indeed far from Jin Zicheng's. Although Little Rock King's improvement was very fast, Jin Zicheng's strength was also constantly increasing, so Jin Zicheng naturally looked down on Little Rock King's strength. After the battle, we'll know if you're qualified to say such words. Little Rock King looked at Jin Zicheng indifferently. His battle intent continued to rise. Many people were very surprised. Little Rock King wanted to challenge Jin Zicheng. They were both cultivators of the rock race, but the difference in their cultivation time was too great. Compared to Jin Zicheng, Little Rock King's only advantage was that he came from the 9 provinces. In fact, many people said that the cultivators of the 9 provinces were different from the cultivators of other worlds, but even Little Rock King himself did not know what this difference was. Not only did Little Rock King not know, Lin Feng also did not know. But regardless of whether he knew or not, there were definitely many differences. Perhaps this difference could be of help to Little Rock King. Not far away, a group of cultivators was attacking the fire Qilin. After the fire Qilin transformed into a sacred beast, its battle strength was really powerful. It wandered in the crowd and one cultivator after another was beaten half to death by the fire Qilin. As for Lin Feng, he did not make a move at all. He was watching the show. Feng Yaorao, Princess Shui Yao, Little Moon, and Hua Lingxian did not make a move either. Women should live beautifully. Therefore, it was better to stand aside and watch the show. Now, everyone's eyes were on the Little Rock King. The fire Qilin should have no problem dealing with the demon clan cultivators who were besieging it. The main thing was that the situation on Little Rock King's side made everyone quite uncertain. Jin Zicheng had been famous for a long time and was very powerful. Little Rock King was a rising star. Although they came from the same race, there were probably many aspects that were different. For example, bloodline, talent, cultivation techniques, mentality, and combat experience. Many intangible aspects could often seriously affect the specific situation of this battle. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Jin Zicheng looked at Little Rock King with an indifferent expression, then unleashed a series of incantation gestures. Those spells all flew into the silver flying sword. As a sacred-level treasure, there should be a set of sword control techniques passed down. In fact, the epic war spear that Lin Feng had obtained previously had a matching spear technique. Every top-grade treasure had its own set of incantations. For example, Lin Feng's Hell King's Bell also had a matching spell to activate it. This way, the treasure's strongest power could be unleashed. Lin Feng really wanted to learn a spear skill that was compatible with the time spear. That way, he would be able to use the time spear as much as possible. But for now, Lin Feng hadn't obtained a matching spear technique for the epic war spear. At this moment, after Jin Zicheng used the sword control technique, the silver flying sword actually split into 8. The 8 silver flying swords split into 8 directions and surrounded Little Rock King in the middle. Each of the silver flying swords vibrated with extremely terrifying power, and each of the silver flying swords seemed to be real. It was very difficult to distinguish which of the 8 silver flying swords were real and which were fake. Jin Zicheng sneered and the 8 silver flying swords all slashed towards Little Rock King. That silver flying sword is called the 8 Extreme Sword. It's rumored that it's an ultimate treasure passed down by the 8 Extreme Sacred Master. The 8 Extreme Sacred Master was a titled god? The top expert of this era, Jin Zicheng, seemed to be able to rise because he obtained the legacy of the 8 Extreme Sacred Master. At this moment, a cultivator on the outside said. Obviously. That cultivator recognized the origin of the silver flying sword. No wonder this Jin Zicheng knows so many powerful techniques. He actually had such a fortuitous encounter, someone exclaimed. Then, someone said, I wonder if Little Rock King can last 10 rounds? 10 rounds? I think 3 rounds will be enough. A cultivator shook his head and said. His tone was full of contempt for Little Rock King. There weren't many cultivators who thought highly of Little Rock King. However, Lin Feng thought highly of Little Rock King. He felt that Little Rock King wasn't an arrogant person. On the contrary, Little Rock King had always been humble. Since he dared to challenge the famous Jin Zicheng, he must have some terrifying techniques. Just as the 8 silver flying swords were about to strike the Little Rock King, the space around the Little Rock King suddenly distorted. The flying swords were blocked by the distorted space. Eh? It's the use of the Tao of space. It seems that Little Rock King's fortuitous encounter over the years is quite good. He actually obtained the legacy of the Tao of space. Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The strongest Tao of space was the Tao of space passed down by the God of space. However, it was too difficult to obtain the Tao of space passed down by the God of space. Other than the God of space, there were many experts who created the Tao of space. Then, some of the Tao of space disappeared, while others were passed down. The Tao of space that Little Rock King obtained was a rather powerful Tao of space. After the distorted space blocked the attacks of the 8 flying swords, Little Rock King shook the Empyrean mirror in his hand. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. A mysterious world appeared in the Empyrean mirror. Next, a lot of white fog escaped from the mysterious world in the Empyrean mirror. The white fog was quite special. When the white fog escaped, it directly wrapped around the 8 flying swords. Then, the white fog wanted to pull the 8 flying swords into the world inside the Empyrean mirror. Jin Zicheng's face couldn't help but sink when he saw this. What a powerful mirror. It wants to devour Jin Zicheng's flying swords. I wonder if they'll actually be devoured in the end? A cultivator said. Jin Zicheng's flying sword was naturally extremely powerful, but as the saying goes, everything has its nemesis. Now, Jin Zicheng's flying sword seemed to be suppressed. Once it was devoured by the Empyrean mirror, it was very likely that he would no longer be able to control his flying sword. Many cultivators could see this, including Jin Zicheng himself. Therefore, at this moment, Jin Zicheng's expression was very ugly. Jin Zicheng shot out runes one after another. These runes entered the 8 flying swords. Suddenly, something amazing happened. The 8 flying swords tore through the shackles of the white mist and quickly flew together. The 8 flying swords rotated fiercely in the void. When Lin Feng saw the 8 swords, he couldn't help but be astonished. The 8 swords could turn into 8 trigrams? It seemed like they had fused with the strength of the 8 trigrams. They were much more powerful than before. Apart from that, they were even more mysterious and unfathomable. The 8 flying swords attacked Little Peng again. Little Rock King snorted coldly and took out the Tianqu mirror. The Tianqu mirror floated in the air. Next, the Empyrean mirror shot out one light beam after another, which collided with the 8 flying swords one after another. It immediately blocked the attacks of the 8 flying swords. The 8 flying swords were suppressed by the heavenly void mirror. The void mirror's level is clearly higher than Jin Zicheng's flying swords. A cultivator said. That's right. If the 7 mirrors fuse into one, they can transform into an ancient weapon. Therefore, a single mirror is already a top-tier saint weapon. Saint weapons are also divided into different grades. Some are strong, some are weak. However, the silver flying sword is clearly much weaker than the void mirror. Little Peng King hasn't had the void mirror for long, so he hasn't been able to fully unleash the power of the void mirror. If Little Peng King truly grasps the void mirror and can gradually unleash the power of the void mirror, the state of fusing with the mirror will be terrifying, another cultivator said. At this moment, Little Peng himself quickly charged at Jin Zicheng. Rock spreading wings. Little Peng shouted and a pair of rock wings appeared on his back. The rock wings directly attacked Jin Zicheng. You can, so can I. Jin Zicheng looked at Little Peng with disdain. A pair of rock wings also appeared on his back. Jin Zicheng's rock wings also flapped. Bang, 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 Little Rock King and Jin Zicheng's rock wings collided. Jin Zicheng's spiritual power was stronger than Little Rock King's, so Little Rock King was at a disadvantage. After a dozen rounds, Little Rock King was blown away by Jin Zicheng's wings. Goldwing slash. Jin Zicheng's expression was indifferent. He quickly caught up with Little Rock King, his wings flapping loudly. The pair of wings quickly slashed towards the Little Rock King like 2 invincible swords. When Little Peng retreated, he used the wings to protect his body. Actually, these were only energy wings. Little Peng and Jin Zicheng's race had evolved to the point where they didn't have real rock wings anymore. The technique they were using now was called energy wings. Although they were only energy wings, they weren't very different from real wings. Jin Zicheng's wings continuously attacked Little Peng's body. Little Peng was blown away again. He couldn't help but cough up blood in midair. When they saw this, Feng Yarao and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Little Peng had only cultivated for a short period of time. Therefore, if they really fought, there was still a gap between him and Jin Zicheng. They couldn't help but worry about Little Peng. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. When he saw Little Peng injured, Lin Feng was naturally very worried. However, Lin Feng felt that Little Peng definitely had some powerful techniques that he hadn't used yet. Little Peng is going to lose. One of the cultivators who were watching from afar said. Many people nodded. Little Peng was being suppressed too much. Therefore, it seemed that Little Peng's defeat was irreversible. Jin Zicheng looked at Little Rock King with an indifferent expression. He quickly flew towards the Little Rock King and continued attacking him with his wings. The Little Rock King was blown away again. This time, the Little Rock King's wings were about to break. The situation wasn't looking good for the Little Rock King. Lin Feng and the others looked glum. If this continued, things would get troublesome. It's time to end this, Jin Zicheng said coldly. He was like a shadow, not giving the Little Rock King any chance to retaliate. He quickly arrived beside the Little Rock King and his wings attacked the Little Rock King once again. This attack was even more powerful than the previous one. Jin Zicheng looked at the Little Rock King with disdain. In his opinion, the Little Rock King would not be able to withstand his attack. However, at that moment, 6 pairs of wings appeared on Little Peng's back. Cloud 90,000. Shouted Little Peng coldly. The 6 pairs of wings flapped at the same time. The 6 pairs of wings unleashed their power and collided with Jin Zicheng's pair of wings. Jin Zicheng couldn't defeat Little Peng and was blown away. Cloud 90,000? How is that possible? How is that possible? How did you manage to learn that technique? That's impossible, it's already incomplete. Even if it's complete, very few people can learn it successfully. Even the ancestor of the bestial god clan didn't manage to learn it. Kim Zicheng roared in disbelief after he was sent flying by the explosion. From his shocked expression, one could tell how powerful the Cloud Journey 90,000 was. Lin Feng had the impression that the Little Rock King's 6 pairs of wings were different from the great rock wings he had used at the beginning. That pair of wings seemed to contain a very special and very high level of energy. As one of the best techniques of the Great Ping Clan, Cloud 90,000 was different. The Little Ping King has even learned the Great Ping Clan's long-lost innate techniques. How incredible! The cultivators in the distance couldn't help but cry out in surprise. We're different, said Little Ping indifferently. The Little Rock King said with an indifferent expression. The 6 pairs of wings on his back flapped as if he had teleported. In a flash, Little Rock Kings, we are different, made Jin Zicheng's face turn extremely gloomy, causing countless people to ponder. Could the reason why Little Rock King was able to cultivate the Cloudy 90,000 be related to Little Rock King's background? After all, it had always been said that cultivators from the 9 provinces' great world were different from cultivators from other worlds. However, no one knew exactly what was different about them. However, Little Rock King's words made many people feel that this might be the difference. Right now, Jin Zicheng was simply envious of Little Rock King. However, Jin Zicheng also knew that now was not the time to be envious, jealous, and hateful. This was because he had to block Little Rock King's attack. If he could not block Little Rock King's attack, it would be bad later. Jin Zicheng wanted to dodge Little Rock King's attack, so he executed Cloud Journey 90,000. Little Rock King's speed increased explosively, making it impossible for him to escape. This was one of the enhancements brought by Cloud Journey 90,000. Cloud Journey 90,000 could greatly enhance the user's speed. Jin Zicheng could only use his wings to protect his body. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sounds of violent collisions one after another. Little Rock King's wings swept fiercely onto Jin Zicheng's body. The pair of wings that Jin Zicheng had conjured exploded. Jin Zicheng was even sent flying. Little Rock King quickly chased after Jin Zicheng. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jin Zicheng. 6 pairs of wings swept towards Jin Zicheng. This time, Jin Zicheng did not even have time to resist. 6 pairs of wings landed on Jin Zicheng's body. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Who knew how many bones in Jin Zicheng's body were broken? With a plop, Jin Zicheng fell to the ground and his body began to twitch violently. Ah! This is impossible! Jin Zicheng roared loudly, unable to accept what was happening. He had always been a high and mighty existence. Now, he was actually defeated by a cultivator that he looked down on. Moreover, he was seriously injured. This time, Jin Zicheng had injured his origin and meridians. Even if the Undying World had a lot of treasures, it was still not an easy thing for Jin Zicheng to fully recover. It would take many years. Most importantly, the injury to his heart was impossible to recover. Everyone knew. Kim Zicheng was probably crippled this time. Even if he recovered in the future, he might not be able to return to his peak. As for breaking through and reaching new heights, that would be even more difficult. Everyone was very clear about this. Goldie Chonghen. He wished he could tear Little Rock King into pieces. But now, he could only think about it in his mind. You're still far from it. Facts have proven that people who talk big may not be really powerful. Little Rock King said indifferently. Wow. After being mocked by the Little Rock King, Jin Zicheng could not take it anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. This guy spat out 5 or 6 mouthfuls of blood in a row, and then directly fainted. His mental fortitude isn't up to standard. Lin Feng said. When some of the cultivators in the distance heard Lin Feng's words, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. No matter who was seriously injured. Moreover, it was an injury to their meridians and origin. After hearing the ridicule of others, they wouldn't be able to take it, right? How many people could calmly accept this kind of thing? There might be such people in the world, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The battle on the Fire Qilin side had also ended. When Jin Zicheng was injured by the Little Rock King, the battle on the other side had already ended. More than 100 cultivators surrounded the Fire Qilin. But now, there were already 40 to 50 people lying on the ground. The Fire Qilin was really fierce, to actually injure so many cultivators. This was the Fire Qilin, its methods were indeed very powerful. What a good Yunqing 90,000, powerful, powerful. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to leave, a gloomy voice sounded out. Following that, a cultivator stepped out from the void. This was a middle-aged cultivator. When they saw this cultivator, many people revealed shocked expressions. This cultivator was called Jin Wushi. This person was a true immortal realm expert, one of the strongest experts of the Great Rock race. After seeing this person, many people fell silent. This was the upper echelon of the demon race's ancestral land. At this time, they naturally couldn't say anything. If they said something wrong, it wouldn't end well. Everyone was very clear about this. So, the cultivators who were watching the show from afar didn't dare to say anything. Senior. Little Rock King cupped his fists. Jin Wushi laughed coldly and said, "Don't bow to me, I can't stand your bow." After hearing Jin Wushi's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Jin Wushi's attitude on this matter was already clear. But thinking about it carefully, Jin Wushi was someone on Jin Zicheng's side after all. Wasn't it normal for him to side with Jin Zicheng? Could it be that he had to side with Little Rock King? Obviously, this was impossible. Little Rock King naturally wouldn't do something like sticking his warm face to someone else's cold butt. Little Rock King looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, "Let's go." The few of them nodded. But at this time, Jin Wushi said coldly, "You injured people to this extent and you're just going to leave like this?" Little Rock King asked, "Then what does Senior want to do?" Jin Wushi said, "I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me the cultivation technique of Cloud Journey 90,000 and I can let bygones be bygones and let you go." After hearing Jin Wushi's words, many people despised Jin Wushi. This guy wanted to snatch someone else's top-notch absolute art, yet he said it in such a dignified manner. His skin was really too thick. However, sometimes, when these top-notch experts were really shameless, even ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to them. Little Rock King was naturally someone with a temper. He had been humiliated, bullied, and oppressed. Now that he had resisted, in the eyes of countless people, it was a battle of an egg striking a rock. But he had won. This was a battle of dignity. Now that he had won, this kind of true immortal expert actually interfered. The various great powers had a rule that true immortals couldn't interfere with the grudges between the younger generation of cultivators or between the younger generation of cultivators. The various great powers abided by this rule. But now, a true immortal from the Yao clan's ancestral land wanted to interfere in the dispute between the disciples of the Yao clan. It was truly shameless. However, if the other party really insisted on interfering in this matter, it would be something that made others feel helpless. After all, no one could restrain the other party's actions. End of chapter 5095. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.